An sultry atmosphere filled the bed, which held both a beauty and a sense of peace. A man with greedy eyes lifted the curtain. As expected of a princess, a true beauty. I'm here to enjoy you. As he spoke, he slowly approached, pressing down on the unconscious woman, his hand reaching for her cheek. Just as he was about to kiss her, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes widened as she grabbed his throat. You bastard, who are you? Seeing her awake, the man was stunned. Tuni, how are you awake? I clearly gave you a double dose of sleeping potion. How could you wake up so quickly? Tuni was horrified. What sleeping potion? Who is Tuni? I was clearly hit by a car. I should be in a hospital. Where is this? She thought as she observed the unfamiliar surroundings. Then she saw the slender, fair hand gripping the man's neck. This is my hand? Why is it so soft? I've been practicing shooting for so many years. My palms should be rough, not smooth like this. Wait, have I been transmigrated? Seeing her release her grip in shock, the man took the opportunity to pounce. Since you won't be obedient, don't blame me for being rough. He used all his strength to choke Tuni, pinning her down. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her head. What is that sound? The voice in her head grew clearer. System starting up. The scene around Tuni changed, and she entered a strange space filled with text. A system? A selection panel appeared before her. Accept system data? The scene returned to her being choked. Tuni wanted to curse. Hurry up. I'm about to die and you're making me choose. She decisively chose no. Tuni immediately stopped breathing. In the system space, she was indignant. Is this some kind of joke? Other people transmigrate to bring glory to their ancestors and become high officials. How did I die the moment I arrived? The scene suddenly rewound to when the lecherous man lifted the curtain. Little beauty, I'm here. Tuni corrected herself. How stubborn. Transmigrating into the same scene twice. What kind of cliché plot is this? She kicked the man directly. Get lost. Who do you think you are? You want to have your way with me? Do you think I'm some piece of meat? What makes you think you can touch me? The voice in her head echoed again. System restarting. The selection panel reappeared. Tuni remembered that choosing no led to death. This time, she would try choosing yes. Without hesitation, she pressed yes. The system's voice sounded clearly. System startup complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving Tuni's memories. Welcome to the Yuanlin continent. Commencing memory transfer of Tuni to the host. Tuni is the princess of the Nguyen Vien Nam kingdom. She was born without spiritual power and couldn't cultivate magic. Since childhood, she was considered a disgrace to her family. She was just a piece of trash, drugged into a coma and almost lost her virginity. Someone must be pulling the strings from behind. Memory transfer complete. The system will assist the host in surviving in this world. Tuni opened her eyes. She began to familiarize herself with the system's control panel in front of her. Let's open the backpack. The system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, on receiving the beginner's gift package. The package includes a teleportation talisman, a spring rejuvenation pill, a whip, and a gun. Tuni was confused. Spring rejuvenation pill. She clicked on it, and a vial of medicine appeared. Tuni was thrilled. This is great. Items from the system are usable. At that moment, she didn't notice someone behind her. The man grabbed Tuni's hand. You're courting death. He channeled his energy and attacked her. Tuni took a direct hit and cried out in pain. The system healed her, so that's what the spring rejuvenation pill does. Seeing she was unharmed, the man prepared to strike again. I can't believe a piece of trash like you could block my attack. But this time, you won't escape. Tuni knew little about this world and became vigilant. Thank goodness for the pill. Now let's open the backpack and see what else I can use. That's right, the gun. Tuni nimbly jumped to a high spot and quickly selected the gun. Then she expertly aimed at the lecher and pulled the trigger. The man was hit and fell to the ground. Tuni walked over, gun in hand, radiating killing intent. Even with a body of bronze and iron and the power of an immortal, so what? Didn't you still fall to my gun? Tuni began exploring the system space and discovered something interesting. This system could be controlled by thought. At that moment, the system spoke. Warning host, the system is now fused with you. Resurrection is no longer possible. Please do not waste your life. Tuni shrugged. All right, don't worry. I cherish my life. You could say I'm as tough as a leech. I won't die easily, so you don't need to worry. Just then, the door to her room was kicked open. The leader was Manhwa. Without a second thought, he concluded. Tuni, you slut. You're about to marry me, yet you're having an affair with this man. Tuni thought to herself, so this is Manhwa, my future fiance. Why would he suddenly appear here while the original owner was still unconscious? This can't be a coincidence. Someone must have set this up. She spoke up, second prince, watch your words. I was knocked out and brought here. If I hadn't woken up in time, something terrible would have happened. Of course, Manhwa didn't believe her. What nonsense. The evidence is right in front of you and you still deny it? You're disheveled and in a room with him. If that doesn't make you a slut, what does? Without another word, Tuni grabbed the unconscious pervert and threw him in front of Manhwa. He took a step back and shouted angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Tuni was unfazed by his attitude. A slut? You think I want to be a slut with this corpse? I'm not that desperate yet. Manhwa was left speechless. Tuni approached with a sweet smile. Second prince, what's wrong? Your fiancé has already dealt with this degenerate. Why do you look so disappointed? Manhwa was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, it's impossible. This woman, who is usually as timid as a mouse, how's she so bold today? Tuni also voiced her suspicion. Or was today's event all you're doing? Otherwise, how could you show up at such a perfect time? Manhwa nervously turned away. How could that be? It's just a coincidence. Tuni scoffed internally. What a scumbag. Trying to frame his fiancée and then pin the blame on her. Truly a scumbag. She smiled and patted his shoulder. If you didn't do it, then please help me dispose of this body. After speaking, she turned, waved, and left. Goodbye, Manhwa. Manhwa was speechless. A subordinate asked in confusion, Your Highness, are we just going to let the princess leave like that? Manhwa was furious. No, we can't let her go. If she leaves, all our efforts to frame her will be wasted. Go and capture her. The subordinate hurriedly replied, yes. The sun had risen, and the streets were bustling with people. Tuni ran for her life. The men behind her kept shouting for her to stop. As she ran, she thought, this scumbag is determined to brand me a slut. I have to find a way to escape them. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage appeared ahead of her. Tuni rejoiced internally. I have an idea. She climbed directly into the carriage. Manhwa's men searched everywhere outside. She was just here. How did she disappear? Inside the carriage, Tuni thought to herself, he probably won't find me up here. She didn't realize her hand was still clutching a piece of clothing. As Tuni was hiding, a man's voice sounded from above her head. Have you hidden long enough? Only then did Tuni look up and see the man in front of her clearly. This young master is quite handsome. Tuni was lost in the handsome features of the man before her. She couldn't help but think, in my past life, I trained in a military camp and met many handsome soldiers, but I've never seen anyone as handsome as him. Suddenly, she remembered something. She quickly scrambled off the man. Wait, this isn't the time to admire handsome men. I have more important things to deal with. She silently commanded the system to open her inventory and retrieve a weapon. A knife immediately appeared in her hand. While the man was still dazed, Tuni pressed the knife to his throat. She spoke sternly, sit still and don't move. Don't do anything rash. This knife doesn't have eyes, I don't know where it might cut. The man, despite being threatened, showed no fear. Just then, the carriage stopped. The driver lifted the curtain and called out, Young master. He then saw the entire scene of her threatening the man. What are you doing to my young master? Deep Tuni frowned. What's with all the nonsense? If you want your young master to be safe, turn the carriage around. The man calmly gave an order, go to the state uncle's mansion. The driver could only obey. Yes, young master. Deep Tuni suddenly realized something. Wait, isn't the state uncle's mansion the original owner's home? The young master then gently pushed her knife away with his fan. Little princess, can you put the knife down now? Deep Tuni was internally alarmed. When I received memories from the system, this person was clearly not in them. She backed away and asked, "How do you know me?" The man smiled. "How could I not know you? You are the esteemed princess of this city." Deep Tuni still hadn't put down her knife. "It's not surprising you know me. Although I have a noble status, I'm also a piece of trash. Naturally, I'm one of a kind in the Vietnam kingdom." The man laughed. Deep Tuni didn't understand. "What are you laughing at?" The man replied while laughing, "Nothing. I just feel that the princess is completely different from the rumors." Deep Tuni thought to herself, how could I be the same? She died long ago. I'm just a soul borrowing her body. She shrugged and said, it's normal to be different. 9 out of 10 rumors are false. Even what you see with your own eyes might not be true, let alone rumors. The man looked to the side. I see. Deep Tuni didn't understand what he was looking at. Suddenly, he pointed to the middle of her chest. Deep Tuni warily backed away. Where are you pointing? The man said sternly, stay still. Deep Tuni stood still instinctively. She thought to herself, how can a weak scholar like him have such a firm voice? At this moment, she also noticed the problem. It turned out her dress strap had come undone, probably when she was fleeing earlier. Realizing this, she quickly tied it back. The man calmly ordered, come here. Deep Tuni couldn't help but blush as she shyly stepped forward. He also reached out to help her tie the strap. The two were silent but in sync. Finally, the dress strap was tied. Deep Tuni shyly turned around and said thank you. She thought to herself, what's wrong with me? Back in the military camp, I trained with a group of men. It was normal for them to tie my shoelaces, fix my straps, or braid my hair. But now, why? After reminiscing, she secretly glanced at the handsome man in front of her. She couldn't help but feel shy. Why am I so nervous? The servant outside spoke up, young master, we have arrived at the state uncle's mansion. Deep Tuni got out of the carriage. Before she could turn around to say thank you, the carriage had already left. Deep Tuni couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He's gone. I didn't even get to ask his name. Only then did she turn her head to look at the sign for the state uncle's mansion. As she stepped inside, memories gradually surfaced. This place held too many memories of those who had bullied me. But my parents loved me very much. They didn't abandon me just because I was useless. I also have a sister 1 year younger than me and a brother who was sent to a private school at the age of 5. As she entered the front hall, she heard a female voice shouting, you're clearly the one responsible for Mother's medicine. Did you switch Mother's ginseng with a turnip? Hearing this, the maid calmly retorted. Second miss, you can say whatever you want, but don't falsely accuse me. The young lady was on the verge of tears. I'm not falsely accusing you. You clearly swapped out Mother's ginseng. Were you planning to sell it secretly? The maid directly pushed the frail young lady down. Say what you want, but don't get physical. At that moment, Deep Tuni stepped forward. What are you doing? The maid wasn't scared when she saw her. This has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle in other people's business. The second miss just fell by accident. The second miss retorted. You're lying. You clearly pushed me. The maid crossed her arms and looked at the second miss with contempt. What did you say? You are my master. How would I dare to push you? In response, she received a resounding slap across the face. Deep Tuni was furious. You know you're a servant, yet you dare talk back to my sister. Even if you didn't push her, you are her servant. You saw her fall and didn't help her up. Tell me, how should I deal with you? The maid held her face and fell to the ground, her imposing manner greatly diminished. First miss, so what? You can't just bully me because you're the master. Deep Tuni glared around fiercely. You still say I can't use my authority to bully you, that I have to be reasonable, right? I don't care if you stole the ginseng or not, but the one responsible for the medicine must take responsibility. Is that reasonable enough for you? The maid looked up fiercely. So, what does the master want me to do? Tuni smiled. I know your income is low. Don't worry, I won't make you pay for it. The maid breathed a sigh of relief. But before long, Tuni pulled out a whip. So, a good beating should do it. The maid immediately became meek. First miss, you can't do this. A beating like that will kill me. Tuni was unmoved. That's not for you to decide. She thought to herself, you were so arrogant just now. Why are you so cowardly now? She pointed at a nearby male servant. You come here. The man was clearly frightened by her recent display of power. He trembled and said, Miss, what are your orders? Tuni tossed the whip to him. Use this to beat her. Hang her from the tree. If you can beat the location of the ginseng out of her, it's yours. The man happily took the whip. Yes, yes, yes. The male servant said, Miss, rest assured, I will definitely beat it out of her. The maid immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. First miss, spare me. I won't do it again. I've already sold the ginseng. Tuni said coldly, isn't it too late for regrets now? She couldn't contain her anger and shouted. My mother is gravely ill and needs ginseng for her treatment. Yet you dared to swap it out and sell it. You have no regard for my mother's life. Why should I respect yours? Hang her up and beat her. The maid was immediately hung from a tree and whipped, crying out in pain. First miss, spare me. The surrounding servants whispered among themselves upon seeing this. Is that still the first miss? Tuni thought to herself, begging is useless. I grew up in a military camp, cold and ruthless. I only know how to fight fire with fire. I don't understand what forgiveness is. The second miss heard the murmurs and approached, trembling. Are you really my sister? Or have you been possessed? Tuni smiled and patted her head. What are you talking about, little sister? If I'm not your sister, who else could I be? I just saw an evildoer bullying someone and had to punish them. If I don't step in, how can I protect you? The second miss said softly, but sister, our family has fallen on hard times now. Father's salary is just enough to feed us and mother's illness is getting worse. We don't know what to use to nourish her. Tuni waved her hand and walked away. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way. She quickly returned to her room. Now it's time to open the space. The system space opened. She looked at the options and thought, these things are all suitable for cultivation. But how can I use them? Let's try opening the pharmacy. As she spoke, she clicked on the pharmacy. I wonder if they have ginseng. The pharmacy opened, listing various rare types of ginseng and their prices. Tuni said happily, I can afford these 2 normal ginsengs. Luckily, I still have 10 coins, enough to buy a normal one. As she clicked, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing a normal ginseng. Experience points plus 200. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to level 2, receiving a level 2 gift package, a hon pill, and plus 20 gold coins. Tuni was even more delighted. This is amazing. I can level up just by using the system. I wonder what benefits leveling up brings. Whatever, saving someone is more important right now. This ginseng. Oh my god, why does the ginseng here look like a turnip? She stared at the white ginseng root in her hand. Later, the second miss held the ginseng in astonishment. Sister, how did you find such good ginseng? This is top grade, very hard to find. Tuni forced a smile. Someone gave it to me. Hurry and make the medicine for mother. The second miss happily ran off. Yes. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind her. So the vicious woman of the house has a kind heart after all. Tuni turned to look around. Who are you? A small creature with angel wings hovered above her head. This immortal is the system god. Tuni sneered. A god? More like a pipsqueak god. The little creature ignored her words and happily introduced himself. I am the administrator of this game system. You can call this Great One God. Tuni saw a new option appear and revealed a mischievous smile. It seems there's a button here to hide the system administrator. If I just turn it off, you won't appear anymore, right? The The system hurriedly flew over to stop her. Hey, if you turn me off, I really won't appear anymore. Besides, this system is very complex. Without my guidance, how will you be able to use it? Tuni shrugged. It's fine, I'm very smart. I can figure it out myself. The system trembled with anger. But it's my responsibility to teach you how to use the system. We'll be seeing a lot of each other in the future. Tuni remained calm. Well, you're so golden and shiny, let's call you Quack Tuesday. Quack 2 protested vehemently. How can you just give me a name? Tuni replied, then I'll call you Little Sister. Quack 2 sighed in resignation. Fine, just call me Quack Tuesday. Tuni suddenly asked, besides me, can anyone else see you? Quack 2 stood proudly on the tea table and answered, of course not. Just like only you can see the system, only you can see me. Tuni put her hand on its head as a gesture. That's right. If others saw you, they'd definitely think you were a monster. Quack 2 said angrily, you're the monster, your whole family are monsters. How could a handsome prince like me be a monster? Tuni asked curiously, hey, what's the use of leveling up the system here? She said while pointing at the system panel. Quack 2 explained, leveling up is like spiritual power. The higher the level, the stronger the spiritual power. Tuni's eyes lit up. So I also have spiritual power and can cultivate? She thought to herself, in the future, I can both cultivate and use the system. I'll become the overlord of this world. Quack 2 suddenly remembered. That's right, your spiritual power is very low right now. Here, you have to reach level 10 to be considered a true cultivator. Tuni asked, so how do I level up? Quack 2 began to list them off. You can accept quests or participate in battles. You can also buy experience scrolls. Tuni said excitedly, then I have to level up quickly. A moment later, accompanied by heavy breathing, Quack 2 was urging her on. Just a few more laps and you'll be there. Come on. To become a cultivator, the most important thing is stamina. You have to train hard and increase your stamina to level up. Tuni was out of breath, thinking to herself, why is my stamina so poor? I'm already this tired after just a few laps. She continued to run around the stone frame. Quack 2's cheerful voice rang out. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. You've received 30 gold coins. Tuni angrily collapsed on the ground. You liar. You said a few laps would be enough to level up, but I had to run 500 laps. Quack 2 pouted. You can't blame me for this. Your stamina is just too poor. Tuni looked at the system panel and thought, is it really my fault? If I could find the body of a grandmaster, I wouldn't have to run. She spoke up, you said buying an experience book can help me level up, right? She clicked on it and was shocked. Experience book, 100 gold coins. Current balance, 50 gold coins. Tuni said in disbelief, are you kidding me? I'm so poor, how can I afford that? She sighed and stood up. What kind of cultivation world is this anyway? How am I supposed to level up? A while later, under the shade of a tree, Tuni closed her eyes to rest. This place is truly peaceful. You can't find this kind of peace in a military camp. Thinking about it, being transmigrated here doesn't seem so bad. Just as she thought that, an urgent voice pulled her back to reality. Something's wrong. The second miss ran over in a hurry. Sister, something happened. Tuni opened her eyes. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? The second miss threw herself into her arms and cried. Sister, a squad of guards stormed into the mansion. They said Mother has a contagious disease and want to take her outside the city for treatment. Tuni suddenly stood up. What? Mother is just physically weak. How could she have a contagious disease? Let's go and see. In the main hall, Tuni's father said firmly, you absolutely cannot take Yunni away. She doesn't have any contagious disease at all. She doesn't need you to take her for treatment. The lead guard said calmly, this is for your own good, state uncle. Please reconsider. Take the state uncle's wife away. As he waved his hand, the guards obeyed and moved forward. The state uncle drew his sword, but the leader directly knocked it out of his hand. The surrounding guards quickly restrained him. The state uncle roared, this is insubordination. Who gave you the audacity to do this? Seeing his frail wife being taken away, he became even more frantic. What do you want to do with Yinni? The leader coldly sheathed his sword. The state uncle doesn't need to worry about this. Let's go. Suddenly, a golden bullet flew towards him, accompanied by a voice. I'd like to see who dares to leave. The leader quickly blocked the bullet with his sword. Who dares to assassinate a royal guard? Tuni appeared. And who gave you the guts to take my mother? The state uncle shouted, Tuni, get back. Be careful, he'll hurt you. The leader thought to himself, so this is the legendary useless princess. He spoke up. We are under the orders of the second prince to escort your mother for treatment. If the princess insists on interfering, then don't blame me for being impolite. Tuni raised an eyebrow, thinking, so it's that bastard Manhwa. What treatment? It's obvious, he wants to hold my mother hostage to threaten me. She gave a cold laugh and raised her gun. Is that so? Then let me see what you're capable of. After speaking, she fired continuously at the guards. As they dodged, they shouted in alarm. What is she holding? Sir, I don't want to die. Is she really useless? Tuni stopped. If you're Manhwa's men, you should know who your future princess is, right? As she spoke, she pointed the gun at the leader. And my greatest strength is holding a grudge. If you mess with my family, don't blame me for returning the favor tenfold. The leader said fearfully, Princess, please don't obstruct our work. Do you know your mother has a contagious disease? If it spreads throughout the country, can you bear the responsibility? Tuni said nonchalantly, wouldn't that just make me more famous? It's a win-win for both sides, isn't it? The leader was speechless. You. Tuni said firmly, but I'm afraid I can't become famous after all. I'll have to disappoint you. My mother does not have a contagious disease. In fact, she is about to recover. The guards were stunned and their jaws dropped. She's been sick for so many years. That's right. Even the state uncle found it hard to believe. Tuni, what nonsense are you talking about? The leader thought to himself, the madam's illness has been rooted deep in her marrow for so many years. How could she recover so quickly? What if my mother is really about to recover? Tuni asked. The captain replied solemnly, if the state uncle's wife's condition is indeed about to improve, then I will obey whatever the princess says. Even if you ask me to be your horse, I will not refuse. The state uncle tried to stop her. Tuni, let me handle your mother's situation. Don't get involved. Tuni said firmly, Father, please trust me. I can definitely do it. She began to open the system panel to view her inventory. She hesitated for a moment, then, holding back tears, she bought a vial of medicine. Tu said worriedly, the bone-tempering powder is a high-grade medicine. Are you really going to use it just like that to save someone? Tuni felt it was only natural. What's wrong with saving someone? I'm saving my own mother. Am I supposed to watch my mother in danger and do nothing? Do you have any humanity? Tu said hesitantly, but this is an 8th-grade medicine. Tuni opened the vial, thinking to herself, if I can't even protect my own parents, I might as well be dead. What are you afraid of? I have a strong life force, I don't need this. The moment she opened the vial, a rich fragrance wafted out. The guards were stunned. Why is this fragrance so potent? This is the scent of an 8th-grade medicine. An 8th-grade spirit medicine can only be refined by an 8th-grade alchemist. Tuni took the vial to her mother's side and carefully fed it to her. The state uncle's wife felt much better. Tuni, how do you feel? Tuni asked. The state uncle's wife, with rosy cheeks, replied, I feel so comfortable, as if I've been reborn. Tuni gave a thumbs up. Then show them a dance. The state uncle's wife, full of spirit, started to dance. What's so hard about that? 1-2-3-4-2-3. The guards and the state uncle stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, even I can't believe my own eyes. The captain struggled to speak. It's truly an 8th-grade medicine. It's really astonishing. Tuni smiled. I seem to recall someone saying that if my mother recovered, they would obey my every command. Even if I asked them to be my horse, they wouldn't refuse. Right, Captain? The captain hesitated. This. Tuni mocked, what's wrong? Are you going back on your word? The captain reluctantly knelt down and bowed. Guard V Dong-ha is willing to serve the princess as her horse. Tuni ordered without hesitation. Good then. Take off your clothes. V Dong-ha was shocked. I can't. I'm a man. How can I just take off my clothes? Tuni sneered. Is that so? Then I'll spread the word that you're a man who doesn't keep his promises. A real man who doesn't honor his word. V Dong-ha, embarrassed, quickly took off his shirt. Don't say any more. I'll take it off. Tuni revealed a sinister smile. You're still a man. Since you're my subordinate now, you have to listen to whatever I say. Understood? Go back and tell Manhwa knock. He sent people to my residence to cause trouble without distinguishing right from wrong. She paused, then fiercely grabbed V Dong-ha's arm and shouted. I want him to come to the mansion and apologize in person. V Dong-ha thought in disbelief, if I relay this message word for word, I probably won't live to see another day. Tuni waved her hand. What are you standing there for? Go and deliver the message. Or do you want me to treat you to a meal with an 8th grade medicine? V Dong-ha stood up and replied, yes. The state uncle said worriedly, Tuni, where on earth did you get an 8th grade medicine? Do you know how precious that is? Let alone this country, even among the 6 nations, it might not exist. Tuni grew worried. I didn't realize this thing was so rare. She immediately made up a story. It's a long story. One day, I accidentally got lost in a forest and met a great expert. He saw that I was in trouble and gave me this bottle of medicine. He also told me to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. The state uncle believed her without a doubt. Then you must keep it a secret. Don't let it be known. Tuni waved her hand. Yes, mother is fine now. You two should go rest. The state uncle and his wife happily left. At that moment, the system's voice kept ringing. System quest, sacrifice to save others completed. Experience plus 400, leveled up to level 4, rewarding host with a gift. Tuni couldn't believe it. I can level up just by saving one person? Kwok-tu appeared and said, are you kidding? You exchanged a bone-tempering powder for this, of course you can level up. I just don't know if this gift is worth it. Tuni smiled. Is that so? Then let's see what gift we got this time. In the system space, the panel displayed the gifted item, a high-level experience book and 500 gold coins. Tuni exclaimed, I've struck it rich this time. Kwok-tu said contemptuously, you country bumpkin, getting so happy over just 500 gold coins. Tuni said indifferently, mind your own business. Kwok-tu provoked, I will meddle. What are you going to do about it? Let me tell you, if you had sold that 8th grade medicine, you would have gotten at least 10,000 gold coins. Let's see if you regret it now. Tuni was horrified. What did you say? The bone-tempering powder could really sell for that much. Kwok-tu sneered. I forgot to tell you the system also has a retrieval function. Didn't you say you were very smart and could figure it out on your own? Tuni grabbed its neck. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll choke you. Kwok-tu cried out, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Tuni pointed at the system panel and said, next time, if you don't explain things clearly, I'll lock you in the system. Don't even think about getting out then. She thought to herself, luckily, it was used to save my mother. If I had used it on someone else, I would have died of regret. Tuni began to pick up the experience book. The high-level experience book was opened, and the system voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to level 5. Tuni closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling of being as light as a feather, her whole body filled with power. The system voice continued to ring out. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to level 6. Tuni felt as if her meridians had been renewed. The system voice continued to ring out. Congratulations, host Tuni, on leveling up. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to level 10. Tuni was excited. I leveled up to 10 directly? She joyfully grabbed Kwok-tu's hand. Kwok-tu, I'm level 10. I can finally get rid of the title of a useless cultivator. Kwok-tu calmly retorted, the high-level experience book is indeed different. You can't even buy it in the shop. If you hadn't used that potion, who knows how long it would have taken you to level up. Now you can finally cultivate. Tuni happily opened the system panel. Wait, I still need to see what else the system gave me. Tu commented, greedy. At that moment, a guard outside reported, Princess, the second prince is here. A burst of fire flew in, directly shattering the door. Tuni was not afraid. She squinted at the aggressive Manhwa. Tuni, what trick are you trying to pull? Tuni, sitting in her chair, saw Manhwa and asked, why did the second prince arrive so quickly? Have you apologized to my parents yet? She generously waved her hand and said, all right, I'll forgive you this time. After all, we're about to become husband and wife. These words were like sharp arrows striking Manhwa's sore spot. He uncomfortably slammed the table and shouted, are you dreaming? On what grounds should this prince apologize? Cut the crap and tell me where you got that medicine. As if she had found his weak spot, she playfully wiggled her finger. You want to know? She didn't expect him to fall for the bait so easily, and he immediately leaned his ear close to her. She whispered, I'm not telling you. He was furious, not expecting to be so easily toyed with by a weak woman. She ignored his anger and calmly took a sip of tea. Did the second prince threaten me by taking my mother away? You want me to break the engagement, right? It's a pity your perfect plan was ruined by me. Manhwa was very annoyed. He said frankly, but just as you said, I really do want to break the engagement with you. Look around this capital city, who would want to marry a piece of trash like you? Let alone this crown prince. Tuni calmly stood up to negotiate. Then your wish is granted today. This princess also wants to break the engagement with you. Manhwa, having just been tricked, was a bit suspicious this time. Really? Tuni picked up a brush to write. She turned to Manhwa to assure him. Of course, it's true. As long as you apologize to my parents and give me a few more wedding gifts, I'll agree to break the engagement. The conditions were so easy that Manhwa agreed without thinking. Fine, I'll agree to anything you want. As long as you agree to break the engagement, I'll give you whatever you want. In a flash, Tuni wrote a long list, still muttering under her breath. 2 sets of coral, gold, and jade pearls, 10 chests. He couldn't help but gape, regretting his promise of compensation. This was clearly blatant robbery, using up all his resources. He shouted loudly, Tuni, you're a robber. This is extortion. Tuni chuckled to herself as she wrote. Who told you not to be my husband? Since you won't be, I'll extort you. It's something I can't have anyway. She pouted and sighed. Is the position of a princess consort not valuable, or are you the one who's worthless? He was so angry his head was about to explode. He pointed at her and scolded, Hey, this crown prince is a person, not an item. How can you put a price on me? She replied calmly, right. You're not a person, you're a piece of trash. Is that better? Manhwa was choked with anger, thinking he must sever ties with this person. It was worth spending this money to avoid marrying a piece of trash and being ridiculed by the world. He didn't answer right away, saying, let me go back and think about it. Tuni happily waved Manhwa off. All right, Crown Prince, please take your leave. She was secretly pleased, thinking she was about to escape from being dirt poor. She lazily leaned back in her chair, feeling happier the more she thought about it. Just then, a maid came in to report, First Miss, someone wants to see you. She asked, who is it? The maid replied, they all came because they heard you have an 8th grade medicine. She thought to herself, I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. This thing is really popular. She narrowed her eyes and said, I'm not seeing anyone. Send them all away. If more people come, send them away too. The maid took out a golden object and said, Miss, this is an invitation from the Crown Prince. He also heard that you have an 8th grade medicine and wants to invite you to his residence as a guest. She opened it to see it was from the Crown Prince of the Tu Van Duong Kingdom. The maid replied, yes. According to the original owner's memory, the Tu Van Duong Kingdom had not been peaceful in recent years. To minimize war, they sent princes from various countries as hostages. The prince sent to the Vietnam Kingdom as a hostage was frail and had rarely gone out in the 6 years he had been there. But what was his purpose in seeking her out? She told the maid without hesitation, refuse for me as well. Just say I'm not feeling well and don't want to go. The maid respectfully agreed. The moon was bright outside. The next day, Tuni was sleeping soundly in her soft bed. Suddenly, a click startled her awake. She quickly lit a candle. She looked around to check. There was no one, but she had clearly heard the door open just now. Feeling uneasy, she opened the door to look out. This action was indeed her mistake. A man stood towering behind her. Not knowing his intentions, she quickly drew her sword in defense. She swung her sword, pointing it at the person, and asked loudly, "Who's there?" He had extraordinary skills and easily dodged her sword. She judged that with his quick movements, he was definitely not an ordinary person. She charged forward to fight. "You're very bold, daring to break into the state uncle's mansion in the middle of the night." He immediately grabbed her wrist and, with a little force, disarmed her. She was no pushover either, immediately grabbing his hand and calmly executing a takedown. He silently appraised this young lady. Her reactions were quite fast. But unexpectedly, he was faster, wrapping his arm around her waist and breaking her defense. He lifted her up, despite her shouts. "How dare you touch this princess?" She quickly used her leg to kick his stomach. Then she spun around and landed on the ground. Seeing this, he couldn't help but praise her. Good skills. He was a bit surprised to see her pull a firearm out of nowhere and point it at him. Die. She didn't hesitate to give him a genuine copper bullet. The bullet flew with astonishing speed. Yet, he easily caught it with his bare hands, which was both surprising and shocking. He said with amusement, "Your weapon is quite interesting." Tuni was very confused. How could this guy crush a bullet with his bare hands? He shouldn't be underestimated. After the brief fight, he said calmly, "I heard the princess was a piece of trash with no spiritual power, but today it seems different from the rumors. Your skills are not bad." She immediately cut him off. "Cut the crap. What's your purpose for breaking into my room today?" He spoke a name in a gentle tone, Non Noyette. She looked at him warily. Breaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night surely means no good. This guy must be a pervert. She activated a function on the screen. "This body is only 14 years old. I can't let him achieve his goal. If I don't use my ultimate move today, it will be hard to escape. Grenade 113, I'm counting on you. The next firearm is up. Non Noyette, or whatever your name is, do you know what I'm holding? If you dare touch me, I'll pull the pin. Don't blame me when you're blown to bits." He took a defensive stance, and a cloth appeared around him. "You're very interesting." She didn't expect him to be able to control that thing, snatching the grenade from Tuni's hand. While she was staring blankly at the flying firearm, he had successfully taken it. "My grenade." He naively pulled the safety pin with his hand. "Will it explode if I open it like this?" Tuni watched in horror as he studied the forbidden object. "You madman, can you not be crazy?" He ignored her warning and successfully opened the grenade. A click. "It's over." Tuni bolted. "If you want to die, die alone. Don't drag me down with you." He observed it for a moment and then said, "Hey, young lady, are you tricking me? I opened it, but I don't see it exploding." He then threw the grenade towards Tuni. "Here, take it back." Nothing happened. Tuni stared wide-eyed as the grenade flew towards her. "You take it, it explodes after 3 seconds." She silently cried, cursing him internally. "Good heavens, if you don't know how to use it, don't use it." With a loud bang, the unparalleled destructive power of the grenade blew a large hole in the wall. Tuni quickly fled. "This time, I'm done for." She fell heavily to the ground, the impact causing her to groan in pain. Actually, it wasn't that painful because the main character's halo granted her a strong physique, which helped absorb some of the shock. What's going on? He seems fine and even saved someone in a critical moment. He also casually praised, "I didn't expect your weapon to be so powerful." Tuni was touched, thinking, did he come to save me when the grenade exploded? After the explosion, her head was spinning. He asked caringly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He anxiously supported her. "Hey, you can't die yet. Wait until I'm done asking questions, then you can die." She was exhausted and had no strength to speak, though she still wanted to curse him. Damn it, why is this body so weak? She didn't know what happened after that. The next day was sunny. Tuni woke up exhausted in her room, her head still spinning. She looked around at the completely unfamiliar surroundings. Where is this? Why am I here? It seems I met that person named Non Noyette before I passed out. Did he bring me here? The sound of a door opening came from outside. She shouted angrily, Quat tu, you damn blondie, you run off to sleep at a critical moment. When she saw him walk in, she was startled. You're awake. Then, he used some kind of magic to summon the same golden cloth strips from last night. He tied her up like a rice dumpling, ignoring her screams and struggles. What are you doing? Let me go. He sat cross-legged on the bed and said, You'd better not struggle. The more you move, the tighter it gets. She angrily cursed him, You pervert. You saved me during the explosion for a reason, didn't you? He sneered, The princess is indeed smart. I brought you here only to ask about the whereabouts of the 8th grade spirit medicine. Hearing this reason, she was speechless. It's the 8th grade spirit medicine again. I didn't expect it to be so popular. How troublesome. Just for one 8th grade spirit medicine, I have to be tortured like this. She wouldn't tell him easily, so she came up with a plan. If you want to know where the 8th grade spirit medicine is, then release me first. He was much smarter than Manhwa Nok and wouldn't fall for it easily. Trying to trick me? You'd better just confess obediently. He lifted her chin and threatened, Tell me where the 8th grade spirit medicine is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. She provocatively asked, Rude? What can you do to me? He brazenly replied, Perhaps I'll molest you. Not only was she not afraid, but she also provoked him further. Oh, that's great. I was just thinking of cuckolding my future fiance. I think you have a decent figure, so I can reluctantly accept you as my future fiance. He clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. Haha, you're really interesting. It makes me reluctant to lay a hand on you anymore. She refused to be outdone and retorted. A scumbag like you knows how to cherish women? Since we've met by fate, I'll tell you where the 8th grade spirit medicine is. Thinking the hostage had finally confessed, he was very pleased. You're finally willing to talk. He untied her. She said, Yes, I agree to confess. Hurry and untie me. It's too tight, it hurts. She moved slightly. Then she struggled with all her might to break free from the bonds. She quickly reactivated the system to summon the bone-softening incense. She shoved the incense into his nose. He couldn't react in time and inhaled a large amount of the mesmerizing scent. He grabbed her hand, using his last bit of strength to threaten her. Deep Tuni, you dare to trick me. She shook off his hand and said calmly, Why wouldn't I dare to trick you? She lifted his chin provocatively. Do you know that underestimating your enemy is the biggest mistake? No one should underestimate me, a person who is both intelligent and has a system. He didn't understand. What did you say? He sneered, You really like to say strange things. You truly surprise me. A piece of trash like you without spiritual power is so useless. Yet I didn't expect you to have the spiritual power of a first-rank cultivator and such high-level martial arts. When her hand touched his mask, he became tense. She said calmly, Is that so? You must be very surprised. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual power repelled her, causing her to withdraw her hand in surprise. She looked at him with suspicion. Good heavens, that hurts. This spiritual power is strong enough to pierce my bones. He released such a strong spiritual power, he must not want others to see his true face. Well, I'm not interested in his appearance anyway. Thinking this, she gave up on the idea of removing his mask. Anyway, you saved my life once. So I won't take advantage of you while you're drugged. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became romantic. She gently touched his lips. You barged into my room late at night and even collapsed it. So you have to compensate me. In her heart, she thought, it's quite interesting to let him keep wearing the mask. He found her personality amusing. What does the princess want? Do you want Manhwa Nok to wear a green hat, so you want to spend a spring night with me? She looked at him with an indescribable expression, then turned and left him alone. You really know how to flatter yourself. She casually picked up the bow and couldn't help but praise it. Wow, this bow is really good. She rummaged through the chest and found a dagger-like object. My goodness, this pure water gem is so beautiful. I must take it. Next, she opened the umbrella, and a sparkling pearl made her unable to look away. Oh my god, this pearl even glows. I can't leave it behind. Non Noyette asked doubtfully, You're the princess of the state uncle's mansion, yet you don't recognize a night-luminescent pearl? She quickly picked it up and put it in her bag. You know the state uncle's mansion is dirt poor. It's hard for everyone to even eat. So it's normal for me not to know what a night-luminescent pearl is. I'm taking all of these as compensation for you destroying my room. She suddenly realized something. At that moment, Non Noyette was standing safely behind her. Tuni was shocked. Weren't you drugged? Her mind was in turmoil. How did the drug wear off so quickly? He pointed and said, Princess, there are many more precious things in that cabinet. Bring your bag over and continue taking them. She said awkwardly, that wouldn't be very nice. He sneered, You know it's not nice? If I hadn't used my spiritual power to dispel the drug, you probably would have cleaned out my entire house. He advanced step by step, and she continuously retreated. She stammered, Don't falsely accuse me. As a princess, how could I do such a thing? Besides, it's getting late. I should be going. He wanted to rush forward. You think you can just leave when you want to? She was frightened and activated the system's teleportation talisman. She took out the yellow talisman. Then she chanted the incantation to go home, and she vanished without a trace. Non Noyette stared in amazement at the empty space. The sky outside was still the same. Suddenly, Tuni was teleported back to the state uncle's mansion. She thought dejectedly, Kwok-tu said the teleportation talisman is very precious. It's a pity I only have one. Thinking of that guy made her tremble with anger. It's all because of that scoundrel Non Noyette. He's making me so mad. Deep Swang appeared from nowhere. Sister, why are you in this garden? She turned and answered, I just came back from outside. Swang tearfully recounted, Sister, don't you know? The west courtyard collapsed yesterday. The servants searched through the rubble for a long time, but couldn't find you. I thought. She comforted Swang, It's okay, I had to go out yesterday for something. Swang sobbed, Is that so? Sister, you're back just in time. The second prince just brought people over and is currently in the main hall talking with our parents. The two of them quickly ran to the scene. Is that so? Then let's go see. As soon as they arrived, they heard Man Thuong Nok's voice coming from inside. He sat arrogantly on a high chair. Last time, I heard that your wife was seriously ill, so I sent people over. I had good intentions to take your wife for recuperation, but it almost turned into a joke. But I'm sure the state uncle and his wife understand my good intentions, right? The state uncle said fawningly, Yes, my wife is much better now. We won't trouble your highness. Tuni found this scene infuriating. Damn it, how dare he bully my parents? Man Thuong Nok acted arrogantly in front of his future in-laws, his tone somber. With your lowly status, it's an honor that I, the crown prince, have come to visit you. But since I was at fault last time, I've come to apologize. Tuni was about to explode with anger. This bastard is ridiculous. He comes to apologize, but still acts like he's our father. She said sarcastically, so the second prince came to apologize. If you hadn't said so, I would have thought you came to intimidate people. He replied rudely, What more do you want? This prince has already humbled himself to come and apologize. That's embarrassing enough. She sneered, So your face is that valuable? Then please, your highness, leave the state uncle's mansion. We can't accommodate you. He was speechless. You. But he thought to himself, if I leave, won't she refuse to break the engagement? If she refuses, won't I have to take the blame? Deep Tuni, what do you want? Just as she planned. She smiled slyly. Guess. Man Thursday Nok gritted his teeth. But for his own benefit, he had to bow his head in front of Tuni's parents. State uncle, I acted rashly a few days ago. I came here today to apologize, hoping for your forgiveness. The state uncle stammered, this. Tuni took the opportunity to press him. See? My parents won't forgive you. What do you think you should do? Tu Van Duong was extremely angry, but still endured the humiliation and knelt down. He used all his dignity to beg for forgiveness. I was wrong last time. Please punish me, state uncle. The state uncle seemed embarrassed in this situation. Second prince, please stand up. How could I accept this vow? Tu Van Duong frowned and asked Tuni, are you satisfied now? Seeing him kneel, she felt a little touched. For now. But I wonder if the crown prince has prepared what I need. He clapped his hands to signal his subordinate. Men, bring in the things. The subordinate opened each chest one by one. Inside, gold, silver, and jewels sparkled, dazzling the eye. It was the first time the state uncle had ever seen such a sight in his life, and he was astonished. What is this? Tuni said, Father, this is just a gift from the second prince to apologize. Don't overthink it, just accept his sincerity. The second prince was very dejected. While Tu Van Duong's mood was down, she was very happy. Second prince, please wait a moment. I'll go get what you need. After a while, Tuni came out holding something. Tu Van Duong saw it and asked, is it done? Tuni presented a pre-written piece of paper and said, I've finished writing and signed it. The second prince just needs to present it to His Majesty. I will take responsibility for everything. You don't need to worry. Tu Van Duong joyfully reached out to take it. Good, let me see. As soon as he read the 3 words divorce letter, he flew into a rage. Deep Tuni, you dare to divorce me. Tuni innocently explained, how would I dare to joke with you? You clearly told me to initiate the divorce. I've already done so. Just present this to His Majesty, and I'll bear any other blame. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Tuni's inner demon awakened powerfully. She said, Your Highness, what are you saying? How would I dare to joke with you? Tu Van Duong angrily exposed Tuni's true colors. You deliberately tricked me, and you even tricked my feelings. If I accept this divorce letter today, won't I be ridiculed by the world? She answered bluntly, so what? You harmed me to get a divorce, so even in death, I must have the upper hand. His anger soaring, Tu Van Duong roared as if he would explode. This prince has never suffered such humiliation. Today, I must teach you a lesson, so you know the consequences of toying with me. Tuni immediately became vigilant, secretly planning her escape route. This cultivation level is very strong, probably equivalent to level 30 in the system. Right now, I only have a few gold coins and some weapons in the system. How am I going to deal with him? Tu Van Duong summoned a fire qilin, a high-level spirit beast. It charged like a storm, wanting to swallow her whole. Tuni, seeing this creature for the first time, was stunned. Is this a spirit beast? Tu Van Duong angrily commanded the spirit beast, Fire qilin, bite that woman to death for me. Tu Van Duong's spirit beast frantically charged towards Tuni. Quoc Tu saw her standing still and anxiously scolded, Do you want to have tea with the king of hell? Get out of the way. Only then did Tuni realize the imminent danger and quickly dodged to the side. She luckily avoided the spirit beast's claws, jumping to a safe distance before complaining. Quoc Tu, why did you only show up now? Quickly tell me how to deal with this guy. Quoc Tu urged, quickly, use your spiritual power. You are now a first-rank cultivator. Without thinking, she immediately closed her eyes and focused on channeling her spiritual power. A red spiritual energy appeared around her. Tu Van Duong was surprised by her sudden transformation. How do you have spiritual power? Aren't you a piece of trash? And your spiritual power is very pure. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the room. The light flew at an extremely fast speed. Quoc Tu and Tuni stared in astonishment at the sword that suddenly appeared before them. She said, Why did this sword suddenly appear? Quoc Tu's eyes lit up as he looked at the sword, exclaiming in surprise. This is the sword your father gave you, named Don Phi. Although the original owner never used this sword, it has already recognized its master. You can use it now. Facing Tu Van Duong's fierce spirit beast, before she could even grab the sword, the beast lunged at her. She quickly grabbed the sword, preparing to teach the spirit beast a lesson. You dare to show off in front of this princess. Then this princess will show you what peak swordsmanship is. She spun in the air several dozen times. Today, I must eliminate evil and protect the righteous. The spirit beast opened its mouth wide. Condensing flames in its mouth, it unleashed all its power, spewing a giant fireball to attack her. Tuni nimbly dodged to the side, casually praising the spirit beast. This little beast is quite something. Manhwa Nok stood to the side, watching the two fight. He said contemptuously, "You think your bit of pure spiritual power can defeat my fire Qilin? You're really courting death." Tuni swung her sword to counter the spirit beast. "Ha ha, you underestimate me too much." A flash of lightning pierced through the spirit beast's body, causing it to cry out in pain. She landed on the ground majestically. The spirit beast lost its energy and could no longer spit fire as before. Tuni had successfully subdued it. Manhwa Nok anxiously ran to check on his pet. "My little fire dragon." Tuni mocked, "Little fire dragon. So this is all you're capable of?" Thuang Nok was extremely confused. He asked Deep Tuni, "When did you get spiritual power?" "And it's pure spiritual power. No one on this entire continent has such dazzling spiritual power. This talent is 1 in 1,000 years. How could a piece of trash like you possess it?" Tuni happily replied, "Second prince, you're in a good mood, huh? You wanted to harm my family and kill me. Shouldn't we settle this score?" Manhwa Nok angrily mounted his spirit beast and left, not forgetting to threaten her. "Tuni, you just wait." Kwok Tu was impressed by her transformation, constantly praising her. "Pure red spiritual power, Deep Tuni, you are truly amazing. With such top-tier spiritual power, as long as you cultivate diligently in the future, you can dominate the continent." She looked at the spiritual power in her hand and asked, "Little Kwok Tu, is this pure spiritual power from the system?" Kwok Tu explained, "No, this is your innate ability." Tuni said proudly, "Huh, so this fairy is also a natural talent." Kwok Tu said, "Good heavens, you're even more narcissistic than me. A little praise and you're already flying to the 9th heaven." She replied, "Oh, with such amazing spiritual power, of course I should be a little proud." Suddenly, a fierce voice shouted, startling her, "Why do you have spiritual power?" She became vigilant, gathering her spiritual power. Who's here to cause trouble again? Turning around, she saw it was her father. Her tension eased. "It's father, you scared me." The state uncle was also very confused as to why his daughter had suddenly changed so much. "Tuni, how do you suddenly have spiritual power?" She explained awkwardly, "I don't know either. I suddenly felt a surge of energy in my chest, and it just came out like that." The state uncle stroked his beard and thought for a moment before saying, "Good heavens, how unbelievable. Wait, this is absolutely impossible. Spiritual power in the body can't just appear out of nowhere. There must be a reason." Tuni froze. Oh no, he seems so muddled, yet he figured it out. "Did he realize I'm not his daughter?" The state uncle said, "Tuni, do you remember when the late emperor sent you to study at Tu Van Duong?" She reminisced, muttering, "Tu Van Duong." According to the original owner's memories, that was a place for teaching cultivation. Those who could enter were either geniuses or from noble families. A few years ago, I was also allowed to study there by the late emperor, but for the original owner, that place was like hell. The successful cultivators all bullied Tuni. Good heavens, trash, garbage, no spiritual power. Because I had no spiritual power, they insulted me every day for their amusement, constantly humiliating me and beating me until I was covered in bruises. Returning to the present, she said to her father, "I think it's been half a year since I've been to Tu Van Duong. Why did you suddenly bring it up?" The state uncle said, "I think your spiritual power this time might be the result of your practice at Tu Van Duong." The old man held Tuni's hand and encouraged her, "Now you should practice hard. You must go to Tu Van Duong." She cursed silently. "Before I could even make up a story, he's already made one up for me. What a seamless excuse." She stammered, yes, father is right. From now on, I will try my best to go to Tu Van Duong to practice." The old man left happily, not forgetting to remind her, "It's good that you've thought it through. Then from tomorrow, Father will arrange a carriage to take you. She replied, yes, while secretly planning to wreak havoc on that damn academy. My spiritual power is currently at the first rank, but I still don't understand the cultivation methods here. Going there now, I can both practice and get revenge. It's killing two birds with one stone. The moonlight illuminated the night sky. Tuni lay in her bedroom, but she didn't forget Kwok-tu's instructions. Kwok-tu said she could circulate her spiritual power before sleeping. While sleeping, she didn't forget to circulate her spiritual energy. This could be meditative cultivation, which is very beneficial for increasing spiritual power. The sky finally brightened. The maid's call echoed, "First Miss, First Mississippi." The maid stood by the bed, waking Tuni up. "First Mississippi." Tuni tiredly opened her eyes. "Ugh, what's all the noise?" "I'm not awake yet." The maid reminded her, "But, miss, it's almost noon." Hearing this, she immediately sat up. Almost noon. She didn't expect to have slept so soundly. It turns out that when you meditate during cultivation, you lose track of time. A long night felt like the blink of an eye. She hurriedly sat at the dressing table and urged the maid, "Quickly, help me get ready." "I have to go out today." The maid replied, "Yes." A moment later, Tuni's hair was neatly combed. The maid fastened a hairpin for her, and her clothes were also in order. She stepped out of the door to begin her journey. Swang Swang was already waiting in the carriage. She called out softly, "Sister." She asked in confusion, "Swang Swang, why are you in the carriage?" Tuni lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Swang Swang explained, "I haven't been to Tu Van Duong in a long time. Although I don't like it there much, since you want to go, I'll go with you." She replied, "That's fine." She sat down, thinking to herself, Swang Swang's spiritual power must be close to the first rank. Although she's slower than others her age, there's nothing that can be done. After all, her father has low spiritual power, and her mother is just an ordinary person. She pouted, thinking, "That's why I have no spiritual power. But Swang Swang and my brother are like father. Although their spiritual power is low, at least they have some self-defense, unlike the original owner who was so pathetic." A moment later, they arrived. "Sister, we're here." It was a place as beautiful as a painting. Tuni's eyes widened in admiration. "This place is as beautiful as a fairyland." The two of them walked up the steps. As soon as they reached the entrance, the disciples gathered to watch the commotion. They laughed and whispered, "Look who it is. Isn't that the two princesses of the Deep family? Why are they here?" Tuni and Swang Swang ignored the jeers and walked in calmly. They didn't know she was different now and were still looking down on her abilities. Needless to say about Swang Swang, she's foolish but has some spiritual power. But that Tuni has no spiritual power at all, she's just trash. How shameless to even dare to come here. Ha ha. The two remained silent, trying not to get angry and start a conflict with them. Swang Swang quickly walked away from the gossiping crowd. "Sister, let's go practice." The two stopped in front of a sign. According to the original owner's memory, this was the training teleportation area of Tu Van Duong. As long as you brought a token, you could go to the training area you wanted. Swang Swang held a token and said to Tuni, "I haven't reached the first rank yet, so I have to study basic meditation first." She agreed and took another token, thinking to herself, "I'll go to the swordsmanship area first. After all, father gave me the Onfai sword." The door began to open, leading to the swordsmanship area. She stepped inside, and a different space appeared before her eyes. Everyone was focused on practicing, and the atmosphere was tense. This was the first time she had experienced the atmosphere of this place. So this is the swordsmanship area. The young people were diligently practicing with wooden dummies. The students here could cultivate on their own. There were also masters to guide them. While she was distracted, a flame suddenly shot towards her. She was accidentally burned. It turned out to be a young lady looking for trouble. "I'm not mistaken, am I? Isn't this the useless princess of the Vietnam kingdom?" Phuong Vich spoke with a mocking tone. "What's wrong with you? Half a year ago, weren't you crying and crawling back, saying you'd never come again? What are you doing here now? Are you bored at home and want to come here to entertain us?" Of course, if you admit it, I'll recognize you. This person is Phuong Vich. According to the original owner's memory, about a year ago, when her father gave her the sword, the original owner chose the swordsmanship class. Because the original owner had no spiritual power and was clumsy, she was disliked as soon as she arrived. As soon as she arrived at the training ground, she was bullied by Phuong Vich. She snatched the sword and taunted Tuni. A piece of trash like you with no spiritual power. What are you practicing swordsmanship for? At that time, Tuni helplessly wanted to get her sword back. Give me back my sword. She deliberately tripped Tuni. No need to say it. Tuni fell flat on her face. She was too much. Not only did she step on Tuni, she also called others over. Everyone, come and see. The great princess is kneeling at my feet. They all laughed together, humiliating Tuni. Haha, this stupid piece of trash is causing trouble again. Is she even worthy of being a princess? I think she's worse than a dog. So stupid. No spiritual power, and she still won't stay at home quietly, coming here to be laughed at. Tuni was petrified, only able to endure it silently. Phuong Vich contemptuously threw the sword on the ground. Since you've so sincerely knelt at my feet, I'll give you back your sword. No need to kneel anymore. The sword hit Tuni's head, which hurt a lot. She looked at the glowing sword, thinking to herself. The sword body is engraved with a spring grass pattern. According to her father, this implies seeing a beautiful spring scene. She miserably picked up the sword, feeling a little resentful. But when will spring come? I only see hell. Phuong Vich stomped on Tuni's hand, ignoring her pained cries. Everyone present treated it as a joke, freely humiliating Tuni. Haha, look at her. Doesn't she look like a pitiful dog? How could our Vietnam kingdom have such a useless person? Deep Tuni, do you hear that? Everyone is insulting you. If it were me, I'd rather die. Back in the present, Tuni looked at her with resentful eyes. Since I've been reborn into this body, I will avenge you. I want them to pay the price, to get justice for you. Tuni ignored her jumping words and just walked away. Hey, I'm talking to you. You're just going to walk away? Are you deaf? Tuni sidestepped, avoiding her dirty hand. She lost her balance. Tuni repeated the previous move, tripping her with her foot. Tuni smiled sinisterly as she watched her fall. Phuong Vich, you don't have to be so polite. We haven't seen each other for half a year, and you're already giving me such a grand salute. It really makes me feel embarrassed. A burst of gleeful laughter erupted from the surroundings. Someone astute noticed the change in her. Look, this Deep Tuni is different from before, as if she's become a different person. Haha, never mind her. Let them fight. We can just watch the show. Phuong Vich angrily pointed at Tuni and cursed, Deep Tuni, you're courting death. Having lost face, Phuong Vich was uncontrollably angry and prepared to draw her sword to teach Tuni a lesson. Let's see how I deal with you. Just as the fight was about to break out, someone came to stop them. What's going on? The disciples respectfully bowed. Greetings, Sword Master. The master replied with a sound. The master said to the disciples, you have all been practicing for a long time. Today is the time to see your results. Now, is there anyone willing to come up to the stage for a spar? Phuong Vich immediately raised her hand to volunteer. I am willing to go on stage. The master said, good, then choose an opponent. Without thinking, she would definitely call Tuni as her opponent. I choose you to spar on the stage. She thought to herself, you dare to make me lose face. Now I can openly beat you to death. The teacher looked at Tuni with some difficulty and said, the opponent you've chosen is not very suitable. Choose someone else. She refused to let it go easily, determined to teach Tuni a lesson. I must choose her. Doesn't Tu Van Duong have a rule that anyone willing to go on stage can choose any opponent? And the opponent cannot refuse. Tuni agreed without hesitation. All right. She accepted the challenge, as if she had been waiting for this opportunity to test her skills. I was just wondering how to deal with you, and you delivered yourself to my door. Then don't blame me. The people around watched the two step onto the stage, filled with doubt. She hasn't been to Tu Van Duong for half a year. Has she gone stupid at home? She's hopeless. This time, She feels completely different, as if she's become another person. The two went on stage, and a gong sounded, announcing the start of the match. Fuang Bitch said arrogantly, "A piece of trash like you really doesn't know your own limits. So stupid and self-inflicted humiliation. Don't say I didn't give you face later if you lose." Tuni just snorted lightly. Fuang Bitch raised her sword and charged. Tuni flew into the air, successfully dodging the first attack. She landed lightly on Fuang Bitch's sword. While she was still dazed, he continued, "Give me face." "I don't need it. I think you should worry about your own face first. Don't blame me if you lose face later." Then Tuni landed on the ground, while Fuang Bitch was still in shock, processing the words she had just heard. She was a bit shaken and shouted threateningly, "You, don't be so smug." Tuni immediately delivered a kick to Fuang Bitch's back, causing her to cry out in pain. She fell painfully onto the stage floor. She still couldn't believe how formidable Tuni had become in such a short time. "Impossible. How could you dodge my sword?" Tuni said, "Wow, it seems you're even worse than a piece of trash." "I think you're worse than trash. I haven't even used my spiritual power yet." She immediately went berserk, urging the spiritual power in her body. "Don't be so smug. Don't think you can show off here after learning a few half-baked martial arts for half a year. Now I'll let you taste the true strength of a cultivator." She conjured 3 swords and shouted, "Sword control technique," controlling the flying swords to attack Tuni. "Die!" The flying swords rushed towards her with extreme speed, making it difficult for Tuni to defend. The spiritual power in these swords was not something an ordinary person could withstand. She also began to use her spiritual power to fight back. She released a huge amount of energy, affecting everyone present. They were extremely shocked by Tuni's return. How could she be a piece of trash? How could she have spiritual power? Not only does she have spiritual power, but it's pure spiritual power. Look, Deep Tuni is emitting pure red spiritual power. Fuang Bitch's flying swords were blocked by Tuni's spiritual power. They were reflected back. Fuang Bitch trembled with fear, her face pale as she watched her own sword fall. She screamed in horror, how do you have spiritual power?" Tuni looked at her expression and deliberately provoked her, "Haha, not only do I have spiritual power, but I'm also stronger than you." She had successfully regained her trampled dignity. It was time for her to pay for her past sins. "You'd better just admit defeat and kowtow and surrender." But she was still stubborn and wanted to defeat Tuni. "You think I'll surrender? Deep Tuni, you're too arrogant. In my eyes, you'll always be the trash I step on. You will never defeat me." A sword light flashed, and Tuni couldn't dodge in time. She cried out in pain. Kwok Tu quickly appeared to remind her. "Be careful, this woman's sword carries killing intent." He explained, "She's a second-rank cultivator, several times stronger than you. Although your spiritual power is purer, you can't defeat her. Find a way to escape quickly." Tuni ignored Kwok Tu's advice and stood up resiliently, her body radiating powerful spiritual energy. "Who do you think I am? The word flee doesn't exist in my dictionary." Fuang Bitch raised her sword and charged, seemingly wanting to drive Tuni to her death. Kwok Tu watched the scene with dread, unable to bear it, and closed his eyes. "Then I can only resign myself to fate. System, I can't take it anymore." She focused her spiritual power into her sword and charged. "With my rich experience as a soldier, how could I lose to you? It's ridiculous." The spiritual powers of the two clashed violently. Tuni was also a bit careless and got injured. Fresh blood gushed out like a spring. Kwok Tu warned, "I told you your spiritual power couldn't handle it." She also felt a bone-deep pain. Why does it hurt so much? It's heart-wrenching. But her fighting spirit was not lost. She was determined to win at all costs. "No, I absolutely cannot give up." She swung her sword and spun around, her heart set. "Today, even if I die, I will absolutely not admit defeat." She pointed her sword straight at Fuang Bitch. Fuang Bitch hurriedly parried. "What?" "I'm being defeated by this piece of trash." She was cut by a sword and let out a tragic scream. Tuni panted as she watched her fall to the ground, unable to fight. The master flew onto the stage, scolding the disciples. "What are you standing there for? Go and get a doctor." The teacher checked her wound. "This injury is not light, she's only half alive. I don't know if she can be saved." Tuni quietly stepped down from the stage. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Really? Is she really that powerful? When did Tuni become so domineering? In a secluded spot, Tuni went to a small pond. At this moment, she had reached her limit and spat out a mouthful of blood. According to the original owner's memory, every time she was bullied, she would run to this forest to vent. She ran in pain, but the blood wouldn't stop flowing. "What's wrong? Your blood is flowing back into your internal organs. This is the price you pay for overusing your spiritual power." Tuni said impatiently, "Too much nonsense. I know I was wrong. I'm first rank, not qualified to fight a second rank. I was too hasty. I was wrong. Are you satisfied?" Kwok-tu said helplessly, "It's as if I'm forcing you to admit your mistake. Do you know how dangerous it is to overuse your spiritual power? Moreover, your spiritual power is still very chaotic right now, yet you forced yourself to use it." Tuni coughed weakly. Kwok-tu immediately became worried. "Go and buy a spiritual power healing potion. If you don't, you'll die." Tuni said frustratedly, "But how can I afford such an expensive medicine? 1888 gold coins. Where am I going to get that much money?" Only then did she look up and see someone there. Realizing it was someone she knew, she wondered why he was here. Before her was a handsome man sleeping peacefully on a rock. Seeing that peerless beauty, Tuni quickly recognized him. Why did he suddenly appear at Tu Van Duong, and why is he sleeping by this lake? The man suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "We meet again, princess. It seems you really enjoy peeping at others while they sleep." Tuni was speechless. Just as she was about to explain, she suddenly spat out blood and fell into his arms. How troublesome. The man gently helped her sit on a rock. "How did you get so seriously injured? If you don't get treated quickly, you might not survive." Thinking this, he began to channel his spiritual power to her. Tuni felt in a daze. "What is this energy? It seems to be entering my body. It feels so comfortable." She slowly opened her eyes, feeling very warm. "This guy is actually healing me." At this moment, the system's voice rang out, announcing that due to the host's excessive spiritual power consumption, a hidden quest had been triggered. The host's spiritual power is severely depleted. Activate reception of this energy source? Tuni pressed agree without hesitation. "Of course, I want it." The system voice rang out, and her body suddenly underwent a change. Tuni reached out her hand. "This field isn't enough, I want more." She pounced on the man and kissed him while he was stunned. Her hands also quickly unfastened his clothes. The man, caught off guard, couldn't react in time. "You can actually absorb my spiritual power." He blushed and didn't push her away. Tuni stopped, panting, and the man couldn't help but kiss her back. The system's notification sound kept ringing. "Congratulations, host, on absorbing another's spiritual power and leveling up. The current host is level 13. Tuni turned over and pushed the man down, her lips moving to his chest, kissing him bit by bit. His body is so beautiful. In that daze, she kissed more and more passionately, wanting more. The system rang again. "Congratulations, host, on absorbing another's spiritual power. Level up. Current host level is 16. Congratulations, host, on absorbing another's spiritual power. Level up. Current host level is 25. Suddenly, someone called her, "Sister, sister." Tuni woke up with a start in bed. Deep Swang breathed a sigh of relief. "You're finally awake. I heard you fainted after class. I thought something had happened." Tuni sat up fiercely. The image just now was still ringing in her head. At that time, he and I. She quickly opened the system panel. Host. Tuni, level 25, realm. Second rank cultivator stage 5, experience. 1 out of 100, gold coins. 1,700, mount, none. So I really did level up to 25. Tuni cheered silently in her heart. Awesome. I leveled up without any effort. This is truly reaping without sowing. How wonderful. Tuni comfortably lay on the bed. Absorbing spiritual power seems quite easy. From now on, I can level up without cultivating. Tu appeared at this moment. You're thinking too simply. It's impossible to absorb spiritual power to level up in the future. You are just lucky today to trigger the hidden quest to absorb another's spiritual power. After the quest ends, the spiritual power absorption function will be closed. You want to absorb spiritual power? Dream on. It's best you stop learning bad habits. Tuni was shocked. What? It's really a scummy system. Just when I was happy, you pour cold water on me. She sighed. Closed then closed. Anyway, I can't just casually kiss others. Kissing around is very rude. Besides leveling up your spiritual power, do you have any other ways to help me cultivate faster? She thought to herself, Fuang bitch is only a second-rank cultivator, and fighting her made me spit blood and consume so much spiritual power. If I don't get stronger quickly, I'll easily be crushed. Tu said sinisterly, I do have a method to increase your cultivation. Do you want to hear it? Tuni said happily, of course I want to hear it. Kind sir, please tell me. As she spoke, she massaged his shoulders and back to flatter him. Tu lifted his chin. Seeing as you're so sensible, I'll be merciful and tell you. You can increase your spiritual level through spirit beasts. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the stronger its combat power. Not only can it increase your cultivation, but it can also assist you on the battlefield. There are many high-level spirit beasts outside the city. However, while he was passionately speaking, he realized the listener had long since disappeared. I haven't even finished talking. Tuni didn't turn back. We can talk later. The spirit beasts are waiting for me in the forest. All sorts of wild animal sounds echoed around. Tuni stood under a tree and assessed the situation. Although there are many spirit beasts here, it seems a bit difficult to catch one that matches my aura. Tu, next to her, thought the same. Catching a spirit beast is certainly not simple, and you have to find one that suits you. I told you to listen to me finish, but you just ran off. Tuni smiled. It's just that I want to level up quickly. Suddenly, a sound came from the bushes. Tuni became vigilant. It sounds like a fight over there. It seems someone is trying to catch a spirit beast. Tu and her looked at each other and smiled, revealing a mischievous grin. It seems we can succeed this time. The two of them approached the source of the noise, only to see Manhwa Nok and his subordinates working together to deal with a giant 5-poison spider spirit beast. Tuni thought with disappointment, why is it him again? At this moment, a trusted guard anxiously reminded him, Your Highness, you'd better stay back. This is a 5-poison spider, its venom is no small matter. Be careful not to get hurt. Manhwa Nok replied nonchalantly, It's fine. Is the trap set? Tuni cursed him with contempt. What a bastard. But Tu noticed something else. That's a 5-poison spider. The subordinate was now pumped with adrenaline, fighting with more and more vigor. The trap is set. As soon as the 5-poison spider is exhausted, it will obediently be captured in your highness's bag. Tuni asked curiously, What, is the 5-poison spider very powerful? Tu explained, Yes, this is a high-level spirit beast. Not only is its combat power strong, but its silk also contains hundreds of toxins, all of which are deadly. Tuni asked again, but doesn't that man Thuong Nok already have a fire Qilin? Why does he still want to catch a 5-poison spider? Aren't cultivators unable to sign contracts with 2 spirit beasts at the same time? Tu sneered, It seems you still don't understand. Every spirit beast has a spirit core in its body. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the more powerful the spirit core. The spirit core can not only be used to forge weapons, but also to refine medicine. That Manhwa Nok definitely wants to kill the 5-poison spider for its spirit core. Tuni was a little interested. I see. But it's a pity to kill such a high-level spirit beast. Tu said warily, What evil plan are you cooking up now? Tuni revealed a sinister smile again. Nothing. I just want to find the person who ruined my reputation. I'll repay any favor and avenge any grudge. Tu secretly prayed, Second Prince, I'll pray for you in advance. The other side was still fiercely fighting the five-poison spider. The spider accidentally stepped on their net trap. It was directly hoisted up. A subordinate cheered, "Second prince, the five-poison spider has fallen into the trap." Manhwa Nok walked over, satisfied. "Very good, we've captured a high-level spirit beast. This time, the gift for my father's birthday is ready." He didn't notice a knife flying towards him. A subordinate shouted, "Second prince, be careful." Everyone quickly surrounded Manhwa Nok. "There's an assassin. Protect his highness." Then, more grenades were thrown. After the explosion, everyone became more vigilant in protecting his highness. Manhwa Nok was also losing his patience. Who dares to play tricks in front of this prince? A figure stepped out from the smoke. Tuni, wearing a veil, spoke up. "It is I." Tuni strode out aggressively and kicked Manhwa Nok decisively. "I am your grandmother." Manhwa Nok was caught off guard by this surprise attack. Tuni followed up with a hard slap. "This slap is for those you've bullied." It felt so satisfying. She happily watched Manhwa Nok roll on the ground a few times. Tuni thought to herself, it's indeed most satisfying to personally beat him up for revenge. 90 gold coins for a set of clothes was worth it. Manhwa Nok was so angry he was speechless, pointing at her. You. Tuni looked at him with contempt, thinking, the way you bullied the original owner before, getting a few slaps now is already lucky. Manhwa Nok angrily stood up and channeled his energy. "Let's see how I deal with you bitch." Tuni laughed coldly. "You think I'm stupid enough to stand still and let you hit me?" After speaking, she quickly rushed towards the five-poison spider. Manhwa Nok shouted, "My five-poison spider. What are you trying to do?" Tuni smiled. "No more talk." She grabbed the net. "Sorry, but it's mine now." After speaking, Tuni nimbly flew away. Manhwa Nok stood there in a rage. He wanted to chase after her but fell down. His subordinate rushed over. "Your Highness." Manhwa Nok thought to himself, "Damn it, I used too much spiritual power fighting the five-poison spider." He stood up and roared, "What are you standing there for? Go after her." The subordinate hesitated. "But Your Highness, she's too fast. I can't see which way she went." Manhwa Nok's face turned pale. "Damn it." At that moment, a subordinate ran over holding a hairpin. "Your Highness, this hairpin seems to have been dropped by the assassin." Manhwa Nok shouted, "Go and investigate for me. Find out whose hairpin this is. Today, even if I have to chase her to the underworld, I will catch her for me." Tuni carried the net and ran to a certain place, then looked back to confirm she had shaken them off. She happily released the five-poison spider. "Today was really lucky. I defeated Manhwa Nok and even got a high-level spirit beast." "Enough nonsense, let's sign the contract." Tuni drew her knife. Now, she just needs to use her blood and the spirit beast's blood to draw a contract. Then the contract will be successful and this spirit beast will surely belong to her. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "I advise you, young lady, not to touch this spirit beast." Tuni warily turned around. "Who is it?" Non Noyette smiled and floated down from a tree. Tuni was not friendly towards this person. "Why are you here?" Non Noyette approached her without any restraint, twirling a lock of her hair. "Actually, I've been here for a long time." Tuni stepped back. "You're following me again. What are you up to?" She thought to herself, even Manhwa Nok couldn't catch up, yet this guy could quietly follow me here. I didn't even sense his presence. Just how strong is he? Non Noyette continued to tease. "What do you think? You've been staring at my treasure for a long time." Tuni felt guilty. "Well, I just wanted to look. I'll return it to you when I get back to the mansion, okay?" Non Noyette said, "It's fine, I don't need it anymore. I'm a person who holds grudges. If you return it to me now, what reason will I have to settle the score with you?" Tuni smiled calmly on the outside. "Then what do you think we should do, Lord Non?" But inside, she was screaming. Is this guy mentally retarded? Why does he like to cause trouble so much? Why is there such a crazy person in this world? Non Noyette's face darkened. "The teleportation talisman, the 8th grade spirit medicine, where did you get them?" As long as you tell me where those things came from, I'll let bygones be bygones. Tuni thought to herself, of course, I can't reveal the secret of the system. Even if I told him, he might not understand, and it could cause more trouble for me. She said firmly, I can't. If I tell you, that great expert will kill me. He gave me all those things. If I reveal it, I'll be killed immediately. She frowned and observed his expression. If this Non Noyette doesn't know the secret, he won't harm her. As long as she says she doesn't know, he surely can't do anything to her. Non Noyette chuckled softly. Suddenly, he channeled his energy. In that case, if you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Tuni was completely powerless against his immense spiritual power. Damn it. Tuni couldn't move, he was too fast. Non Noyette suddenly took the bag from her. All right, I'll take the 5 poison spider today as compensation for my mental distress. Tuni cursed inwardly. Damn it, that's my storage bag. Non Noyette started to collect the 5 poison spider with the bag in his hand. Tuni gritted her teeth and jumped forward to stop him. What do you think you're doing? Why are you taking my 5 poison spider? She thought to herself, he's been here all along. It turns out he was after the 5 poison spider. What a cunning person. He even distracted me to steal my things. Suddenly, Tuni tripped on a rock. Gravity caused her to fall directly onto the person in front of her. Non Noyette generously caught her. Is your memory bad or is your intelligence questionable? Didn't you just steal it from Manhwa? I'm just conveniently taking it back from you. Tuni gritted her teeth, stepped back, and drew her sword. You stole my things. Don't even think about leaving here. Non Noyette sneered and waved his hand. You think you can stop me? With a wave of his hand, he directly blew up a section of the forest. Luckily, Tuni dodged quickly. She knew her place and forced a smile. I was just kidding. Why are you so tense? She thought to herself, with such strong spiritual power, one hit from him could crush my bones. Non Noyette went along with her words. What's wrong? You stopped joking halfway through. How boring. Tuni forced a smile, suppressing her anger. At that moment, a flock of crows scattered. A 9-tailed fox jumped out and spoke. It roared fiercely. Non Noyette couldn't help but exclaim, a 9-tailed fox. I can't believe a spirit beast like this still exists in this forest. Quack 2 appeared at this moment. Master, you have to catch it. Tuni, a 9-tailed fox is a celestial beast. There are only a few in the entire continent. It's already very difficult to find a 4th one. Non Noyette suddenly became serious, drawing his sword and standing in front of her. You should leave. Be careful not to get hurt. An untamed celestial beast is unpredictably powerful. Tuni replied, so you're going to fight it alone? Can you win? She thought to herself, Manhwa had to bring an entire army to capture a 5 poison spider, and this celestial beast is 10,000 times stronger than a 5 poison spider. How can he possibly fight it? Non Noyette frowned and gave an uncertain answer, I don't know. He began to attack the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox easily dodged and flew towards Tuni. Non Noyette chased after it. Tuni, be careful. Tuni frowned at the approaching 9-tailed fox. This fox spirit is really cunning. The 9-tailed fox chose to attack the weaker one. It pounced on Tuni, pinning her to the ground. Tuni had no strength to resist. Am I going to die just like this? I don't want to die so young. The 9-tailed fox drooled and opened its mouth wide. When she put her hand up to defend herself, it bit into her sleeve and tore it fiercely. Tuni gripped her sword tightly. I will absolutely not die like this. Just as she was about to swing her sword, the 9-tailed fox suddenly bowed its head and searched for something in her sleeve. A moment later, it held a bag of snacks in its mouth and yelped with joy. Tuni realized, it seems it's after my super beef jerky. Seeing it eat with such relish, she began to coax it gently. How is it? Is it delicious? Then get up. I have plenty more delicious things for you. The 9-tailed fox obediently stood up. Tuni thought to herself, as expected of a celestial beast, it can actually understand human language. But this 9-tailed fox has quite a strong taste. Forget it. There are still plenty of modern snacks in the system, and they're only 5 yuan a pack. I'll buy it 50 packs to play with first. As she thought this, she opened the system's shopping panel and finally laid everything out in front of the nine-tailed fox. All of this is for you. The nine-tailed fox's eyes lit up, and it licked her hand fawningly. Tuni smiled. Finish eating this first, and I'll give you even more delicious food. She began to guide it. Do you want to sign a contract with me? As long as you become my spirit beast, I'll give you as much delicious food as you want in the future. And I'll give you as much as you want. I guarantee you won't go hungry. The nine-tailed fox's eyes gleamed, and it nodded its head excitedly. Soon after, Tuni finished drawing the contract. She and the nine-tailed fox simultaneously dripped blood onto it. The contract circle emitted a dazzling light. Tuni and the nine-tailed fox closed their eyes. The contract is complete. Non Noyette frowned. A celestial beast contract. What on earth did you feed it to make it so obediently sign a contract with you? Tuni happily patted the nine-tailed fox's head. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. I won't let you go hungry. Non Noyette couldn't help but sigh. So many people in the Vietnam kingdom spend their entire lives searching for spirit beasts. Countless people die on the path of taming them. Yet, you were able to tame it just by feeding it. Tuni, you truly have many secrets. Tuni replied, doesn't everyone have a few secrets? Anyway, now that I have the nine-tailed fox, the 5-poison spider belongs to you. She mounted the nine-tailed fox. Then, Brother Non, this little sister will take her leave. She thought to herself, this person is truly unpredictable. I don't know whether to consider him a friend or a foe. Now that I have the nine-tailed fox, although I don't need to fear him, it's still best not to be his enemy. Tuni said to the nine-tailed fox, now let me give you a name. How about Tu? Then let's go, Tu. Non Noyette watched her receding figure and smiled. This princess is indeed not simple. The next day at Tu Van Duong, Tuni thought to herself, although I've signed a contract with the nine-tailed fox and can summon it at any time. But I must also be able to fully control it. First, I need to cultivate and improve my spiritual power. Tu couldn't believe it when he saw her choice. Tuni, you signed a contract with a celestial beast and only now think about training it? Let me remind you, that's a celestial beast. Although this nine-tailed fox is still a cub, it has already reached the 5th level of a spirit beast. Have you thought about summoning it in a crowded place? Tuni was indifferent. Although it's a bit boastful to say so, summoning it in a crowded place seems to fit my style. Tu seriously reminded her, let me tell you, the rarer the spirit beast, the more precious its spirit core. If people find out you possess a nine-tailed fox, they will kill you and steal its spirit core. With your current cultivation level, you can't defend against anyone who wants to steal the nine-tailed fox's spirit core. Tuni was horrified by this cruel rule. A high-level spirit beast like the 5-poison spider took Manhwa knock so much effort to capture. And my cultivation is only at the 2nd rank. He could probably kill me with one move and steal the nine-tailed fox's spirit core. She breathed a sigh of relief. Right, good thing you reminded me. Then, until I get stronger, the nine-tailed fox will not appear. Tu was glad she understood. That's right, you can't do anything without me. Now go practice your swordsmanship. Tuni took the token. As soon as she entered the sword training ground, she heard whispers. Why is Tuni here again? She has spiritual power, so of course she has to come and cultivate. What's so strange about that? She was originally a piece of trash. After half a year, she has spiritual power. And it's pure spiritual power. Could it be that she was faking it before? Then she's really a vixen. Tuni leaned against the wall, wiping her sword, thinking, what a bunch of gossips. At that moment, someone shouted, time's up. What are you still standing there for? It's time for sword theory. And it's being taught by the prince from the Tu Van kingdom. I haven't seen him in a long time. I really miss him. Tuni thought to herself, the prince of the Tu Van kingdom? Is it the hostage who was sent to the Vietnam kingdom since he was a child? She spoke up. I heard that hostage is physically weak and his spiritual power isn't high. How can he give a lecture at Tu Van Duong? The person looked at her with contempt. You're so shallow. Although he's physically weak, he's the most knowledgeable person at Tu Van Duong. His knowledge of swordsmanship is the most profound of all. An ordinary practitioner can level up and break through just by receiving a few basic pointers from him. He was personally invited by the emperor to lecture. He's not an ordinary person. Tuni nodded. I see, he's indeed formidable. She thought to herself, I don't know much about swordsmanship either. But if he guides me, I should be able to improve quickly. The people around her saw this and laughed. You want the prince to personally guide you? Dream on. With your meager cultivation, he wouldn't even look at you, let alone guide you. Stop daydreaming. At that moment, a loudspeaker announced, the teacher is here. Everyone rushed to get a good spot. Move aside. I want to stand in the front. I also want to stand in the front, move. Tuni was frightened by the scene and backed away. Does this prince really have such great charm? Are these people here to learn or to look at him? Just as she looked up, she saw a familiar figure. The man she had forcibly kissed a few days ago was now standing majestically on the stage. It's him. Tuni was horrified. Good heavens, so he's from the Tuet kingdom. Remembering the scene from a few days ago, Tuni blushed. To think I actually kissed him and even had relations with him. She quickly turned around, wanting to find a hole to crawl into. Who would have thought I would so passionately kiss someone and even suck all his spiritual power? The man on the stage suddenly spoke. Is that the princess? Where are you going in such a hurry? Tuni shuddered, thinking to herself, he spotted me. If he catches me this time, he'll definitely take revenge. Everyone glared at Tuni's back. Why is the teacher looking at Tuni? Does he want to guide her? What a vixen, seducing the teacher. How is a person with such low spiritual power like her worthy of his attention? Tuni awkwardly turned around. I have a stomach ache and want to go back and rest for a bit. The man smiled. What a coincidence. I happen to know a little bit of medicine. I can take a look at you. The dark glares once again focused on her. The man didn't wait for her reply. He turned and ordered his subordinate, Tu Van, show everyone the sword manual. Tu Van bowed her head and accepted the order. Yes. She threw the sword manual into the air. Today, the master has brought you all a sword manual. If anyone can comprehend the sword technique within 7 days, the master will personally guide them. Everyone cheered and rushed towards the manual. Awesome. A sword manual brought by the master must be extraordinary. And I can even get personal guidance. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The man smiled and pointed to the chair next to him. Come here, sit here. Let me take a look at you. Tuni warily approached, thinking to herself, what does he want to do? She extended her hand for him to take her pulse. The man commented, it seems the princess is getting better and better. Your body has also improved, and your spiritual power has reached the 2nd level. It seems absorbing my spiritual power was quite effective. Tuni smiled, thinking to herself, do you have to be so sarcastic? She said with a laugh, you're very interesting. How could anyone absorb the master's spiritual power? The man stood up and approached. It seems the princess is very forgetful. Do you need me to help you remember what happened last time? As he spoke, he leaned his face closer. Tuni suddenly remembered the scene from that day. Do you want to kiss again? The man spoke as he got closer. When the princess kissed me, my spiritual power suddenly disappeared, while the princess's spiritual power suddenly increased. If the princess didn't absorb my spiritual power to level up, what else could it be? Or should we reenact it once to see if it's true? He casually pulled her into his arms. Tuni thought in a daze, hey, is he trying to take this opportunity to kiss me again? Tuni used all her strength to push the man away. Get away. Because she used too much force, she fell backward. The man smiled and extended his hand. What's wrong, princess? Why are you so distant today? Weren't you the one who actively hugged and kissed me by the lake? Tuni coldly ignored his outstretched hand, stood up on her own, and dusted herself off. I was injured during a spar by the lake that day, so I don't remember anything. If what your highness said really happened that day, I apologize. Please forgive me, Your Highness, and let's just pretend I didn't know anything. The man laughed coldly. I see. If the princess says so, then let it be. Tuni bowed politely. I will take my leave now. I want to go down and see the sword manual. The man smiled as he watched her leave. As Tuni walked, she thought, in the battle with Phuong Vich, we competed in swordsmanship. Although I have knowledge from my previous life, I still lost due to a lack of foundation. Now, taking this opportunity, I'll see how powerful his sword manual is and improve my own skills. She squeezed her way to the front of the sword manual. She was surprised to find, what is this? She frowned in thought. It looks like a child's game. I don't understand it at all. Are all sword manuals like this? Suddenly, someone said unpleasantly, a person like you. He pointed at her without any courtesy and scolded. A person with such low spiritual power like you, what are you doing here? You want to learn swordsmanship with such low spiritual power? Then he pushed her away forcefully. Swordsmanship is divided into 7 levels. It's useless for someone like you to even look at it. Get lost quickly. He thought to himself, even I can't learn it, and this lowly woman wants to? Tuni fell heavily onto the manual, accidentally activating the system. The system began scanning the data. Do you want to learn the sword manual? Tuni excitedly pressed the agree button. How can I pass up something so good? The moment she pressed the button, images of sword practice began to appear in her mind. The system began to input the sword manual data. Seeing her not moving, the man arrogantly drew his sword. A person like you is still an eyesore here. Tuni laughed coldly, picked up her sword, and turned around. The system's voice sounded at the same time. Finished learning the sword manual. It's time to act. She quickly charged forward. The man, still unafraid, swung his sword to engage in battle. A mere first-rank cultivator dares to fight me. Tuni swung her sword in response. The man's sword shattered into pieces as soon as it parried. He knelt on the ground in disbelief. Impossible. How could you learn the sword manual? Tuni decisively turned and left, with whispers and astonishment behind her. That sword manual, how could she learn it so easily? I couldn't even understand it, yet she learned it instantly. Is she really a genius? Even a genius can't be that fast. Tuni thought seriously, this sword manual is truly formidable. One move can defeat someone a level higher. Some people cautiously approached and asked, how did you learn the sword manual so quickly? Tuni said nonchalantly, I just learned it. What's so strange about that? I won't bother you anymore. After speaking, she waved her hand and left. As soon as she left the martial arts training ground, she saw a lively scene ahead. What's going on? Why are so many people gathered here? A group of guards stood at the entrance, while the surrounding people watched. Those are the second prince's guards. Yesterday, I heard the second prince caught a spirit beast, but it was stolen by a woman of unknown origin. The captain of the guards spoke up. All the masters are gathered at Tu Van Duong. Therefore, our crown prince came here to search. Tuni thought to herself, he really holds a grudge. In the forest outside Tu Van Duong, Tuni walked with caution. Why do I feel like I'm being followed? Suddenly, she sensed something, drew her sword, and turned to deflect an incoming arrow. She raised an eyebrow and observed as another volley of arrows rained down. Tuni gritted her teeth and deflected each arrow. Damn it, there's an ambush here. With a slight lapse in concentration, an arrow hit her shoulder. Tuni endured the pain and jumped back, dodging the arrows that were still flying towards her. At that moment, Ve Dongha appeared. Princess, I'm here to help you. He drew his sword and charged forward to help her deflect the arrows. Tuni looked at him in surprise. Isn't this the leader who came to my house to cause trouble that day? A moment later, the two of them were panting heavily. Tuni looked around. It seems they're gone. Only then did Ve Dongha notice. Princess, you're injured. Tuni endured the pain. I'm fine. She then pulled out the arrow. She asked suspiciously, why are you here, Ve Dongha? Vi Dongha replied, "The second prince sent me to Tu Van Duong to search for the masked woman who stole the spirit beast yesterday. I happened to see the princess coming out of the back door, so I secretly followed, not expecting the princess to be ambushed." Tuni nodded. "I see. But why were you following me?" She thought to herself, could it be that he knows I'm that masked woman, so he came to warn me? Vi Dongha suddenly knelt on one knee and said sincerely, "Princess, I came here to request to be your subordinate. Please accept me, so that I may serve by your side." Tuni forced a smile. "Are you kidding? I was just joking that day. You're taking it seriously today." She said seriously, "Have you thought this through? If you want to follow me, I will definitely not treat you poorly. But if you follow me, you are not allowed to betray me." Vi Dongha said sincerely, Vi Dongha, have thought it through. I will be absolutely loyal and will never betray the princess." Tuni thought to herself, he's the captain of the guards, yet he's here asking to be my guard. If he's so loyal, I shouldn't let him down. She replied, "Stand up. From now on, you can just follow me." Vi Dongha said happily yes. Only then did Tuni seriously consider the main issue. To fire so many arrows at once, it must have been premeditated. Who wants to kill me? Is it Manhua Nok? Vi Dongha stood up and then asked doubtfully, "Why were you suddenly ambushed?" Tuni replied, "I don't know." She looked down at the arrow. Seeing Vi Dongha's expression, it probably wasn't Manhua Nok's doing. But what if Manhua Nok didn't tell Vi Dongha? She handed the arrow to Vi Dongha. "Investigate for me who did this. After you've investigated, come to my residence quickly." Vi Dongha took it. "Yes. Master, your wound." Tuni held her shoulder and said, "It's fine, just a superficial wound." After speaking, she turned and left. Vi Dongha cupped his hands behind her. "Master, rest assured, I will definitely not disappoint you." In the west courtyard, Tuni weakly leaned against the wall as she walked. "Luckily, this cloak covers it. Otherwise, my family would be worried if they saw it. I'd better not find out who did it, or I'll skin them alive." As she entered the room, she heard a familiar voice. "The princess is back?" Tuni warily turned around. "Who?" Tuni was surprised to find it was him. She opened her mouth and said, "Non Noyette, why are you in my room?" Non Noyette smiled. "I heard Manhua Nok is searching the entire city to catch the thief who stole his 5-poison spider, so I came to see if you were safe." Tuni thought to herself, "You're lying. You're clearly here to cause trouble. Every time I meet this guy, it's bad luck. The first time, my house exploded. The second time, he stole my 5-poison spider. I wonder what kind of tricks he'll pull this time." She smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to care so much about me, young master. But the 5-poison spider is in your hands now. You should be the one who's worried." Non Noyette took her hand and placed it on his face. "You're right, but you're the one who took the 5-poison spider from him." Tuni was annoyed. "Are you trying to shift the blame?" She then smiled. "But I was masked at the time. If I don't say anything, who would know it was me? Or are you going to report me?" Non Noyette smiled and placed his hand on her head. "Report you? Don't worry about that. I won't report you. It's just that you dropped a hairpin yesterday, and Manhua Nok has sent people to investigate its origin. I'm afraid that in a few days, Manhua Nok will find you." Tuni was startled. "My hairpin?" She tried to remember when she might have dropped it. Did he come to find me because he knew I dropped my hairpin? I'm screwed. Suddenly, Non Noyette accidentally touched her wound. Tuni couldn't help but cry out in pain. Non Noyette coldly pulled off her cloak and saw the dark red wound on her shoulder. "You're injured." He reached out to pull down her shirt, while his other hand pressed against her. Tuni blushed. "What are you doing?" Non Noyette ordered, "Don't move." He observed and concluded, "You've been poisoned." Tuni was horrified. "What? Are you kidding me? I've actually been poisoned. I remember the original owner didn't have any enemies." Non Noyette once again lowered his head towards her shoulder. Tuni cried out, "What are you doing?" Non Noyette calmly replied, "Sucking out the poison." He then stuck out his tongue and began to suck the poison from her wound. Tuni was extremely embarrassed. but she stood still for Non Noyette to suck out the poison. Finally, he stopped. Tuni cried out softly in pain. She saw that the blackness on the wound had faded, and she couldn't help but be surprised. The poison has been completely sucked out. Suddenly, Non Noyette coughed up blood. Tuni was worried. What's wrong with you? Non Noyette thought to himself, why was I poisoned? He sat with difficulty on the bed. He kept coughing up blood. Tuni could only stand by helplessly and watch. Non Noyette struggled to speak. I didn't expect this poison to be contagious. Even with my spiritual power, I can't dispel it. Now, only a 7th grade medicine can cure it. Tuni cried out, but where can we find a 7th grade medicine now? Non Noyette endured the pain and said, don't you have an 8th grade royal bone powder? Tuni said with difficulty, but I only have that one bottle. Non Noyette asked doubtfully, where did you get that thing? Tuni said guiltily, someone else gave it to me. I didn't see that person's face clearly, so I don't know who gave it to me. Non Noyette asked suspiciously, you really don't know who gave it to you? Tuni nodded shyly. Suddenly, Non Noyette broke into a radiant smile. Never mind, I won't say any more. He then turned and jumped onto the windowsill. I'm leaving. He flew away so casually. Tuni was furious. You dare to trick me. You're such a bastard. She thought to herself, he tricked me like that just for an 8th grade medicinal ingredient. He's really unscrupulous. Tu appeared with a serious expression and said, he was really helping you. If that poison isn't cured within an hour, you'll have to go to the Naiha Bridge and drink Ming Po's soup to be reincarnated. Tuni looked at Tu in disbelief. Is it really that powerful? But Non Noyette seems fine. Tu explained, that poison only works on low-level cultivators like you. High-level cultivators are not affected at all. They can use their spiritual power to dispel the poison. Tuni breathed a sigh of relief. If what you say is true, then he really was helping me. Otherwise, I would be dead by now. Tu commented, his spiritual power is so profound that even I can't see through it. Tuni tiredly fell onto the bed. Well, for now, I'll wait for news from V. Dongha. I'll rest for a bit, then deal with the second prince tonight. That evening, at the second prince's residence, Tuni, in disguise, flew onto the roof. Honestly, Non Noyette has the 5-poison spider, yet I'm the one being chased by the second prince. What bad luck. She flew to the door and heard cheerful laughter coming from inside. The scene inside was Manhua Anak sitting on a high seat, embracing a beauty. Below, dancers were performing to entertain him. Tuni couldn't help but sigh. I knew this second prince was a womanizer, but seeing it with my own eyes today, it's truly extravagant. Manhwa Anak excitedly embraced the beauty. Beauty, let's drink. Tuni flew away, thinking, my engagement with him hasn't been officially broken yet, and he already dares to indulge in pleasure here. But that's convenient. I can take this opportunity to get my hairpin back. Tuni flew through the window into the room, thinking the hairpin should be in his room. She took out the flashlight the system gave her and shone it all around. As she approached the bed, she was drawn to the light on it. Tuni happily shone the light over. Here it is. The moment she picked up the hairpin, purple light shot out from the 4 corners of the bed. Tuni cried out, oh no, it's a trap. She covered her nose with her sleeve. I didn't expect this guy to set a trap. He must have known someone would come for the hairpin. I can't stay long, I have to leave quickly. As she jumped out of the window, she saw Manhwa Anak and his guards waiting. You've finally decided to show yourself. The crown prince knew you would come for the hairpin. Do you know how long the crown prince has been waiting for you? Under the dim candlelight, her stunning beauty could not be concealed. The woman to his left couldn't help but ask, second prince, who is this? Why did she suddenly break in? He snorted coldly. Just a bold woman. Standing before 1,000 troops and the man she hated, although she appeared calm, her heart was in turmoil. I didn't expect to be caught like this. If I fight him, he'll definitely have the upper hand. If he catches me, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. But his next move caught her completely off guard. Manhwa Anak pointed at her face. You are the first person to dare to do this. You are the first woman to dare to be so insolent. Not only that, but you also dared to steal my spirit beast. The crown prince has decided to take you as a concubine. Tuni almost spat out blood when she heard this. Good heavens, what did I just hear? This guy must have a problem. She asked again, take me as a concubine? He approached and grabbed her chin, looking at her with a wicked smile. That's right. It took you several lifetimes of cultivation to become my woman. Now, take off your veil and let this prince see the face of his future concubine. Her eyes widened, and she violently slapped his hand away, shouting, Get lost. You think I'd be willing to be your woman? How ridiculous. This statement successfully angered him. Man Thursday Knock lowered his voice, full of malice. You dare to hit me? This is the second time you've laid a hand on me. Even my own father wouldn't dare to hit me, yet you dare. But then he laughed loudly. Haha, you're very interesting. This prince likes you. Tuni was speechless, cursing internally. Man Thuong Nok, this guy is really crazy. Has he been abused, so now he likes the feeling of being abused? He's happy when someone hits him. After observing for a while, she roughly understood the situation. She immediately thought of a plan. Tuni crossed her arms, lifted her head, and said loudly to him, But it's a pity for the second prince. Since I was young, I've sworn that regardless of whether my husband's family is rich or poor, I will only be the main wife. I will absolutely not be a concubine. As soon as her words fell, Man Thuong Nok pounced on her like a hungry tiger. What great ambition. This prince likes you even more. Now, as long as you are willing to stay by my side, this prince will give you the title of main wife. Before his hand could touch her, she quickly spun 180 degrees, dodging his embrace. Your Highness is joking again. Everyone in the Vietnam Kingdom knows that the princess is your main wife. Are you going to defy the imperial edict and not marry her for my sake? Man Thuong Nok sneered, his expression disdainful. Is that piece of trash worthy of being the main wife? If she dares to anger me, I will kill her. Then the engagement will naturally be broken. How despicable. His words are nauseating. Tuni suppressed her anger. Your Highness is indeed a petty person. Only a petty person would resort to such despicable means. You truly disappoint me. But in her heart, she couldn't help but curse him. What a bastard. Calling me trash is one thing, but he also wants to kill me. Just you wait, Man Thuong Nok, I will kill you. Asking was one thing, but finding out some interesting things was another. Tuni didn't want to waste any more words with him, turning to leave. No more talk, I'll be leaving now. Come find me after you've broken the engagement, second prince. She knew this in advance, so don't blame her for using a goading tactic to make him write her a divorce letter this time. But she had only taken a few steps when he said, You've caught my eye. It's not so easy to run away. A squad of soldiers immediately understood his meaning and blocked her path. Despite this, she showed no fear, instead saying contemptuously, You want to catch me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. After speaking, Tuni looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Tu, come out." Under the bright moonlight, a giant shadow glided past, and a long, resounding howl was heard. In a flash, it landed beside her. It was the nine-tailed fox. Without a word, it swept its tail, sending the entire group of people flying several miles away. Not far away, Man Thuong Nok observed everything, both amazed and envious. This is the first time I've seen a celestial beast. I thought the fire Qilin was the highest level. I didn't expect someone to possess a celestial beast. This celestial beast is 10,000 times more precious than a fire Qilin. After clearing a path, Tuni immediately jumped onto the back of the nine-tailed fox and commanded, "Let's go." In less than the time it takes to drink a small cup of tea, they had disappeared without a trace. He watched the distant figure, his eyes still fixed on her. A woman in a red dress approached and caressed the second prince. She wore a veil that completely covered her face, surely an ugly woman. "What are you still lingering on? Let me play a song for you." Unexpectedly, this action only made him more disgusted. He directly pushed her to the ground and shouted, "Get lost. How dare a lowlife like you compare yourself to her?" She is the woman who possesses the nine-tailed celestial beast. No wonder she's the woman this prince has his eyes on. I must have her at any cost. After speaking, he flicked his sleeve, turned, and left, muttering incessantly. Tomorrow, I must report to my father and annul the engagement with Deep Tuni. That piece of trash, whoever wants her can have her. I don't. Early the next morning, an imperial edict was indeed delivered to her mansion. By the grace of heaven. The emperor's edict reads, I have rejected Manhwa Nock's petition to divorce Princess Deep. I reprimand him for his arrogance and disrespect, and sentence him to 1 month of house arrest, during which he must reflect on his actions and deeply repent. No trial. Deep Tuni accepted the edict, inwardly overjoyed. Thank you for your grace. A divorce letter and a house arrest sentence, isn't this a victory? Moreover, with this divorce letter being made public, Manhwa Nock's reputation will suffer. In contrast to her joy, her father was very worried. Tuni, do you know that a divorce letter is a serious crime? Although the emperor did not punish us, we have offended the royal family this time. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us. She looked at her father and said firmly, What are you worried about, father? If we have no one to help us, why should we fear them? Then she comforted him, Don't worry, I will protect our family from now on. Hearing her words, her father felt much more relieved. Tuni is finally grown up. After settling one matter, there was another to attend to. She didn't talk much more with her father, turning to take her leave. Father, I'm going back to the West Courtyard. I'll also go and see how everyone is rebuilding it. Her father nodded. Seeing her own residence. Deep Tuni suddenly remembered what happened before. Last time, because of that Non Noyette, her house was blown to bits. After observing for a while, it didn't look much different from before. She walked over and asked the workers, at this pace, how much longer will it take to finish? A worker stepped out, cupped his hands, and replied, at the current pace, it will take about 3 more months to complete. Deep Tuni exclaimed, It'll take 3 months? That's too long. Seeing her strong reaction, the man was also startled and quickly said, Princess, rest assured. Although we don't have spiritual power, so our progress is a bit slow, we guarantee that we won't fall behind the expected schedule. Seeing the situation was not good, she immediately checked the system. In the modern world, this kind of project would be finished in a week. Let me see what's in the system. After considering for a while, she took out an electric saw from the system and turned to tell everyone, step back. Let me demonstrate. With just a few cuts, several large logs were immediately sawn in half. Everyone around was amazed. What kind of treasure is the princess holding? This is the first time I've seen something that can so easily saw through wood. After demonstrating a few cuts, she handed the electric saw to a nearby worker and instructed him on how to use it. Quick, take it and use it. You just need to press here and cut like this to easily saw the wood. The worker eagerly took the electric saw. But princess, we don't have spiritual power. How can we control it? Deep Tuni replied, This doesn't require spiritual power. Hearing that it didn't require spiritual power, the worker immediately gained some confidence. He took the electric saw and walked over. Then let me try. With just one cut, the large log was immediately sawn in half. He was ecstatic. It's magical. I can easily saw wood without spiritual power. She called another person over. You come here. You are the construction manager of my courtyard, right? He nodded. That's right. She pointed forward happily. Then look, go buy 10 of these. 10 of them immediately appeared in front. He asked curiously, What is that? We have never seen this type of magic weapon before. Deep Tuni patiently explained. You can just call this a crane. It can help you complete your work easily. Looking at the things she bought, she couldn't help but feel proud. How could these small machines be a problem for me? I can even fly a plane. She and the manager got into the crane's cabin and operated it for a few moves. Before long, the giant logs were neatly stacked in the open space. All the witnesses to this scene were dumbfounded. This can also lift things up high? It's magical. Normally, it would take half a day and 5 to 6 people to erect a wooden pillar, but this thing does it in a blink of an eye. Then, Tuni took out a series of modern tools for the workers to see. Half a day passed. With the help of science and technology, the renovation progress of the princess's west courtyard was significantly accelerated. That night, she lay on her bed in the west courtyard, closing her eyes and enjoying the moment. 7 more days and my house arrest will be over. I'll be free soon. Kwok Tu lay on the table with a bored expression. There are still 7 days left. I'm about to die of boredom. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. She sat up warily. Who is it? The person outside said softly, "It's me, princess." She opened the door and asked him doubtfully, "Why are you here at this hour?" "Last time, the princess sent me to investigate the clues of the assassination." Tuni's expression became tense. What were the results? Hearing the question, he knelt on the ground. This subordinate is incompetent and has not yet found the culprit. However, I discovered a weapon with a different symbol in Daolin City, and that symbol is exactly the same as the one on the arrow that shot you. Therefore, I believe that person is related to the assassin. Tuni rubbed her chin and thought, Daolin City is a gathering place for exchanging experiences. Not only that, but it's also the liveliest arena in the Vietnam Kingdom. After thinking for a moment, she said, that person must still be in Daolin City. He nodded. That's right. She said impatiently, all right, take me to see that person. I want to talk to him personally. But you're still under house arrest. Tuni slammed the door shut, only saying one thing. You don't need to worry about that. I can just sneak out. Wait for me outside for a moment. He cupped his hands. Yes. She was in her room preparing her clothes and luggage, her mind still a mess. I'm staying in the mansion because I don't want to cause trouble, but this time it concerns my life, so I have to go. She was very familiar with the layout of the mansion, so it didn't take long for her to sneak out quietly. Dongha had been waiting there for a long time. Let's go. After walking for a while under his guidance, the two of them quickly reached their destination. Princess, we're here. The front gate was crowded, with no entrance in sight. Everyone was fighting for a spot. Quick, give me a ticket. Give me a ticket. I'll pay double. Dongha observed for a moment and then said, it's too crowded here. Let me take you in through the back door. She nodded. The gatekeeper had been instructed beforehand. As soon as he saw him, he said respectfully, Commander V has arrived. Please come in. He made a gesture of invitation. Princess, this way, please. As they walked, Dongha explained, each floor of this tower has an arena, and the spiritual power level of each arena is different. The first floor is for first-rank cultivators, the second for second rank, the third for third rank, and the fourth and fifth floors. After explaining for a while, he only received a cold reply from her. I know. Dongha pointed to a door. That cultivator, he stopped on the third floor. He should be in here. The two of them entered and saw a fierce duel. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Come on, which caught her attention. She turned her head and was startled. Are you kidding me? How can I run into that annoying man Thuong Nok everywhere? Seeing her notice, he quickly explained, the second prince loves to gamble, so it's normal for him to come here often. Tuni snorted coldly, what a glutton, a disaster for the country. At that moment, a fairy suddenly appeared from the air, riding a sword into the arena. Everyone. The next match will be even more intense and exciting. The champion, Dai Dong. As soon as they heard the name, a large figure stepped onto the stage, holding a sword even larger than an adult. Each of his steps shook the stands. The audience below chanted his name in unison, Dai Dong, Dai Dong. But his opponent was someone who couldn't even hold a sword properly. Seeing his opponent, his whole body immediately trembled. This further excited the audience. Quick, defeat him, Dai Dong. Let's go. Dongha observed for a moment and then suddenly said, that's him. He is Dai Dong. And the sword in his hand has a leaf-shaped symbol. Tuni followed the direction of his hand and thought, but according to the original owner's memory, I don't know this person at all. And the symbol on that sword is exactly the same as that day. At that moment, below the stage, Dai Dong stared at his opponent with a fierce look, like looking at prey, and directly stabbed through him with his sword. This move was met with cheers from the audience. No one felt sorry for the small man. Dai Dong is too powerful, he always wins. Dai Dong saw the man lying motionless, still vomiting blood, and said with contempt, "Drag him down. I was just warming up and he's already dead. How boring." He looked around the stands smugly and challenged, "Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me?" From beginning to end, everyone knew this guy was vicious and his moves were meant to kill, so no one dared to speak up. Forget it. At this moment, Tuni stood up and said confidently, "I'm up. Let's go." This startled Ve Dongha. "Princess, you're courting death. He's a third-rank cultivator, you're no match for him." Despite his advice, she still insisted on jumping down to the arena. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Seeing that someone else wanted to die, the previously silent stands immediately became noisy again. "Dai Dong, let's go. Show her that the arena is no place for jokes. Crush her, Dai Dong." Dai Dong looked at her with contempt. "Just a little girl dares to fight me." She smiled. "So, what if I'm a little girl?" "A little girl can defeat you with just a snap of her fingers." He laughed loudly and sneered, "Haha, you'd better go home and do embroidery and catch butterflies." Tuni was too lazy to waste words with him. She snapped her fingers. "Tu, come out." A red light appeared. This caused the entire stands to panic. "What is that?" "Look, it's the celestial beast nine-tailed fox." When Tu appeared, the look of horror on their faces was even more intense than when Dai Dong appeared. "Good heavens, I'm not mistaken, am I? What kind of master is she to be able to summon a celestial beast? Our Vietnam kingdom doesn't have many people who possess celestial beasts." No wonder she was so confident in saying she could defeat Dai Dong with just a snap of her fingers. That's right, she doesn't even need to fight to defeat him. Seeing the scene before him, even Ve Dongha, who had been following her for so long, was stunned. "Princess, a nine-tailed fox. I thought following the princess would be a dead end, but I didn't expect to be clinging to such a powerful thigh." Seeing this familiar figure, Man Thuong Nok's eyes immediately lit up. "A nine-tailed fox, my wife. I've been looking for you for so long. Did you know I was here and came to find me?" Following her command, she has released a song to solve her problems. Tu immediately charged towards the man. Dai Dong let out a tragic scream and was then sent flying by Tu. He spat out fresh blood. That's not all. Tu continued to bare his sharp teeth, seemingly wanting to bite his head off. As a person, there are always times of fear in life. When Tu was only a foot away from him, he began to beg, "I surrender. I was wrong, I surrender." Hearing the words she wanted to hear, she called out in satisfaction, "Tu, come here." As soon as he saw her, Dai Dong immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "It was my fault for being blind. I offended you. Please spare my life." Tuni didn't answer immediately. She picked up the sword next to her and examined it closely. Just as Ve Dongha said, the symbol on the sword is indeed identical to the one from the assassination that day. Then, she turned to him. "I can spare you, but you have to do something for me." He immediately replied, "What is it? Just say the word and I'll do it." She continued, "Then tell me, what does the symbol on this sword mean?" He stammered, This is just an ordinary pattern." Seeing that he was still not being honest, she approached, the tip of her sword pressed against his neck. "Dai Dong, it seems you don't want to help me. I remember the rules of the arena. Once you step on the stage, it's a life and death contract. Your life is no longer needed." Although he was threatened with his life, it seemed there was something more terrifying than death. Dai Dong avoided her gaze. "Miss, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't talk about the leaf-shaped pattern." Seeing that threatening him didn't make him talk, Tuni thought, there's indeed a big secret behind the leaf-shaped pattern. I might as well trick him a bit. After thinking for a while, she lowered her sword and helped him up. "Why can't you talk? Is the owner of the leaf-shaped pattern someone powerful, so you don't dare to speak?" Dai Dong was troubled. Don't make it difficult for me. If I talk, I will definitely die. Deep Tuni said gently, but if you don't talk now, you will also die. Dai Dong, you have to know that circumstances make a hero. After some negotiation, he finally agreed to speak. I am willing to talk. Before he could finish his words, a sword pierced through his chest from behind. He died instantly. You were given a chance, but didn't take it. Just as the truth was about to be revealed, this guy ruined it. Deep Tuni gritted her teeth. Man Thuong knock. But that person still didn't know what trouble he had caused and said casually, no need to thank me. I saw you were questioning him, which is his honor, but what about him? A long-winded person, so I took the initiative to kill him for you. His appearance made her angry, her whole body trembling with rage. Thank you? Now I want to kill you. Didn't you see that Dai Dong was about to reveal the truth tonight? Or are you trying to cover up the clues? If it weren't for V Dong Ha, who used to work for him, being completely unaware of this matter. She herself was suspicious of whether Man Thuong Nok was the real culprit of this incident, as if she remembered something important. He suddenly spoke up, that's right, when will you marry this prince? She couldn't be bothered to say another word to him. She turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind, let's talk in the next life. Then she rode TQ and disappeared from the arena. As soon as she got out, Deep Tuni began to vent her anger. Man Thuong Nok, that guy who always ruins other people's plans. If he hadn't interfered, I would have known the origin of the leaf-shaped pattern long ago. V Dong Ha comforted her, Princess, don't be afraid. There must be other clues. Before returning to the mansion, she instructed, go and investigate the background of that Dai Dong. You might find some clues. He cupped his hands. Yes, I will go right away. After a few turns, she returned to her room. She said, but even if we don't find anything, at least I know that there must be a huge force behind the leaf-shaped pattern that made Dai Dong so afraid. As she changed her clothes, she voiced her doubts. But the original owner was obedient and docile since she was a child. She wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. How could she have offended any big shot to the point that they would try every means to kill her? There are still too many unanswered questions. After tidying up, just then, a knock came from outside. First Miss, Teacher Lai Tuk Tuk from Tu Van Duong is here to visit. She is waiting for you in the main hall. After hearing this, she quickly replied, I know, I'll be right out. Why is Lai Tuk Tuk here? As soon as they met, she spoke first. Teacher Lai, what brings you here today? Lai Tuk Tuk replied, Princess Tu, I've heard about what happened at the sword arena. You've reached the second-rank cultivation level. This is for you. She then took out a green bell from her sleeve. Not knowing what it was, she asked again, what is this? Lai Tuk Tuk smiled. What's wrong? You haven't been to Tu Van Duong for half a year. Have you forgotten its rules? Then, she began to explain in detail. Our Tu Van Duong inner courtyard is divided into 3 parts, the inner courtyard. And now there's also an outer courtyard for alchemy. The disciples cultivating in the outer courtyard are divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. First and second rank cultivators are level C, third rank cultivators can enter level B, and fourth rank cultivators can enter level A. Only cultivators who wear a bronze bell on their hip are official disciples of Tu Van Duong. After listening to Lai Tuk Tuk, Deep Tuni finally understood and stepped forward to receive the bronze bell that belonged to her. How could I forget such an important matter? Thank you, teacher, for bringing me the bronze bell. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. How could I forget? This bronze bell was what the original owner had always longed for. Lai Tuk Tuk, having completed her task, didn't plan to stay long. She waved goodbye. No need to be so polite. It's extremely rare for you to go from having no spiritual power to reaching the third-rank cultivation level. The princess must seize this opportunity to study. I look forward to witnessing your growth. Deep Tuni wore the bronze bell and left Tu Van Duong, determined in her heart. Since I've taken over the original owner's body, I will definitely fulfill her wishes. I won't let go of anyone who has bullied her. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she heard someone call her from behind. Turning around, she saw it was Lu Tram Nan. It's her, the one who schemed and bullied the original owner, pretending to be a good person. She's the kind of green tea bitch who steals the original owner's future fiance. Just seeing her, I know nothing good will come of it. Lu Tram-na rushed over and hugged her arm, saying enthusiastically, Tuni, long time no see. I didn't expect you to get a bronze bell without any spiritual power. It's not easy. I've missed you so much. Hearing this, an idea popped into Deep Tuni's mind. What a typical green tea bitch line. It's too familiar for a modern person like me. I didn't expect her to follow me all the way out here. Tuni, I heard you defeated Fuang bitch. It really makes everyone happy. Thinking of how Fuang bitch bullied you so many times before, I was so angry for you. Deep Tuni recalled the original owner's past memories. Fuang bitch, though hateful, only physically harmed the original owner. But you always had the intention to kill her, toying with the original owner, making her fall for you and trust you. Your crime is truly heinous. Lu Tram-na, since you've delivered yourself to my door, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before, the original owner was naive and didn't hold it against you. Now that I'm here, don't even think about escaping. Seeing her smile, Kwok Tu couldn't help but shake his head. The host's smile, TSK TSK. Lu Tram-nan is so pitiful. After a moment of thought, he returned to the conversation just in time to hear her ask, also, what have you been doing for the past 6 months? How did you suddenly get spiritual power and reach the 2nd rank? Deep Tuni put her hand on her chin and thought, it's nothing, I just met a great expert outside who cured my mother's old illness with an 8th grade spirit medicine and also gave me a secret cultivation manual. After I cultivated that manual, I gained spiritual power and my cultivation suddenly increased. She smiled. Really? I've heard about the 8th grade spirit medicine. Tuni, you used to share everything with me. Can you let me take a look at that secret manual? Hearing this, Deep Tuni secretly rejoiced. I knew this green tea bitch came to me with a purpose. Just a few words and her true colors are already showing. Deep Tuni directly refused. No. The great expert said that secret manual is especially precious and cannot be shown to others. I usually keep it carefully in my room and don't dare to take it out. Seeing that she didn't agree, Lu Tram-nan immediately changed her tune. You call yourself a good sister, yet you can't even fulfill this small request of mine. When you were seriously injured before, I even went to the temple to pray for you. I've done so much for you, you're so ungrateful. No wonder the 2nd prince despises you so much. Seeing her brazenly bring up the past, Deep Tuni was filled with anger, but still endured it. Her hand trembled as she clenched her fist. If it weren't for the help of this good sister, how could the original owner have been bullied by so many people, to the point of not even daring to go to Tu Van Duong? She couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. Without another word, she gave her a resounding slap. Lu Tram-nan held her swollen face and looked at her in confusion. Deep Tuni said, Sister Lu, I didn't do it on purpose. There was clearly an insect flying on your head, so I hit it. She asked doubtfully, an insect? Why didn't I see any insect? Before she could finish her sentence, she received another slap. Deep Tuni continued, that's right. The insect came back. Look. This slap sent her to the ground, her eyes filled with anger. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You slapped me twice, do I have to thank you for it? Realizing she couldn't let her guard down, Deep Tuni opened her luggage and comforted Lu Tram-na. We are good sisters, how can we talk about things? Then, she took out a jade bottle from the bag. Besides, it's my fault for hitting your face. Here, this is medicine, use some of it. After being treated like this by her, Lu Tram-nan's mood immediately soured. Not wanting to get further entangled, she turned to leave. No need. I'm not feeling well right now. I'll be leaving. As she turned, Deep Tuni's expression changed, and she directly poured out everything from the jade bottle. Wherever the liquid flowed, it sizzled and smoked. What a pity to see this scene. Kwok Tu couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, isn't that sulfuric acid? You were just about to let her wipe her face with sulfuric acid. Deep Tuni asked back with a blank expression. Is there a problem? This left Kwok Tu speechless. You're too cruel. Lu Tram Nan was lucky today. Tuni snorted lightly. Let's go, it's getting late. The snow will start falling this afternoon. Everyone had gathered at the teleportation gate. The moment she arrived, Manhua Nok immediately started causing trouble. Tuni, how dare you come here? For those who knew Tuni before, the current situation was truly unbelievable. As soon as he saw her, Manhua Nok said, Tuni, you actually got a C-rank bronze bell? Tu Van Duong is really letting anyone in now. Seeing him, Tuni couldn't help but sigh. This guy is already at B-rank now. He said she was messing around, trying to raise her own value. Tuni, you're desperately cultivating just to get my attention. This made her feel sick. Where does he get such confidence? Manhua Nok, don't waste your efforts. His words didn't even register in her ears. She pouted and said, I've already written the divorce letter. If you present it, can't the engagement be broken? Why are you so angry? This remark unintentionally piqued the curiosity of the surrounding people, and they began to whisper. A divorce letter? Does Princess Tuni want to divorce the second prince? I don't know, but from what the princess said, it seems so. How rare. There has never been such a thing as a wife divorcing her husband. If that's the case, won't the second prince become a laughingstock? As soon as these words were spoken, Manhua Nok didn't dare to make a sound. Tuni turned and left, feeling pleased. Not only did she make this arrogant guy a laughingstock, but the original owner could also get her revenge. What do you mean there's no precedent? Wherever I appear, a miracle can be created. Tuni stepped forward to take her nameplate, then suddenly remembered, wait, I wonder if that prince is at the Sword Academy. Should I go practice swordsmanship? At this point, Manhua Nok reacted and hurriedly said, there's no divorce letter. If you dare to gossip about this, don't blame me for being impolite. Then he pointed at her. I'll let you go today. Tuni, you just wait. This prince will not let you off. She couldn't be bothered with him, focusing on the nameplate in front of her. Kwok Tu appeared and explained, usually, only third-rank cultivators are qualified to catch spirit insects, let alone tame beasts. Hearing this, she was puzzled. Then why was I able to catch a spirit insect before reaching the third rank? Kwok Tu said proudly, that's because I was there. After speaking, she placed the nameplate back in its place. Forget it then. I just wanted to see if TQ could manifest. I don't know how to learn beast taming anyway. Kwok Tu continued, celestial beasts all have the ability to transform. TQ can temporarily change its form to hide its celestial aura. However, when TQ is hidden, its strength will also be significantly reduced. After listening to his explanation for a while, Tuni's expression changed. Why didn't you say this earlier? If you had, TQ could have come out for some fresh air. Kwok Tu directly picked up the nameplate next to him. Anyway, you're only second rank. We can talk about third rank matters later. He then threw it to her. Come, I'll choose a discipline for you. He then pushed her into the teleportation gate. The scene before her immediately changed. She looked around. This is the study hall. Seeing this, Tuni couldn't help but angrily curse Kwok Tuesday. This is the subject you chose for me? Are you kidding me? The writing of the Yuanlin continent is so squiggly it gives me a headache. Let alone studying properly. Kwok Tu calmly pushed Tuni down at the desk. If you're going to study, you have to read a lot of books. A lot of books. This is the secret manual and test paper that Kwok Tu prepared for you. Cultivating oneself is the way of a cultivator. 3 years of cultivation, 5 years of imitation. Seeing the table piled high with books, Tuni immediately wanted to go crazy. These are all past exam papers from the cultivation courses. What the hell is this? I don't like to read. Although she was unwilling, she had to accept it. The course began quickly. Lai Tuk held a book and walked as she spoke. The biggest difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person lies in the important division of the body into upper and lower parts, which are the void, the sea of qi, and the dantian. The void is a black hole in the cultivator's body. After signing a contract with a spirit beast, the spirit beast will reside in the cultivator's void and can be summoned at any time. The Sea of Qi is where spiritual power is born. The larger the sea of qi, the higher the cultivation level. If the sea of qi of a second-rank cultivator is just a small stream, then the sea of qi of a 10th-rank cultivator is a vast ocean. The dantian is simply responsible for transporting energy. Only by allowing the spiritual power of the sea of qi to flow to the dantian can a cultivator use their spiritual power. Cultivators from the 1st to the 5th rank are called cultivators, but after the 5th rank, there is another realm, the 6th rank Spirit King. 7th rank Grandmaster, 8th rank Saint. 9th rank Emperor, 10th rank Heavenly Spirit Lord. This seemed to have piqued Deep Tuni's interest. 10th rank Heavenly Spirit Lord. She immediately raised her hand and asked the teacher, if I want to become a 10th rank Heavenly Spirit Lord, how many years will it take? Lai Tuk Tuk didn't answer her question immediately. Let me tell you a story. The Tuet Vuk Kingdom has a genius cultivator who achieved enlightenment at the age of 8 and broke through to the Spirit King realm at 10. At the age of 40, he entered the 9th rank Emperor realm. Now he is 140 years old, but still hasn't been able to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm. Hearing this, Deep Tuni suddenly became tense. Even a prodigy couldn't break through to the final step within 5 years, not wasting even a single year. Then can I cultivate to the 6th rank Spirit King before I'm 18? And I must break through. For my family, I will definitely find a way. Seeing her leave, Man Thuong Nok and Lu Tram Nan both had their own plans. I have to go to Kaisan to cultivate. What the hell is Deep Tuni doing again? But she couldn't manage that much. She was busy following Man Thuong Nok. It was so hard for me to get close to the second prince. I must seize this opportunity to slander that bitch. Second prince, since Tuni has spiritual power, she doesn't respect others. As her sister, I can't stand it. Besides, I heard that Tuni has spiritual power because she cultivated a secret manual. But she's not willing to share such a manual with others. This is also looking down on everyone. Although he was a piece of trash, Man Thua Nok was not a fool. This Lu Tram Nak really knows how to choose the right time to slander her. Not only did she not benefit, but it also backfired. He turned his head and looked at her coldly, shouting, "You want the secret manual? Go ask for it yourself. Don't dump all your thoughts on me. And what are you? Even if I don't like Deep Tuni, it's not your place to judge. You're all just mortals, not even worth a single hair of the 9-tailed fox immortal." Watching his receding back, Lu Tram Nan gritted her teeth. "Second prince, my feelings for you, don't you know?" Then she remembered her, and her expression immediately changed. "Deep Tuni, it's all your fault. I won't let you get away with it." At this moment, Deep Tuni was at Tu Van Duong's Qi refining mountain. Even when focusing on her dantian and breathing, trying all sorts of methods, she still couldn't release pure spiritual power. Kwok Tu, seeing this, appeared and reminded her, "Your cultivation level is still too low. Before, it was because of a life-and-death situation that you could burst out with pure spiritual power. But to completely master it still takes time. You can try entering your sea of qi." She closed her eyes and continued to cultivate, replying, "I know." Following Kwok Tu's guidance, Deep Tuni entered her sea of qi. After observing for a while, she clicked her tongue. 2. Leveling up through normal means is indeed too slow. Kwok Tu snapped his fingers. "Watch me." A control panel appeared before her, displaying text. Host can complete quests to receive rewards and experience points. Accept daily quests? As if she had found a treasure, she asked, "I can also accept quests to receive rewards and experience points?" She looked at it with expectant eyes. Kwok Tu waved his hand. "No need to be so moved. This is what I should do." The next sentence made it fall flat. "Why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? I really can't count on you." After pressing Accept Quest, the quest immediately displayed. Reading the words on it, Deep Tuni didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Is this asking me to commit arson and robbery? Is this something a person should do? Kwok Tu crossed his arms and said, "Figure it out for yourself." Deep Tuni thought for a moment. Kwok Tu has been helping me all along, he wouldn't cause trouble for me. There must be something to this quest. No sooner said than done. Soon, The two arrived at the location, sitting leisurely on the roof and observing the scene below. Congratulations, Boss Chuang. Thank you, welcome, welcome. Please, eat and drink as you please. They happened to overhear a conversation between two distinguished guests. One person spoke first. I have to say, Master Trung is a very sentimental man. He married 12 concubines who all look exactly like his late wife. The other person continued, but those concubines didn't last long before they ran away with his money. I hope this 13th one won't be the same. Hearing them talk, she realized that today was the day Master Trung was marrying his 13th concubine. The man continued, it's a pity that Master Trung is so devoted to each of his concubines. When they run away, he doesn't report it to the authorities, doesn't pursue them, and doesn't try to find them. So marrying him is truly a blessing. The woman replied, but it's too extravagant to not even have a disciple from Tu Van Duong come to see it. Tuni suddenly became suspicious. You need a disciple from Tu Van Duong to see a wedding? Is this Master Trung a big spender, or is it? Before she could finish her sentence, a voice came from beside her. Or what? Tuni jumped and looked over. It was Non Noyette. When did he appear? I didn't even hear a sound. Seeing her flustered, he said, Tuni, what are you hiding from? I won't hurt you. Tuni laughed coldly. You've got the wrong person. She couldn't help but be vigilant. He can still recognize me even with a veil on. Then he suddenly embraced her and said affectionately, how could I mistake the person I long for day and night? Seeing that he had recognized her, Tuni didn't want to hide anymore. Cut the crap. You didn't follow me here, did you? Non Noyette replied, Tuni, who do you think I am? I came to the Chuang residence on business and happened to run into you. He sized up her attire. But your clothes don't look like you're here to celebrate. Tuni smiled and said, who climbs a wall to celebrate? Don't you agree, young Master Non? He had exposed her from the beginning, so she couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Seeing Non Noyette's appearance, his purpose for coming to the Chuang residence was not simple. Of course, she didn't need to pretend either. Non Noyette didn't answer, just snorted coldly. Seeing that it was getting late, Tuni jumped down from the wall and bid him farewell. I won't ask what you're up to. We'll go our separate ways. This Master Truong is indeed strange. The reason might be in the warehouse. Otherwise, Kwok Tu wouldn't have let me go and steal. But where's the warehouse? After walking around in a circle, I still couldn't find the place I was looking for. His voice came from behind again. Tuni, that way is the kitchen. Tuni glanced at him. Why did you follow me here? Aren't you going to do your own thing? Non Noyette smiled lightly. Does this count as us being on the same path? Tuni thought to herself, no way. This guy's target is also the warehouse. If that's true. With Non Noyette's cultivation level, having him as a companion is not bad. Feeling it wasn't a bad thing, Tuni ignored him. Just then, a voice came from outside. I think I saw 2 black shadows run past that way. Let's go check. Knowing the situation was not good, Tuni grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Someone's coming, quick, hide. Just then, a room appeared at the corner of the street. Without thinking, she and Non Noyette hid inside. As she pushed open the door, he pulled her into his arms. I didn't expect Tuni to care so much about me. You even remembered to pull me into hiding when someone came. She didn't mind returning his embrace. You're overthinking it. Since I want to use you, of course I have to offer some favors first. Standing in the room, Tuni looked outside. Just in time to see a group of Tu Van Duong disciples. They seemed very dissatisfied with the fact that the Trung family's wedding required them to be here. Are they treating us like bodyguards? Another person chimed in, I heard this Master Trung has made many enemies in his business. He might be worried about them coming to cause trouble. After observing for a bit, Tuni knew they were all C-rank disciples. Non Noyette explained, they are all here on a training mission from Tu Van Duong to protect the safety of the Truong residents. A less talkative disciple spoke up to remind them, stop talking and go find those 2 shadows. If some bad guys really come to cause trouble, our training mission will fail, and we'll be reprimanded by the teacher when we get back. Tuni looked at the person who had just spoken, feeling a bit puzzled. This smart and cunning kid is also a C-rank disciple. Why have I never seen him at Tu Van Duong before? And looking at his age, he seems to be a year or two younger than me. Is he a new disciple of Tu Van Duong? Non Noyette suddenly hugged her from behind and whispered, Tuni, if you keep looking like that, I'm afraid the people outside will discover us. Deep Tuni replied, the people from Tu Van Duong are looking for us. We'll be fine hiding here. She seemed to understand the meaning behind her words. Non Noyette crossed his arms and asked, what does Tuni want to say? Knowing that the other person had guessed her thoughts, she didn't hesitate to say it. If I'm not mistaken, young Master Non's sudden visit to the Chuang residence must have another purpose. Why don't we cooperate? As if he was waiting for her to say this, he immediately leaned his face close to hers. Tuni's words suggest she already has a plan. Deep Tuni's eyes sparkled. Of course. Then she whispered in his ear, do you want to play with fire, young man? A tremor ran through the air and the party guests were in an uproar. What was that sound? What happened? Deep Tuni, blending in with the crowd, shouted, oh no. A thief ran out of the old man's room. Quick, catch the thief. Everyone was shocked. What? A thief? The people of Tu Van Duong immediately rushed forward. Quick, to the warehouse. As soon as they arrived at the warehouse, they saw two guards standing there. What's wrong? The two said in a panic, it's locked, no one should be able to get in. The woman asked again, is there anything unusual around? Who was shouting just now? Everyone said they didn't know. At that moment, a guard ran over in a hurry shouting, oh no. There's a thief in the main hall who set a fire and kidnapped the bride. Quick, help. The people of Tu Van Duong rushed away again. Not good, this is a diversionary tactic. Quick, to the back for support. Deep Tuni, wearing a mask, stepped out. It's a pity you look smart, but your brain doesn't seem to work very well. She turned to face the warehouse and muttered, the diversion was to get you away from the warehouse. I already said it was to lead me to the warehouse. As she spoke, she grabbed the lock. Non Noyette said, as long as the blue butterfly follows me, he will find out what this is. Deep Tuni was about to let go, but another hand reached out and grabbed hers and the lock. Non Noyette's sudden appearance made Deep Tuni think, why is he here? Is the blue butterfly a communication weapon? Non Noyette spoke up, let me see. From a distance, it looked like he was hugging her from behind. Deep Tuni also blushed. The distance was too close, and she looked straight into his devilishly handsome face. Non Noyette held the lock in his hand and used his blue spiritual power. The lock in their hands suddenly disappeared. Deep Tuni thought to herself, his spiritual power can actually melt the lock. The two of them pushed open the door and entered. Before them were mountains of gold, silver, and jewels, including gold ingots and jewelry. Deep Tuni casually opened a chest and was amazed. Her eyes lit up as she held the gold and silver. If I take everything in this warehouse, the state uncle's mansion will be rich in the future. Non Noyette, unlike her, walked straight inside. Deep Tuni followed, wondering if there was something even better here. Non Noyette opened a chest and took out the sword inside. With one slash, he cut the lock of another room. Deep Tuni was shocked. I didn't expect this rusty sword to be so sharp. Suddenly, her jaw dropped. There was a bride's corpse in the cabinet. A strong stench quickly spread, and the corpse smelled even worse. Deep Tuni stood frozen in place. The sound of a sword rang out again. Deep Tuni looked at Non Noyette. He had cut the remaining locks. The two of them looked inside together, and she stared wide-eyed. Inside was another bride's corpse. The other coffins were the same, all containing brides in wedding dresses. Some were headless, some had their hands cut off, some were hung, and some were tied up. All of them were dead. Non Noyette said, 12 corpses. It seems they are all the former concubines of Master Truong Dai. Deep Tuni frowned. No wonder after these concubines went missing, Master Truong Dai didn't report it to the authorities or search for them. The so-called running away with money was a lie. Being murdered was the truth. She thought, although this feudal society is so extreme that the lives of concubines are like slaves, this is clearly a human life. Suddenly, a sound came from the door. The two looked at each other. The warehouse door opened. Master Truong Dai shouted, "You bold thief, you dare to sneak into the Truong residence's warehouse. Quick, cultivators of Tu Van Duong, capture these two villains." Deep Tuni scoffed internally, a murderous fat pig. "You had an easy way out, but you chose the path to hell." She said smugly, "You want to catch me? Then let me show you. Non Noyette, I'll handle things here." After speaking, she channeled her energy. "TQ, come out." A dazzling light appeared, and everyone covered their eyes. "What is that?" TQ appeared fiercely, swinging its tail towards the crowd. Everyone fell to the ground, their momentum directed towards the object before them, wary. A nine-tailed celestial beast. The woman from Tu Van Duong shouted, "Who on earth is she? How can a nine-tailed celestial beast become a spirit pet?" Deep Tuni jumped onto TQ's back. She commanded, "TQ, kill that fat man in the wedding dress for me." TQ began to move, and everyone was completely intimidated by its presence. TQ flew towards Master Truong Dai. He ran and screamed, "Help! Master Cultivators, save me!" TQ extended its claws to confirm. It directly pierced through his body. The surrounding people exclaimed, "He killed him." The old man was killed by the nine-tailed fox. Only then did the woman draw her sword. "Who are you? How dare you use your spirit pet to kill an innocent person at will?" Deep Tuni coldly replied, "Killing an innocent person at will? Who is the innocent one? You can go into the warehouse and see the female corpses tortured to death by Master Truong Dai." Everyone was horrified. "What female corpses?" "Tortured to death." Deep Tuni commanded, "TQ, lead them into the warehouse to see the truth." TQ decisively whipped everyone into the warehouse with its tail. Everyone was forcefully whipped inside. As soon as they stood up, they were shocked by the scene before them. How can there be so many female corpses? Aren't these the missing concubines? Good heavens! How could we have helped such an evil person? Deep Tuni rode TQ in. Where did Non Noyette go? She also left. The truth is clear. TQ, let's go home. A moment later, in the backyard of the state uncle's mansion. As soon as TQ landed, Deep Tuni happily jumped off. Acting chivalrous feels so good. Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh no, I was so busy being a hero that I forgot to rob the Truong residence." At that moment, TQ wagged its tail to get her attention. Deep Tuni turned her head and saw its tail was adorned with precious jewelry. Deep Tuni said happily, "TQ, you're so good." She excitedly took off each piece. "I didn't expect you to even grab some things for me." At this moment, the system panel appeared. "Congratulations, host, on completing the quest Arson and Robbery by punishing the evil Master Truong Dai and comforting the souls of the tortured concubines. You have gained enough experience points and received a level-up reward." The system displayed, "Congratulations, host, on successfully leveling up to level 28. Deep Tuni's body underwent a change, and she could also feel it. A powerful force poured into her dantian, and her spiritual power clearly increased. TQ happily yelped a few times, also congratulating her. Deep Tuni affectionately patted its head. "Good boy." Deep Tuni's level was now equivalent to the 8th stage of the second rank. She was extremely excited. "I've leveled up." Deep Tuni turned to TQ. "TQ, you can use the transformation function now. Just transform into a normal animal when you appear. Can you do that?" TQ obediently bowed its head and yelped once, indicating it understood. It immediately transformed in front of her, turning into a pig with a mark on its forehead. Deep Tuni was extremely disappointed. "Why a pig?" TQ nodded happily. Deep Tuni was defeated by its cuteness. She happily petted it. "TQ, can you turn into a little white fox?" She thought to herself, summoning a pig during a beast taming class won't make me look very glorious. TQ proudly turned away. Deep Tuni coaxed it again. "Good TQ, if you turn into a little fox, I'll buy you a popsicle." TQ turned its head, its eyes lit up and immediately turned into a little white fox as Deep Tuni wished. She was naturally very excited. Yes, just like that." To keep her promise, Deep Tuni opened the system panel. "Good boy, here you go." She watched with satisfaction as TQ devoured the treat. The great nine-tailed fox, yet it's also a glutton. Early in the morning, the streets were buzzing with yesterday's news. Have you heard? About what happened at Master Trung Dai's house yesterday. Don't mention it. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. I never thought he was that kind of person. In the carriage, Deep Swang gossiped, Sister, have you heard about what happened at Master Chuang's house last night? Deep Tuni was momentarily stunned. Deep Swang dramatically described, yesterday, someone at Master Chuang's house exposed his murder of his concubines. I heard it was a female hero who summoned a nine-tailed fox. Everyone is calling her the nine-tailed fox heroine. Deep Tuni, sitting next to her, thought helplessly, that name is so ambiguous. The nine-tailed fox heroine is your sister. Deep Swang was still idolizing her. The nine-tailed fox heroine also took all the gold and silver from Master Chuang's warehouse. She must be using it for chivalrous deeds. Deep Tuni broke out in a cold sweat hearing this. Suddenly, she realized, what? All the gold and silver were taken. Deep Swang nodded fiercely. That's right. What's wrong? Deep Tuni forced a smile, suppressing her anger. Nothing, I just think he's very formidable. She thought to herself, that Non Noyette, we robbed the warehouse together, but he didn't share the money with me. Later, at the Tu Van Duong sword training ground, Deep Tuni walked through the main gate. As soon as she entered, she bumped into another teenager. The collision was so strong that both of them were knocked back. Deep Tuni staggered a bit before regaining her footing. What's going on? Bumping into someone so early in the morning. The teenager fell to the ground and let out a cry. Deep Tuni quickly recognized him. Isn't this the teenager who was taught a lesson by Tu? She squatted down and asked, are you okay? Deep Tuni thought to herself, I can't believe he can still come to practice as usual today. And he even chose to practice swordsmanship. The teenager stammered an explanation. I was just about to go out when you teleported in. Deep Tuni carefully examined him. How's your leg? It's broken again. The teenager's face turned beet red. He quickly stood up. It's fine. It was already broken yesterday. I set the bone myself, but I probably set it in the wrong position. Deep Tuni, without another word, supported the teenager, thinking to herself, it broke yesterday, it must have been Tu-Q's doing. Tu-Q really doesn't know its own strength. To break the leg of such a cute teenager. The teenager, seeing her casually put her arm around his shoulder, blushed even more. You. Deep Tuni said calmly, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? Do you need me to carry you? The teenager shyly waved his hands. No, this is fine. Deep Tuni carefully supported him. Let's go, I'll take you to rest. A moment later, in the room, Deep Tuni helped the teenager sit down. You rest first, I'll go call a doctor. The teenager said shyly, no need, I can set my own bones. Deep Tuni waved her hand. All right, you do it yourself. I'll be going. The teenager called out, wait, I'll go first. My name is Kwang Tu So, what's your name? Deep Tuni thought to herself, is there really someone who doesn't know this useless princess? Is he new here? Just as she was about to introduce herself, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Manhua Nok strode in aggressively. Deep Tuni secretly sized him up. Why is this dog Manhua Nok here? Is he here to cause trouble? Manhua Nok was also surprised by her appearance. Deep Tuni, why are you here? Deep Tuni replied with contempt, this is a rest room. Of course I'm here to rest. She thought to herself, this damn dog is definitely not here for me. Manhua Nok stepped forward and pushed her aside. I get annoyed just looking at you. I don't want to deal with you today, so you'd better get out of my sight. He walked up to Kwang Tu So and tilted his head up. You're Kwang Tu So. Kwang Tu So didn't answer right away. Manhua Nok felt ignored and angrily grabbed the teenager's collar. This prince is asking you a question, are you deaf? Kwang Tu So didn't back down, asking coldly, second prince, what do you want with me? Deep Tuni was also quite surprised by the teenager's reaction. Can this cute kid actually show such an expression? Manhua Nok got straight to the point. I'm asking you, did you see a woman with a nine-tailed fox spirit pet at the Truong residence yesterday? Deep Tuni corrected him. So Manhua Nok is looking for Kwang Tu so to ask about my other identity. Manhua Nok impatiently shouted, "Speak. Where did the nine-tailed fox fairy go?" Kwang Tu so did not back down. "I don't know, I forgot." Manhua Nok was furious. "How could you forget? You fought with my nine-tailed fox fairy yesterday." Tuni secretly found it funny. This guy really knows how to say nauseating things. "What's with my nine-tailed fox fairy?" Seeing her smile, Manhua Nok frowned. "What are you laughing at, you piece of trash? My nine-tailed fox fairy, have you heard of her reputation?" He rubbed his hands together and concluded, "Do you know how beautiful and formidable she is?" Tuni's face turned pale, and she sighed inwardly. "Are you blind?" Then Manhua Nok pointed at her face. "A piece of trash like you isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes." He turned back to Kwang Tu So and asked roughly, "Speak up, did you meet my nine-tailed fox fairy or not?" The teenager frowned and said loudly, "Second prince, you've been insulting Princess Tuni this whole time. If you don't apologize to her, I won't tell you about the nine-tailed fox fairy, even if you kill me." Tuni's cheeks flushed with surprise. She thought to herself, "Is this teenager defending me? How cute." Manhua Nok was furious. "What did you say? You dare to ask me to apologize to a piece of trash?" Suddenly, he lowered his voice. "Or is there some special relationship between you two?" he said as he sized them up, then continued, "So that's why you're in the same room, and you're even willing to offend me for her sake." As soon as Manhua Nok finished speaking, Kwang Tu So retorted, "Princess Tuni and I are not." Tuni placed her hand on the teenager's shoulder, a meaningful smile on her face. She pushed Kwang Tu So down onto the chair and said leisurely, "So, what is the second prince's meaning?" She suddenly paused, leaning her face close to Kwang Tu So. "What kind of relationship do you think we have?" Kwang Tu So was so surprised that his cheeks turned red. Manhua Nok became even angrier, pointing straight at Tuni. "You're so bold, daring to flirt with someone else in front of me. I must tell my father to punish you." After speaking, he turned and left. Before he could take a few steps, he heard Tuni shout, "Manhua Nok, you are so bold, daring to falsely accuse this princess in broad daylight. This princess will go and report to the emperor to punish you." Manhua Nok stopped and turned around, his face in disbelief. "When did I falsely accuse you? It's clear that you and that Kwang Tu So have an improper relationship." Tuni stepped forward angrily. "But you just said I was colluding with someone else." He frowned. "We haven't finished talking about this." Tuni angrily grabbed his chin and shouted, "This princess was just helping an injured classmate into the room to check on them. You didn't praise this princess, and yet you still falsely accuse me of colluding with someone else. Tell me, don't you deserve to be punished?" Manhua Nok thought in astonishment. She was clearly being flirtatious with that kid just now. "That's why I said that." Tuni pretended to be pitiful and cried, "Second prince, you already have an engagement with me. We should trust each other. If you keep falsely accusing me like this, don't blame me for going to the imperial palace to cry to the emperor." But in her heart, she sighed, "It seems I still need to practice my crying acting." Manhua Nok, on the contrary, became even more furious. "Tuni, don't think I'll be afraid of you just because you bring up my father every time. I'm not afraid. Let me tell you, once this prince finds the nine-tailed fox fairy, my father will know that you are not worthy of me at all." As he walked, he said, "Moreover, in this world, only the nine-tailed fox fairy is qualified to be my empress. When the time comes for my father to agree to annul the engagement, the first thing this prince will do is teach you a good lesson." Tuni waved her hand. "Then I wish the second prince a speedy reunion with the nine-tailed fox fairy." At this moment, Kwang Tu So walked over and tugged at the corner of her clothes. "What should we do now, Princess Tuni?" "The second prince just said he'll teach you a lesson once he finds the nine-tailed fox fairy." "What should we do?" the teenager said while sobbing. "Or maybe Tu So can find a way to help you escape?" Seeing the teenager sobbing like this, Tuni felt her heart soften. He's so adorable. Snapping out of her thoughts, she patted the teenager's back comfortingly. "It's okay. Manhua Nok was just saying that. I'm not afraid of him. Don't worry. He can't do anything to me. Her words, instead of comforting Kwang Tu-so, made him cry even louder. But, the second prince is so fierce and cruel, I'm worried. Deep Tuni sighed inwardly. I didn't expect Kwang Tu-so, despite his fighting talent, to be such a crybaby. She gently stroked the teenager's head. Don't cry anymore. And don't worry. I can handle Manhwa Nox matter. I'll set your bones first. Not long after, Kwang Tu-so's tragic screams echoed from the room. It hurts so much. On the training ground of Tu Van Duong, everyone was still talking about last night's events. Last night at the Chuang residence, I saw the nine-tailed fox heroine with my own eyes. She rode on the back of the nine-tailed celestial beast, looking heroic and unmatched. If I had known, I would have gone to the Chuang residence to train. I also want to meet the nine-tailed fox heroine. Deep Tuni stood to the side, wiping her sword and sighing. All day long, I hear about the nine-tailed fox heroine. My ears are about to fall off. A woman heard her and spoke up. Hey, Deep Tuni, what do you mean by that? Deep Tuni was not afraid and replied briefly, the meaning is right there in the words. The woman, angered, pointed at her. Do you know how powerful a celestial beast is? Even in our Vietnam kingdom, only the headmaster and the current emperor have celestial beasts as their spirit pets. May I ask Princess Tuni, how dare you be so disrespectful to the nine-tailed fox heroine? Just as Deep Tuni was about to reply, someone called her from behind. Princess Tuni. The man said respectfully, my master invites you over for a visit. Deep Tuni thought to herself, looking at this brother's appearance, could he have African ancestry? She asked hesitantly, your master is? The tribal chief of Africa? The man didn't answer her, but turned and left. Please follow me. Deep Tuni called out, how imposing. She thought to herself, let me see who your master is. The two of them walked to the lake. On the stone platform was a familiar male figure. Deep Tuni quickly recognized him. Q Kwang Chien, it's really him. The man said respectfully, Your Highness, Princess Tuni has been brought here. Deep Tuni walked up indifferently. I wonder why Your Highness Chien specially asked me to come here. She thought to herself, by the lake, I already guessed it might be Q Kwang Chien, but I still couldn't help but follow. He won't continue to question me about absorbing spiritual power, will he? Q Kwang Chien smiled. I once said that if someone could comprehend the Non Noyette tram within 7 days, I would personally teach them other sword techniques. I called Princess Tuni here today for this very reason. Deep Tuni let down her guard and exclaimed in excitement, how could Tuni forget such an important matter? I ask Your Highness Chien not to hold back your teachings. She thought to herself, Q Kwang Chien is a renowned and knowledgeable vice-envoy of Tu Van Duong. Learning swordsmanship from him is a gain, not a loss. Q Kwang Chien smiled. That's a matter of course. That day, Princess Tuni learned the first form of the Non Noyette tram in an instant. Such talent is one of a kind. Q Kwang Chien said with a smile, there is no second person. Being able to teach Princess Tuni some swordsmanship now also makes me very happy. Deep Tuni thought warily, this guy is actually here to probe me because I learned the Non Noyette tram, and he finds it strange. In the end, it's still about the spiritual absorption. He might have realized something. She smiled and replied, Your Highness is too kind. I wonder when Your Highness plans to teach me swordsmanship. Is it now? Q Kwang Chien closed his fan. That's right. The Non Noyette tram has a total of 5 forms. You only learned the first form that day. Today, we will start learning the second form. After speaking, he gave a cold command. Vu Sun, you go and demonstrate the second and third forms of the Non Noyette tram for Princess Tuni. Vu Sun was the dark-skinned teenager from before. Yes. He drew his sword and began to practice seriously. He jumped into the air, dancing over the water with clean and decisive sword moves. The originally calm lake surface rippled with special patterns. Deep Tuni stood by and watched, mesmerized. Suddenly, Vu Sun's eyes filled with killing intent. He drew his sword and attacked Deep Tuni. She was momentarily flustered. What's going on? Does Q Kwang Chien want to kill me? Deep Tuni decisively drew her sword and deflected the fierce long sword that was charging towards her. The longsword flew back, and Vu Sun spun his hand to catch it. Qiu Guangqian stood by and watched, with no intention of stopping him. He secretly thought, "Deep Tuni, what other secrets are you hiding? You can absorb spiritual power and learn swordsmanship in a short time." Deep Tuni gritted her teeth and defended against the fierce sword moves while shouting, "Your Highness Qian, what is the meaning of this?" Qiu Guangqian revealed a harmless smile. Actual combat helps one understand swordsmanship better. Just now, Vu Sun used the second and third forms of the Non Noyette tram. The princess only needs to use the corresponding forms to counter them. He thought to himself, no matter how many secrets you have, you can't hide them. Deep Tuni angrily thought, is this asking me to learn the second and third forms of the Non Noyette tram immediately? She thought to herself, Qiu Guangqian is indeed testing me. He wants to see if I've learned the Non Noyette tram and how I learned it. Vu Sun attacked while reminding her, the third form of the Non Noyette tram is 3 times stronger than the first. If you don't counter correctly, I cannot guarantee the princess's safety. Deep Tuni gritted her teeth and parried each sword move, cursing inwardly, counter your head. Without a manual or a move, what am I supposed to counter with? Vu Sun's sword finally broke through her defense. Deep Tuni cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Vu Sun didn't stop, his sword tip pointing straight at her. Deep Tuni staggered to her feet, her face pale as she looked at the hateful sword tip. In that critical moment, Qiu Guangqian ordered Vu Sun to stop. Vu Sun stopped. Qiu Guangqian smiled and walked over. Princess Tuni hasn't learned the second and third forms of the Non Noyette tram? Deep Tuni laughed coldly. I haven't. She thought to herself, if I had learned it, would I be in such a miserable state? Qiu Guangqian extended his hand. It's all right, we still have time to learn slowly. Deep Tuni took his hand. Your Highness is right. She secretly resolved, no matter how you probe, you'll never guess that I have a system. When Qiu Guangqian tried to pull her up, Deep Tuni accidentally tripped on a rock. She lost her balance and fell towards him. Oh no, my foot is twisted. I'm about to fall on him. Vu Sun, who was standing by, shouted, Your Highness, be careful. Qiu Guangqian was also caught off guard and staggered a bit. In the end, both of them fell to the ground. Her academy bell got caught on his clothes. Qiu Guangqian smiled. Princess Tuni, are you all right? Deep Tuni awkwardly sat up. I'm sorry, I'll get up right away. Unexpectedly, when she stood up, the bell got caught on Qiu Guangqian's clothes, tearing a piece of fabric. His belt broke, and his outer robe fell off, revealing Qiu Guangqian's perfectly sculpted body. Deep Tuni momentarily forgot what she was supposed to do, staring blankly at his bare skin. He's showing his flesh again. At this moment, her mind was in full bloom. What beautiful flesh, what a feast for the eyes. Deep Tuni stared with her mouth agape. This body is amazing. Who could resist such a handsome man? He doesn't look like a demon-possessed person as the rumors say. Qiu Guangqian calmly stood up and adjusted his clothes. Deep Tuni was still lost in her thoughts. In her past life, although she had met many men, none had moved her like Qiu Guangqian. Seeing that he had finished arranging his clothes, Deep Tuni's eyes turned cold. What a pity. I didn't get to admire that body enough before it was covered up by clothes. After arranging his clothes, Qiu Guangqian handed her a manual. Princess Tuni, this contains all 5 sword techniques of the Non Noyette tram. Take it and learn it slowly. I will periodically check on your progress. Deep Tuni's eyes lit up as she accepted it. Yes, I will definitely cultivate diligently and not disappoint your highness. After giving her the manual, Qiu Guangqian turned to leave. Then let's go, Vodan. Vu Sun obeyed and followed, keeping a certain distance. Your highness, have you found the answer you were looking for? Qiu Guangqian said with a smile. It seems Deep Tuni really can't learn the moves on her own. She probably can only practice by looking at the manual. Vu Sun said in surprise, I see. This Princess Tuni is truly extraordinary. Qiu Guangqian agreed, indeed, she is extraordinary. On the other hand, Deep Tuni cautiously looked around and carefully opened the manual. After confirming there was no one around, she started the system to simulate the Non Noyette tram moves. The system voice rang out. System has successfully simulated the second form of the Non Noyette tram, Noyette Nan. System has completed the simulation of the third form of the Non Noyette tram, Tone Noyette. A moment later, it rang out again. System has successfully simulated the fourth form of the Non Noyette tram, Thon Noyette. The moves appeared one by one in Deep Tuni's mind. She was ecstatic. I've finally learned it. But then she frowned. Doesn't the Non Noyette tram have 5 forms? Why did I only learn 4? The system explained. The fifth form of the Non Noyette tram has been recorded in the host's memory, but due to insufficient skill points, it cannot be successfully activated. Quok 2 also appeared to explain. Skill points are unlocked based on level. The Non Noyette tram is a heaven, earth, profound, yellow-ranked sword move, belonging to the earth rank. At your current level, you only have enough to learn up to the 4th form. Deep Tuni suddenly understood. So the Non Noyette tram is earth rank. Most people in this world can only access the yellow rank. Q Kwang Chien is really generous. She lay comfortably on the ground. Then how long will it take to learn the 5th form? Quok 2 replied, as long as you break through to the 3rd rank, you will have enough skill points to learn the 5th form. Moreover, it also depends on your comprehension. If it's high, you can learn other skills. Deep Tuni smiled leisurely. 3rd rank isn't too long. Lu Tram Nan, who was nearby, saw her being so relaxed and became jealous. Deep Tuni, you're having an affair with His Highness Chien. You've really walked right into a trap. Just wait until you get back to Tu Van Duong, I'll make you regret it. She smugly turned and left. Not long after, in the dining hall of Tu Van Duong, everyone was busy completing their assigned tasks. Deep Tuni was also there. Suddenly, a group of women approached and sneered. I was wondering why the kitchen smells so bad today. It turns out there's a vixen here. Deep Tuni was puzzled. A vixen. She suddenly remembered something. Could it be that Tu Q's scent is too strong and was discovered? Tu Q, from within the void, helplessly said, Master, they're calling you a vixen. Go and beat them up. The leading woman saw that Deep Tuni was ignoring her and angrily pointed. Deep Tuni, we're talking to you. You're clearly just a C-rank disciple, yet you dare to deceive us. Deep Tuni scoffed internally. What vixen? How could ordinary people recognize one? What a bunch of fools. She spoke gently. I wonder what the 3 senior sisters want with me. The woman was fierce. I heard you and His Highness Chien were by the lake this afternoon. What kind of vixen tricks did you use to seduce him? This person must be an admirer of Q Kwang Chien. No wonder she's so jealous that she came here to question me. The woman angrily accused, ridiculous. Everyone knows that you, Deep Tuni, were a piece of trash before, without even spiritual power. With such mediocre aptitude, on what grounds do you deserve to be personally taught swordsmanship by the prince? One of them drew her sword and pointed it at Deep Tuni. Do you believe I'll cut you down? You dare to seduce His Highness Chien. And I heard you were hugging and cuddling. Do you need to hug to learn swordsmanship? Deep Tuni heard a clue and laughed coldly. Did Sister Tramnan tell you that? The others were momentarily stunned that she would be so direct. Deep Tuni thought to herself, it's indeed that green tea bitch Lu Tramnan's trick. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Deep Tuni immediately changed her attitude and exclaimed happily, actually, His Highness Chien was willing to personally teach me swordsmanship, all thanks to Sister Tramnan's help. The woman holding the sword lowered her guard. Why would she help you? Deep Tuni affectionately took her arm and explained, a few days ago, His Highness Chien said that as long as someone learned the sword technique he taught, he would personally guide them. At that time, although I had some understanding, His Highness had no intention of teaching me. As a result, Vu Sun came to find me today, saying that Sister Tram Nan had specially come to plead with His Highness. Only then was His Highness willing to meet me privately and teach me personally. Hearing her say these words so naturally, the other women looked at each other with suspicion. Deep Tuni calmly added, perhaps it's because Sister Tram Nan and the second prince have a good relationship, so His Highness Chien gave her face. You senior sisters also know that the second prince likes Tram Nan and not me. Sister Tram Nan must have felt guilty and asked His Highness Chien to take more care of me. One of them, after hearing this, her face darkened and said, I understand now. Lu Tram Nan must want to be the second princess, so she pushed Deep Tuni to His Highness Chien. Deep Tuni pretended to suddenly understand. According to senior sister, Tram Nan deliberately slandered me and His Highness Chien? She pretended to be in disbelief. Impossible. How could such a good sister Tram Nan do such a thing? There must be some misunderstanding. She was secretly pleased. This line of thought can't be wrong. The woman who had pointed her sword at her before now kindly reminded her, Princess Tuni, don't be so naive. If you and His Highness Chien have a good relationship, then the engagement might be broken, and Lu Tram Nan will smoothly become the second princess. The other two women also began to think in the direction Deep Tuni wanted. I didn't expect that Lu Tram Nan, who appears so gentle and virtuous on the outside, would do such a shameless and despicable thing in her heart. Look, we almost hurt Princess Tuni. The last woman chimed in. The three of them turned and left. Let's go. We can't just let His Highness Chien's matter go like this. Deep Tuni pretended to be moved to tears and sent the three of them off. Senior sisters, don't be angry. Let's talk things over slowly. You must hold back and not fight. She happily sat down, preparing to continue her meal, when she heard whispers from the side. The nine-tailed fox fairy really appeared? Deep Tuni paused and pricked up her ears to listen to the two people next to her gossiping. I just came back from outside. The nine-tailed fox heroine is currently at the Toi Chiu Tu Lao on South Street. Many people have gone to see her. Deep Tuni frowned and thought, isn't the nine-tailed fox heroine my nickname? I'm clearly at Tu Van Duong. How could someone see me outside? Is someone impersonating me? Not long after, at the Tu Chiu Tu Lao, a woman fiercely threw a teacup on the ground. I am the nine-tailed fox heroine of your restaurant, yet you serve me this ordinary new Nihong wine. Are you looking down on me? The waiter knelt down in fear. Heroine, please calm down. This is already the best wine in our shop. The woman waved her hand generously. Forget it, forget it. Then she looked around at the crowd with arrogance and said solemnly, I have dedicated my life to chivalry, always helping the poor and needy. If anyone is willing to join me in helping the poor, I am willing to take them as my disciple. The surrounding people, upon hearing this, flocked to her. I am willing to offer all my wealth to you. Please accept me as your disciple, heroine. The woman, upon hearing this, happily stood up. Slowly, slowly. Just as she was about to extend her hand to accept, another hand grabbed her wrist, stopping her. The woman said angrily, Who is it? Deep Tuni smiled and spoke up. I just heard that the nine-tailed fox heroine wants to see who is the most sincere. So, to show my sincerity, I want to be the first to become the nine-tailed fox heroine's disciple. The woman arrogantly replied, So you want to be my disciple? Then how sincere are you? Deep Tuni smiled. Nine-tailed fox heroine, rest assured, the discipleship gift will definitely not be small. It's just, what proof do you have that you are the nine-tailed fox heroine? What if you're a fake? Then wouldn't my money be wasted? She thought to herself, money in ancient times is so easy to trick. A fake fox dares to compare itself to my TQ. The woman was startled. This. The people below were also stunned. Ni calmly said, Of course, I don't dare to doubt the heroine's identity. It's just that I heard the nine-tailed fox fairy is large and majestic, occupying half of this tea house. She bent down to examine the creature on the table and commented, But your nine-tailed fox is dumb and small. It doesn't look like a celestial beast at all. The woman defensively hugged the creature. My nine-tailed fox fairy is not something ordinary creatures can compare to. Of course, it won't easily reveal its true form in front of outsiders. If you don't want to be my disciple, then get lost and don't waste my time. The surrounding crowd also jeered, That veiled woman is really ignorant. It's fine if she has no skills herself, but to be so rude to the nine-tailed fox heroine is really improper. How can we be disrespectful to the heroine? Deep Tuni shrugged and said, This humble girl just wants to witness the grace of the nine-tailed fox fairy. I wonder if the heroine can grant this humble girl's wish and reveal the true form of the nine-tailed fox. I believe everyone else wants to see it too. The surrounding people clamored in agreement. Yes, yes, nine-tailed fox heroine, I've never seen a celestial beast in my life. As long as you can summon the true form of the nine-tailed fox, I'm willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver to become your disciple. The woman's momentum weakened. This heroine has already said, the nine-tailed fox is a celestial beast. It only reveals its true form in battle. If you continue to pester me, Junior, don't blame me for being impolite. Tuni said dramatically, isn't this the perfect opportunity? This humble girl would like to ask for a few pointers, so I can witness the grace of the celestial beast. The surrounding crowd noisily praised her. That's right, nine-tailed fox heroine. Go and teach her a lesson. Show her the power of the nine-tailed celestial beast. Yes, nine-tailed fox heroine, go for it. The woman was secretly worried. What should I do? I'm barely a cultivator. If I make a move, people will see my flaws. This humble girl would like to ask for a few pointers, so I can witness the grace of the celestial beast. Or how about this humble girl summons one for the heroine to see? Tu, come out. As soon as her words fell, the majestic Tu appeared, and everyone retreated in fear. This is the real nine-tailed fox. This is the real nine-tailed fox. Their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes filled with adoration as they shouted, Nine-tailed fairy. This is the real nine-tailed fairy. We were blind. Please forgive us, nine-tailed fairy. Nine-tailed fairy, please accept me as your disciple. The woman, frightened, took the opportunity to grab her pet and try to sneak away. Tu immediately yelped, using its spiritual power to knock both her and the pet to the ground. The creature fell, and its fake tail also fell off. The woman fearfully begged, Nine-tailed fox fairy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have impersonated you to swindle money. Please spare me. Tuni sternly shouted, Speak. How much money have you swindled? The frightened woman quickly pulled out gold and silver from her clothes. It's all here. Tuni was stunned. I can't believe you managed to trick so many people. Suddenly, an exquisite jade pendant caught her attention. Tuni picked up the pendant. What is this? The woman quickly replied, This is an ancestral heirloom. I'm giving it to you, fairy. Please spare my life. Tu couldn't help but come out of the system. Tuni, you have good taste. This is a personal space. Although the grade is not high, it's enough for a second-rank cultivator like you. You don't have to stuff everything into the system space anymore. Tuni said sternly, This belongs to me. The rest will be returned to the victims. In addition, you must be punished a little. She smiled and said, Tu. Go on. Tu gently flicked its tail, and both the person and the pet flew out. Tuni patted Tu's head and praised it, well done. At this moment, someone spoke up. Nine-tailed fox fairy, please take a seat. The shop will prepare fine wine and delicious food right away. Tuni rode Tu and said politely, no need. I'm not a fairy. You don't have to be so respectful. Just remember, I don't accept disciples. She continued, in the future, if anyone claims to be the nine-tailed fox fairy, ask her if she can summon the nine-tailed celestial beast like I can. Remember that. After speaking, Tuni ordered Tu, let's go. We're done here, so let's go back to Tu Van Duong. After she left, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. Fairy, you're mighty. May your fortune last forever as long as the southern mountains. At this moment, a little girl admiringly pointed at Tuni. Mother, I also want to cultivate. Not long after, in the main hall of Tu Van Duong, Lu Tram-nan, with a bruised face, walked over and pointed at Tuni, shouting, You were the one who told them I went to see His Highness Chien, weren't you? Lu Tram-nan couldn't help but remember the scene of being retaliated against by those women. Lu Tram-nan, you shameless thing. Another woman scolded, You call others vixens, but it turns out you're the despicable one. Lu Tram-nan couldn't fight back. What are you doing? Let go. Tuni looked at Lu Tram-nan's appearance, crossed her arms, and smiled. You just realized it now? Lu Tram-nan angrily swung her hand. Deep Tuni, you wanna die? Deep Tuni angrily grabbed Lu Tram Nan's hand. Do you really think I'm still the same easily bullied Deep Tuni from before? Then she flicked her hand, causing Lu Tram Nan to stumble and fall. She continued to shout, you approached me to get close to Manhwa knock, didn't you? Lu Tram Nan looked at Deep Tuni in horror, thinking to herself, in just half a year, how could a weak and incompetent person transform like this? She broke out in a cold sweat and said softly, how did you become so formidable? Are you really Deep Tuni? Deep Tuni turned around, holding a token, and said, although I don't like that bastard Manhwa knock, it's not your place to touch him. Even if Manhwa knock wants to be a dog or a scoundrel, he must get the approval of his future second princess, the one the emperor bestowed upon me. As she spoke, she stepped through the space and entered the door. Lu Tram Nan gritted her teeth in anger. So, what if you've transformed? You're still just a second-rank C-class piece of trash. In a real fight, you're no match for me. I want to kill you with my own hands. At the Tu Van Duong sword training ground, Deep Tuni practiced her sword while thinking, with Lu Tram Nan's personality, she will definitely come to me for trouble. To protect myself, it seems I have to break through to the third rank. At this moment, the system suddenly announced, System Wooden Dummy, this sword attack has increased by 50% compared to the last one. System Wooden Dummy, this attack has been completely dodged by you. At this moment, Kwang Tu So ran over happily. Princess Tuni, Princess Tuni. Deep Tuni smiled. What's wrong, Kwang Tu So? Kwang Tu So said timidly, I'm worried that I won't be able to study with the princess in the future, so I want to practice swordsmanship with the princess more now. Deep Tuni touched her chin. Let's forget about practicing swordsmanship. She was worried, what if I accidentally injure that face? I wouldn't be able to bear it. Suddenly, Kwang Tu So shyly asked, does the princess not like being with me? Deep Tuni was helpless against Kwang Tu So's sensitivity. She took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. It's not like that. From behind, a man cupped his hands and said, from now on, Deep Tuni won't practice swordsmanship with you, so I will practice with you. At the same time, many people holding swords invited Kwang Tu So. Today is my turn to spar with Tu So. I also want to spar with Tu So. Deep Tuni angrily cursed inwardly. These people see that the crybaby is easy to bully, so they're fighting to practice swordsmanship with him. This is too much. She raised an eyebrow and said loudly, wait, don't fight anymore. I've changed my mind. I've decided to practice swordsmanship with Kwang Tu So. The man said discontentedly, the princess clearly rejected Tu So first, and now she's changing her mind. Then let's have a match. Whoever wins gets to practice swordsmanship with Tu So. Deep Tuni aggressively drew her sword. All right. The man attacked. Just as Deep Tuni was about to counter, Kwang Tu So appeared. He easily neutralized the man's move. Stop fighting. Just like that, he easily sent the man flying. Deep Tuni was shocked by the powerful spiritual energy around him. Is Kwang Tu So already a third-rank cultivator? She asked. Tu So is already a third-rank cultivator. Why is he still in C-class? A woman answered her, Tu So is a genius of our Tu Van Duong. It only took him 2 months to break through from level 1 to level 3. It's just that he hasn't taken the B-level assessment yet. Deep Tuni suddenly understood. No wonder these people are fighting to practice swordsmanship with Tu So. Reaching level 3 in 2 months, could this also be a system? Kwang Tu So at this moment politely bowed and apologized. Everyone, I have already agreed to practice swordsmanship with the princess. We will have a chance to spar again in the future. Those people reluctantly left. All right then. Kwang Tu So said happily, Princess, the teacher won't be here so soon. Let's go practice swordsmanship over there. Deep Tuni nodded. A moment later, in an open space, the two were sparring. The clash of swords echoed continuously. The atmosphere between the two was not tense at all. After a while, Kwang Tu So stopped. Princess, your Non Noyette tram is very powerful, but your usage is still insufficient. You need more power. Deep Tuni was surprised. How did you know? Kwang Tu So awkwardly changed the subject. Then what technique would be better? I'm afraid only the person who taught you the Non Noyette tram would know. Tuni muttered, so I have to go ask Q Chien? Kwang Tu so suddenly sighed. Princess, I have to go take the B-level assessment. I don't know when we'll meet again. Tuni thought to herself, no wonder he was worried he couldn't study with me before. She was about to comfort him but instead teased, can't bear to part with me? Kwang Tu so blushed, shyly bit his lip, and nodded. Tuni said calmly, then let's take the B-level assessment together. She thought, with the system, it shouldn't be a problem. Kwang Tu so was worried. But the princess hasn't reached the 3rd rank yet, so you can't take the assessment. Tuni said calmly, rules are made by people. I've already reached the 2nd rank 9th stage. I don't believe I can't complete the 3rd rank assessment. Kwang Tu so was worried. Princess, the B-level assessment is very dangerous. A 3rd rank cultivator has a 90% chance of dying. It's too dangerous for a 2nd rank to go. You can't. The gap between levels in the cultivation world is insurmountable. For example, a 3rd rank cultivator can only dominate in the 3rd rank space. A 3rd rank, 5th stage genius can defeat a 3rd rank, 9th stage cultivator, but cannot fight a 4th rank cultivator. Only the legendary god-level geniuses have the ability to fight a 3rd rank cultivator at the 2nd rank, 9th stage. Tuni said aggressively, if you don't even dare to face a small fight, what's the point of talking about wanting to become stronger? Since I've started cultivating, I must become the strongest. Kwang Tu so's cheeks flushed red. He thought to himself, I clearly know it's impossible. Why is there such a stubborn woman? Tuni began to calculate. To participate in the B-level assessment, I must prepare well now. The crybaby said my Non Noyette tram swordsmanship is not used correctly. Right now, my only skills are Tu and the sword. System Kwak Tu helps me earn money. Tu can't appear in the exam, or he might be discovered by the examiner. She added seriously, to successfully complete the B-level assessment, I need to suppress the power of the Non Noyette tram. Then I can only go find Q Chien. A moment later, Tuni arrived at the meditation room. Is His Highness Chien here? I am Tuni, and I have a favor to ask. The response was a deathly silence. Tuni got closer. He's not here? But the door is open. As soon as Tuni pushed the door open, she was hit by a blast of cold air from inside. She curiously stepped inside. Why is this place like an ice cellar? She shivered and pushed open another door. His Highness Chien. Tuni was shocked by the scene inside. Q Chien was sleeping peacefully. Tuni slyly remembered the time she had kissed those lips. The handsome His Highness Chien is sleeping like a log. He won't wake up even if I call him. If I had the ability to absorb other people's spiritual power, I would absorb his first. His body was really attractive last time. Tuni recalled the scene by the lake that day and couldn't help but scream. Q Chien was still sleeping. Tuni got closer to observe. Why is his whole body frozen? She cried out in horror, His Highness Chien isn't moving and isn't answering me. Could it be that Q Chien is dead? Tuni fearfully reached out to touch His Highness Chien. As soon as she touched him, the ice on Q Chien's body spread to hers. Tuni tried to move her frozen arm. What's going on? I can't move. The ice slowly spread, and her face turned pale. It's so uncomfortable. Why did all the cold energy from His Highness Chien's body transfer to me? This isn't some kind of trap, is it? Tuni discovered that the cold energy was merging with the spiritual power in her body. Is this cold energy entering my dantian? My pure red spiritual power is wrapping around this cold energy. The feeling of power continuously pouring into her dantian. Tuni began to feel that she wasn't struggling. Her body clearly couldn't withstand the cold, but her dantian felt hot. She tiredly knelt down. I just wanted to ask about swordsmanship. You don't have to take my life for it. She tiredly cursed, damn you, Q Chien, you're a jinx. But upon hearing her curse, Q Chien suddenly opened his eyes. He dispelled the cold energy on himself and Tuni. Tuni fell down. So cold. Q Chien stood up in surprise. Princess Tuni. He quickly approached and helped her up, taking her pulse. He was extremely surprised. The cold ice has entered her blood, but her dantian is heavy. You can actually absorb my cold energy, reshape your dantian, and even level up. Tuni groggily opened her eyes and saw Qiu Qian helping her. Are you awake? She also asked, Your Highness Qian, what happened just now? Why was your whole body frozen? Qiu Qian helped her up and replied, An old illness relapsed. It's nothing. I didn't expect Princess Tuni to be able to absorb the cold energy in my body. I wonder if the princess is still comfortable now. Tuni checked herself and thought, damn it, I wouldn't be able to explain this even if I died. I'll definitely beat him up when I see him later. Confirming she was fine, she smiled. I'm fine. That's right, Your Highness Qian. Is there anything special about the Non Noyette tram? Why do I always feel like I can't unleash its true power? Qiu Qian looked interested. I wonder which form of the Non Noyette tram Princess Tuni has learned. He thought to himself, You've already quickly sensed the special point of the Non Noyette tram? Tuni, I'm even more interested in you. Tuni honestly replied, I've practiced the Non Noyette tram up to the 4th form. Qiu Qian didn't hold back his praise. Princess Tuni's speed in learning swordsmanship is indeed very fast. Actually, the key to the Non Noyette tram is very simple. Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of unusual footsteps was heard. Both of them sensed who it was. The two of them looked back and saw an unfamiliar figure running away at an extremely fast speed. Tuni thought to herself, that direction is the back garden. Qiu Qian raised an eyebrow. Let me go and see. Tuni couldn't believe it and thought, in broad daylight, a thief dares to appear in Tu Van Duong. Could it be a trap? Tuni followed. Your Highness Qian, I'll go with you. This black-clothed thief appearing in Tu Van Duong in broad daylight, I'm afraid there's a conspiracy. She thought to herself, I haven't finished talking about the Non Noyette tram. I have to go and see what's going on. The two of them chased the black-clothed man to a desolate forest. They lost track of him at a strange steal. Tuni raised an eyebrow. Is that black-clothed thief hiding in this rocky mountain? Suddenly, she saw a tombstone in front of her, with many swords stuck around it. Tuni's interest was piqued, and she approached. Is this a sword tomb? Legend says this is the hiding place of master swordsmen. Qiu Qian suddenly stopped her. Princess Tuni, don't get any closer. The tombstone suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Standing nearby, Tuni was blinded by the light and couldn't open her eyes. What is this? A wall rose up. Qiu Qian's voice came through. Princess, be careful. This place uses a formation barrier to protect the sword tomb from being invaded. Once it starts, it will activate a killing formation. Tuni was immediately unable to move. A barrier, a killing formation. A sword appeared before her eyes. Tuni quickly summoned the Onfai sword and swiftly broke the charging sword. Right here. Suddenly, she saw something and cursed. Many other swords appeared around Tuni. They all attacked her together. Tuni was stunned. What the hell? There are so many. Am I done for? She sighed and gritted her teeth, deflecting the swords. The broken swords reassembled, and more of them charged towards her. Facing such a terrifying number, Tuni could only curse. Are you kidding me? While she was stunned, the swords flew towards her. Qiu Qian also moved. He rushed forward and embraced her, taking all the swords for her. Tuni was stunned. His Highness Qian actually helped me block so many swords. Qiu Qian couldn't take it and spat out blood, falling weakly into her arms. Tuni anxiously called out to him, Your Highness Qian. She thought to herself, Qiu Qian can't die for me. I must protect him well. What should I do now? Tuni anxiously supported Qiu Qian. Your Highness Qian, why did you rush into the barrier? Supporting him, she was horrified to find her hands covered in blood. Qiu Qian kept coughing up blood but still comforted her. It's nothing. He then explained, in a killing formation, you can't escape unless you die. Once the formation is activated, the people of Tu Van Duong will quickly come to investigate. Then the barrier will be closed. Tuni aggressively drew her sword and stood in front of him. I understand. She thought to herself, he's clearly physically weak, yet he rushed in to save me and even blocked the sword formation. Deepening, caused this killing formation. Even if I have to use my body to block it, I absolutely cannot let him get hurt again. Qiu Quangqian looked at her sternly from behind. Are you planning to risk your life? Deepening seriously mobilized her spiritual power, merging all of it together. The swords began to attack again. Qiu Quangqian instructed, Princess Tuni, gather your spiritual power, turn Qi into a shield. Deepening realized, is he teaching me how to guide my spiritual power? Anyway, I'll just do as he says. She closed her eyes and began to follow his instructions, gathering her spiritual power. Why does my spiritual power feel a bit strange? It feels cool. Qiu Quangqian shouted again, hold your breath and focus your mind. Gather your spiritual power in your palms. Deepening closed her eyes and followed his instructions. Qiu Quangqian shouted, now is the time. Deepening unleashed her spiritual power. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised. The swords were all frozen and fell to the ground. They were all frozen by my spiritual power. This is Qiu Quangqian's cold energy that I absorbed. Is this a new way to kill people? Deepening looked at her two hands with two opposing spiritual powers in surprise. Now I have two types of spiritual power in my body, blue and red. Qiu Quangqian coughed lightly and explained, because your dantian was suppressed by the cold energy in my body, your spiritual power also became infused with cold energy. Only then did Deepening remember him and anxiously supported him. Your Highness Qian, are you all right? Qiu Quangqian replied, I'm fine. The barrier is broken. Let's go. Deepening looked at his blood-soaked back. I'll take you back to the academy. She thought to herself, his entire back is covered in blood. Deepening carefully supported him. Let me help you. Qiu Quangqian followed her on the outside, but inside he was very confused. I didn't expect someone to be able to neutralize the cold energy in my body for their own use. Suddenly, a group of cultivators ran over from afar. Lai Tuk called out anxiously, Your Highness Qian, Princess Tuni. Why are you two here? What happened? Deepening supported the injured Qiu Quangqian and said, His Highness Qian and I chased a black-clothed man to the vicinity of the sword tomb, but we couldn't find any trace of him. We were also trapped in a formation barrier. Lai Tuk said in surprise, You two were trapped in the barrier? Then who broke the formation barrier? She thought to herself, this is a killing formation personally set up by the headmaster. Even a teacher would have a hard time breaking it if they were trapped. Deepening said softly, It was me. Before she could finish, the other cultivators pushed her aside. They said anxiously, His Highness Qian's injuries seem serious. Quick, call a doctor. A cultivator looked at Lai Tuk and instructed, First, help His Highness Qian back to the meditation room. As for the black-clothed man, Tuk, you go and send people to search the vicinity of Tu Van Duong. Tuk acknowledged the order and then turned to Deepening. Princess Tuni, you should go back to the academy first. Leave things here to us. Deepening turned around, wanting to say something, but saw that they had already helped Qiu Quangqian away. She walked away with anger and worry, thinking, His Highness Qian should be fine with them taking care of him, but the after-effects of the battle. The black-clothed man, seeing everyone leave, slowly stood up and quickly left. A moment later, in a cherry blossom forest, petals fluttered down along with Deepening's sigh. I wonder how his injuries are. I owe him another favor. As she walked, she recalled the handsome face of Qiu Quangqian. She opened her palm. One time I absorbed his spiritual power, another time I learned the Non Noyette tram. Counting this time, Qiu Quangqian, it would be hard for me not to marry you. At this moment, the system's Quoc Tu angrily appeared. You've been muttering about Qiu Quangqian all afternoon. What, you like him? Deepening waved her hand. What's it to you? By the way, is my ability to absorb cold energy something outside of the system? The system denied it. This has nothing to do with the system. I can't investigate it either. After hearing this, Deepening touched her chin. Because of my spiritual power, Could it be that my body is special in some way? Suddenly, Kwang Tu-so ran over from afar and said happily, Princess Tuni, I finally found you. Seeing it was Kwang Tu-so, she asked enthusiastically, Why are you so happy? What happened? He said excitedly, Of course it's good news. You and I will both be taking the B-level exam in 3 days. Deep Tuni, hearing this, excitedly hugged him. That's great. Kwang Tu-so suddenly hugged, blushed and stammered, Yes, that's great. After calming down, Deep Tuni said seriously, In 3 days, we really have to work hard. Kwang Tu-so smiled. Yes, we must prepare well for this B-level exam. Later, in the quiet room, Deep Tuni came to visit with many gifts. She called from outside the door, Your Highness Jian, I've come to check on your injuries. Just then, the system appeared. It was clearly after the secrets of the Non Noyette Cham, yet she claimed she was here to visit the sick. She rationalized without hesitation that this still counted as a visit. A maid came out and said respectfully, Let me lead the princess inside. The maid turned to lead the way. As the princess arrived, she marveled at His Highness Jian's good mood, thinking to herself, He even has the leisure to go fishing. Indeed, even when fishing, my senior is so handsome. It was a perfect picture of a beautiful man fishing. Hu Guangqian sat leisurely on a chair. A distinguished guest. Princess Tuni, what brings you here? Deep Tuni smiled and approached him. Yesterday, Your Highness blocked a sword for me, so it's only right that I come to visit. As she spoke, she seriously sized him up. Hu Guangqian let out a slight cough. Deep Tuni then stopped her assessment and asked, How is Your Highness's body? Has the wound on your back gotten any better? Hu Guangqian reassured her, It's nothing, just a superficial wound. A few days of rest and it will be healed. Deep Tuni opened the system and quickly bought a night rejuvenation potion. The vial appeared in her hand. I specially bought this spirit potion. It's very good for healing wounds. Hu Guangqian accepted it without ceremony. I didn't expect Princess Tuni to care so much about me, even buying a 3rd-grade spirit potion for me. Deep Tuni smiled, but internally she thought, for heaven's sake, it cost 1,000 gold coins. I'm not happy about it at all. Hu Guangqian suddenly leaned in close. Princess Tuni, with you being like this, I feel truly uneasy. I wonder if there's anything I can do for you. Deep Tuni blushed and quickly stepped back. No need. But if Your Highness Qian is truly uneasy. Hu Guangqian said calmly, Princess Tuni, please speak your mind. Deep Tuni got straight to the point. I still can't unleash the full power of the Non Noyette Cham. I ask for Your Highness Qian's guidance. Hu Guangqian rested his chin on his hand. The Non Noyette Cham is an earth-grade sword technique. He explained, it requires a great deal of spiritual power. Your technique with the Non Noyette Cham is fine, it's just that your spiritual power is insufficient to unleash its true might. Deep Tuni nodded. So that's how it is. She thought to herself, it seems I can't rely on the Non Noyette Cham for the B-level exam. I'll just have to do my best. But I wonder what level I need to reach to unleash its true power. As if reading her thoughts, Hu Guangqian spoke up. At the 3rd grade, you can transform the yang form of the Non Noyette Cham into formidable power. With higher cultivation, you'll be able to feel the spiritual energy in your qi, and the power of the Non Noyette Cham will become even stronger. Deep Tuni nodded. I understand. I'll work hard to cultivate my spiritual power. Suddenly, a fierce black cat appeared and lunged at her, its claws extended, relentlessly scratching at Deep Tuni. Her clothes were torn to shreds. Deep Tuni was completely unable to fight back. The cat's speed was too fast. Hu Guangqian suddenly called out, Xiaobai, come here. The cat instantly became adorable and flew towards him. Deep Tuni fell to the ground. Oh my god, this cat, my clothes. Her clothes were severely torn, and half of her chest was completely exposed, even though she tried to cover herself. Hu Guangqian still saw her exposed skin. He blushed and turned his head away. Princess, are you all right? Deep Tuni covered her body with both hands and suppressed her anger to reply, I'm fine, but is this cat raised by Your Highness Jian? She thought to herself, do I look fine like this? Q Kwang Chien, still embarrassed, turned his back to her and picked up a cat toy. This little guy is usually spoiled rotten. Perhaps it saw me and Princess Tuni chatting happily and got a little jealous. Deep Tuni thought, so this cat was jealous. Q Kwang Chien coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Princess, please come to my mansion's guest room to change into another set of clothes. I'll have a maid lead you there. A moment later, Deep Tuni, wearing a set of baggy clothes, opened the door and came out. Q Kwang Chien turned to look at her and smiled. There are no women's clothes in the house, so I could only let Princess Tuni wear mine. Deep Tuni didn't mind. Thank you, Your Highness Chien. Q Kwang Chien came closer and asked, I heard that Princess Tuni wants to take the B-level exam. Deep Tuni nodded. That's right. He explained, the B-level exam is divided into a written test and a martial test. You must pass both parts to advance. If you only cultivate spiritual power, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass. With that, he took out 2 secret manuals. I'll give these 2 manuals to you. They contain the exam content. I hope they can help you, Princess. Deep Tuni happily accepted them. Thank you, Your Highness Chien. I'll go back and train first. She left cheerfully, thinking to herself, not a bad haul. Q Kwang Chien fanned himself. Interesting. However, the B-level exam isn't that simple. Princess Tuni, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. 2 days later, at the B-level examination hall, the atmosphere in the written test room was solemn. Lai Tuk Tuk walked in with a stack of exam papers. This time, I am the proctor for the written exam. Now, I will tell you the rules for this test. She continued sternly, the exam has a total of 10 questions. As she spoke, she used her spiritual power to distribute the papers. For every wrong answer, 10 points will be deducted. 3 wrong answers mean you fail. The cultivators who received the papers couldn't help but exclaim, what? Why are these questions so difficult? The instructor never taught us this. How are we supposed to answer? Looks like I'll have to wait until next year to retake it. But Deep Tuni eagerly opened her exam paper. Everything needs to be difficult to be meaningful. She thought, for today's exam, I specially wore the clothes His Highness Chien gave me for good luck. Lai Tuk Tuk coughed lightly. Silence. The incense has been lit. The exam officially begins. Anyone caught cheating will be disqualified. Everyone immediately fell silent and began to work. Each one of them frowned in concentration. Deep Tuni read the question. Let's see. First question. A gentleman drinks a cup of tea, picks up a sword, and cuts 3,000 threads with one motion, up and down, neither curved nor straight. What sword did the gentleman use, and why did it cut the threads? Deep Tuni frowned. Second question. A flowerless tree usually has falling blossoms of how many colors? Deep Tuni was completely dumbfounded. What kind of questions are these? What does a tree with flowers of many colors mean? Good heavens, what do any of these things have to do with each other? She looked at the next question. I don't get it. The next question, I still don't get it. Deep Tuni screamed internally. After reading the last question, she was completely paralyzed. She didn't understand a single thing. She had read through the whole test and understood nothing. She sneakily glanced around. All her effort reading the manuals these past few days was wasted. No, I can't give up like this. She saw that everyone around her was scratching their heads over these questions. Only a few were focused on writing. Among them, of course, was Kwang Tu-so. He was concentrating on his paper. Deep Tuni sighed. A genius is a genius, after all. Lai Tuk Tuk saw her looking back and coughed lightly. Deep Tuni immediately sat up straight and picked up her brush, twirling it as she thought. The difficulty of these questions is beyond ordinary people. I'm afraid there's a hidden meaning. Could it be? Thinking of something, Deep Tuni was so startled she dropped her brush. A moment later, Lai Tuk Tuk called out, "Time's up. Pencils down, turn in your papers." As she spoke, she used her spiritual power to quickly collect all the exam papers. Kwang Tu-so walked over to Deep Tuni. How did you do? Deep Tuni slumped wearily. I didn't answer. I turned in a blank paper. Kwang Tu-so was horrified. What? You didn't write anything? Then aren't you done for? Tuni revealed a sly smile. Done for? Not a chance. Let's go prepare for the next test. Kwang Tu-so followed, worried. If you didn't write anything, how can you take the next test? Besides, the instructor hasn't announced the results yet. Tuni replied confidently, no need to wait for the results. I've already passed the written exam. Just then, Lai Tuk appeared with a document. The results of the written exam are out. As she spoke, she used her spiritual power to write on the notice board. Those who passed are Nguyen Bai, Kwang Tu-so, and Tuni. Kwang Tu-so was stunned. What is going on? Princess, what in the world happened? She explained, this written exam's questions were far beyond the capabilities of a third-grade cultivator. The instructor setting such questions proves that the real purpose of the test wasn't to get the answers. Kwang Tu-so asked, what do you mean, no answers needed? She explained in detail. The test had 10 questions, scored by points. Each wrong answer loses 10 points, and 3 wrong answers mean you fail. The instructor said 3 wrong answers mean you fail, so if you don't answer, you can't be wrong, and you won't lose any points, right? Kwang Tu-so understood. So this written test was actually a test of a cultivator's adaptability and comprehension. He suddenly felt a sense of admiration for Tuni. Princess, you're amazing. She flicked her nose. It's nothing special. As she left, she didn't forget to call him. It's getting late. Let's go rest and eat. We need to save our strength for this afternoon's martial test. He felt encouraged. Someone was quietly observing them from the side, unable to help but admire Tuni's intelligence. This is the first time someone has completely seen through my intentions. I've never seen a disciple with such high comprehension and courage. A true talent. On top of a tower, a group of cultivators had gathered. This was the location for the martial test, the peak of Van Can Valley. The instructor introduced the content of the martial test to the cultivators. For this test, you will be sent to Tu Van Duong's Van Can Valley. In the valley grows the extremely rare Hong and Hung flower. You have 3 days. Find the Hong and Hung flower within 3 days, and you will advance to the B level. Everyone understood the criteria and replied in unison yes. The instructor waved his hand to signal the start of the test, and the valley gates opened. The instructor explained, that is the teleportation formation of Van Can Valley. The cultivators stepped into the formation one by one. According to the formation's operation, after entering, they would be randomly teleported to a location within Van Can Valley. Tuni was filled with enthusiasm, ready to face any challenge. When the teleportation gate opened, Tuni was transported to another space. After observing her surroundings, she remarked, it seems the martial test is a test of wilderness survival. The soldier's blood in her body was awakened. She said proudly, these are all games I used to play. She excitedly activated the system and summoned a drone after successfully purchasing the search device. Let me show you the power of science and technology. Based on her combat experience, she had concluded one thing. When fighting in the mountains, you must first understand the terrain, and this high-tech equipment is the best assistant for that. After using the reconnaissance camera to survey the terrain for a while, she finally spotted a red dot on the map. Tuni was overjoyed. I found the Hong and Hung flower. Suddenly, she heard static from her device. She grew tense, feeling uneasy. Recon drone number 2 has lost its signal. Recon drone number 3 has lost its signal. In this dangerous, deep forest, she thought worriedly, there's something strange about this valley. I've lost 2 devices in such a short time. A loud explosion, accompanied by the ground shaking, startled Tuni. What's happening? From a distance, she heard the tragic screams of a person. She wondered nervously, who's crying for help? She moved quietly, hiding behind a bush to observe the situation. I need to be more careful. She was horrified to see someone about to be eaten by an ugly monster. She thought, there's someone nearby. It must be a Tu Van Duong disciple taking the martial test. The monster looked like a giant toad, croaking as it gathered spiritual energy to attack the person. In Tuni's judgment, this spirit beast radiated a powerful aura. It must be a 4-star spirit beast. The person looked up and happened to spot Tuni hiding. As if grasping a life-saving straw, he cried out, "Help! Princess Tuni, save me!" Tuni hesitated. "Oh my god, I'm only at the 2nd grade." The toad flicked out its long tongue, intending to swallow its prey. Tuni and the Tu Van Duong disciple watched in horror as the long tongue shot towards them. She quickly activated the system to get a weapon. "I can't worry about that now. Saving him is more important." The system's voice announced, "Grenade purchase successful." She pulled the pin and threw it at the toad. "Get out of the way." The grenade's explosion momentarily distracted the toad. Taking this chance, Tuni pulled the Tu Van Duong disciple. "Run!" The toad leaped up. Unexpectedly, its large, clumsy body performed an unusually agile somersault. The cultivator watched helplessly as the monster charged. "It's over, it's over. We're dead for sure. It's going to eat us." Tuni stepped forward with her sword. She leaped into the air. The cultivator frantically called her name, "Princess." Suddenly, a memory surfaced. She recalled that the manual His Highness Chien had given her said, "When its single eye closes, its back is its weak point." She threw her longsword towards the toad's eye. The toad wasn't stupid. It wouldn't let her injure it so easily. Instead, it launched an attack that slammed her into a cliff face. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. She clearly felt the impact of that last blow. "It hurts so much. My ribs feel broken." The toad then targeted Tuni and charged madly. The cultivator warned her, "Princess, run. The 6-eyed toad is coming for you." She stood her ground. This toad's entire body is covered in eyes. There are no blind spots. Where can I run? As a soldier, her unyielding will grew stronger in adversity. On the line between life and death, she could only fight head-on. She said fiercely, "Own Phi sword, come to me." She focused her spiritual power into the sword in her hand. Among the Non Noyette Cham techniques, the Noyette Dao has the greatest power. A direct confrontation will surely lead to victory. Her spiritual power reached its limit, and the technique was unleashed. Non Noyette Cham, Noyette Dao. Its power was extraordinary, but the toad took a deep breath, puffed out its belly, and counterattacked with a destructive force several times stronger than Tuni's. Tuni was hit again, and blood sprayed out like rain. It actually managed to neutralize my Noyette Dao. Is this the true power of a 4-star spirit beast? While she was off guard, the toad wrapped its tongue around her. It was over. She was about to become a spirit beast's delicacy. She quickly activated the system to buy a rocket launcher. Damn it, it wants to eat me. Open the system store and buy a rocket launcher. The system's voice announced, "Item purchase successful. 1,000 gold coins consumed. Current gold coin balance is 0. She raised the rocket launcher and aimed it at the toad. "Ugly toad, you want a piece of me?" Without hesitation, she gave it a large caliber rocket. Die. The toad was officially sent to heaven. Its flesh splattered everywhere. Tuni barely escaped the explosion. She took the full force of the rocket's shockwave. She struggled to sit up, her heart filled with regret. So painful. If it weren't to save my life, I wouldn't have spent all my money on a rocket launcher. It's so hard to be a good person, I went bankrupt instantly. From the aftershock, a sparkling gem flew out, catching her attention. She joyfully caught it. This is the spirit core of the 6-eyed toad. This must be very valuable. The cultivator from before ran over and said gratefully, "Thank you, Princess, for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have surely died at the hands of that toad today." She quickly hid the spirit core behind her back and pretended nothing happened. "We are fellow disciples. It's only right to help each other. Don't worry about it," he said politely, a life-saving grace Trung Dao will never forget. So his name was Trung Dao. Suddenly, Trung Dao offered her a small jar. "Please accept this, Princess." She looked at the item in his hand in surprise. Trung Dao opened the jar's lid. "This is Van Hung Mat." A honeybee flew out from inside, surprising Tuni. Trung Dao explained, "It can smell the scent of the Hong and Hung flower. Just follow the direction it flies, and you'll find it." She thought to herself, with this, victory in this exam is assured. She wanted to confirm, "Are you sure you want to give me something this good?" Trung Dao said firmly, This item should go to you, princess. She said, this spirit beast radiates power. Trung Dao quickly pressed the item into Tuni's hand. Princess, please take this Van Hung mat. I'm already severely injured, and I don't know if I can continue to participate. She took the treasure and didn't forget to bid farewell to Trung Dao as she followed the bee's direction. Then, thank you. She followed the little bee a long way until dusk fell. I wonder if this Van Hung mat can find the Hung and Hung flower before nightfall. Suddenly, the little bee started flying faster. She noticed the change with suspicion. It's speeding up. Tuni arrived at a cliff's edge. It was quite a high precipice. The little bee was circling around a glowing flower. Tuni cheered happily, I found it. Just as she was about to reach out and pick it, thinking, this bee really is reliable, it found the Hung and Hung flower so quickly, a voice suddenly called out. Deep Tuni, you've finally arrived. A beautiful woman appeared from nowhere, startling Tuni. Who is it? Tuni turned to face the person and was surprised. Lu Tram Nan, why is it you? She complained in her heart. Why does someone always come to bother me during every exam? Lu Tram Nan said with a smug expression, I've been here guarding this flower and waiting for you for a long time. The little bee broke free from the jar and flew towards Lu Tram Nan. Tuni said without fear, I didn't expect you to have an assistant. Lu Tram Nan asked arrogantly, my honeybee is very obedient, isn't it? But I have to thank that Trung Dao for leading you here. The plot was exposed, and Tuni was shocked to learn the truth. You and Trung Dao conspired against me? Lu Tram Nan recounted her plan. Before the exam, under the pavilion, I told Trung Dao to give you the Van Hung mat. Who knew he wouldn't give it to you directly? Her tone was light. I didn't expect you to run into the six-eyed toad. You even saved his life, and only then did he give you the Van Hung mat. Tuni's face darkened. Damn it, it's fate. After all that, I still fell into your trap. Lu Tram Nan angrily pointed at Tuni and scolded her. Before, I saw you as trash and spared your life. But as soon as you gained a little spiritual power, you dared to hit and humiliate me. Who the hell do you think you are? Tuni asked, so you came here today to kill me? She said confidently, what else? It's just the two of us now. No one will come to save you. And no one will know how you died. Tuni laughed coldly. A good plan. But I'm not some pushover you can just tear apart. She threatened loudly, the one dying here today won't be me, but you, Lu Tram Nan. Lu Tram Nan drew her sword and took a battle stance. You're still arrogant. Today, I will cut you into 100 pieces. The position of second imperial consort will be mine. Tuni said confidently, there's no one around, so it's time to get some fresh air. She called out loudly, Xiaojiao, come out. Contrary to Tuni's expectations, the space remained silent, with only the sound of the wind. Tuni was confused. Let's see, where is Xiaojiao? Lu Tram Nan watched her actions, completely baffled. Deep Tuni, what trick are you playing? Tuni looked around, calling desperately, Xiaojiao, come out quickly. Xiaojiao! Where is Xiaojiao? Lu Tram Nan said impatiently, Deep Tuni, stop playing games. She took advantage of Tuni's distraction and launched a sneak attack with her sword. Die! Tuni was hit and spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no, my previous wound. Lu Tram Nan approached, pressing the sword against Tuni's neck. She said smugly, the wound from fighting the six-eyed toad hasn't healed yet, has it? Tell me, how should I kill you? Or should I ruin this pretty little face first, then slowly torture you to death? Tuni coughed a few times, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Damn it, fighting that toad consumed too much spiritual power, and I was seriously injured. Lu Tram Nan is a third-grade cultivator, and I don't know why Xiaojiao won't come out. I'm completely at a disadvantage, captured by the enemy. I can only think of a way to escape. Tuni grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at her. Taking advantage of her surprise, she shouted, now's my chance. Tuni turned and ran, ignoring the other woman's screaming curses. Deep Tuni, you despicable villain. A sword shrieked through the air from a distance and pierced Tuni's heart. Blood gushed out like a fountain, seeming to take half her life with it. Tuni fell in agony, completely subdued by Lu Tram Nan. Still not satisfied, she continuously stomped on Tuni to vent her hatred. Deep Tuni, you wanna run? With your meager cultivation, did you think you could escape from my grasp? The pain made Tuni's vision blur. Lu Tram Nan's sword repeatedly stabbed into Tuni's battered body. This little bit of pain is already unbearable for you? I haven't even gotten serious yet. Blood continuously poured from Tuni's mouth. Lu Tram Nan grew more frenzied with each blow. The inhuman beast within her seemed to have awakened. If only the second prince could see you now. He has always wanted to kill you. If he knew you died at my hands today, he would surely be overjoyed. Tuni's eyes filled with tears from the pain, but she still had the strength to mock her. Ha ha ha. Lu Tram Nan, you and Man Thuong Nok are truly a match made in heaven. Though her body was riddled with holes, she still tried to provoke Lu Tram Nan. But you think I'm dead already? How could you become the crown princess then? That dog Man Thuong Nok is just a beast in fine clothing. He occasionally robs people on the street. Do you expect him to do it every day? Lu Tram Nan was provoked and stabbed Tuni relentlessly with her sword. You dare mock me? I'll kill you, chop you into mincemeat. In this life or death moment, images of her family flashed through her mind. I can't die yet. I promised to protect the Deep family, but my spiritual power is depleted now. She recalled her conversation with Q Quang Chien. He had said before, wait until your cultivation is a bit higher, and you will be able to feel the spiritual energy in your qi, unleashing the formidable power of the Non Noyette Cham. At this moment, she seemed to have grasped the meaning of those words. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body, even sending Lu Tram Nan flying. Tuni entered a state of focus, circulating the spiritual energy in her qi. She closed her eyes and felt the abundant spiritual power within her. Just then, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for comprehending the way of cultivation and successfully breaking through to the first stage of the 3rd grade. You will receive a great reward." Lu Tram Nan was astonished by Tuni's breakthrough. Impossible. How could you suddenly reach the 3rd grade of cultivation? Tuni's anger blazed, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat the other woman alive. Lu Tram Nan, today you must die. Lu Tram Nan was still struggling. So, what of your 3rd grade? I'm already at the 5th stage of the 3rd grade. Tuni laughed coldly. Huh, so being at the 5th stage of the 3rd grade means you can't die? She began to execute her technique. Tuni sneered. System, activate the 5th form of Non Noyette Cham. The system began to activate the sword manual, Non Noyette Cham, 5th form. Congratulations, host, for fully activating the Non Noyette Cham sword technique. Tuni raised her hand and summoned the On-Fi sword. Her technique was upgraded to the 5th form of Non Noyette Cham, Lu Tin Kan Noyette. A completely new power allowed Tuni to control the sword at extreme speeds, pointing it straight at Lu Tram Nan. It was the first time she had seen such a strange sword technique. What is this sword style? Her body was pierced by multiple swords at the same time. The sword that pierced her throat instantly ended her life. Her body shattered into pieces like a toy, defeating Lu Tram Nan. Tuni struggled to activate the system and called out, Quack Tu, Xiao Quack Tu. He finally appeared. Seeing that Lu Tram Nan was dead, he turned to scold Tuni. Are you trying to die, Deep Tuni? Why did you let yourself get like this? Tuni clutched her wounds, panting as she spoke. Quack Tu, help me see if she's really dead. Quack Tu checked and concluded, she's completely dead. Her body has turned to mush. Quack Tu was shocked to see Tuni crawling towards the cliff's edge. Deep Tuni, what are you doing? He tried to stop her from doing something rash. You're so badly injured, don't move, you'll die. Tuni struggled to reach out and pick the flower. I want the Hong and Hung flower. I want to advance. She fainted before she could even touch the flower, still murmuring, I want to become strong. 3 days had passed since that day. Quack Tu followed behind Tuni, advising her. Deep Tuni, slow down. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Be careful not to reopen them. She said, there's no time. Today is the last day of the martial test. Tuni held the flower and said, no, if I leave Van Can Valley. Even if I get the hung and hung flower, it will be considered a failure. Kwok Tu sat on her shoulder and said, "You're already lucky to have survived. It's all thanks to me constantly taking care of you and applying medicine. Otherwise, you would have met the king of hell long ago." Hearing him nag again, she said, all right. Thank you for saving my life." Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to Kwok Tuesday. "By the way, Kwok Tu, that day when Lu Tram Nan and I fought, why couldn't I summon Xiaojiao?" Kwok Tu explained, "The back mountain of Tu Van Duong has a barrier that prevents cultivators from summoning their spirit familiars. It's probably to prevent you little cultivators from summoning spirit familiars and causing destruction." Tuni continued to move through the forest and sighed, "Tu Van Duong has so many rules." At Lu Vong Valley, everyone was gathered to hear an announcement. The final hour had arrived. Of the 4 disciples who participated in the exam, 3 had returned with the hong and hung flower. Only Princess Tuni of the Kwok Q mansion had not yet returned. Someone said she only just reached the 9th stage of the 2nd grade and dared to take the exam. She definitely won't pass. The teacher prepared to ring the bell to end the test. "I declare that the time for today's martial test is..." Suddenly, a voice cut him off. "Wait." Everyone turned their heads to see who it was. It turned out that Tuni had finally returned, with the flower in her hand. Under the watchful eyes of her fellow disciples, she walked towards the teacher. They reasoned, so Deep Tuni really did get the hong and hung flower. I can't believe she passed the B-level exam at the 9th stage of the 2nd grade. It seems she's the only one from Tu Van Duong to pass at this level. She presented the hong and hung flower to the teacher. "Instructor, I've found the hong and hung flower. Does this mean I've passed the exam?" The teacher rang the bell. "The martial test has ended. Deep Tuni passes the examination. Receive the B-level bronze bell." Tuni accepted the item, her heart filled with joy. "I've finally obtained the B-level bronze bell." She held the bell in her hand, encouraging herself to become stronger, to become the most powerful person on this continent, so she would never have to fear anyone again. A few days later at the Jade Prince's mansion, Man Thuong Nok heard the news of Tuni's success and angrily kicked a chair away. How could that trash Deep Tuni pass the B-level exam? She was clearly only at the 9th stage of the 2nd grade. He clutched his leg and said to his servant, "My leg hurts." The servant spoke up to appease his master's anger. "Second Prince, please calm down. I heard that Deep Tuni has broken through to the 3rd grade. Her passing the B-level exam was likely not a matter of luck." Man Thuong Nok cursed angrily. "Damn it. If Father Emperor finds out, he will definitely force me to marry her. I want to marry the 9-tailed fox fairy." The servant advised, "Second Prince, if you refuse the marriage, you will anger His Majesty." The servant leaned close to Man Thuong Nok's ear to plot. "Why not just marry her first? Once she's in your mansion, whether you want to kill her or cut her up will be entirely up to you, Second Prince." Upon hearing this, he clapped his hands in approval. "That's not a bad idea. As long as Deep Tuni is dead, I can legitimately marry someone else." Meanwhile, at Tu Van Duong, Tuni was proud of her breakthrough to the 3rd grade. "I can finally learn beast taming." She took out a token and entered another space. This was an extremely large beast taming area. As soon as Tuni entered, she exclaimed, "Wow, this place is magnificent." Man Thuong Nok appeared out of nowhere. "Deep Tuni, what are you doing here?" Tuni cursed inwardly. "Good heavens, did I not check the almanac before leaving today? I just got to the B-level and already stepped on dog crap." She answered annoyedly, "Of course, I'm here to learn beast taming." Thuong Nok didn't believe her. He said scornfully, "Beast taming? A piece of trash like you who just reached the 3rd grade. What kind of spirit familiar could you possibly have?" She snapped her fingers. "Who says I don't have a spirit familiar?" She opened a summoning formation. A snow-white fox appeared, letting out 2 small yelps. Man Thuong Nok and everyone else were stunned. He was confused. How did she catch a spirit familiar so quickly? Everyone around praised her. "Princess Tuni is so fast. Princess Tu is amazing." The spirit beast obediently rested on her shoulder. She said, "Fast? I guess it's SOSO." She thought smugly, "If you all saw Xiaojiao's true form, You'd probably wet your pants in fear. At this moment, the teacher and his spirit familiar appeared. Time for class. Has everyone summoned their spirit familiars? Everyone quickly summoned their familiars. Man Thuong Nok also smugly summoned his fire Qilin. Indeed, among these spirit familiars, my fire Qilin is the most powerful. The teacher then announced, "Today, we have a new disciple in the beast taming area, so let's review some basic knowledge about spirit familiars." After a spirit beast is tamed, its wild nature diminishes, and its strength is not as great as it was before being tamed. However, because the spiritual power of a spirit familiar is closely linked to its master, its cultivation speed will be very fast, making it a close battle companion for a cultivator. A spirit familiar's attacks are extremely simple, so the beast taming area is the place for them to enhance their comprehension of ultimate skills. Tuni said excitedly, "Ultimate skills." She imagined what Xiaojio's ultimate skill would be like after it grew up. If it's breathing fire or shooting lightning, wouldn't that be so cool? The teacher pointed to a cauldron and said, "Then let's begin today's beast taming lesson. Within 1 hour, you must snatch the bell. Whichever spirit beast gets it will be the winner." Everyone and their spirit familiars quickly gathered under the cauldron. The teacher shouted, "Beast taming, begin." After hearing the command, all the spirit beasts focused on the target and charged towards the cauldron. Tuni also said excitedly, "Xiaojio, hurry up." Xiaojio leaped off her and quickly set off in pursuit. The spirit beasts began to clash with their spiritual powers. As soon as Xiaojio jumped forward, it was kicked to the ground by the fire Qilin. Xiaojio cried out in pain. Tuni was worried. "Xiaojio," Man Thuong Nok said smugly from behind, "What's the use of a spirit familiar that's so easy to catch? That fox is just a useless, ordinary familiar. It will definitely be trampled flat by my fire Qilin." Tuni thought, "Damn it, this guy is definitely doing this on purpose." If Xiaojio didn't have to hide its identity at Tu Van Duong, it would have easily broken this bastard's legs by now. Man Thuong Nok shouted without restraint, "Fire Qilin, no need to rush for the bell. Just slowly beat that fox to death." Following the command, the fire Qilin kicked and clawed at Xiaojio. Even worse, it bit down hard on Xiaojio. In its small form, Xiaojio had completely lost its ability to fight back and could only whimper continuously in pain. Tuni couldn't stand it anymore. "Man Thuong Nok, tell your fire Qilin to stop." Man Thuong Nok was contemptuous. "Are you telling this prince what to do? Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you have spiritual power now. You and that fox are both useless trash that makes me sick." Tuni's patience ran out. "You won't stop, will you?" Her expression changed, and she shouted, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." Tuni drew her sword and attacked. She unleashed the Non Noyette Cham's Noyette Dao. The fire Qilin was hit and retreated a few steps, crying out in pain. Man Thuong Nok was furious and wanted to strike her. Tuni, you dare attack my fire Qilin." Tuni fearlessly pushed him away. "So what if I attacked your spirit familiar? Even if it were you, this princess wouldn't be polite." Man Thuong Nok was struck in the face, speechless. "You!" Tuni couldn't be bothered with him and immediately ran to Xiaojio's side to comfort it. "Good Xiaojio, don't cry anymore. Let's go back and rest." Xiaojio whimpered intermittently. Man Thuong Nok quickly regained his composure. Tuni, do you think this prince has no way to deal with you? Let me tell you, this prince has decided to marry you." Tuni sneered. "Why has this dog suddenly changed his mind?" Man Thuong Nok didn't hide it and spoke his mind. "Once I marry you into my mansion, you will be my person. At that time, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand, and no one will know why you died." Tuni was furious. "This dog wants to marry me and then kill me. How vicious." Man Thuong Nok recalled his fire Qilin and replied, "Tuni, your 15th birthday is approaching. A woman's coming-of-age ceremony is the age when she can marry. You will soon become my consort." After saying that, he waved his hand and left. The teacher spoke up awkwardly. "Princess Tu, in the beast taming area, you are not allowed to attack another spirit familiar. How could you injure the second Princess Fire Qilin? Today, considering it's your first time here. Before he could finish, Tuni impatiently turned and left. Thinking about her 15th birthday in just over a month, she knew she had to quickly find a way to annul the engagement at the Kwok Q mansion. Tuni angrily pushed open the door to the room. Father, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Kwok Siu was startled by her, causing his brush to fall and spill ink. Tuni, what's so urgent that it's made you this flustered? I had just managed to write a beautiful piece of calligraphy. Unfortunately, Tuni impatiently slammed her hand on the table. I want to call off the engagement with Manhwa. Is there a solution that will satisfy both sides? Kwok Siu was in a difficult position. What are you saying? Our marriage was decreed by His Majesty. Anyone who calls it off is defying a royal edict. That's a capital offense. Tuni was blunt. But I don't want to marry someone like Manhwa. Kwok Siu sighed. If you want to cancel the engagement, there's only one thing that might make His Majesty reconsider. Seeing a possible solution, Tuni's face lit up. What is it? Kwok Siu spoke seriously. During the 10,000 Buddhas festival every autumn, a major Buddhist event is held in the city. Cultivators under 17 can participate. The Buddha's protector is the one who wins the championship in the festival. The emperor will also personally meet the Buddha's protector and grant them one wish. Tuni was excited to hear this. That's great, then I want to participate in the 10,000 Buddhas festival. Kwok Siu shook his head. Tuni, with your cultivation level, winning the championship is simply impossible. Tuni retorted, if my cultivation isn't enough, I can train. How will I know if I can win without trying? This is my last hope. Kwok Siu reluctantly stood up. Very well then. He took out a manual he had just found. This is a guide for the 10,000 Buddhas festival. You should look over some of the rituals. Tuni happily took it. Thank you, father. In the chambers of the West Garden. Tuni attentively read the manual. The 10,000 Buddhas festival is a tradition of the Vietnam Kingdom, with the purpose of promoting Buddhism and praying for the Buddha's blessing. It uses martial arts to select the Buddha's protector. In the records of past champions, none were at the 3rd stage. They all seemed to be 4th stage cultivators. Reading this, Tuni couldn't help but worry. She was only at the 3rd stage, and with only a month left, how could she reach the 4th stage? She frowned and analyzed. Even if I can't break through to the 4th stage, my strength must be close to it. At that moment, Lady Kwok Q knocked on the door. Tuni, I just finished making some snow pear and white fungus soup. Have some. Tuni happily took the bowl. Thank you, annulment. The moment she took a sip, she was stunned. This soup made her incredibly excited. Could her mother be a celestial chef descended to Earth? It's so delicious. After finishing it, she felt a wave of warmth spread throughout her body. Lady Kwok Q said hesitantly, Tuni, stop reading this book and don't participate in the 10,000 Buddhas festival. Tuni, who was drinking the soup, spat it all out upon hearing this. Annulment, don't worry, I'm just going to give it a try. Lady Kwok Q spoke sternly, how can I not worry about you? The martial arts competition at the 10,000 Buddhas festival is so dangerous. With your cultivation, you have no hope at all. If you don't want to marry Manhwa, then we will call off the engagement. Even if His Majesty gets angry, the whole family will bear the crime with you. We're not afraid of death. Tuni was moved to tears. Annulment. She thought to herself, Annulment is saying these things to me again. She said firmly, what are you talking about, Annulment? Our family won't die. Father, Annulment, my sister, and my brother all have to live well. Lady Kwok Q hesitated. But Tuni expressed her determination. Even without the matter of the engagement, I still want to participate in the 10,000 Buddhas festival. I've looked at the records. The participants of the 10,000 Buddhas festival are all people of the same age. I want to fight against people like them to become stronger. Lady Kwok Q said helplessly, all right then, Tuni. Since you're so determined, I won't say any more. I will go to the temple to pray for your safety. Afterwards, Tuni frustratingly opened the system panel. How on earth can I reach the 4th stage? Kwok 2 appeared. Stop dreaming. Reaching the 4th stage in a month, Even if you spent money to buy experience, it wouldn't be enough. Deep Tuni, while opening her daily quests, asked, "Even you're saying that? No matter what, I have to give it my all." She shouted fiercely, "Accept quest." The system displayed daily quest accepted, Blood Sea of Du Sun. Deep Tuni was excited. Blood Sea of Du Sun, the name of this quest sounds so powerful. It seems I'll have to go on a killing spree. The system's voice reminded her, "Host, please go to Quang Tu Lin outside the city and eliminate a group of bandits. Completing the mission will reward you with a large amount of experience." Deep Tuni flashed a wicked smile again. It's rare to go out for a mission. I should change my look. Not long after, at Quang Tu Lin outside the city, Deep Tuni appeared on horseback in a youthful outfit. She checked the map on her system panel as she rode. The indicator for the bandits' lair was not far. After riding for a while, a small roadside stall caught Deep Tuni's attention. "Do they sell food here?" She decisively dismounted. "Waiter, a bowl of noodles and a jug of wine." The waiter was a bit surprised by her attire, thinking to himself that young female cultivators these days are truly brave. A moment later, the waiter happily brought out the noodles. "Here are your noodles, miss. Please take your time." Deep Tuni probed, "Shopkeeper, I heard there's a group of bandits in Quang Tu Lin. Why are you still running a stall here?" The waiter, looking troubled, answered her, "It's all to make a living. I was originally a villager of Quang Tu Lin. After the bandits came, all the villagers moved away. Miss, you shouldn't stay in the mountains alone. Those bandits are especially brutal, openly killing people in front of everyone." Hearing this, Deep Tuni couldn't help but feel indignant. In broad daylight, they dare to be so audacious? The waiter pointed to the nearby carriages and added, "Those carriages are all for the bandits. After they finish robbing, they hold a celebration feast. It's truly hateful." Deep Tuni coldly agreed, "Indeed, very hateful." Kwok Tu emerged from his space. "Looking at your expression, I think those bandits are about to have some bad luck." At night, in Quang Tu camp, a group of bandits gathered for a lavish feast, singing and dancing without a care. "Brothers, you did well this time. Today, we must celebrate grandly. Let's toast to our leader." Scarface raised his bowl of wine and drank it all. The people below only then began to drink. A moment later, they all fell to the ground in fear. "What's happening? My body suddenly has no strength. Not good, the wine is poisoned." At that moment, Deep Tuni appeared, leaping onto a table. "This isn't poison." She stood up straight and said loudly, "It's a second-grade spiritual medicine." The bandit stirred. "Who is it? Are you tired of living?" Deep Tuni tossed her hair and smiled. "I was going to say I'll punish you in the name of the moon," but she paused for a moment and quickly clicked on the system panel to change her outfit. Her attire changed instantly. Deep Tuni, with an imposing aura, shouted, "I should just stick to my catchphrase." Tu Siu appeared from the sky and roared. "The two of them have been dealt with." Deep Tuni, filled with righteous fury, ordered Tu Siu, "No need to be polite. Eliminate all of them." Tu Siu spun around and whipped them with its tail, not sparing those in front either, and began to claw at them. Their miserable screams echoed everywhere. Deep Tuni sat leisurely on a chair, praising herself. "This heroine is truly a genius of both brains and brawn. I already put poison in the wine bowls." Tu Siu was finishing off the last one when a surprise attack came, and Tu Siu fell in pain. Deep Tuni was startled. She thought to herself, "What happened? Who dares to injure a celestial beast in the form of a nine-tailed fox, which has already reached the strength of the 4th stage? That's why I'm acting as the heroine nine-tailed fox now. No one knows my real level, so they wouldn't attack like this." A strange voice echoed from above. "I didn't expect it to be the rumored heroine nine-tailed fox who's been making waves in the city recently. How dare you cause trouble on my territory?" Deep Tuni looked around. Who is that speaking with 1,000-mile sound transmission? That last strike was too powerful, even I was affected. Deep Tuni knelt down, enduring the pain. The spiritual power is too strong. I've never experienced this kind of pressure before. My legs can't support my body anymore. Is this spiritual pressure? Sweat poured down her face like rain. In her memory, only a fifth-stage cultivator could use spiritual pressure. At that moment, a young man holding a large saber landed on the ground. Tuni turned her head and saw that handsome, cold face. It was him. Tuni immediately recognized him as the bandit leader, the fifth-stage cultivator Zhang Daitan. Zhang Daitan arrogantly began to channel his spiritual power. To be able to tame a nine-tailed fox as a spiritual pet. I want to see just how formidable you are, daring to barge into my camp. As he spoke, he unleashed his spiritual power and swung his sword. Tuni quickly summoned her sword. This is bad. She hurriedly used the Oriole Flight sword to counterattack. The two swords clashed. Zhang Daitan's large saber easily pierced through Tuni's spiritual power. She was shocked. He can actually break my Fengwei Zhanyue sword shadow. The spiritual power on his saber seemed to burn even more fiercely. Tuni could only turn her Oriole Flight sword sideways to block the blow. This spiritual power is too strong. As a result, her Oriole Flight sword shattered into pieces. Tuni was also sent flying by its force, falling to the ground in pain. Tuni couldn't believe it. My Oriole Flight sword it actually broke. Father gave this to me. She cursed the hateful system in her mind. It assigned a mission without specifying the difficulty. Zhang Daitan laughed loudly. I didn't expect the owner of the nine-tailed celestial beast to be such a beauty. Interesting. Today is truly interesting. Tuni uncomfortably sat up. I don't see anything interesting about this. Zhang Daitan became even more interested. Excellent. A brave young lady. I really can't bear to kill you. I want to keep you to warm my bed. Zhang Daitan was not angered by her reply at all. It's a pity the nine-tailed fox is your spiritual pet. Such a fine celestial beast delivering itself to my door. I can only kill you and take the spiritual core from the beast's body to cultivate. Tuni thought in disbelief. He has shifted his attention to Tu. I have to think of a way to escape quickly. While activating the system, she tried to divert Zhang Daitan's attention. Have you ever considered that if I can make the nine-tailed fox my spiritual pet, am I really that easy to deal with? She secretly bought a smoke bomb. Tuni held the smoke bomb. She quickly threw it out, and a white light exploded. Tuni hurriedly fled. Tu, let's go. A large saber suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Then a circular barrier appeared. Tuni was easily suppressed by the powerful spiritual force. She couldn't believe it. Is this the true strength of a fifth-stage cultivator? Tu immediately grew larger, wanting to attack Zhang Daitan. He controlled Tuni with one hand and easily dealt with Tu with the other. Surrender obediently. Tu completely lost its ability to resist, crying out in pain. Zhang Daitan summoned his large saber again. Little girl, now it's your turn. Tuni thought in horror, what do I do now? Suddenly, a gentle melody played, and both of them were drawn to look in that direction. Zhang Daitan sensed the spiritual power in the music. He was shocked. What is this? Where is that flute sound coming from? The music materialized into a tangible form and rushed to surround Zhang Daitan. He waved his arms and legs frantically. What is this thing? Tuni recognized this move as the spirit butterfly luring kill. She thought to herself, these spirit butterflies have restrained Zhang Daitan. At this moment, Tuni noticed a figure on a tree playing a silver moon flute. Why is he here? Is he friend or foe? Zhang Daitan struggled. What's happening? The butterfly powder is too strong, I can't see anything. Tuni, now overjoyed, called out, Non Noyette. Hearing her call, he turned his head, feigning great surprise. Tuni, what a coincidence, you're here too? Tuni cursed him inwardly. She was in such a dire situation, and he was still pretending. She forced a bright smile and called out loudly. Young Master Non, great hero Non, you see this little maiden in distress, aren't you going to help? Non Noyette crossed his arms and leaned back. Tuni, of course I can save you. But if I save you, what's in it for me? Tuni hurriedly tried to curry favor. I will definitely repay you handsomely. I wonder what young Master Non wants? Non Noyette suddenly became serious. I want an 8th grade spirit medicine. Deep Tuni cursed silently. It's been so long and you still remember the 8th grade spirit medicine. She opened her mouth. I really don't have an 8th grade spirit medicine right now. How about I trade something else for it? Non Noyette pretended to think. That's fine too. If Tuni keeps her word, I can save you. Deep Tuni said happily, this is good, I'll marry you. She secretly celebrated in her heart. I'll trick him first and figure it out later. Non Noyette leaned down. Is Tuni telling the truth? Deep Tuni pretended to be very serious. It's true, it's true. If not, I'll immediately make a solemn vow to you. Non Noyette smiled. A vow isn't necessary. How about Tuni calls me husband once? Deep Tuni was taken aback. She thought to herself, husband. This is too much. Non Noyette urged her. Tuni, my butterflies are about to lose control of him. Deep Tuni looked towards Zhang Daitan. He had completely broken free from the butterfly's control. She hurriedly shouted, husband, husband. Non Noyette gave a smug, cold laugh and leaped down. The spiritual pressure instantly descended as soon as he touched the ground. His powerful spiritual energy spread in all directions. Even within the barrier, Deep Tuni could feel its strength. The spiritual pressure on him was even more terrifying than Zhang Daitan's. Of course, Zhang Daitan also felt this terrifying presence. The saber in his hand trembled slightly. This is extreme in spiritual energy. Who are you? Non Noyette smiled gracefully. Me? I am her husband. Deep Tuni secretly gritted her teeth. You're taking advantage of me. But after the barrier disappeared, she couldn't help but change her mind. He used his spiritual energy to neutralize the spiritual pressure on her. Zhang Daitan still hadn't lost his arrogance. He released a large amount of spiritual energy. Today, I'll make you two adulterers die here. Non Noyette frowned. I'm afraid you're saying that to yourself. After speaking, he used his Tich Nan's spiritual power. Zhang Daitan transformed his spiritual power into a giant dragon. Taste my fire dragon slash. The fire dragon slash flew towards Non Noyette. He maintained his spiritual power, and the two sides clashed. The shockwaves spread out. Deep Tuni couldn't help but step back. Both sides are too strong. She exclaimed in amazement, is this a clash between high-stage cultivators? It's truly a battle of gods. Non Noyette's Tich Nan's spiritual power had now almost completely swallowed Zhang Daitan's fire dragon slash, finally breaking through and hitting Zhang Daitan directly. He fell backward in pain. Deep Tuni retreated, finding it hard to believe that Non Noyette's strength far surpassed Zhang Daitan's. Who on earth is he? Zhang Daitan struggled to sit up, his momentum undiminished. I don't care who you are, but I have the backing of Tu Van Duong. If you dare to touch me. Non Noyette impatiently stepped forward, preparing to finish him off. So, what if it's Tu Van Duong? I've never paid them any mind. Deep Tuni was also very surprised. The people of Tu Van Duong are actually backing this bandit. She thought to herself, it seems Tu Van Duong is also hiding many secrets they don't want people to know. Seeing Non Noyette take a jade pendant from Zhang Daitan's body, she was even more astonished. So he also came for the jade pendant. It seems he wasn't here to save me, he would have killed Zhang Daitan anyway. Suddenly, Deep Tuni realized something. Wait a minute, did I just call him husband for nothing? So it was all within his grasp. Shameless. Where is his shame? Non Noyette then walked up to Tuni. Ni, we have already pledged our love. When do you plan to marry me? Deep Tuni laughed and said, marry you? Let's talk about that in the next life. After saying that, she quickly mounted Tu Siu and fled. Tu Siu, let's go. Non Noyette didn't chase after her, only saying, I knew you'd go back on your word. At that moment, in the air, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily quest. Dong Sun Snow Sea. Host, Deep Tuni level 32. Realm, 3rd stage cultivator. Gold coins, 3,500. Spirit pet, 9-tailed fox. Deep Tuni looked at the system panel and analyzed it. Leveled up to 3rd stage, 2nd segment. If Non Noyette hadn't helped, I might have been chopped into 8 pieces by that bandit. To level up once, my Oriole flight sword broke. Now I have to focus on leveling up and find someone who can repair the Oriole flight sword. She sadly held the broken Oriole flight sword. Or maybe find a new weapon. The next morning at Tu Van Duong, Tuni walked with a determined declaration. I must quickly improve my level and abilities. Kwok Tu yawned and said, Tuni, why are you pushing yourself so hard? The sun isn't even fully up, and you're already at Tu Van Duong. Tuni took out her token. I feel like I didn't wake up early enough. The 10,000 Buddhas festival is in a month. I must seize the time to cultivate. She stepped through the spatial gate and began to calculate. Combining qi refining with dantian cultivation will greatly enhance my spiritual power. A moment later, Tuni closed her eyes, sat upright, and began to refine her qi and cultivate her dantian. As she circulated her spiritual power, she couldn't help but shiver. It's so cold. She opened her eyes, and the scene around her startled her. The surroundings were now completely frozen. Tuni recalled the time she was invaded by the cold qi of the Qiu Kuang Qian. My spiritual power has been mixed with cold qi, which is why the surrounding flowers and grass are frozen. Could it be from absorbing the cold qi of the Qiu Kuang Qian last time? Just now, while refining qi, I felt two streams of hot and cold air mingling in my dantian, and my spiritual power is much stronger than before. Tuni happily continued to sit in meditation. It seems the cold qi I absorbed last time was useful, and it even helped me level up. Let's continue refining qi. She thought to herself, from now on, whoever dares to provoke me, I'll freeze them solid. Introducing the Ice Queen, Tuni. A moment later, Tuni returned to the main hall of Tu Van Duong. Qi refining is done. Time to hurry to class. It was just the time when cultivators were heading to their lessons. Kwang Tu So waved excitedly from a distance. Princess. Tuni ran to Tuso's side. What's up? Kwang Tu So asked with concern. Princess, has something been happening lately? You seem to be in a great hurry. Tuni reassured him. It's nothing, I'm just in a hurry to get to class. Kwang Tu So's eyes lit up. What are you planning to cultivate, princess? Let's go together. Tuni took out her token. Sure, I'm planning to practice martial combat. I didn't have a chance to learn it in the Bing level before. It's great now, being in the E level, I can learn many new things. Kwang Tu So excitedly took out his token. That's great, I'll go to class with the princess today. The two of them walked through the spatial gate together, arriving at the E-level martial combat area. Tuni looked around excitedly. I can learn swordsmanship here, and other skills too. I'm so looking forward to it. After everyone lined up, the instructor arrived. The appearance of Qiu Kuang Qian caused quite a stir. It's Prince Qian of the Snow Region Kingdom. I didn't expect him to come to the martial combat area to teach today. What good luck, I get to see Prince Qian again. Tuni felt out of place among a group of girls staring at Qiu Kuang Qian with sparkling eyes. Prince Qian is so handsome. Meanwhile, Tuni was thinking about something else. Looking at his complexion now, he can teach at Tu Van Duong. The wound from the sword tomb must have healed. Qiu Kuang Qian suddenly looked towards her, his eyes meeting hers. Tuni was slightly stunned. Why is he suddenly looking at me? At that moment, the teacher spoke sternly. Quiet. Today, I have discussed with Prince Qian the comprehension of a new palm technique. This palm technique is very beneficial for training the wrists. Today, I will teach it to you. After speaking, he demonstrated with his spiritual power. Tuni and Kwang Tu So were both stunned. Such powerful spiritual energy. The palm technique of a level instructor is truly formidable. Under the admiring and astonished gazes of everyone, the teacher executed powerful and decisive moves, focusing his qi and his dantian. Gather spiritual energy, circulate spiritual energy. A moment later, the teacher stopped. That's it. You have 2 hours to practice on your own. Later, the instructor and Prince Qian will personally check your training progress. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. A while later, Tuni was still engrossed in her practice. Focus the spiritual energy into the left and right palms. Should I strike like this? She struck and then retracted her hand. Suddenly, a fan was used to correct her posture. A little higher. Qiu Qian approached and took Deep Tuni's wrist. The princess's palm force will be more agile. Deep Tuni smiled and looked at Qiu Qian. Thank you for your guidance, Prince Qian. I'll give it a try. After saying that, she immediately struck with her palm. Deep Tuni felt that although this palm strike was not as good as the teacher's, it was a bit stronger than before. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel happy. Thank you, Your Highness. Deep Tuni recalled the previous crisis, where Qiu Qian's guidance had helped her break through to the third stage. It seems the rumors are true. Being guided by Qiu Qian is equivalent to 15 years of arduous study. At this moment, Qiu Qian smiled, fanning himself. The princess need not be so courteous. Moreover, I must congratulate the princess on passing the exam and advancing to the level. Hearing such praise, Deep Tuni was overjoyed, but she didn't show it, only bowing her head politely. You're too kind. Actually, I don't have any special talent. I still hope Your Highness will guide me more. Seeing her so happy, he teased her. The princess's comprehension of Fenghuizhan is so high. What else do you need me to guide you on? Seeing this, Deep Tuni spoke sincerely. I want to raise my cultivation to the 4th stage within a month. I wonder if Prince Qian has any techniques or shortcuts. Hearing her words, Qiu Qian raised an eyebrow. It usually takes several years for an ordinary person to cultivate from the 3rd to the 4th stage. Even for a genius, it's impossible to achieve in 1 month. Hearing that it was impossible, Deep Tuni thought in disappointment, it seems it's not possible. But then Qiu Qian said, however, what others can't do, and what geniuses can't do, I believe the princess can. She asked doubtfully why. As he spoke, he moved closer, lifting her chin. Because the princess relies on kissing me to gain cultivation. If you kiss me a few more times, I believe you can reach the 4th stage in less than a month. She thought in astonishment, how does he still remember this? She then imagined the two of them passionately kissing, thinking of Qiu Qian's firm body. Her perverted nature resurfaced. Although I want to drain your spiritual power, that system won't allow it. Remember this, I will definitely drain you until not a single drop is left. Realizing her thoughts were improper, she hurriedly tapped her head. No, now is not the time for such distracting thoughts. She cursed herself, don't be fooled by his gentle appearance, he's actually a fraud. Then she blamed herself again, my thoughts are too dirty. Breaking free from those thoughts, Deep Tuni gently pushed Qiu Qian away. Prince Qian, is the wound from the sword tomb last time any better? Seeing her deliberately changing the subject, he stopped teasing her. He answered, the medicine the princess gave me was very effective, my injury is much better. Suddenly, a tall woman ran over. Prince Qian, Tu Van is here to see you. Could you also take a look at my palm technique and give me some pointers? Qiu Qian's expression didn't change. I remember you have a high aptitude. You must have comprehended this palm technique thoroughly. There's no need for further guidance. Tu Van was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really? I can't believe Prince Qian still remembers me. She thought to herself. Prince Qian still remembers me. Prince Qian has feelings for me. He likes me. Deep Tuni saw Tu Van's endless fantasies and sarcastically mocked Qiu Qian. If you can really remember her, I'll chop my head off and let you use it as a soccer ball. Only then did Tu Van notice Deep Tuni. She covered her mouth and giggled. Prince Qian says my aptitude is very high. Why don't you, Princess Tu, have a match with me? I saw the prince guiding you just now, princess. You must have learned it too, right? Hearing her words, Deep Tuni silently broke into a cold sweat. All right, I also want to try the new palm technique I learned. She sighed inwardly, why am I being treated as a love rival? A moment later on the martial arts stage, a large crowd had gathered to watch their match. As soon as she got on stage, Tu Van struck out with a palm towards Deep Tuni. Princess Tu, I won't be polite anymore. I'll make the first move. Deep Tuni quickly dodged her palm strike, sighing to herself. So strong. This is the strength of a level cultivator. Seeing her standing still, Tu Van said smugly, what's wrong, Deep Tuni? Are you scared? Then she turned to look at Q Kwang Chien. Prince Chien, look, I'm about to scare Deep Tuni to death. Seeing Tu Van's smugness, Deep Tuni struck out with a palm. I see you have a brain but don't know how to use it. Take a palm from me. Suddenly, a sword pierced straight through Tu Van. Prince Chien, she didn't even have time to react to what fell from the sky. It hurts so much. When she realized what it was, she panicked. Whose sword is this? Then, even more swords stabbed into her. Tu Van only had time to say, Q Kwang Chien. I will love you forever. Those swords also frightened Deep Tuni. At that moment, 2 more swords flew towards her. Deep Tuni hurriedly backed away. Oh my god, what is happening? Just one palm strike, why did 2 swords appear? At this moment, she looked towards Q Kwang Chien. Prince Chien. The people around began to gossip. Tu Van won't die, will she? Princess Tu's single palm strike could actually summon spirit swords. Deep Tuni looked at Q Kwang Chien suspiciously. Could it be because Tu Van was too vicious? These 2 swords were made by Q Kwang Chien. No way, Q Kwang Chien is definitely not that kind of person. At that moment, several more swords fell from the sky, piercing Tu Van. Why are so many swords suddenly falling from the sky? She held her head in fear. What is happening? I only threw 1 palm strike. Even if these swords were summoned by me, it's too intense. At this time, Q Kwang Chien quickly ran to her side and picked her up. Tuni, we can't stay here any longer. He thought to himself, so many swords falling from the sky, this is definitely suspicious. Q Kwang Chien quickly picked up the still stunned Deep Tuni. Princess Tu, let's go. She was still in shock. Why are so many swords falling from the sky? Q Kwang Chien's clothes were torn by a sword, revealing his upper body. Deep Tuni looked at him. Oh my god, Prince Chien's clothes were torn by a sword. The people around were also attacked by the swords, fleeing in all directions, their screams incessant. What on earth is happening? Where did all these swords come from? Help, these swords are too sharp. At this moment, Q Kwang Chien also realized these swords were coming from the sword tomb. Deep Tuni reacted quickly, immediately shielding him and preparing to summon her Oriole Flight Sword. Only then did she remember that her Oriole Flight Sword was broken. Deep Tuni reluctantly opened the system and took out a pistol from her backpack. She instinctively shot at the relentlessly flying swords. But it was useless, bullets couldn't solve the problem. I need a sword, only a sword can block these things. She looked up and was immediately drawn to a sword surrounded by spiritual energy. This was the only sword that was stationary. Deep Tuni observed that this sword seemed different from the others. It floated in midair as if controlling the other swords. Without hesitation, Deep Tuni leaped up and grabbed it. This is it. She successfully touched the sword, but was stung by its spiritual power. Success, I've caught you. Finally, she used all her strength to grip it and swung, knocking away the other swords. Q Kwang Chien couldn't believe it. She can actually hold a sword from the sword tomb, and it's this one. Deep Tuni, in midair, struggled to control the sword. What's happening? This sword seems to have a mind of its own. The sword flew in one direction against her will. Deep Tuni was dragged along with it. This is so uncomfortable. My hand is stuck. I can't let go. Where are you trying to take me? Suddenly, the sword stopped. Deep Tuni was startled. Why did it stop so suddenly? No way. Just as she had predicted, she fell to the ground without any resistance. Deep Tuni sat up, rubbing her sore bottom. That hurts. While she was distracted, the sword slipped into her sleeve. Deep Tuni looked around dumbfounded. Strange, where did that sword go? Suddenly, she saw several people nearby channeling spiritual energy into a sword on a cliff face. Deep Tuni recognized this place. It actually brought me to the sword tomb, and there are people here too. She slowly approached, and one of them recognized her. Princess Tu, why are you here? Deep Tuni answered honestly, I was dragged here by a black sword. She asked doubtfully, Instructor, what happened at the sword tomb? Why are there swords everywhere outside? The instructor replied, we don't know who caused it either. Someone placed a saber with extremely heavy saber chi into the sword tomb, causing the 10,000 swords within to become agitated. He added, the swords flying wildly outside are all spiritual artifacts left by past masters of Tu Van Duong. It's estimated that many people are injured now. If they continue to slash randomly outside, in less than an incense stick's time, the entire Tu Van Duong will face a great disaster. Tuni rubbed her chin. The instructor said someone placed a saber with extremely heavy saber chi into the sword tomb. Could it be that man in black? A silver-haired woman spoke up finally. The malevolent chi on this saber has been controlled. Tuni was surprised by her appearance. This woman looks so young, yet she's already an instructor. That instructor asked, Vice Headmaster Dong, how should we handle this saber? The woman called Vice Headmaster Dong replied, I want to seal its aura and take it out of the sword tomb. I will send people to investigate the origin of this saber. Hearing this title, Tuni finally understood. So she is the Vice Headmaster of Tu Van Duong. Tuni opened her mouth to voice her analysis. Speaking of which, not long ago I saw a man in black appear at Tu Van Duong. We chased him to the sword tomb, and then he disappeared. Could it be him? Dong Na Thuong frowned. There was such a thing? The instructor nodded. It's true, but we searched everywhere at the time and found no suspicious person. Dong Na Thuong asked, did you get a clear look at his face? Tuni replied no. Dong Na Thuong pointed to the saber in the distance. Did you see that man in black holding the saber? Tuni stared blankly at the saber. It was actually the saber. Tuni asked in disbelief, it was this rusty iron saber that caused the 10,000 swords to go berserk? Dong Na Thuong nodded. That's right. Don't think it's just a rusty iron saber. This saber has an extremely heavy yin chi. It must have been stained with countless amounts of fresh blood and buried with corpses for years. Tuni remembered the 12 corpses and the scene of Non Noyette holding that iron saber. Dong Na Thuong said, spending years with the dead, this saber was taken by Non Noyette from the Chuang residence. Could it be that Non Noyette was the one who snuck into Tu Van Duong that day? Dong Na Thuong frowned. Tuni, what exactly do you want? Tuni said flusteredly, no, I just vaguely remember the shape of that man in black. She thought to herself, this matter is definitely related to Non Noyette. To avoid trouble, it's better not to get involved. Dong Na Thuong spoke very seriously, this matter is extremely important. You must recall it carefully. If you can provide a useful clue, not only will the entire Tu Van Duong be grateful to you, I can even accept you as my disciple and personally teach you cultivation. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but sigh at this. Wow, Vice Headmaster Dong hasn't accepted a disciple in many years. Your Highness, you must seize this opportunity and think carefully. If you are personally guided by Vice Headmaster Dong, your cultivation will surely increase tenfold. Tuni's eyes lit up. Become a disciple, cultivation increases tenfold. Doesn't that mean I have a chance to take the lead in the 10,000 Buddhas festival? She said seriously, Vice Headmaster Dong, I also know this matter is important. I will definitely think carefully when I go back today. If I have any clues, I will report them to you immediately. Tuni thought to herself, I have to think more about this. How can I both be accepted as the Vice Headmaster's disciple and not get Non Noyette into trouble? In the evening, in a room at the west garden of the Kwok Siu residence, Tuni opened the system panel and bought a cultivation bathtub. After a whole day of cultivation, I need to soak in hot water and rest a bit. After the bathtub appeared, Tuni began to undress. Suddenly, a sword fell out of her clothes. The moment the sword hit the ground, it immediately floated in midair. Tuni was stunned. This is the black sword I picked up at Tu Van Duong today. How did it fall out of my clothes? Kwok Tu appeared. This sword has been stained with your blood. It has accepted you as its master. Tuni looked at the sword standing upright on the ground. So it's mine now. Kwok Tu replied. That's right. Even if you want to return it, it will follow you. You can't get rid of it. Tuni picked up the sword. If that's the case, then I'll keep it. But this sword is nothing special, it's black as ink. Others might think I just picked up a piece of scrap iron. Kwok Tu also felt that it indeed looked like scrap iron. Maybe some elder from Tu Van Duong didn't need it anymore and just threw it in the sword tomb. Anyway, your Oriole flight sword is already broken. Just use this for now. We can forge a new one when we have money later. Deep Tuni agreed. That works. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Sister, I'm coming in. Deep Tuni was puzzled. It's so late. Why isn't my sister asleep yet? Deep Swang Swang said worriedly, I heard something happened at the sword tomb and many people were injured. I was worried you were hurt, so I brought some medicine. Deep Tuni smiled and took her hand. My good little sister, I'm fine. Come, let's take a bath together. Later, in the bathtub, Deep Swang Swang exclaimed, Sister, what kind of spiritual artifact is this? It feels so comfortable to soak in. Deep Tuni was amused by her sister's innocence. My adorable little sister, this is a bathtub gifted by a great master. Deep Swang Swang suddenly understood. So that's it. Deep Tuni said, Swang Swang, my sister, you're a cultivator now too. You should go to Tu Van Duong to cultivate. Deep Swang Swang didn't think so. Don't I lack the talent for cultivation? I still prefer going to the tea house to listen to the storyteller. Deep Tuni thought to herself, the storyteller doesn't take long. In this world, storytellers are like TV commercials in the 21st century. No matter what news it is, they can spread it quickly. Seeing her suddenly stand up, Deep Swang Swang looked bewildered. Sister. Deep Tuni smiled and said, That's right, Swang Swang, do me a favor. Deep Swang Swang tilted her head innocently. What is it? Deep Tuni whispered in her ear. Tomorrow, go to the tea house. Tell the storyteller that I used an 8th grade divine medicine to save and hung. Say I met a great master who gave me many spiritual pills and that I still have many 8th grade divine medicines on hand. Deep Swang Swang agreed without hesitation. I will definitely do what you ask, sister. Deep Tuni smiled slyly, thinking, Non Noyette will surely appear when he hears this. My cultivation will suddenly surge, starting from here. She cheerfully splashed water. It's all thanks to my good little sister. Deep Swang Swang happily dodged the water. Sister, you're so naughty. The next day, outside the West Garden, Non Noyette appeared on the roof as expected. As soon as he jumped down, he stepped on something. What is this? Deep Tuni calmly appeared. Don't move, young Master Non Noyette. Absolutely do not lift your foot. If you move your foot, the bomb under the ground will explode. Non Noyette raised an eyebrow. Bomb. Deep Tuni gave a sly smile. It's the same thing that blew up my room last time. Young Master Non should be familiar with it. I've buried bombs all over this garden, and they're biological bombs too. If just one explodes, the biochemical weapon will fill this entire garden with poisonous gas, and only I know their locations. After hearing this, Non Noyette wasn't scared at all and even laughed. Tuni lazily leaned back in her chair, speaking shamelessly. I'll be direct. The tremor at the sword tomb 2 days ago was caused by an iron saber. You placed that saber in the sword tomb, didn't you? Non Noyette was frank. That's right, it was me. Deep Tuni wasn't surprised. You admitted it so quickly. Tu Van Duong has no grudge against you. Why did you deliberately cause trouble? Non Noyette smiled. Tuni, knowing too much is not a good thing. Deep Tuni shrugged. All right, I'm not interested in this matter, nor do I want to interfere in the grudge between you and Tu Van Duong. I'll become a disciple. I must do this. Non Noyette guessed the second half of her sentence. So Tuni plans to hand me over to Tu Van Duong for them to deal with. Deep Tuni approached him. If that were the case, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of luring you here. Non Noyette, let's cooperate. She playfully wrapped her hair around his. You helped me at the mountain fortress before. I don't want to sell you out either. As long as we create a clue that's half true and half false, you will be safe. I can also report to Tu Van Duong and become her disciple. After hearing the plan, Non Noyette couldn't help but admire her. Tuni really stops at nothing for the sake of cultivation. To even think of colluding with a mysterious person like me. And to come up with a plan to deceive Tu Van Duong. Deep Tuni smiled. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, I can only think of ways to become stronger. Other people's business has nothing to do with me. The way Non Noyette looked at her changed. Well said, I like it. But can that old woman Dong Na Thuong really teach you cultivation? If you want to become stronger, I can teach you. Why do you need to beg her? Deep Tuni was surprised. You will teach me cultivation. She thought to herself, it seems he's not joking. Non Noyette smiled. What do you think, Tuni? Deep Tuni opened the system panel and collected the bombs. Alright, if young Master Non can teach me, I'll keep the matter of the sword tomb a secret forever. If you don't teach me seriously, I'll reveal what happened. Non Noyette breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his legs. He sat down and touched the spot he had just stepped on. By the way, Tuni, where did you get all these strange things? Deep Tuni, of course, couldn't tell the truth. It's a secret. Non Noyette was about to say, so the 8th grade spirit medicine. Deep Tuni laughed and said, of course not, I deliberately tricked you into coming here. Non Noyette suddenly reached out and hugged her. All right then, it's getting late. Hurry and prepare a warm bed for your husband to rest. Tomorrow, your husband will personally teach you cultivation. Deep Tuni blushed. What do you mean? You want to sleep here too? Non Noyette said nonchalantly. That's right. Deep Tuni snorted. On the contrary, I'm afraid you'll be too lazy to teach me. She turned and said, there are many guest rooms here. Find one yourself to rest in. Don't bother me. Non Noyette teased, is my wife still shy with her husband? Deep Tuni opened the system panel, and a flash grenade appeared. Don't call me wife. Non Noyette gently dodged it. All right, wife, good night. Half a month later. Deep Tuni excitedly held a butterfly in her hand. Got it. This is the 19th one, so I've caught all the butterflies. She quickly put it in her basket. Don't underestimate them just because they're small butterflies. These blue morpho butterflies are not only cunning but also aggressive. In the past half month, today is the first time I've caught all the blue morpho butterflies. The system's voice sounded. System announcement, congratulations to the host for accumulating cultivation experience and successfully reaching level 36. You are rewarded with gold coins. The analysis panel displayed, host, Deep Tuni. Level 36. Realm, 3rd stage, 6th segment cultivator. Experience, 5 out of 100. Gold coins, 4,600. Spirit pet, 9-tailed fox. Deep Tuni looked at it with joy. Great, I finally leveled up. The scientific cultivation Non Noyette arranged for me seems to be effective. She tried to circulate her spiritual power. Under his guidance, the spiritual power in her dantian was reshaped and became more agile. Non Noyette appeared, clapping. My Tuni is indeed a fast learner. You've caught all the blue butterflies so quickly. Seeing him, Deep Tuni was overjoyed. Isn't it all thanks to young Master Non's dedicated teaching? Non Noyette suddenly moved closer. Since Tuni knows it's my contribution, how do you plan to reward me? Deep Tuni blushed. What do you want to do now? Non Noyette massaged his shoulders with a tired expression. I've been training with you for half a month. I'm tired and want to take a hot bath. Deep Tuni seriously reminded him, I still want to practice a little more. It's not even evening yet and you want to take a bath? Non Noyette blinked his bright eyes. Can't I? Wife. Deep Tuni opened the system panel, taking out a drone and bombs. All right, don't call me wife. I'll satisfy you now. Taking the drone and bombs from the system, Deep Tuni called out. You come up with me. Non Noyette was not surprised. All right, wife. The drone started up and began dropping bombs. Non Noyette, inside, couldn't hide his surprise. What is this? A moment later, Deep Tuni sat beside him, trying to cover her eyes. Non Noyette, how's the hot spring? How does it feel? Non Noyette leaned back comfortably. Wonderful, just wonderful. It's just that, Tuni, you should come in for a bath too. After saying that, he reached out and pulled her into the water. Deep Tuni fell into the water, stunned. Non Noyette touched her lips. Wife, we can consider this a Mandarin duck bath. Deep Tuni blushed, quickly covering her face and running away. What Mandarin duck bath? Non Noyette, go die. Pervert. An hour later, Deep Tuni asked, when is the next training session? Non Noyette, fully dressed, leaned against a tree and said leisurely, no hurry, wait until I've rested. You should rest too. Deep Tuni said firmly, you're not in a hurry, but I am. The festival is in a week. And with my current cultivation level, I can't possibly become the top contender. I have to seize the time to train. She thought to herself, if I don't become the top contender, how can I be qualified to ask the emperor to annul the engagement with Manhwa? Non Noyette didn't expect her to be so determined. Do you really want it that badly? Tuni was full of fighting spirit. Yes, I must give it my all. Even if I fail, I won't have any regrets. He suddenly leaned in close. Tuni, your strong personality makes me like you more and more. Tuni quickly pushed him away. Non Noyette began to analyze for her. There are endless methods of cultivation for a cultivator. But the fastest method is to fight against others. The stronger the opponent, the more it can stimulate the potential within a cultivator's body. To break through the limits of spiritual power. Tuni joyfully turned to leave. Then I'll go find a master to spar with. Non Noyette hurriedly stopped her. Isn't your husband a master? Why does my wife need to find someone else? Tuni was surprised. You want to be my opponent? She thought to herself, this guy can't be joking. How can I possibly beat him? Tuni said, even the 5th stage bandit Zhang Daitan was defeated by you. How can I fight you? Tan Noyette drew a circle on the ground with a tree branch. Tuni, don't worry. Not only will I not use any spiritual power, but as long as you can force me to step out of the circle, you win. Hearing this, Tuni's blood boiled. All right, you're the one who said you wouldn't use spiritual power. Black sword, come out. She attacked with her sword, but was utterly surprised. Non Noyette seemed to split into multiple forms, easily dodging her attacks. Tuni thought to herself, without the aid of spiritual power, Non Noyette's movements can still reach such speeds. Moreover, his strange footwork just now was very exquisite. Tuni predicted Non Noyette's evasion direction and attacked. I knew you would hide here. Watch me slash. And here's a spinning kick for you. Tuni kicked out smugly. Non Noyette easily caught her leg. Tuni's legs are really beautiful. He even deliberately groped them a few times. Tuni cried out. Hey, you shameless rogue. You're trying to flirt during a match. She struck out with her hand, releasing spiritual power. Take a palm from me. Tan Noyette took the palm strike but didn't move an inch. Tuni retreated. Her Fenghuizhan moon blade was completely absorbed by his vortex. Tuni was shocked. Blue morpho butterflies. She thought to herself, that's right, Non Noyette's blue morpho butterflies are his spiritual pets. Even if he doesn't use spiritual power, the butterflies will protect him. Tuni prepared to make a move. So, what if you have a spiritual pet? I'll turn you and your pet into dust together. She raised her sword for Fenghuizhan Lu Xingzuiyu. Suddenly, Tuni's body froze. Why do I suddenly feel weak, with no strength left at all? Tuni cried out in pain within her own barrier. An unusual stream of blood entered her body. Tuni gritted her teeth and attacked. Non Noyette also noticed something was wrong. He called out, but no one answered. He realized Tuni's consciousness had been taken over by the Black Sword's dark chi. He had no choice but to attack with spiritual power, releasing spiritual pressure from his butterflies. Tuni easily dispelled the acupoint lock. Healing art. Non Noyette counterattacked, snatching her black sword. Tuni fell. He rushed over to catch her. How are you feeling? Tuni struggled to open her eyes. Non Noyette asked caringly, Tuni, are you okay? Tuni was bewildered. What just happened? Non Noyette told her, just now, you were devoured by the black chi of the black sword, and your consciousness was controlled, leading to a loss of control. Tuni was shocked. This sword has accepted me as its master, why can it still control me? Non Noyette held the black sword and observed it. This sword is named Fa-Ach. Although its name means to eliminate evil, this sword is actually the embodiment of a demon, capable of splitting heaven and earth. Countless souls lie beneath its blade, and it feeds on the spiritual energy of its user. It's extremely brutal. Tuni opened the system panel and looked at it angrily. Damn it, this black sword can actually absorb other people's spiritual power. I was about to reach level 36, and my experience was clearly over 5 out of 100. Now 5% of my experience has been sucked away. Tuni said, this is too cruel. This sword has always been very normal before. Why is it suddenly absorbing my cultivation now? Non Noyette stated his judgment. Because I was fighting with you, your body produced a scorching aura, which awakened the evil demon within the sword. Luckily, you were only controlled by it for a short time, so not too much of your cultivation was absorbed. Tuni thought in a panic. From what Non Noyette said, the longer I'm controlled by the sword, the more of my cultivation will be absorbed. How can I let it just suck away the cultivation I work so hard for every day? She cried out, do you have any solution? This sword has accepted me as its master, so I can't just throw it away. With it sucking away my spiritual power like this, how can I participate in the 10,000 Buddhas festival? Non Noyette was still observing the sword. As long as your consciousness or spiritual power is strong enough, you can suppress the scorching aura in the sword. Then it won't be able to absorb your spiritual power. Tuni sighed, but with my current cultivation, I can't suppress it at all. Non Noyette suddenly revealed an interesting smile. Your cultivation is indeed not enough, but I've thought of a solution. Tuni said excitedly, what solution? Tell me quickly. Non Noyette avoided her gaze and said slyly, I can't just tell you that easily, unless you take the initiative to kiss me once and then call me good husband. Tuni silently cursed, damn it, he's trying to take advantage of the situation. She quickly covered his mouth. All right, I'll listen to you. Tuni closed her eyes and kissed her own hand that was covering his mouth. Good husband. Non Noyette tried to speak. You're clearly just kissing your own hand. Does that even count? Tuni blushed and argued. Like this, it's half complete. Once your method can truly suppress the scorching aura in the fa-ach, I'll add the other half. Non Noyette was amused by her reaction. All right, then I'll tell you. The method to suppress the fa-ach is this. Non Noyette opened his mouth. In the sword tomb of Tu Van Duong, there is a true sword stone. Just place this sword on the true sword stone for a while, and its malevolent chi can be temporarily sealed. Tuni rubbed her chin. So it's that simple to seal this sword. I'll go to Tu Van Duong tomorrow. After speaking, she turned to leave. Non Noyette waved. Wife, remember to give me a kiss after you succeed in sealing it. Tuni smiled helplessly, thinking, in your dreams. The next day at the sword tomb, Tuni looked around. I hope no one saw me come here. She began to go deeper into the sword formation, stopping at the place where True Sword Stone was written. This True Sword Stone looks so majestic and magnificent. The golden scriptures on it must be for sealing. Tuni channeled her spiritual power. The black sword was enveloped by its own demonic spiritual power, mixed with the golden color of the True Sword Stone. Tuni thought to herself, the scriptures are wrapping around the fa-ach sword. It seems the True Sword Stone is gradually sealing the malevolent chi of the fa-ach. Suddenly, voices came from outside. There seems to be some movement by the True Sword Stone. Let's go check. Tuni was startled. Oh no, someone's coming. Two female cultivators appeared behind her. Who are you? Why are you in the sword tomb? Tuni pulled her hood down low. She observed the black sword. The fa-ach was completely covered by the scriptures. The seal is complete. She quickly grabbed the sword and ran. The sealing is done, time to run. She thought to herself, if the instructors find out I entered the sword tomb without permission and brought the fa-ach to be sealed, even 10 mouths wouldn't be enough to explain it. The two female cultivators chased after her from behind. Stop, don't run. Tuni ran while analyzing. The mountains behind are overlapping with forests. It's a good place to shake them off. The two female cultivators relentlessly pursued her. Stop. In the bamboo forest behind Tu Van Duong mountain, Tuni slowed down, panting. I've finally put some distance between us. Where is this? Why is there fog? It feels like steam rising. The fog and steam are very thick, suitable for finding a hiding place. The two female cultivators caught up. Let's split up and search. Tuni gritted her teeth. These two are as persistent as leeches. Suddenly, Tuni slipped and fell. Her body rolled a few times before falling into the water. She coughed and stood up, and as she looked up, she met the surprised eyes of Qiu Quang-chien. Tuni was stunned. Qiu Quang-chien. Topless. Q Kwang Chien called out. Princess Tu. Tuni was confused. Prince Chien. Why are you here? She thought to herself. And he's naked, soaking in the water. It makes him even more charming. Q Kwang Chien smiled. I should be the one asking Princess Tu that question. Why did you suddenly jump into my medicine spring? Tuni was about to explain when the two female cultivators ran over through the mist. There's someone over there. Let's go check it out. Tuni was startled. Oh no. The instructors are here. She quickly submerged her face in the water. Not forgetting to say, Prince Chien. A favor from the martial world. Do me a favor. Just pretend you never saw me, okay? Q Kwang Chien was slightly stunned and looked towards the two approaching female cultivators. They also saw him and hurriedly bowed. It's Prince Chien, please forgive us. We didn't know you were bathing here. Q Kwang Chien smiled. It's all right. The female cultivator asked, I wonder if your highness has seen anyone sneaking around in this direction? Q Kwang Chien hesitated for a moment, then smiled and replied no. Underwater, Tuni was about to lose her breath. Are you guys done talking? I can't hold on much longer. Hearing him say that, the female cultivator sighed. It seems we've lost the trail. We discovered that person in the sword tomb. We suspect she was the one who placed the iron sword in the tomb earlier, causing the 10,000 swords to vibrate incessantly. Q Kwang Chien smiled. Then you should search carefully. Underwater, Tuni's face was pale. I can't hold on anymore. Her body kept floating up. She started to struggle. I have to grab onto something. If I surface, I'll be exposed. Suddenly, her hand grabbed something. Tuni was stunned. What is this? It's a bit hard. She tightened her grip. I'll just hold on to it for now. As long as I don't surface, it's fine. Huh. Why is this thing getting harder the more I touch it? Could it be? Tuni tried to open her eyes to look at the hard object. Oh my god, why is my hand so unlucky? I randomly grabbed something and it turned out to be Q Kwang Chien's most important part. And I even made it like this. She stared at the thing that was getting bigger and bigger. If I suddenly let go now, wouldn't that be too irresponsible? Q Kwang Chien gritted his teeth and endured. The female cultivator asked with concern. Prince Chien, are you suddenly feeling unwell? Q Kwang Chien's face was stiff as he gritted his teeth. I'm fine. The two female cultivators bowed. Then we won't disturb you any longer. We'll go somewhere else to find that thief. Q Kwang Chien endured. Let go. Underwater, Tuni also let go. The instructors must be gone. She quickly surfaced. Help. Q Kwang Chien suddenly pinned her against the cliff, his expression grim. He asked in a hoarse voice, Isn't Princess Tu going to explain her actions just now? Tuni thought to herself, he's too close, his thing is too hard. She shyly looked away. It was a misunderstanding. I accidentally grabbed it just now. Prince Chien will forgive me, right? Q Kwang Chien smiled. Of course. Tuni thought to herself, if it's of course, then let go of my hand quickly. Tuni forced a smile and raised her hand. Isn't Prince Chien going to let go of my hand? She worried silently, I really did light a fire just now. My sin, my sin. Q Kwang Chien leaned down and kissed her neck. What's the hurry? I just helped Princess Tu. Surely the princess doesn't intend to not repay me? Tuni blushed, thinking to herself. It seems Q Kwang Chien won't let me go easily. This can't go on. She used all her strength to flip over and quickly kissed him on the lips. After the kiss, Tuni flashed a sly smile. This kiss is to repay your highness for saving my life. After saying that, she quickly grabbed her hat and ran. Q Kwang Chien was still stunned. Seeing her leave so decisively, a determined look appeared on his face. A repayment like that is indeed satisfying. At this moment, Tuni thought, now that the malevolent chi of the sword has been sealed, there's nothing more important than continuing to cultivate. There are so many masters in Tu Van Duong. Finding a few to spar with to improve my cultivation is the right path. At this time, Dong Na Thuong appeared out of nowhere and called her. Tuni. She turned and saw her, quickly bowing. Vice Headmaster Dong, do you need something from me? Dong Na Thuong said sternly. Just now, the elders came to see me. They said a thief was found in the sword tomb today. I suspect this person is the same man in black who broke into the sword tomb last time. Tuni, I told you before to recall the appearance of that man in black. Have you remembered any clues? Tuni shook her head without hesitation, looking regretful. No. Dong Ne Thuong turned and waved her hand. All right then, there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Tuni called out. Vice Headmaster Dong, wait. Dong Ne Thuong turned back. What else do you need? Tuni said sincerely. The 10,000 Buddhas festival is in a few days. If a disciple of Tu Van Duong wants to participate, they must report to Tu Van Duong in advance. I have also decided to participate in the 10,000 Buddhas festival. So I want to register with you. Dong Ne Thuong was surprised to hear this. You are only at the 3rd stage, 6th segment of cultivation. Tuni nodded. That's right. Dong Ne Thuong said bluntly. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you won't even pass the first round of the competition. However, the 10,000 Buddhas festival is a good place to practice. Go ahead and participate. Autumn arrived, and the 10,000 Buddhas festival was here. Monks carried out the statue of Buddha. After the parade ended, the Buddha statue would be brought to the imperial altar for everyone to worship, while the qualifying rounds of the 10,000 Buddhas festival were held on the streets on either side of the altar. Passers-by exclaimed, "The 10,000 Buddhas festival has begun." Children, quickly throw your coins into the merit box in front of the Buddha statue to pray for blessings. Let's quickly bow to the Buddha statue. The qualifying rounds for the 10,000 Buddhas festival have finally begun. The Buddha statue is placed in the center, with martial arts stages set up around it. In the distance are thousands upon thousands of spectators. Tuni, in the VIP stands, couldn't help but exclaim. The cultivation levels of the participating cultivators range from 3rd stage, 5th segment to 4th stage, 5th segment. If I can win 1st place, it would be a great honor. A female cultivator stood on the steps and loudly announced, "The Buddha statue has been brought to the altar." The qualifying rounds of the 10,000 Buddhas festival officially begin. The martial arts stages are designed as multiple small arenas. Participants are divided into groups to compete simultaneously. The final winner will win the championship and become the Buddha's protector. The prize is 10,000 taels of silver and the 10,000 Buddhas cultivation secret technique. The emperor will grant one wish to the Buddha's protector. Kwok Tu appeared, punching left and right. Cheering for Tuni, go Tuni. Don't get defeated in the first round. Tuni said heroically, "Don't worry, I will definitely win the secret technique. Meet the emperor and break off the engagement with Man Thoanok." At that moment, the announcer read Tuni's name, and she went up to draw her opponent. Tuni stepped up to draw. She read aloud, "My opponent in the first round is." Kwok Tu closed his eyes and prayed. "Oh please, Tuni, please don't draw a powerful expert." The first day of the 10,000 Buddhas festival has finally arrived. The announcer solemnly declared, "The first match of the 10,000 Buddhas festival." Tuni also formally introduced herself. Tuni, 3rd stage, 8th segment. Please guide me. She secretly recalled the moment of the draw and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I actually drew someone with a lower cultivation level than me in the first round. How lucky. Kwok Tu appeared. It's like a pie fell from the sky. Luck is also a part of strength. Seeing her standing still, the other guy made the first move. Please guide me, Princess Tu. But he didn't expect that before his saber could even touch the hem of Tuni's clothes, she kicked him to the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, he used hidden weapons and shot them at her. Tuni was surprised. Hidden weapons. But she quickly calmed down, caught all his hidden weapons, and then rushed forward to grab him by the neck. She sneered in her heart, "These hidden weapons are flying too slowly, not even 1/10,000th as fast as Non Noyette's butterflies." Then, she angrily slammed his head to the ground. "Playing dirty with me won't end well for you. I win this match. I'll spare your life, go reflect on your actions in the corner." Tuni, with a sense of disappointment, jumped off the stage. She thought to herself, "This is just the beginning." To win, I can only keep winning. Tuni won all the subsequent matches. This caused the audience to gossip. Half a year ago, she was just a piece of trash with no spiritual power. How did she make a comeback now? The announcer shouted loudly, Princess Tu wins 3 consecutive matches and enters the quarterfinals. The 2 spectators from before whispered again. This year is really interesting. There are 2 third-stage cultivators who made it to the quarterfinals. The announcer then said loudly, all right, after these tense moments, the quarterfinal match that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. Let's invite our 18 contestants to come up and draw lots. Tuni approached the ballot box. She drew a wooden tag. I drew Zen. Then my opponent must be the one who drew the same wooden tag. She quietly observed the opponents around her. She looked at one cultivator and silently judged him. This person looks like a strong cultivator. His appearance is very formidable. Tuni looked at another cultivator. If this were the 21st century, he would definitely be a delinquent teenager. He also has a murderous aura. It seems he's not a good person. At this moment, a beautiful woman shouted in a high voice, who drew Zen? Hearing this, Tuni paid attention. She put her hands on her hips and raised the wooden tag. Tuni thought to herself, so she is my opponent. The audience saw the woman and began to gossip. It's Tu Van of Mon. She is a very formidable talent. Tuni showed a look of disgust. I have Zen. Deepening is not to blame. I'm definitely winning this match. Tuni pursed her lips slightly. Van, a disciple of Mon with a 3rd stage cultivation level, not much different from mine. It seems I'm quite lucky. After both of them went on stage, the announcer raised the flag and shouted, the first quarterfinal match, begin. Van said arrogantly, Tuni, you should just surrender obediently, lest you suffer a humiliating defeat later. Tuni was not afraid at all. Miss Van, don't be so hasty. Who will win or lose is still unknown. As soon as she finished speaking, Van immediately swung her sword and attacked her. How ridiculous. Let me show you how I'll deal with you. Van took the advantage. Her sword moves forced Tuni to only be able to dodge. Her swordsmanship is strange, both real and illusory. She thought to herself. Moreover, this Van seems to have a prejudice against disciples of Tu Van Duong. Every move is filled with a strong murderous aura. Seeing Tuni only dodging, she mocked. What's wrong? Do disciples of Tu Van Duong only know how to dodge today? I'll open your eyes and let you see the swordsmanship of our Mon. After speaking, Van executed her move, Van's 7 ultimate swords. Tuni created a barrier, sighing inwardly at how fast the sword technique was. Seeing her blocked, Van said smugly, Tuni, I've already used the 7 ultimate swords. With such an endless stream of sword moves, let's see how long you can dodge. Seeing her so smug, Tuni retorted, who said I'll keep dodging? I'm about to use my ultimate move. Tuni counterattacked with Fengwei Dao. Her surprise attack caught Van off guard. She was hit directly, and her long, flowing hair was cut off. Van couldn't believe it and collapsed to the ground. How could this be? You're clearly also a 3rd stage, 8th segment cultivator. How can you use an earth rank sword technique? Tuni smiled with a murderous aura. Isn't your 7 ultimate swords supposed to have 7 moves? Then I'll let you taste the earth rank sword technique, Lin Hongjian. After speaking, she unleashed her moon blade again. Van hurriedly dodged, but her earring was still cut off. Immediately after, another sword strike, and the remaining earring was also cut off. Van was terrified, only able to dodge, constantly shouting for her to stop. The system's voice sounded. System reminder, congratulations to the host for comprehending Du Van Bu on your own. Tuni swung her black sword and knocked her opponent's saber away. Van still couldn't believe it. Du Van Bu, you even know this move? Tuni laughed and said, what's so surprising? At this point, Van's hair was in disarray, her face full of horror. How could this be? How did your moon ring suddenly turn into a flowing light sword chi bullet? Tuni smugly pointed her sword at her. I said I used the moon ring and you actually believed it? That move just now was feng wei zhan, non noyette. Tu Van thought to herself, how humiliating, I was tricked by her. I don't even have any hair left. Finally, her eyes widened, and she cried out in pain. Oh my god, I feel like my body is being drained. I have no strength left. The announcer struck the gong. First quarterfinal match, Tuni wins. Tu Van screamed and then fainted, foaming at the mouth. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Princess Tu has achieved an extraordinary victory, defeating an opponent faster than herself. Princess Tu won again. Tuni is making a comeback. Her performance is truly shocking. Princess Tu actually shaved Tu Van's head. The beauty turned into a bald head. Suddenly, two figures appeared in Tuni's mind. I won another match. I wonder if Q Guangqian saw it? And where is that damn Non Noyette hiding? In the backstage area, a handsome young man was sitting there with an impatient look on his face. As soon as Tuni saw him, she secretly sized him up. This young man in blue really has a certain air about him, and he's handsome too. I didn't expect him to make it to the quarterfinals. A young man brimming with spiritual power spoke up. Well, I didn't expect a third-stage cultivator to still be in the semifinals. Tuni looked over. He exuded the smell of blood. The other man, with a twisted face and a murderous aura, said, I'm telling you, we'll be in the same draw later. Tuni said calmly, if that's really the case, then we'll meet on the stage. The other guy continued to strike up a conversation with a strange expression. My opponent just now was also a beauty, as beautiful as you. Look, I've already peeled off her face skin. As he spoke, he took out a piece of human skin to show her. The more beautiful something is, the more interesting it is when it's destroyed. Tuni stared blankly. Oh my god, what a pervert. She angrily pushed him away. Get your dirty hands off me. Seeing her reaction, the other guy laughed even more gleefully. I'll go first then. I look forward to our match. At this moment, the announcer on the stage also spoke. All right, the final contestant of the semifinals has appeared, and it is Hang Dan. Tuni looked at the emperor on the high platform and assessed Hang Dan. A fourth stage, fourth segment cultivator, a disciple of Tu Van Duong. I feel that this person is even stronger than the tattooed pervert from just now. The announcer now opened the piece of paper. Congratulations to all of you for entering the semifinals. Next, I will announce the results of the semifinal draw. Tuni thought smugly, is it the pervert, the cold handsome guy, or the fourth stage giant? No matter who the opponent is, fighting someone stronger than me is really exciting. Tuni looked at the tall figure in front of her, Hang Dan. The announcer's voice rang out. Tuni's opponent is Hang Dan. A third stage, eighth segment cultivator versus a fourth stage, fourth segment cultivator. This match will be over very quickly. Hang Dan bowed his head and chanted, Ba. Tuni also cautiously chanted along, Ba. Hang Dan spoke first. Princess Tu, to enter the semifinals with a third stage cultivation is truly admirable. Therefore, I will also give it my all. Tuni thought to herself, he doesn't look down on me at all. He's truly respectable. She said with soaring spirit, thank you, senior brother. I will also do my best. Tuni began to draw her sword. Fa ach sword is here. Feng Nuoi Cham, Ton Kai Cap. Hang Dan gritted his teeth and dodged. The audience couldn't help but exclaim. Tuni is so formidable. I didn't expect her to take the initiative to attack. And she even managed to injure Hang Dan. The princess is too strong. Hang Dan took out his weapon. The princess's swordsmanship is indeed superb, and her footwork is also excellent. I will use my strongest sword technique to deal with you. Tuni looked at the surging spiritual power in surprise. What is happening? Hang Dan attacked with the Lahan staff technique. Tuni gritted her teeth and retreated. Hang Dan's attack not only didn't weaken but grew stronger, transforming into a dragon and continuing its charge. Tuni's spiritual power also materialized into an attack. Tuni thought to herself, this staff technique is too powerful. I have to find a way to defeat him. Deep Tuni watched the powerful attack approaching, thinking, is this the difference in cultivation level? Before she could think much, she was hit by that dragon form. Deep Tuni fell in pain. Hang Dan walked over unharmed and said, all conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. The princess's spiritual power is depleted. She has no strength left to fight. Surrender. Deep Tuni wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered, surrender? Deep Tuni never surrenders. I am the winner. She began to channel her spiritual power, which condensed into her palm. She thought to herself, this is the palm technique that Qiu Kuang Qian taught me. As she struck with her palm, Hang Dan immediately used his staff to block. In his heart, he also didn't expect this palm technique to be so powerful. Finally, his staff couldn't take it anymore. Hang Dan quickly retreated. The ground under the stage shattered, trapping his feet. I can't move, I'm stuck. Deep Tuni laughed loudly. Only by trapping you can I have a chance to win. After speaking, she continued to attack with another move, the cold ice palm. She thought to herself, luckily I absorbed Qiu Kuang Qian's cold chi before. Hang Dan was frozen and slightly closed his eyes. I will be the Buddha's protector. I will win by chanting scriptures. I absolutely cannot lose here. The moment he finished speaking, his whole body burst into flames, burning away Deep Tuni's cold chi, and he broke free from the restraint. Without hesitation, Hang Dan launched an attack. Secret art, Buddha's seal. Victory or defeat lies here. Deep Tuni knitted her brows. Damn it, he has a new move. My dantian and the spiritual power in the void are about to give out. I have to neutralize it quickly. Thinking this, she charged forward with her sword. Hang Dan shouted, calm your mind and guard your heart. He also thought to himself, my spiritual power is depleted. This is my last move. Deep Tuni was still trying to hold on, coughing incessantly. I really don't have any spiritual power left. Do I have to stop here? Suddenly, the spiritual power in the black sword appeared, surrounding Deep Tuni. The attack grew stronger and stronger. Hang Dan also felt this terrifying power. Why is there such a powerful tyrannical aura? Deep Tuni swung her sword down. This one move directly pierced through Hang Dan's palm, sending him flying. Hang Dan struggled to stand up, spitting out blood. At this moment, Deep Tuni charged forward with her sword without hesitation. She thought to herself, damn it, I'm being controlled by this sword again. She shouted, kill. Suddenly, Non Noyette's voice echoed in her head. Deep Tuni, don't be so useless. Don't be easily controlled by a sword. Deep Tuni paused for a moment. At this moment, Hang Dan had accepted his fate. He sat down, closed his eyes, and chanted, Amitba. Deep Tuni tried to control her hand. You are my sword. You must be wielded by me. Stop for me. The black sword struggled for a moment, then really stopped right at Hang Dan's neck. Deep Tuni breathed a sigh of relief and immediately lowered her sword. She thought to herself, that was too close, I almost killed Hang Dan. This sword almost made me kill someone. Hang Dan was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. He bowed his head and said, Buddha says that all things are victorious. The stands were about to explode. Oh my god, what did I just see? Deep Tuni could actually defeat the fourth stage, fourth segment Hang Dan. She actually won. She challenged someone of a higher level and still won. And it was a victory based on strength. This match was amazing. Truly outstanding. The princess is mighty. Deep Tuni couldn't help but feel excited. I won. I'm in the finals. She reached out to help Hang Dan up, which stunned him. Princess, what is this? Deep Tuni smiled brightly. Of course, I'm helping you up. You also worked very hard in this match. Suddenly, Hang Dan offered her a pill. Junior sister, this is a regulating pill. It can help you regulate your spiritual power. You will recover quickly. Deep Tuni was stunned and accepted it. Thank you, senior brother. She swallowed it immediately and felt much better. Her strength seemed to have recovered a little. Hang Dan explained, this regulating pill is of too low a grade, it can't fully restore you. Junior sister, you should go rest and prepare for tomorrow's final match. Deep Tuni didn't stand on ceremony. I'm going to see who my opponent is tomorrow. She thought to herself, whether it's the tattooed pervert or the cold handsome guy, they will be the one I have to face tomorrow. She went to the other side of the stage. It seems the match on this side is over. Who is the winner? As she got closer, Tuni frowned and stopped. The smell of blood is so strong. She saw that on the main stage was that cold, handsome man. The scene before her was the unharmed cold, handsome man standing before a dismembered corpse. Tuni was stunned. That tattooed pervert was actually killed by this cold, handsome man. Tuni couldn't believe it, looking at that cold face. The cold, handsome man is too strong. To kill so cruelly and still remain clean and composed, his face unchanging. She turned and asked the person next to her, "Excuse me, what's the name of the winner of this match?" The person was surprised. "You don't know Baklai Na? He's from the inner courtyard of the Tu Van Duong." Tuni was shocked. Someone from the inner courtyard of Tu Van Duong. There are less than 10 disciples in the inner courtyard. Those who can cultivate in the inner courtyard will become famous cultivators in the Vietnam kingdom and even on the entire continent in the future. Tuni asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, what realm is Baklai Na at?" The person replied, "4th stage, 8th segment." He is a cultivator on the verge of reaching the 5th stage. He is the cultivator with the highest cultivation level in the history of the 10,000 Buddhas festival. Tuni screamed in her heart, "Unbelievable. This is my first time participating in the 10,000 Buddhas festival, and I have to meet the cultivator with the highest cultivation level in history. His cultivation is 10 realms higher than my 3rd stage, 8th segment. I pray for good luck in tomorrow's match." The Kwok Kyu residence was cheerfully setting off fireworks. Our Tuni is in the semi-finals. So amazing. Set off more fireworks. Deep Swang exclaimed excitedly. "Sister, you are my pride." Lady Kwok Kyu smiled brightly. "My good daughter has really made her mother proud." Tuni said firmly, "From now on, I will protect our Kwok Siu residence." Lady Kwok Siu was delighted and said, "Come in and eat quickly. Nuing has made many of your favorite dishes. Steamed mutton, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted chicken." Tuni could only force a smile at this exaggerated menu. The 3 of them kept putting food on her plate. "Sister, eat up quickly. Try the braised pork a Nuong made." "Tuni, let's have a toast first." Tuni's face was beaming. She thought, although it's a bit exaggerated, this family is really good to me. Later, in the bathroom, Tuni cheerfully splashed water. "This bathtub is so comfortable. Thinking about today's match with Hang Dan, I finally had to borrow the sword's power. It disappeared by half, revealing a dark red color. Now this sword is still half black and half red. But this sword doesn't control my consciousness. It seems the evil chi has been sealed." Tuni sighed and tossed the sword aside. "Fighting all day is exhausting." Suddenly, a strange hand appeared and started massaging her shoulders. Tuni was about to say how comfortable it was when Non Noyette's voice came from behind. "If Tuni needs it, I can also give you a full body massage." Tuni was startled and quickly backed away. "When did you get in here?" Non Noyette, who had taken off his shirt, calmly replied. "Just now." Tuni glanced at the open window and thought, the window was indeed opened. This guy snuck in through the window again. Since I've known Non Noyette, he never seems to use the main door. She said helplessly, "I say, young Master Non, great hero Non, next time you enter my room, could you knock?" Non Noyette pretended to be pitiful. "Of course not. If I knocked, it would startle the maids in the residence. If word got out that the princess of the Kwok Siu residence was having a midnight rendezvous with her lover, it would damage your reputation." Tuni decided to play along with him. "You barge in like this now and watch me bathe. Haven't you already damaged my reputation? So, what did you come to find me for?" Non Noyette said seriously. "Tuni, you should forfeit tomorrow's final match." Tuni was clearly unhappy. "Why? I worked so hard to get into the finals. If I win tomorrow, I can meet the emperor and request to annul the engagement with Man Thuong Nok." Non Noyette said bluntly. "You can't win." He began to analyze for her. "Your opponent is a ruthless person. With your cultivation, fighting him will be life-threatening. Tuni tried to maintain a natural smile. I've already won the semifinals anyway, so I'm not afraid of one more fight. Besides, don't cultivators put their lives on the line when they fight? If I'm afraid of death, what can I accomplish in the future? I'm not afraid. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Non Noyette to come this time because he was worried about me. But Non Noyette was thinking about something else. Is she intentionally faking a smile? He cleared his throat slightly. Then that's troublesome. If Tuni dies, I'll have to live the rest of my life alone. Tuni silently sized him up. I was just moved a moment ago. I didn't expect him to start saying things like this. She went along with his words. If young Master Non is so sentimental, you can also be buried with me. Non Noyette suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered. Tuni is so cruel. It seems that to avoid being buried with you, I can only think of a way to protect your life. He then took out a book. Tuni, look what this is. Tuni excitedly lunged forward and snatched it. It's a secret manual. She blushed and covered her body with her hands. Quickly turned away. Closed her eyes and said, Don't look. Non Noyette used a teasing tone. Why be so formal with me? This book is a gift from your husband to protect yourself in times of crisis. Tuni was still very embarrassed. Thank you. Non Noyette smiled. With our Tuni's ability, one night is enough to comprehend it. Then I'll be on my way. After speaking, he jumped out the window and left. Tuni excitedly opened the book and began to scan it. The system's voice sounded. The system is scanning the book's contents for her. Tuni closed her eyes and felt it. The next morning at the venue of the 10,000 Buddhas Festival Finals, the announcer shouted loudly, welcoming His Majesty to the finals of the 10,000 Buddhas Festival. Emperor Manhwa appeared. Tuni coldly looked at the person above. As long as I win today, I can ask the Emperor to annul the engagement with Manhwa. She glanced over and was surprised to see the figure of Qiu Quangqian. Why is Qiu Quangqian here? I heard he doesn't like to go out and especially dislikes crowded places. Why did he come to watch the match? When Tuni looked over, Qiu Quangqian was also looking at her and smiling. Tuni couldn't help but blush. He actually smiled at me. No, I can't get distracted. At this moment, the announcer solemnly declared, Today's festival prays for the Buddha's light to shine upon the Vietnam kingdom. Believers, please pay homage to the Buddha. The Emperor hereby declares the finals have begun. As the bronze drum sounded, the two contestants stepped onto the martial arts stage. Tuni was shocked as spiritual energy flew towards her. He attacked without even asking a question? She gritted her teeth and dodged. Damn it, if you don't look closely, you can't even see these threads. She thought to herself, these threads are all very strong, as sharp as knives. Tuni drew her sword to block, slashing several times, but the threads showed no sign of disappearing. Why aren't they breaking? Tuni's face was grim. If they can't be cut, then I can only turn and execute a new sword move, Tu Van Duong. The threads were immediately entangled by her black sword. Tuni was smug. Your threads are all entangled by my sword. You can't touch me this time. Baklai suddenly took off the bell around his neck. You have some skill. New threads appeared from within the bell. Baklai held the bell in his mouth and transferred the threads to his hands. Tuni was shocked. So the source of the threads is that bell. It seems that bell is his weapon. The threads changed color. Baklai attacked Tuni without hesitation. Tuni gritted her teeth and defended. These golden threads are much stronger than the silver ones from before. She drew her sword and slashed a few times. Baklai frowned and retracted the threads. This fight is so boring, it should end. Tuni quickly opened the system and took out a machine gun. She fired a shot. Let me bombard you. Tuni fired continuously. Baklai used his threads to cut through each bullet, then quickly counterattacked. Killing formation, Lu Xianren. On the stage, hearing this move, a cold sweat broke out. It's Baklai Lu Xianren. No one can block this move. It's over, it's over. Tuni won't be killed by this move, will she? Tuni could only defend. Defense art. Thuyen Sa Nan. She was smug. This is the power of the book Non Noyette gave me last night. Not bad. Tuni blocked the attack and then quickly landed to counterattack with Noyette Dao. Lai Nai dodged in time but was still injured on one side of his face. The crowd below could hardly believe their eyes. Did you see that? Tuni took the initiative and injured Lai Nai's face. So formidable. Tuni is so formidable. She actually managed to injure that handsome face. She has become so strong. Lai Nai also couldn't believe it. He wiped the blood from his face. I didn't expect you to be able to injure me. I really underestimated you. Tuni thought with regret, damn it, the sword swing was too slow. Only then did Lai Nai draw his sword. Flash sword technique. The attack, as swift as before, completely shook Tuni's defense. She had no other choice but to activate the system again and take out a grenade. Tuni pulled the pin and threw it without hesitation. Taking advantage of his delayed counterattack, Tuni gripped her sword and charged. Lai Nai is distracted. Now is the time. If I'm fast enough, I'll have a chance to win. She channeled her spiritual power, the red aura in her dantian circulating until her spiritual power erupted. Before she could make a move, Lai Nai struck first. Xian Troi Fap. The threads flew from his hands, binding Tuni's hands tightly. Next were her legs. Tuni was now completely bound, groaning in pain. In the stands, Qiu Quangqian nervously clenched his fan, constantly calling the girl's name in his heart. Tuni, Tuni, Tuni. Lai Nai easily landed a blow that sent Tuni falling in pain. If you don't want to die, then surrender. Tuni coughed up blood and mumbled at this 10,000 Buddhas festival. Many people have said that to me, telling me to surrender. But I'm still standing here, aren't I? As long as I have a sword in my hand, I will not stop. As she spoke, she used her sword to stand up. Lai Nai attacked again. Tuni was knocked back, but she still used her sword to support herself, not falling, her mouth still murmuring, as long as I have a sword in my hand, I will not stop. Below the stage, someone had already clasped their hands in prayer. The princess's will is so strong, it's truly admirable. It's already not easy for her to reverse the situation in such a short time and enter the finals. She is also very hardworking and serious. I want to become her fan. Lai Nai also looked at Tuni with different eyes. You're crazy. Tuni stood up. No, I'm very sober, because this is the path of cultivation that I, Tuni, persist in pursuing. In her mind at this moment, there was only one thought. I want to win. In the stands, everyone stood up. The princess is so moving. To be able to enter the finals is already amazing. Stop. That's right, princess, you're already amazing. It's okay to surrender. They cried as they held up signs with Tuni's name written on them. Passionate princess, the Tuni fan club will forever support you. Tuni aggressively attacked. Lai Nai once again used the bell. Then I can only give you one final blow. He used the threads to control Tuni once more. A palm strike hit her center. Tuni cried out in pain. Her hand holding the sword loosened, and the sword fell. The announcer's voice rang out, 10,000 Buddhas Festival Arena. Lai Nai is victorious. In the stands, Vu Sun asked confusedly, where is your highness going? The 10,000 Buddhas Festival ceremony is about to begin. Aren't we going to watch? Qiu Quangqian didn't answer and hurriedly left. Vu Sun chased after him in confusion. Is your highness unhappy because the princess lost? Although the princess lost, everyone just said she was very formidable. A few days later, Tuni sat by the lake, sighing. I lost the match. Lai Nai is indeed very strong. She threw food to the fish below, still thinking about breaking off the engagement. Suddenly, Swang appeared out of nowhere and pounced on her. Sister, I've been looking for you for a long time. So you are here. Tuni looked at her dotingly. You're not out playing. What are you looking for me for? Swang replied, tomorrow is my coming-of-age ceremony. Father said he wants to hold a big banquet to celebrate and told us to go buy supplies for the banquet. Tuni thought, after the coming-of-age ceremony, That damn man Thuong Nok can rightfully come to propose. I have to think of a way. She opened her mouth. All right, let's go right now. Deep Swang sighed. I'm so happy to be able to go shopping with you. After that, the two beauties successfully swept through all the shops. Shopping is indeed a good way to relieve stress. The new clothes are so beautiful, they smell so good. Eat slowly. The two of them also went to see a circus together. Arriving at Na Xian Lao, Deep Swang said excitedly, We're here, this is the place to buy wine. Deep Tuni happily wanted to go in. Then let's hurry and buy some wine. Deep Swang drunkenly pulled on her sleeve. Sister, we can't go in through the main entrance. It wouldn't be good if people saw us entering this place. Deep Tuni was puzzled. Why? Deep Swang patiently explained. Na Xian Lao is not actually a small tavern. We only come here to buy wine because it's good. This is a place where women come to have fun. At that moment, a scantily clad handsome man appeared on the upper floor, constantly waving at the beautiful women. Come play, ladies. How about this young gentleman spends the spring night with you? Deep Tuni revealed a familiar smile. So this is a place of pleasure that also serves women. Then I must go in and take a look. On the upper floor, a man excitedly recognized her. Princess Tu, who participated in the 10,000 Buddhas festival and entered the finals. I'm your fan. I'm willing to serve you for one night for free. The person next to him refused to be outdone. Princess Tu can fight against Bok Lai Nai. So cool. I love you. Another person squeezed in. Don't compete with me. I want to serve Princess Tu. Seeing this scene, Deep Tuni could only force a smile. I didn't expect to be so famous. Deep Swang's eyes sparkled. Sister is so famous, she has the air of a celebrity. Deep Tuni was excited. My good little sister, let's go in and play. No, just to buy wine. Deep Swang smiled shyly. All right. Deep Tuni thought to herself, there's no place this good even in the 21st century. It would be a pity not to broaden my horizons since I'm already here. Inside, people came and went, some embracing intimately. Deep Tuni couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful picture. Deep Swang had already covered her face in embarrassment. Sister, our real purpose is to buy wine. Deep Tuni observed as she walked. So this place not only serves women but also men. Isn't this homosexuality? The sound of footsteps approached, and a man with a stunning figure walked up to her. I've never seen such a beautiful lady before. Is this your first time here? Deep Tuni was frank. Yes, it's my first time. The man smiled charmingly and put his arm around her shoulder. Would you like me to have a few drinks with you, miss? How about we play some exciting games? Deep Tuni was rather indifferent to his intimate gesture. No need, my sister and I came to buy wine. Suddenly, the hand on her shoulder was gripped by another powerful hand. The man cried out in pain. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and saw the stern face of Bok Lai Nai. Deep Tuni was surprised. Bok Lai Nai, why are you here? Deep Swang, at her side, puffed out her cheeks. This is the villain who hurt my sister in the arena. Bok Lai Nai, with a blank expression, embraced the man. You don't need to accompany her. Come and accompany me. Deep Tuni was shocked. You came to steal a man? Deep Swang's face turned pale. He's gay? Deep Tuni exclaimed in surprise. Bok Lai Nai, this stone-faced guy actually has this kind of preference. Just then, the man said hesitantly, but I already had an appointment with this young lady. Deep Tuni bowed gracefully to Bok Lai Nai. My dear brother, I'll let you have this man. Please. Bok Lai Nai, still expressionless, held the man tightly. Then I must thank Princess Tu for her generosity. Deep Tuni suddenly became serious, but I have one condition. When I reach the 4th stage, I hope young Master Bok Lai can have a serious match with me. Bok Lai Nai said politely, then I'll take him to the room first. Deep Tuni's eyes lit up. Bok Lai Nai, you must be gentle, you must love him. Deep Swang also followed suit and congratulated them. Deep Tuni thought of something, her expression serious. There will be a day when I defeat Bok Lai Nai. I will become stronger. Deep Swang said happily, Sister, let's go buy wine now. Deep Tuni rubbed her chin with a sly smile. Little sister, before we buy wine, should we go sneak a peek outside the room of Baklai Nai and that handsome young man? I'm very curious. Deep Swang Swang said shyly, no way, that idea of yours is too bold. In the room, the man was constantly and enthusiastically inviting him. Young master, let me pour you some wine. Baklai Nai looked displeased. No need, I don't drink. The man understood and started to undress. Young master is so impatient. Do you want my body already? As he spoke, he pressed his body closer. Let me help you undress, young master. Baklai Nai frowned tightly. He didn't avoid it but asked, are you Trangvu? Trangvu smiled, his hands constantly caressing. I didn't expect the young master to even know my name. Did you come looking for me specifically? Baklai Nai forcefully pushed him away. I've come to take your life. You use your identity as a courtesan at Na Xianlao to approach female cultivators, then murder them and refine them into puppets. Am I right? On Tuni's coming-of-age ceremony, thank you to the 4 young masters, Chu, No, Trin, and Vong, for bringing 10 chests of silk brocade. Please come inside. Thank you, Boss Tian, Boss Tru, and Boss Tun, for bringing 100 taels of silver. Please come inside. In the backyard, Deep Tuni excitedly said to Duong Chaobao, luckily, I managed to fight back successfully. Are these people giving so many gifts because they want to curry favor with our Kwok Siu residents? Suddenly, a subordinate brought a strange object. She asked, what is this? The subordinate respectfully replied, it is a gift from young Master Kwong. There is also a letter from young Master Kwong for you. Deep Tuni vaguely remembered who young Master Kwong was. Is it the crybaby Kwong Tuso? She picked up the letter and read, Princess Tu, I cannot come to congratulate you due to a mission from Tu Van Duong. I am truly sorry. I specially found a pair of star hammers. This type of hammer can assist in practicing the Xinggu Quan, strengthening physical fitness. I hope the princess likes Kwong Tuso's gift. Deep Tuni was excited after hearing it and picked up the hammers to compare them. Practicing Xinggu Quan, strengthening physical fitness. Kwong Tu-so must have given me these hammers because he saw me focusing on cultivation. What a good guy. Suddenly, a familiar black cat appeared on the wall. As usual, it pounced aggressively, throwing a small box hard at her forehead. Deep Tuni tried to stay calm and grabbed it. Where did this stray cat come from? She remembered this was Q Kwong Qian's black cat. Deep Tuni picked up the box. Is this a brocade box from Q Kwong Qian? The black cat nodded. She opened the box. Inside was an exquisite hairpin. Deep Tuni picked it up. Deep Swang Swang peeked over her shoulder. Who gave you this hairpin? It's so beautiful. Deep Tuni stared at the hairpin. A friend gave it to me. Deep Swang Swang smiled and guessed, your sister's friend must be a young master. She began to analyze the ancient hairpin. When a woman comes of age, she receives a hairpin, symbolizing blooming flowers and good fortune. However, this custom has been gradually forgotten recently. The person who gave your sister this hairpin must be very thoughtful. Deep Tuni looked at her sister in surprise, thinking to herself, I thought Q Kwong Qian just gave me a random gift, but it turns out to have such a deep meaning. She couldn't help but remember his smiling face. So this is a gift that Q Kwong Qian carefully prepared? At this moment, Deep Swang Swang ran over excitedly. Sister, all the guests have arrived. Let's go out now. Deep Tuni returned to her senses. She secretly remembered Non Noyette's face. Everyone gave me gifts. Why haven't I heard anything from that Non Noyette? The next time I see him, I'll definitely send him flying. During the feast, Kwok Siu spoke loudly, my little daughter is 15 this year. Today, I invite you all to celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony. He then said to his daughter, Tuni, today you have come of age. Quickly toast everyone. Deep Tuni happily raised her glass. Thank you all for attending Deep Tuni's coming-of-age ceremony today. I'll drink first. Everyone praised, the princess has a good tolerance for alcohol. Deep Tuni excitedly drank it all. Seeing this, everyone raised their glasses one after another. It is our honor to attend the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. Deep Tuni laughed heartily. Lady Kwok Kyu said worriedly, Tuni, drink less, mind your image. Deep Swang Swang said shyly, "Sister, you're being too boisterous." Deep Tuni continued to drink happily. At this moment, someone outside shouted, "The second prince has arrived." The family of four was shocked. Man Thuong Nok walked in. "Princess Tu is truly popular, so many people have come to congratulate you." Kwok Siu stood up with difficulty. "I was not aware of the second prince's arrival and did not welcome you from afar. Please have a seat." Man Thuong Nok snapped his fingers. "Kwok Siu, no need for formalities. This prince has come today to propose to Princess Tu." Kwok Siu stammered, "Second prince, today is my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. As for the marriage between you two, I think we should discuss it another day." Man Thuong Nok sneered. "The marriage between me and Deep Tuni was personally decreed by my father, the emperor, years ago. Now Kwok Siu intends to break it off. Are you trying to defy the edict?" While Kwok Siu was in shock, Deep Tuni suddenly said loudly, "I'll marry him." The family of four was surprised. Deep Tuni smiled and repeated, "I said, I will marry you. My marriage to the second prince was personally decreed by His Majesty. Why would I have any intention of breaking it off?" She thought to herself, "Man Thuong Nok, I have my own way of dealing with you." Deep Tuni then waved her hand and shouted, "Someone accept the betrothal gifts from the second prince. Can you double the betrothal gifts for me?" Man Thuong Nok was speechless at her sudden change. "You." He laughed and said, "Since the princess has said so, I will double the betrothal gifts. After I report to my father, we will choose a date for the wedding." Deep Tuni smiled. "It's a deal." She secretly gritted her teeth. "You damn dog, let's see how I'll play you to death." Deep Tuni feigned shyness and said, "Before we get married, I have a matter to ask the second prince. I wonder why the second prince is in such a hurry to bring the betrothal gifts and marry me. Do you truly like me?" Man Thuong Nok narcissistically smiled and said, "Of course." Deep Tuni was speechless. She returned to her normal state and smiled brightly. "If that's the case, then Tuni will be at ease marrying you. I hope to be a harmonious couple with the second prince in the future." Man Thuong Nok looked at her and thought to himself, "Once you're married to me, I'll fix you." Marrying the nine-tailed fox fairy. At this moment, Deep Tuni stood in the main hall, speaking with an arrogant air. "Today is my engagement and coming-of-age ceremony, a double celebration. Everyone must eat and drink to your heart's content." Everyone quickly bowed. Congratulations to the princess on her double celebration. In the evening at the West Garden, Deep Tuni stared blankly at the agarwood tree. Suddenly, the window was opened by someone. Deep Tuni's heart was filled with a little anticipation. Why is Non Noyette coming to find me through the window at night? It can only be him. She happily ran over and said, "Non Noyette, I even sent you a special invitation for my coming-of-age ceremony. You didn't come during the day and now you're sneaking in at night. I haven't prepared any wine or food to treat you. You're wearing black." Non Noyette was slightly taken aback by her natural attitude. But immediately after, he drew his sword and charged. "I've come to send Princess Tuni on her way." Deep Tuni was terrified. Damn it, it's not Non Noyette. Suddenly, Vi Dong Ha appeared from behind, his sword piercing through the man in black. "Princess, be careful, I'm here." Deep Tuni, her face covered in blood, smiled awkwardly. Every time a hero saves a beauty, it's very romantic. But I ended up with a face full of blood. Vi Dong Ha stammered. "I'm sorry, Princess, I didn't mean to. It was just an emergency." Deep Tuni didn't mind. She picked up the man in black's sword and examined it. It's the leaf pattern again. Why does someone always want to assassinate me? The weapon of the person who assassinated me before also had a leaf pattern. She threw the sword away. Vi Dong Ha, I'll leave this matter for you to investigate thoroughly. Vi Dong Ha respectfully clasped his hands. Yes, I will definitely investigate it clearly. The next day on the streets, people were constantly gossiping about what happened yesterday. I heard the second prince proposed, and Princess Tu agreed. They were engaged by the emperor since they were children. The second prince adores Princess Tu and was eager to propose. I saw with my own eyes the second prince brought double the betrothal gifts, so many jewels. This is true love. In Nok Vong Fu. The maid said excitedly, "Master, your wedding dress is ready. Hurry and try it on." Manhua Nok impatiently waved his hand. "What's there to try? As long as it can be worn, it's fine. From now on, don't ask me about the wedding. As long as it's suitable, it's fine." The maid was stunned. This servant understands. Manhua Nok thought of his wedding with the nine-tailed fox fairy and was overjoyed. After I kill Deepening, my wedding with the nine-tailed fox fairy must be held grandly. He turned to his spiritual pet, the fire Qilin. Continue cultivating. My future princess is the nine-tailed fox fairy. I can't be weaker than her spiritual beast. Suddenly, a nine-tailed fox appeared on his wall. Manhwa Nok was astonished. Nine-tailed fox fairy. He thought to himself, I'm not seeing things, am I? The nine-tailed fox fairy's spiritual pet actually came to find me. Could it be that the nine-tailed fox fairy has feelings for me? Tu Siu jumped in front of him. The fire Qilin saw Tu Siu's large size and hidden fear. Manhwa Nok disappointedly scolded it. Useless. Are you afraid of the nine-tailed fox? Tu Siu slowly approached. Manhwa Nok started to get scared. You. What do you want? Tu Siu directly threw a piece of paper at his face. Manhwa Nok picked it up dumbfounded. Is this a letter? Tu Siu nodded. Manhwa Nok's eyes lit up. Could this be a letter from the nine-tailed fox fairy to me? Is it a love letter? The letter read, "This afternoon at noon, I invite the second young master to the Hutam tea house for a private chat." Manhwa Nok's eyes sparkled. The nine-tailed fox fairy is asking me out. He exclaimed excitedly, "Someone, prepare the carriage. This prince is going to the Hutam tea house. I'm going to meet the nine-tailed fox fairy." At the Hutam tea house, Tuni rested her chin on her hand in boredom. It's already noon. Why hasn't Manhwa Nok arrived yet? At that moment, Manhwa Nok grandly pushed aside the curtain and entered. Fairy, nine-tailed fox fairy, I'm here. Tuni said unhappily, "You're the second prince. Have you forgotten the courtesy of knocking?" Manhwa Nok stammered, Yes, this prince was rude. It's just that I was too excited to meet the nine-tailed fox fairy and forgot for a moment. I believe the nine-tailed fox fairy won't mind such a small matter, right?" Seeing him fawning over her, Tuni pondered. This damn dog was so arrogant towards me at the Kwok Q residence and Tu Van Duong. Now he's suddenly so polite, it makes me uncomfortable. She calmly opened her mouth. Of course I don't mind. Second prince, please have a seat. First, enjoy the tea I just brewed. As she spoke, she poured the tea. Manhwa Nok smiled slyly. All right. He thought to himself, this figure, this aura, she is indeed the nine-tailed fox fairy I adore. Manhwa Nok finished the tea and couldn't stop praising how delicious it was. I know the nine-tailed fox fairy has always been proud. Why did you suddenly invite me here for a chat today? Tuni rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Isn't it because I heard about the second prince's upcoming marriage? That's why I specially invited the second prince here to congratulate you. Manhwa Nok stood up excitedly after hearing this. Congratulate me for what? Nine-tailed fox fairy, don't misunderstand. That damn girl Tuni, I've hated her since I was a child. The sight of her makes me want to vomit. Tuni thought to herself. Vomit. The sight of me makes you want to vomit. She nonchalantly looked outside. Why are you explaining so much to me? The second prince once said he wanted to marry me as his princess consort, but I know it was just a joke. Manhwa Nok got excited and slammed the table. A joke? This prince's word is his bond. As long as I can marry you, I'll kill Tuni immediately after marrying her. Then the position of princess consort will be yours. Tuni covered her mouth and laughed self-deprecatingly. So how does the second prince plan to kill her? I heard Princess Tu has a cultivation of the third stage, 9th rank. Manhwa Nok revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, I have found a pharmacist to refine a colorless and odorless poison. As long as Tuni marries into the royal residence, her death is certain. At that time, I will send 8 people to carry a large sedan chair to pick you up. Tuni felt disgusted by his cruelty. She cursed him in her heart, so ruthless, specially refining poison to harm me. You damn dog, sooner or later I will kill you. She tried to remain calm and said, indeed, you can't achieve great things without being ruthless. It seems the second prince's feelings for me are truly sincere, with heaven and earth as my witness. Manhwa Nok was stunned by her ambiguous words. Fairy, isn't it too early for you to praise me now? Tuni laughed loudly. The system panel appeared. The system took out a tranquilizer dart for wild beasts. A syringe quickly appeared in her hand, and she stabbed him without hesitation. Manhwa Nok was about to say something when he fainted on the table. Tuni clapped her hands. I put a sleeping drug in your tea just now and combined it with this tranquilizer shot. You should get some good rest. Next, you're going to die a miserable death. At night, at Na Xian Lao, Man Thursday Nok groggily opened his eyes. Where is everyone? Of course, there was a noise coming from his body. Second Prince, I'm right here. Manhwa Nok jumped up in shock, seeing a man. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you climb into this prince's bed? The man kept leaning against him. Are you really that cruel? Just now you were entangled with me, and now you turn your back and don't recognize me. Manhwa Nok gritted his teeth. Where is this? The man rubbed against him, saying with satisfaction, Second Prince, this is Na Xian Lao. You were the one who called me to serve you. Manhwa Nok was horrified. He pushed him away forcefully. What Na Xian Lao? What called you to serve me? Just then, the door opened and all sorts of men walked in. You even called 10 more men to serve you. Take your time and enjoy. Manhwa Nok jumped up in horror. Those men blocked his way. Today, we will take good care of our master. Manhwa Nok weakly called out. This prince was clearly at the Hutam tea house. How did it turn into this? The door opened again. Manhwa Nok saw. Why are you here? Tuni coldly appeared with others, stepping forward to question him. I should be the one asking the second prince that question. I heard you came to Na Xian Lao. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Manhwa Nok forcefully pushed the man away. What's real or fake? This prince has never been here. In his agitation, he forgot he was naked. The people around were stunned. Oh my god, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Manhwa Nok quickly grabbed the blanket. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Tuni laughed and said, Manhwa Nok, are you still trying to deny it at this point? She cried out aggrievedly, I didn't expect you to always say you liked me, wanted to marry me as your crown princess, but in the end, you're a homosexual. Manhwa Nok was stunned. What is homosexual? The male courtesans also didn't understand. Tuni awkwardly corrected herself, you're gay. Manhwa Nok had no strength left to argue. He remembered, clearly I was just drinking tea with the nine-tailed fox fairy at the Hutam tea house. How did this happen? Could someone have drugged my tea? Thinking of this, Manhwa Nok angrily questioned back. Tuni, did you deliberately set me up? Tuni took a handkerchief and wiped her tears, sobbing. I set you up? Manhwa Nok, I can't believe it's come to this. You're having an affair in bed and you're still framing me. She moved closer to the second prince. If someone wanted to set you up, it could only be the nine-tailed fox fairy. After all, you suddenly fainted after drinking tea with her. How does it feel to be caught having an affair in bed? She secretly reminisced, when I first came to the Yuyanlin continent, didn't that damn Manhwa Nok also plot to frame me for having an affair with a man? Recalling that time, Manhwa Nok said coldly, Tuni, you are truly a shameless woman, daring to have an affair with another man here. Tuni covered her mouth and laughed silently. Today, I'll make him a man having an affair too. Manhwa Nok was speechless. In a fit of rage, he forcefully pushed Tuni down. Tuni, you vicious woman, you must have used some devious scheme to trick the nine-tailed fox fairy into helping you frame me. In his heart, he cursed. You wretched woman, you dare to conspire with the nine-tailed fox fairy that I adore to frame me. Tuni cried out in pain as she was pushed, falling to the ground with tears streaming down her face. Manhwa Nok has truly lost all conscience. You deceived me, cheated me, and today you even speak so arrogantly and hit me. The people around were worried and wanted to help her up. Princess Tu, you must be hurt. Let me help you with a massage. Princess Tu, don't be sad anymore. Please get up. Tuni laughed inwardly. I want Manhua Nok to react like this. Now, you'd better kick me 2 more times. The effect will be even better. Later, the news of you abusing your fiance and being a homosexual will spread throughout the entire city. Thinking of this, Tuni cried even louder. Why is my future husband a homosexual? With this, how can I face anyone? I might as well jump off and kill myself. After saying that, she stood up and ran out. The people around shouted, Princess Tu, calm down. Princess Tu, calm down. The door closed, and all the disapproving gazes focused on Manhua Nok. TSK, I didn't expect the second prince to like men. It seems his talk of marrying Princess Tu was just to use her as a cover. Princess Tu is so pitiful. She was clearly the victim and was even beaten by the second prince. If they really get married, who knows how much she'll have to suffer. Manhua Nok held his head and shouted, Shut up. All of you, shut up for this prince. For the past few days, the matter of Manhua Nok's romantic escapade at Na Xian Lao has been the talk of the town. Tuni loudly cried at the Kwok Q residence, Manhua Nok is gay, I want to kill myself. Kwok Siu tried to stop her. Princess Tu, don't have such thoughts. Tuni became even more dramatic. Let me jump from the top of the building. My fiance, Manhua Nok, is gay. I can't live anymore. The royal family members kept pulling the princess. Master, don't think such thoughts. In the middle of the night, in the imperial study, Manhong angrily slammed the table. Rebel son. This rebel son, Manhua Nok, dares to do such a thing that damages our reputation. The official said fearfully, Your Majesty, please calm down. Manhong continued to scold. He has completely ruined the royal family's reputation. How can I explain this to Kwok Siu? Someone, immediately bring that scoundrel Manhua Nok to me. I want to beat this disgrace to death. The officials fearfully replied, Yes. Manhong added. In addition, issue a decree. His marriage to Tuni is annulled. The Duke arrived at the residence to announce the decree. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, I am aware of yesterday's events. Prince Manhua Nok is morally corrupt. He is sentenced to 20 strokes of the heavy plank and immediately sent to the border to join the army for 2 years to reflect and repent. Tuni bowed her head to receive the decree, secretly overjoyed. This is great. Then the edict continued, Tuni and Manhua Nok's engagement is annulled. The princess is rewarded with a pair of jade rui, a pair of gold and jade hairpins, and 10,000 taels of gold. Tuni looked at the gold and was ecstatic. I got rid of the scumbag and even got consolation money, long live. Then she raised her hand to accept the decree. This humble girl accepts the decree. That scumbag is still too young to fight with me. Kwok Siu worriedly said to her, Tuni, is the second prince really gay? I always feel that this matter. Tuni handed the imperial edict to her father and said, Father, whether he is really gay or not is not important. What's important is that the people of the capital of Vietnam Kingdom all believe he is gay, and that's enough. Look, isn't this the emperor's edict? From now on, I have no relationship with that scoundrel. I still have to go to Tu Van Duong to cultivate. You can handle these rewards. On her way to Tu Van Duong, people looked at her with admiration. Princess Tu is truly diligent. She came to Tu Van Duong to cultivate right after her engagement was broken. No wonder she could challenge someone of a higher level with a 3rd-level cultivation in the 10,000 Buddhas festival. That's right, with her strength, she will soon be promoted to a GL-level cultivator. Tuni wondered to herself, what should I cultivate today? Now that the matter with Manhua Nok is resolved, I must seize the time to cultivate. Suddenly, a crying voice ran towards her. Sob, 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 Princess Tu. Princess Tu asked in surprise when she saw Tu So being chased by the instructor. Tu So, what's wrong? This crybaby is usually very well behaved and polite at Tu Van Duong. Why is he being chased by the instructor? And he seems to want to grab me? Could it be that the crybaby did something wrong? Tu So cried and said fearfully, Princess Tu, save me. I don't want to go to the inner courtyard to cultivate. Tuni was surprised. You were chosen to cultivate in the inner courtyard? Tu is sad. I don't know why either. I just went out to do a few training missions for Tu Van Duong. When I came back, they told me to go to the inner courtyard to cultivate. Tuni thought to herself, this kid isn't deliberately trying to provoke me, is he? I can't even get into the inner courtyard. I'm going to cry my eyes out. Tuni then patted him and said, Kwang Tu, are you stupid? The inner courtyard is a place that all disciples of Tu Van Duong dream of. Since you've been chosen, hurry up and go. Tu stammered. But I promised the princess before that we would take the GL level exam together. Tuni looked at Tu and sighed. Alright, this kid is really silly. You've already been chosen for the inner courtyard. What's the point of taking the GL level exam? Tu, I don't need you to take the GL level exam with me. I'm already happy for you that you were chosen for the inner courtyard. Besides, I'll get into the inner courtyard sooner or later. Tu seemed very happy. Really? Tuni winked. Of course I have to get in. After all, those enchanting spells can only be learned in the inner courtyard. At this moment, Trung Dao ran over. Kwang Tu, what are you running for? Hurry and come with us to the inner courtyard to register. Tu replied, yes, I know, instructor. Then he waved goodbye to Tuni. Princess Tu, then I'll wait for you in the inner courtyard. Tuni recalled being defeated by Bok Lai Nai and him saying, if you don't want to die, then surrender. Tuni gritted her teeth. I must enter the inner courtyard to cultivate. Then, defeating a master like Bok Lai Nai won't be a problem, and I won't have to fear those assassins of unknown origin. She sat at the dining table, deep in thought. How can I get into the inner courtyard? Kwok Tu appeared and teased, can't you just walk there? Tuni was overjoyed. Oh right, I can just go and take a look. You're so smart. Kwok Tu was surprised. I was just kidding. Tuni said as she walked, the scenery of the Tu Van Duong inner courtyard is so beautiful. In front of the inner courtyard gate, Tuni stood at the entrance. It looks very quiet inside. I wonder if there are any guards. I also wonder how that little crybaby is doing with his cultivation in there today. The moment she lifted her foot, she was blocked. Damn it, why is there a wall of light blocking the way? She touched it and found out that this gate has a barrier. Even disciples of Tu Van Duong cannot enter at will. Suddenly, there was a tiger's roar, and several tigers appeared, their eyes glowing. Tuni was terrified. What's going on? This gate not only has a barrier, but the two guardian tigers have also been enchanted. The stone tigers merge, transforming. Those tigers suddenly transformed into human form and rushed towards Tuni. She exclaimed in surprise. They turned into people. The tiger palms continuously attacked her, striking towards her with 5 fists. Tuni was flustered. I advise you to stop now. Be careful, or I'll ruin that pretty little face of yours. Foam Chanyu, then it spewed fire. Tuni was shocked. How can this beast breathe fire? It's too dangerous. Kwok Tu appeared and said to her, theoretically, a spiritual beast must reach 5 to 6 stars to learn this kind of fire breathing and water spitting. But they can merge into human form, so they must have been enchanted by some master. Deep Tuni, you must be careful. Tuni was calm. I know, you go hide in the system. Then she fought the group alone. Stone Tiger Divine Art Manifest. They all used the fire-breathing technique simultaneously. Damn it. You can breathe fire. You can multiply. Are you trying to perform a shadow clone jutsu on me? Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her. Tuni was surprised. Kwang Chien, why are you here? Prince Chien, why did you come here? The tiger palm wanted to attack the two of them again. Kwang Chien released Tubok. Tubok, attack. Tubok rushed into battle with them. Tuni was terrified. Does Kwang Chien think his pet cat is Wusong? Sending something so small to fight a tiger, is he crazy? Suddenly, Tubok transformed into a tiger, letting out a fierce roar. Tuni was stunned. You really can't judge a book by its cover. A black cat turned into a large lion. Kwok Tu was overjoyed. That's great. Hu Kwang Chien's black cat is actually the celestial beast, the white-haired lion. Tuni was stunned. Do you need to tell me that for me to see it? Kwok Tu continued, this white-haired lion is a nearly extinct celestial beast. I don't know how many times stronger it is than someone's fox. It's a 3-lifetime blessing to see a white-haired lion. Tuni said irritably, I hate it when people are biased. Qiu Guangqian said to Tu Bok, Tu Bok, you should also transform into human form and fight it. Then Tu Bok also transformed into a human. Tuni looked at Tu Bok's muscular body and spat blood, saying, oh my god, what a benefit. Why does everyone turn into a handsome young man? Tu Bok roared at the tiger battle, attacking fiercely. He fell backward, and everything vanished. Tuni said excitedly, so good, so good. Then she approached Tu Bok. Is it solved? You're so strong. Speaking of which, the first time we met, Tu Bok even tore my clothes. I still haven't settled this debt with you. Tu Bok could only blush shyly. Everyone in the country knows that Qiu Guangqian of the Snow Region Kingdom is chronically ill, with only extensive knowledge. I didn't expect him to have tamed the celestial beast, the white-haired lion. Could it be that this man has been hiding his true strength all along? Qiu Guangqian seemed tired. Tuni quickly asked, Prince Qian, are you all right? Qiu Guangqian waved his hand. It's just an old illness, I'm fine. He laughed to himself. Princess Tuni still cares a lot about me. Tuni looked at him suspiciously. Why is this guy suddenly teasing me like this? It seems your body is actually quite good, no need to worry at all. Prince Qian saved me just now. If I don't care about your highness, wouldn't I be very ungrateful? Qiu Guangqian pushed his luck. If that's the case, why doesn't the princess show her concern with practical actions, like that day at the medicine spring? She remembered that kiss with him. Was I the one who took the initiative in the hot spring back then? How can he use this to tease me? I must turn the tables and take the lead. She touched his lips lightly with her index finger, saying, so your highness was very satisfied with that kiss? Qiu Guangqian said frankly, of course. Tuni was stunned. Damn it, I didn't expect that the usually elegant and polite Qiu Guangqian would be so good at flirting. The two of them looked at each other. Tu Bok suddenly jumped and pounced to attack her. Tuni said unhappily, this cat. What grudge do you have against me? Why do you have to scratch me every time we meet? Qiu Guangqian said sternly, Tu Bok, come here. Tuni watched as Tu Bok obediently followed Qiu Guangqian's command, acting cute with him. Damn cat, you're clearly a male lion, so why are you always so jealous? When I break through to the 6th stage of the Spirit King realm, I don't care if you're a celestial beast or not, the first thing I'll do is give you a good beating. Qiu Guangqian then approached her affectionately. Princess, this cat must have been spoiled by me. Are you all right? Tuni quickly avoided him and Tu Bok. I'm fine. By the way, I still haven't asked your highness why you're also in this inner courtyard. Qiu Guangqian held the cat and said, I'm here to teach. At that moment, Dong Ne Thuong appeared. Prince Qian, who was it just now that touched the entrance barrier? Qiu Guangqian gently fanned his folding fan. It was me. I forgot to bring my token into the inner courtyard and accidentally touched the barrier. Tuni was surprised. Wow, Prince Qian saying that is like helping me escape the suspicion of illegally entering the inner courtyard. Dong Ne Thuong asked worriedly, so that's what happened. Prince Qian, you weren't hurt by the 2 guardian beasts at the gate, were you? Qiu Guangqian turned to Tuni and smiled. Luckily Princess Tu was in time to stop those 2 tigers, making them retreat. Tuni was startled. Why did you kick the ball to my side? It was clearly your highness who used the celestial beast, the white-haired lion, to defeat the stone lion. Could it be he wants to hide the fact that he has a celestial white-haired lion from the vice-headmaster? Ne Thuong was surprised. Deep Tuni was the one who defeated the 2 tigers at the gate? Tuni stammered, yes, it was just luck. Qiu Guangqian looked at her and smiled. Ne Thuong was surprised. Oh, those 2 stone tigers have the cultivation of 5-star spirit beasts. Defeating them is definitely not due to luck. Tuni thought to herself, now I'd jump into a hole if there was one. Ne Thuong asked again, by the way, this is the inner courtyard. You are an outer courtyard disciple. Why are you here? Tuni stammered, then knelt down and bowed. I can't hide it from the vice-headmaster. I also want to enter the inner courtyard, but I don't know what kind of assessment I need to go through. Ne Thuong squatted down and looked her straight in the eye. The inner courtyard has no assessment. Your admission is decided by the headmaster of Tu Van Duong and the elders through discussion. Tuni asked, then I wonder if I am qualified to join the inner courtyard? Then Na Thuong stood up and said, you only have a cultivation of the 3rd stage, 9th segment. Currently, it seems your talent does not meet the requirements of the inner courtyard. Tuni showed a determined expression. Vice Headmaster Dong, I will definitely make the inner courtyard recognize me. Only by entering the inner courtyard can I cultivate more advanced martial arts. Only by entering the inner courtyard can I cultivate with Kwang Tuso. Only by joining the inner courtyard can I defeat Bok Lai Nai. Tuni bowed her head again and said, Vice Headmaster Dong, Prince Chien, I'll take my leave to go cultivate. Then, she turned and left. I'll come back when I'm stronger. Hu Kwang Chien watched her retreating back. Deep Tuni, I look forward to the moment you enter the inner courtyard. In the forest outside Tu Van Duong, Tuni recalled the days when she was taught by Non Noyette. Where should I go to cultivate now? Before, it was all thanks to Non Noyette's guidance. Although my progress was very fast, if I always seek out that hateful guy, he will definitely take the opportunity to make me repay his favor. She heard a noise around her. Are there assassins in ambush? She took out a smoke bomb and threw it towards the approaching people. But they were not affected at all. Strange, why are these assassins wearing royal attire? A loud explosion rang out. Could the assassins who have been trying to kill me be from the royal family? But it doesn't match the clue from last time. Tuni thought in confusion. That time she was shot in the chest with an arrow. The strong white man kneeling under her sword. The leaf-shaped pattern on his back indeed hides many secrets. It's impossible to investigate. Manhua Nok suddenly appeared, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, Deep Tuni, let's see where you can run this time. Tuni was terrified. Manhua Nok. So it's the second prince. Shouldn't you be on your way to join the army during this time? Manthuong Nok was so agitated he became furious. You still dare to mention this matter. It's all because of you, you cunning woman, who framed this prince, causing me to be punished by my father and sent to join the army. Tuni stood with her arms crossed. You were the one who said you wanted to marry me, and then you would kill me at your residence. You still have the face to call me cunning? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Manthuong Nok angrily raised his sword and slashed. Deep Tuni, do you think you can escape this calamity just because you're not getting married? Today, this prince has specially left the imperial army just to kill you. Tuni thought to herself, he's only at the 3rd stage for now. These people are no match for me at all. I might as well play with him a bit. Then she executed the cold ice palm. Only then did Manthuong Nok panic. When did you learn this palm technique? Why do you have cold ice chi in your body? Tuni said gently. Are you worthy of knowing? Before I left home, my parents warned me. If anything unexpected happens to me, it's your doing. Manthuong Nok angrily raised his precious sword. Tuni stood before him, taunting. Yes, come on, kill me. Don't hesitate, just chop right here. I don't believe you dare to strike. Manthuong Nok then clenched his fists. Today, this prince can spare your life. But you have to tell me. Why are you involved with the 9-tailed fox fairy? Why did she help you? And also, where is she now? But he only received one sentence in reply. Why should I report to you? Manthuong Nok was enraged. Deep Tuni then attacked her again. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Damn it. Tuni hurriedly dodged his attack, then used her cold ice chi to knock the sword from his hand. Manthuong Nok used his firepower. Deep Tuni, I must kill you. Tuni stood on a tree branch. You really want to know the relationship between me and the 9-tailed fox fairy, right? Manthuong Nok got what he wanted. You really have a way to meet her. Tell me quickly where she is. Tuni laughed and said, all right, I'll let you see her now. She opened the system to change clothes, suddenly transforming into a fairy. Manthuong Nok was horrified. No, impossible. How can you be my 9-tailed fox fairy? Your spirit pet is clearly just a white fox. Tuni stood high above and said to him, the second prince is truly short-sighted. Have you forgotten the transformation ability of a celestial beast? Since Manthuong Nok desperately wants to see the fairy, I'll let you have a good look. Anyway, this fool has to go join the army. Man Thuong Nok clenched his fists in anger. No, it can't be. You must have colluded with the nine-tailed fox fairy to deceive me, right? She's in this forest, right? Tuni then landed on the ground and approached him. Stop deceiving yourself. I am the nine-tailed fox fairy. She moved closer for him to see clearly. You can take a good look. Is there any part of me that doesn't look like a nine-tailed fox? Man Thuong Nok was so angry he couldn't speak, then he collapsed to the ground. Why is it like this? The nine-tailed fox fairy, the one I've been longing for day and night. Why is it you? Man Thuong Nok cried miserably as if he had lost his soul. Why were you just a useless princess with no spiritual power since childhood? Tuni stood before him and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I was indeed weak and incompetent before, but now I'm different. She stood close, petting her spirit beast. Look how ridiculous you are. You blindly said you liked the nine-tailed fox fairy, but you didn't know the nine-tailed fox fairy was the person you hated the most. It seems your love and hate are both worthless. Man Thuong Nok's face was covered in tears. After that, Tuni mounted her spirit beast and said, you can just stay here and cry by yourself in the mountains. This heroine has things to do. Sorry I can't stay with you. See you, let's go home. Man Thuong Nok was still in misery there. Quoc Tu appeared and said to Tuni, now it seems this reckless Man Thuong Nok is really miserable. Tuni laughed and said, what's so miserable about him? Have you forgotten how that scoundrel treated me last time? Quoc Tu approached her. Although he brought it on himself, he wasn't so hateful when he was a child. Tuni was surprised. How do you know about him when he was a child? Quoc Tu winked at her. Of course, this young master is the system administrator. When he was a child, Man Thuong Nok treated you very well. In the 8th year of the Southern Heavenly Emperor's reign, Man Thuong Nok was 6 years old, and Deep Tuni was 4. Man Thuong Nok gave the treasure to Tuni. I heard from my father that you are my future wife. In this box is my precious jade pendant. I'm giving it to you as a first meeting gift. Tuni also happily thanked him. Thank you. After that, Tuni was bullied by others. Beat this useless trash with no spiritual power to death. In the 9th year of the Southern Heavenly Emperor's reign, Man Thuong Nok was 7 years old, and Deep Tuni was 5. Man Thuong Nok saw Tuni being bullied and rushed to stop them. Stop. Don't bully her. I'd like to see who dares to touch her. Then he turned and said to her, from now on, I will protect you well. Tuni was moved and said, thank you for your help, second prince. In the 10th year of the Southern Heavenly Emperor's reign, Man Thuong Nok was 8 years old, and Deep Tuni was 6. Man Thuong Nok asked angrily, why can't this prince participate in the royal hunt? The official replied, because the royal hunt requires a male and a female to form a team. Your fiance, the princess, has no spiritual power and cannot participate. In the 12th year of the Southern Heavenly Emperor's reign, Man Thuong Nok was 10 years old, and Deep Tuni was 8. Tuni hid behind a pillar. Everyone was gossiping about Man Thuong Nok. The emperor let him marry a piece of trash with no spiritual power. He must not think highly of him. That's right, if he marries Deep Tuni, he will become a laughingstock. Man Thuong Nok was also there, being ridiculed right in front of him. He said angrily, damn it, it's Deep Tuni again. I will absolutely not marry her. Tuni heard it and cried heartbrokenly. Quoc Tu said again, Man Thuong Nok was also influenced by the people around him and the external environment. Tuni seemed to have not forgotten the past. Even if it's in the past, no matter what Man Thuong Nok was like before, it's the same now. He and I have no connection anymore. The next day, Quoc Tu appeared and saw Tuni doing her makeup. Seeing the hairpin in her hair, he asked, isn't this the flower hairpin Q Quang Chien gave you? Why are you wearing it? Tuni was looking in the mirror. I'll wear it if I want to. Quoc Tu asked in panic, Deep Tuni, you haven't fallen for Q Quang Chien, have you? Tuni said unhappily, do I need a reason? Deep Swang pushed open the door from outside and rushed in. Sister, have you heard the rumors outside? It's unbelievable. Tuni was surprised. What rumor has made you so shocked? Swang came closer and said to her, today everyone outside is saying that you are the heroine. the nine-tailed fox fairy, the master of the nine-tailed fox. Swang couldn't believe it. How could this be? Tuni, on the other hand, was secretly pleased. It's here. What's meant to be will be. Yesterday, when I revealed my identity as the nine-tailed fox heroine, I had already thought of this. Then she said to her sister, "Those words are not rumors. The nine-tailed fox is indeed my spirit pet." She petted Tu. My current strength is much greater than when I first tamed Tu. I can protect Tu better. Moreover, because of my status as a princess, no one would dare to dream of killing my spirit pet to take its spirit core. Swang stared blankly at Tuni. "Sister, you're not joking with me, are you?" She patted Swang's head. "Be good, when have I ever lied to you?" After that, Swang excitedly hugged Tuni and jumped up. "My sister is the righteous heroine, the nine-tailed fox." Tuni quickly comforted her. Don't get excited. I had many unavoidable reasons for hiding the matter of the nine-tailed fox before. Swang pointed at her. "I understand. Performing heroic deeds without seeking reward, of course. You can't easily reveal your identity." After that, Swang ran out. "I have to go tell our parents this good news. They will definitely be very happy if they know my sister is the nine-tailed fox heroine." Tuni looked at Swang's happily running back. "This little sister is so adorable. For my sister, for my family, I must also work hard to cultivate, increase my strength, and train at Tu Van Duong." Tuni walked over there, looking up at the sign. The training ground is where disciples of Tu Van Duong accept training missions. Previously, that crybaby Kwang Tu So was a regular here. He loved to accept missions, big or small. Coming here to accept missions is the best way to get into the inner courtyard. Lai Tuk, the instructor in charge of documents, was sitting inside in a daze. Tuni pushed the door and entered. Lai Tuk said, "What an honored guest. Why has Princess Tu come to the training ground today?" Tuni immediately bowed. "Document instructor, I'm here to accept a training mission." Lai Tuk took out a book. "Just in time, there are 2 intermediate missions here that are suitable for you." Tuni opened it to look. Mission 1. Eliminate a rampant bully. Mission 2. Protect the wealthy master Lai for 1 month. Instructor, are there any more difficult missions? Lai Tuk said, "You are a level disciple, with a cultivation of only the 3rd stage, 9th segment. Are you sure you want to take on a high-level mission?" Tuni bowed. "As a disciple of Tu Van Duong, I should accept the highest challenge. Please give me a more difficult mission, instructor." Lai Tuk rested her chin on her hand. "I heard yesterday that you want to enter the inner courtyard, and now you're in a hurry to take on a more difficult mission. It seems you want to get a chance to enter the inner courtyard by completing the training, right?" Tuni laughed and said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from the instructor. I do have that thought." Lai Tuk stood up. "This is indeed a good method." Although inner courtyard disciples are all selected by the elders and the headmaster, in reality, there are also some disciples who are chosen by the inner courtyard for their outstanding performance in training missions. This is a high-level mission that was just issued this morning. It's very urgent. I hope you can complete it successfully." Tuni said happily, "Thank you, instructor." The content of the training mission is to escort a damaged spiritual artifact to Luoyang City and deliver it to the villa. Tuni read it and sighed. This high-level mission doesn't seem too difficult. From Vimdu City to Luoyang City, even riding a fast horse would take several days. She turned her head and asked the instructor, "Is the spiritual artifact in the chest very valuable, which is why the difficulty is so high?" The instructor said, "Of course, you will only know when you get there." Lai Tuk reminded her, "Princess Tu, the goods you need to escort have been prepared in the carriage at the back door. Please prepare yourself and set off quickly." Deep Tuni hurriedly put away the mission and left. When she arrived, she saw a familiar face. Bok Lai Nai, why is he at the back door of the training ground? Bok Lai Nai also saw Deep Tuni at this moment, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "It's you again." Deep Tuni walked closer. "Yes, it's me again. Is young Master Bok Lai also here for an escort mission?" Suddenly, a figure approached. A young girl appeared and spoke up. A level disciple actually knows our senior brother Bok Lai. How strange. Deep Tuni ignored the implication in her words. Are you also an inner courtyard disciple? The young girl stroked her chin and introduced herself. My name is Lin Fai, ranked 8th in the inner courtyard. I know, you're the princess who made it to the finals of the 10,000 Buddhas festival and then fought against senior brother Bok Lai, right? Deep Tuni replied coldly, my name is Deep Tuni. She thought to herself, this Lin Fai doesn't seem easy to get along with. Lin Fai couldn't help but mock, I also heard you want to enter our inner courtyard. But you should know that you're a talentless piece of trash. Why bring trouble upon yourself? Deep Tuni snorted contemptuously. The inner courtyard is indeed an interesting place. The disciples are all taught to have a high level of cultivation, but unfortunately, they lack a bit of morality. Lin Fai was indeed angered. You are so bold, daring to be disrespectful to an inner courtyard disciple. She began to channel her spiritual power. This young lady has a cultivation of the 4th stage, 7th segment. Let me teach you a lesson. Deep Tuni stepped back to prepare for the attack. Bok Lai Nai suddenly appeared and said, all the people who accepted the mission have arrived. Let's set off now. After speaking, he used his spiritual power to control Lin Fai. He roughly threw her onto a horse. Lin Fai cried out, Senior brother Bok Lai, I wanted to fight. What are you doing? Bok Lai Nai said coldly, shut up and let's go. Deep Tuni thought to herself, did he just help me? But Non Noyette once said that Bok Lai Nai has a cold and ruthless personality. It seems that's not entirely true. Lin Fai could only say angrily at this point, what kind of princess is she? What are you standing there for? Your mission this time is to be the carriage driver. Hurry up and drive the carriage to follow us. Deep Tuni looked at the carriage in front of her and fell into deep thought. So for this training, my mission is just to be a carriage driver? She walked closer to inspect the goods. Is the spiritual artifact in the box on this carriage very precious? Why did Tu Van Duong send 2 inner courtyard disciples and me to escort it together? The 2 in front decisively rode off on their horses. Deep Tuni had no choice but to jump onto the carriage and follow. Lin Fai, up ahead, couldn't stop mocking. I told you, you're really too useless. Useless trash. Look at you pulling the carriage so slowly. When will we ever get to Luoyang City? Deep Tuni was not one to be outdone. How fast can a single horse pulling a 4-wheeled carriage be? If Miss Lin Fai thinks it's slow, why don't you come and pull the carriage? Lin Fai said smugly, pulling a carriage is for useless trash. A useless person like you should just stop. Why are you shamelessly asking me to help you? Deep Tuni cursed inwardly. Damn it, this girl is still young, but her mouth is so poisonous. Since you like calling me useless trash, then I'll show you what a real piece of trash is. She opened her mouth and said, Miss Lin Fai, since you say so, why don't we make a bet? Lin Fai was very interested. Bet on what? Deep Tuni smiled slyly, let's bet on who's faster. If I can drive this carriage past you, then you'll be the carriage driver, and I'll ride your horse. How about it? Lin Fai licked her lips with interest. You really like biting off more than you can chew. With your cultivation level, I'm afraid you can't even use spiritual power to make the horse run faster, and you want to compete with me in speed? She said smugly, all right, I'll make a bet with you. But if you lose, you have to listen to me and respect me as your master. Do you dare? Deep Tuni did not hesitate. What's there not to dare? Then let's start the countdown. Whoever is in the lead before sunset wins. She thought to herself, I really don't know how to use spiritual power to make a horse run faster, but I can borrow external force. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Deep Tuni quickly opened the system. She remembered there was a transportation card in her backpack. Using it allows her to freely use various types of transportation. Race car, come on out. Deep Tuni sat in the car, full of excitement. This move is so cool, shocking enough, right? Lin Fai's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that thing? Why did the carriage suddenly change into this shape? Deep Tuni started the car. Miss Lin Fai, the race has begun. She stepped on the gas and easily passed the 2 of them. Lin Fai's face turned pale. So fast. She kept spurring her horse. Hurry and catch up to her. Deep Tuni, up ahead, shouted excitedly, let's go. She was overjoyed. Even if you use all your spiritual power, you won't be able to catch up to my Ferrari. After that, they arrived at Quang Tu Lin. Deep Tuni began to slow down. According to the sign, Quang Tu Lin is the road to Luoyang City. Quoc Tu appeared and pointed to a shop. That shop is still here. Deep Tuni said happily, let's go eat noodles. There's still an hour and a half, Lin Fai won't catch up. No need to rush. She got out of the car, and it quickly transformed back into a carriage. Deep Tuni couldn't help but admire how convenient the system's transportation card replacement function was. She walked into the familiar shop and sat down. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles and a jug of wine. The owner ran out and said in surprise, Miss, you're back in Quang Tu Lin? Last time you were here, you were dressed so daringly. This time you've changed into new clothes. Your clothes are so beautiful. Deep Tuni looked around. Thank you for the compliment. It seems your business has improved. The owner was happy to hear that and said, the last time you came, the legendary heroine Nine-Tailed Fox appeared and wiped out the mountain bandits, even beheading their leader. Now, the former residents of our Quang Tu Lin are all returning one by one. Deep Tuni was overjoyed. That's great. The owner enthusiastically added, today I also heard from passing merchants that the heroine Nine-Tailed Fox is actually the daughter of the Quoc Siu residents. The very same princess who once had no spiritual power. I don't know if it's true or false. Deep Tuni's smile suddenly became awkward. Quoc Tu appeared. Your reputation has now spread far and wide. At dusk, Deep Tuni lazily stretched. After a full meal and a nap, that slowpoke Lin Fai still hasn't arrived. So slow. Quoc Tu said exaggeratedly, even if she burst with spiritual power, she wouldn't be a match for your high-tech. Just as he mentioned Lin Fai arrived. Lin Fai arrived panting, leading her horse. Deep Tuni, don't think I can't hear you bad-mouthing me behind my back. Deep Tuni teased, little sister, you look so pathetic. Din Fai sat down heavily. Give me water, I'm dying of thirst. Deep Tuni snatched the water jug. Hey Lin Fai, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you? It's almost dark and you've only just arrived, and you still want to drink my wine? Lin Fai's face was pale. What kind of spiritual artifact did you use just now? Why did the carriage turn into that strange red thing? Deep Tuni mocked, no way, no way. Deep Tuni sneered, a disciple of the inner courtyard doesn't even know what spiritual power I used. It's truly embarrassing. She laughed smugly. I won this bet. Now it's time to fulfill your promise. I ride the horse, you drive the carriage. Lin Fai hesitated in fear. Helplessly, she could only walk to the side of the carriage and complain, you just got lucky and won one round against me. Don't get too complacent. Deep Tuni covered her mouth and laughed, waving goodbye. Take care, no need to see me off. At this moment, Bok Lai Nai also rode up on his horse. Deep Tuni casually threw him something. Bok Lai Nai caught it and curiously opened it. Deep Tuni smiled, this is a meat bun from the shop. Eat it while it's still hot. Bok Lai Nai, with an expressionless face, was about to say something. Deep Tuni jumped on her horse, cutting him off. Thank you for helping me out this morning. And about what happened at Na Xian Lao, don't worry. I understand that you like men. I won't say anything. Catch Lai Nai was helpless and too lazy to explain. I'm not. All right, let's get on our way. The two of them leisurely left, followed by a resentful call from behind. Wait for me, you stupid horse, run faster. A moment later, Deep Tuni said cautiously, strange, didn't we just pass this place? Why are we back here again? She secretly memorized the wildflowers next to the large tree by the road, and even the bird's nest in the tree was exactly the same as she had just seen. Lin Fai caught up. I also felt it was very strange just now. Deep Tuni, did you lead us the wrong way? Deep Tuni replied seriously, even if I led the wrong way, do you think Bok Lai Nai would also lead the wrong way? Bok Lai Nai suddenly struck out into the air. His attack passed straight through the two trees. Deep Tuni watched in astonishment. What? How did the tree suddenly dodge the attack? The three of them quickly ran in that direction. I'm going to see if this tree is a clone or a demon causing trouble. Bok Lai Nai coldly stated the answer. It's a maze forest formation. We're trapped in a formation. Lin Fai couldn't believe it. Maze forest formation? The former leader of the Quang Tu Lin Mountain Bandits was a 5th-stage great cultivator. This maze forest formation was set up by him in the forest. But I heard that the bandit leader died a few months ago. Why is this maze forest formation active again? Tuni thought for a moment and voiced her speculation. It could be the work of the remaining mountain bandits. Lin Fai seemed to agree with this theory. A formation set up by a 5th-stage great cultivator cannot be easily broken unless we find the formation's eye and destroy it. Otherwise, not even a bird can fly out of the canopy. Bok Lai Nai stepped forward. I'll go find the formation's eye. You two stay here. After speaking, he spurred his horse and left. With only the two of them left, Lin Fai spoke up in dissatisfaction. Tuni, I heard a rumor that you are the 9-tailed fox fairy. Is it true? Tuni smiled. Miss Lin Fai, why do you ask this? Does it matter whether I am the 9-tailed fox fairy or not? Lin Fai pretended to be lively. Of course it matters. If you really are the 9-tailed fox fairy, I can fight you openly and fairly, and it wouldn't be considered bullying. Tuni laughed and said, Miss Lin Fai, please use your brain a little. We are currently trapped in a maze forest formation. If you fight me, what if the remaining bandits suddenly appear? Lin Fai said angrily, who are you calling brainless? She said smugly, it's not like you can't summon the 9-tailed fox to fight me. Then don't blame me for striking first. After saying that, she attacked. Tuni reacted quickly and dodged. Tu Van Duong. Unexpectedly, she was hit by Lin Fai's braid and fell backward. Lin Fai stood smugly watching, her 2 braids floating in midair at a fixed length. Tuni laughed coldly. So your weapon is your hair. Lin Fai revealed a sinister smile. Hurry up and call out your 9-tailed fox. Today, I'll open your eyes. After speaking, she jumped up, her 2 braids transforming into a golden whirlwind. Taste my hair technique. Tuni couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful technique. She quickly opened the system's grenade web page, and a pig-transforming grenade appeared. Tuni took the grenade and threw it over. This is a reward the system gave me last time. It's for you. Lin Fai couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a pink explosion. Lin Fai, with a pig's head, cried out, Why have I turned into a pig? Seeing her like this, Tuni laughed loudly. You've never seen this magic weapon before, right? Let alone you. Even I am seeing it for the first time. The effect is truly high class. Lin Fai, embarrassed and angry, shouted, I must kill you. Hair art, devouring guard. Suddenly, a swarm of butterflies appeared and neutralized all her attacks. Tuni was also surprised. Is this Non Noyette? A voice sounded, the butterflies exploded. Lin Fai hurriedly covered her face with her hands, cursing loudly. Lin Fai said hatefully, Non Noyette, that damn turtle, you ruined my business again. Come out, I want to fight you. Tuni found it very interesting. Non Noyette did a good job. She silently thought about Lin Fai's words. It seems she and Non Noyette are very familiar, and there's even some grudge between them. Lin Fai was still annoyed by the butterflies flying around her. Tuni, you useless thing, what are you standing there for? Hurry and protect that box. After speaking, she continued to curse. That damn Non Noyette must have come for the Yongbao. Just with you, a person with no cultivation, his blue butterflies can tear you to shreds at any time. Tuni, however, appeared very calm. I think these butterflies are very well behaved. She even happily reached out to touch them. They won't harm me at all. Lin Fai couldn't believe it. How's that possible? Tuni said calmly, you still don't believe me? Then I'll dance with the spirit butterflies for you to see. After speaking, she really started dancing, even exaggeratingly singing and twirling. I close my eyes and can't see anything anymore. Lin Fai watched with a cold sweat. Impossible. Why aren't Non Noyette's blue butterflies attacking you? Non Noyette suddenly appeared. How can my spiritual pet attack its female master? Seeing him, Tuni happily called out. Non Noyette. Non Noyette sarcastically said to Lin Fai. Miss Lin Fai, Have you changed your hairstyle again? It's best not to enter the city looking like this. Be careful or the butcher will slaughter you. Lin Fei couldn't believe it. You just said female master. You said Deep Tuni is the female master of these blue butterflies. Non Noyette calmly embraced Deep Tuni. That's right. Tuni is my fiance. Isn't that right? My wife. Deep Tuni frowned and pushed Non Noyette away. Who is your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Non Noyette laughed and said, my wife was dancing so happily just now, and now she's being shy with me? He leaned in close again and said, speaking of which, she still owes me half a kiss. Deep Tuni remembered that she had indeed agreed to make up for the kiss after successfully sealing the black sword. Non Noyette suddenly picked her up and floated in midair. I think the moon is beautiful tonight. How about Tuni dances with me, and I won't ask for that half a kiss anymore, how about it? Deep Tuni asked doubtfully. Really? Non Noyette affirmed, of course it's true. Lin Fei below was dumbfounded. Hey, you two should have some moderation when you're being so lovey-dovey. Non Noyette smiled. That pig head of yours below is really noisy. I don't want my romantic moment with Tuni to be disturbed by her. Since Tuni could turn her into a pig, there must be a way to shut her up. Deep Tuni said impatiently. You talk too much. Just don't look at her. At this moment, Non Noyette took out a flute. Deep Tuni recognized it as the high-grade spiritual weapon, the silver serpent life-stealing flute. Non Noyette winked. My wife is indeed well-informed. If Tuni can shut her up, this flute will be yours. Deep Tuni pouted and said nothing, opening her system's inventory bag and throwing a card at Lin Fei. Gag card, go. Lin Fei was terrified to find that the words she spoke became mumbled and unclear. Non Noyette praised, my wife is truly formidable. Deep Tuni urged, give it to me. Great, I've got a high-grade spiritual artifact. Lin Fei below kept making unclear, mumbled sounds. Deep Tuni smiled slyly at her. I'll use you to test my new weapon. She put the flute to her lips and played elegantly. The sound waves caused Lin Fei unbearable pain. Non Noyette interrupted, can you dance with me now? Deep Tuni stopped. All right, considering you helped me successfully seal it before, and today you lent me the silver serpent life-stealing flute. Just as she turned, Non Noyette called out, wife, I suddenly changed my mind. Deep Tuni lost her patience. I'll dance with you in a moment, and you're still not satisfied. Don't tell me you want me to go to a bar with you? Suddenly, Non Noyette lifted her face and kissed her unexpectedly. Deep Tuni forcefully pushed him away. Non Noyette, you cheated. Non Noyette giggled and said, speaking of cheating, Tuni, you're no worse than me. At this moment, Lin Fei returned to her normal form and could also speak. She angrily shouted, Deep Tuni, Non Noyette, that's enough from you two. Non Noyette and Deep Tuni jumped down. It seems Tuni's spell has worn off. Deep Tuni asked doubtfully, Non Noyette, why did you come to this forest? Lin Fei arrogantly answered for him. What could he be here for? Every time he comes, it's definitely for the yang. I just didn't expect, Deep Tuni, that you, as a disciple of Tu Van Duong, would associate with this kind of person. Deep Tuni frowned and turned to ask Non Noyette, are you really here for the yang? Non Noyette calmly nodded. Seeing this, Lin Fei was furious. You're showing off your love all over the place and still ignoring me. Non Noyette suddenly attacked the box, startling both Deep Tuni and Lin Fei. The carriage began to lose control and roll over. Lin Fei rushed over. Damn it, Deep Tuni, come and help me. As soon as she moved, black butterflies suddenly appeared from all directions and exploded. Lin Fei angrily turned back and scolded. Damn you, Deep Tuni. You sold out our whereabouts. Traitor. Deep Tuni coldly drew her sword. Fa ach. Come out. Lin Fei was shocked. You still want to kill me to silence me? Deep Tuni suddenly put her sword to Non Noyette's neck. He was stunned and didn't dodge. Tuni, do you want to stop me? Deep Tuni smiled. I am, of course, a disciple of Tu Van Duong, and I prioritize the interests of Tu Van Duong. No matter how good our relationship is, I will absolutely not help you. As she suddenly leaned close to Non Noyette's ear, she whispered slyly, Let me finish my mission first. When we get to Woyang City, I'll go to Bainan Villa to find you, and then we'll steal that chest together. Non Noyette was surprised by her change in attitude. Tuni. He suddenly pushed her away. Tuni was surprised. Non Noyette. Non Noyette attacked the box without hesitation. This box absolutely cannot be brought into Bainan Villa. Just as he was about to touch the box, it was pulled away by some threads. Non Noyette laughed and said, as expected of an inner courtyard genius. I didn't expect you to find the eye of the maze formation so quickly. Baklai Nai rode up on a horse. Tuni felt the powerful spiritual energy he was using. Baklai Nai, why is this spiritual pressure so strong? Baklai Nai jumped off his horse, unleashing his ropes. Xian sat Thursday. Non Noyette jumped up to dodge. Tuni observed silently. During the 10,000 Buddhas festival, he was clearly only at the 4th stage, 8th segment. How long has it been, and his cultivation has already broken through to the 5th stage? Non Noyette appeared even more at ease. A sword appeared out of nowhere. Blue morpho butterflies constantly circled him. The defensive circle blocked the move. He shouted, Lin Fai. She quickly ran over. Tuni appeared even calmer, standing with her arms crossed, watching Lin Fai run towards the bed. Bien vu. Non Noyette leisurely made a move towards her. Non Huin Thak Nuok. The box immediately exploded. The shockwave sent Lin Fai flying. Non Noyette then used his sword to create a barrier to block the effects of the explosion. Standing behind, Tuni couldn't help but be amazed by his proficiency. A purple talisman flew out of the box, glowing brighter and brighter. An extremely powerful spiritual force enveloped Tuni. She was shocked. Why is this thing in the bed? What is that? Didn't you say the box contained a damaged spiritual artifact? Non Noyette calmly said, that is the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path. He explained, those who are illuminated by its light will be controlled by the remnant thoughts of the seal. They turn into monsters with no soul. An image of a zombie suddenly appeared in Tuni's mind. Will being illuminated by its light turn me into a zombie? Quoc 2 also appeared at this time to explain. The 6 paths are divided into the human path, the celestial path, the Azura path, the animal path, the hell path, and the hungry ghost path. In fact, they are not a type of magic, but were researched by cultivators hundreds of years ago from ancient divine artifacts, forming different schools of cultivation. The remnant seal of the hungry ghost path before us is a trace of remnant thought that the evil sect extracted from an ancient divine artifact. Tuni understood and said, Non Noyette, you knew all along that the box didn't contain a damaged spiritual artifact, but the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path, right? Non Noyette shrugged. That's right. I originally just planned to take the box, but I didn't expect it to be opened, allowing the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path to escape. Suddenly, a purple light emanated from Lin Fai's body, and she screamed in pain. Baklai Nai cautiously called out to her, Lin Fai. Lin Fai's face suddenly became withered and grotesque, and she crawled towards him. Baklai Nai quickly placed a talisman on her forehead. Lin Fai, Tin Tam Fu. Lin Fai cried out in pain. She immediately closed her eyes and began chanting Buddhist scriptures. At this moment, the tip of Baklai Nai's finger suddenly turned black. The two of them sat in meditation together, chanting Buddhist scriptures to exorcise evil. Tuni was puzzled. The whole forest was illuminated by the light of the hungry ghost path. Why are you okay? Non Noyette affirmed, the evil thoughts of the remnant seal are not enough to control me. She hesitated. Then why am I also okay? Then Noyette replied, the hairpin on your head is a celestial grade item made from Dang Fat Lawn. Wearing it naturally protects you from the remnant thoughts of the hungry ghost path. Tuni was surprised and touched the hairpin on her head, unable to help but remember the handsome face of Prince Qian. I didn't expect the hairpin that Q Quang Qian gave me to be so powerful. The talisman in the sky emitted an increasingly intense light. Tuni noticed it was moving and disappearing. The remnant seal of the hungry ghost path seems to be moving out of the forest. Non Noyette smiled and looked up. Once a remnant seal appears, unless it is sealed again or destroyed, it will only move to the place with the most people. Tuni repeated his words, her expression confused. The place with the most people. Suddenly, she realized something. Isn't that Vimdu City? She held her head, thinking of an incredibly terrifying scene. My parents and sister are all in Vimdu City. If this remnant seal reaches the capital, I'm afraid the entire city will turn into a living hell. At this moment, Lin Fei had returned to normal. Non Noyette, is this a conspiracy between you and Tuni? Non Noyette laughed and said, if I remember correctly, you were also the one who broke the box. He clicked his tongue. If you hadn't insisted on fighting me for it, how could the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path have escaped? Lin Fei refused to be outdone. Sophistry. The box was a mission entrusted to Tu Van Duong by someone else. You came to steal it, and you still have the nerve to be reasonable? Non Noyette looked amused. This is interesting. The great Tu Van Duong actually transports evil objects like the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path. Could it be that Tu Van Duong is related to the evil sect? Tuni was also stunned after hearing this. She remembered that when she was wiping out the mountain bandits, their leader said he was backed by Tu Van Duong. Now it seems it's really hard to say whether Tu Van Duong is good or evil. Bok Lai Nai frowned and didn't answer, while Lin Fei resolutely defended Tu Van Duong. Nonsense, how could our Tu Van Duong collude with the evil path? Tuni impatiently reminded them, stop arguing. The remnant seal of the hungry ghost path is now flying towards Vimdu City. The urgent matter is to think of a way to deal with the remnant seal. Lin Fei still spoke with an arrogant tone. You make it sound so easy. We are currently trapped in the maze forest formation. Getting out is already a problem. How can we deal with the remnant seal? At this moment, Non Noyette crushed a jade pendant. Since I couldn't get the box, it's useless to keep you guys here. Tuni recognized this jade pendant as the one Non Noyette took from the neck of the bandit leader after killing him. So this is the Eye of the Maze forest formation. Bok Lai Nai and Lin Fei were already on their horses. Let's go, Tuni. She came to her senses. All right. A moment later at Vimdo City, the three of them slowed down. Tuni looked at the surrounding atmosphere and couldn't help but shiver. It's too quiet. Lin Fei dismounted. Could it be that the remnant seal didn't fly to Vimdu City? Tuni looked helplessly at the wide-open city gate, thinking, even if the remnant seal didn't fly to Vimdu City, the city gate wouldn't be this quiet. I don't even see any guards. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the two of them. Next were three soldiers who had turned into zombies, their faces gaunt. Tuni and Lin Fei screamed in horror. Bok Lai Nai quickly attacked the three soldiers. Thunder, they were immediately struck by lightning. The three of them were about to advance when they saw the three soldiers stand up again and walk towards them. Tuni couldn't believe it. Oh my god, these soldiers have turned into zombies. They don't feel any pain at all. We can't beat them. Lin Fei spoke up. It seems the remnant seal really did fly to Vimdu City. I'm afraid many people in the city have been possessed by the remnant thoughts. Tuni jumped on her horse without hesitation, despite Lin Fei's attempts to stop her. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Father, Swang, everyone, please don't be affected by the remnant karmic force. In front of the Kwok Siu residence, Tuni opened the door at the fastest speed. I'm finally home. Father, Mother, Swang. As soon as the door opened, Swang's body fell into her arms. Tuni was stunned and caught Swang. At this moment, Swang had turned into a zombie and grabbed her hand, trying to bite her. Tuni offered her hand for her to bite. It's bad, my family has also been possessed by the remnant thoughts. I have to find a way to tie them up, I can't let them run out and harm each other. Before she could make a move, she was sent flying by the remnant thoughts. Tuni gritted her teeth. I didn't expect a cultivator possessed by remnant thoughts to still be able to use spiritual power. She observed the spiritual power on Swang's body. Moreover, a first-stage cultivator like Swang, under the control of the remnant thoughts, already has the strength of a second-stage cultivator. Is this the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Other zombies appeared behind her. Deep Tuni didn't dare to move. Kwok 2, do me a favor. Kwok 2 appeared. What is it? Considering you usually treat me well, this little master can also give you a hand. Deep Tuni replied later, I will use electric shocks to make these people faint. At that time, you quickly tie them up with ropes. After speaking, she immediately opened the system and bought an electric baton. Kwok 2 praised, smart, you really know how to use modern technology. Deep Tuni held an electric baton in each hand, ready to act. I'm making my move. After saying that, she quickly passed through the crowd, the electric batons in her hands swinging relentlessly. After everyone was electrocuted and fell, Kwok 2 quickly tied them up. I'm exhausted. A moment later, Deep Tuni breathed a sigh of relief. Kwok 2 also tiredly wiped his sweat. It's finally done. Deep Tuni frowned. But why don't I see my parents among these people? Could they be in the inner courtyard? At that moment, someone called her from behind. Lady Kwok Siu ran over, panting. Be careful, Kwok Siu has turned into a zombie and is chasing me from behind. He jumped up to a high place. Deep Tuni was stunned. Kwok Siu bared his fangs and claws and jumped down. I want to eat human flesh. Deep Tuni quickly used her electric baton to block. What is happening? Kwok 2 opened the system and took out a pig transformation bomb. Deep Tuni took the bomb and quickly threw it. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Damn it, the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path. I will definitely smash you to pieces. Kwok 2 could only force a smile at the scene. Women are so scary. Lady Kwok Siu looked at Kwok Siu turning into a pig and was just amazed. Oh my god, Tuni's magic is getting more and more powerful. Deep Tuni asked her mother while tying up Kwok Siu. Mother, are you okay? Why weren't you possessed by the remnant thoughts? Lady Kwok Siu replied. I woke up from a nap and found everyone had turned into monsters. I immediately rushed. Deep Tuni guessed. Could it be because Mother ate the 8th grade spirit medicine? Kwok 2 had a different idea. I guess when the hungry ghost path released its remnant thoughts, your mother wasn't illuminated by the light. After that, the remnant thoughts released by the remnant seal reached saturation, so there should still be quite a few common people in the city who haven't been infected. Just as Kwok 2 predicted, at this moment, the uninfected people in the city were all fleeing from the pursuit of the zombies. Deep Tuni made up her mind. Mother, there are still many innocent commoners outside who haven't been infected by the remnant thoughts. I must go and save them. Mother, hurry and hide in the house. Lady Kwok Siu happily waved. All right, Tuni, you have to be careful. Suddenly, many zombies appeared. Deep Tuni was on guard. Why are there suddenly so many? Suddenly, a young man borrowed force from midair and prepared to jump down. A cloud-piercing move. Deep Tuni was on guard. Who is it? The person jumped down and with one move, sent many zombies flying. Deep Tuni couldn't help but sigh. So strong. She secretly sized up the young man in front of her. One move could render hundreds of people controlled by remnant thoughts immobile. The spiritual pressure is unbelievably strong. This person's cultivation is at least at the high segment of the 5th stage, maybe even close to the 6th stage. At this moment, Kwok 2 so rushed over. Princess Tu. Deep Tuni was surprised. Kwok 2 so, why are you at the Kwok Siu residence? Kwok 2 so was relieved to see her safe and sound, and happily introduced him. That's great. I'm relieved to see the princess is safe. All the disciples of Tu Van Duong are following the vice-headmaster's orders to control the chaos in the city. I was worried something might have happened to the princess's family, so I invited senior brother Try to come to the Kwok Siu residence with me. Try also spoke up. Junior brother Kwong, since the Kwok Siu residence is stable, I'll go ahead. There are still many things waiting to be handled outside. Kwok 2 so kept thanking him. Thank you for coming with me today, senior brother. Deep Tuni also hurriedly expressed her thanks. Thank you for your help, senior brother Try. Try flew away. It was nothing. She thought to herself, as expected, the disciples of the inner courtyard are formidable. Deep Tuni also sincerely said to Kwok 2 so, by the way, 2 so, Thank you for coming here specially today. Without you, with so many people controlled by remnant thoughts, it would have been difficult for me to handle with my cultivation. Kwang Tuso, however, said calmly, "What are you talking about, princess? There's no need to be so polite between us. I'll help the princess protect the Kwaxiu residents first." After speaking, he closed his eyes and chanted a mantra, forming a seal. Barrier art, drawing a prison on the ground. Spiritual power surged, and Kwang Tu-so quickly set up a barrier in the residence. Deep Tuni sighed in admiration. Tu-so is formidable. He's only been in the inner courtyard for a few days and has already learned the barrier art. Kwang Tu-so said seriously, "I've only learned a few small tricks. We must quickly find the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path that caused this disaster and destroy it, so that the common people can return to normal." Deep Tuni leaned back, a little disheartened. "I don't know where the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path has drifted to." Kwang Tu-so shared what he knew. The vice headmaster has given instructions. The remnant seal of the hungry ghost path, after releasing enough remnant thoughts, will suddenly descend. It will find a place to hide and attach itself to something. We just need to find that place. Hearing this, Deep Tuni became anxious. "So that's it. Then let's split up and search for the place where the remnant seal is hiding." Kwang Tu-so agreed. Outside, zombies appeared in large numbers like ants, gathering and moving together. In order to avoid harming them, Deep Tuni could only continuously throw pig-transforming bombs. For now, let these common people turn into pigs. That way, they will no longer be aggressive and won't harm each other. The evil chi here is very strong. The remnant seal of the hungry ghost path might be nearby. Facing the increasing attacks of the zombies, she became vigilant. Suddenly, she saw an old man ahead about to be attacked by a zombie. Why is there a white-haired old man here? She thought to herself, oh no, a zombie wants to attack him. Deep Tuni quickly threw a pig transformation bomb. "Old man, don't worry, turn into a pig, evil ghost." The zombie that was hit by the bomb quickly turned into a pig. The old man was also startled. "Thank you, young lady." Deep Tuni spoke urgently. "All right then, old man. Why are you walking around outside alone? The situation is very dangerous right now." The old man said honestly, "Just now a group of Tu Van Duong cultivators passed by the road ahead. I was planning to go and see." Deep Tuni thought in surprise, "Isn't that the direction to the divine altar of slaughter? Could the divine altar be the hiding place of the remnant seal?" Thinking of this, she quickly ran in that direction, not forgetting to give the old man a pig transformation bomb. "Old man, I don't know what dangers lie ahead. This is for you to protect yourself." The old man stroked his beard and accepted it. "Thank you, young lady." A royal divine altar, a place where many people have gathered. Deep Tuni stared blankly. "It's the disciples and instructors of Tu Van Duong." She mumbled. "Is the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path here?" One of them heard her mumbling and replied, "That's right." The instructor said the remnant seal is attached to the back of the great Buddha statue in the middle of the divine altar. Deep Tuni looked up at the solemn and dignified object. "Since we've found the object the remnant seal is hiding in, why is everyone still standing outside the divine altar? No one is going to destroy the remnant seal." The person sighed. The remnant seal of the hungry ghost path, after attaching itself to the back of the great Buddha, set up a barrier around the divine altar. Even the instructors can't get in, let alone us. Deep Tuni couldn't believe it. This gray-purple layer is a barrier? She reached out her hand without hesitation, and it passed straight through the barrier. The people around were astonished. "What? Princess Tu can enter the barrier." Deep Tuni was still stunned inside the barrier. The two people outside had their jaws dropped. "Oh my god, what kind of genius is Princess Tu? She can actually enter the powerful barrier of the hungry ghost path. Is Princess Tu even more formidable than the instructors?" Deep Tuni also wondered, "Why can I enter this barrier?" Tuni remembered everyone's reaction when they saw her hairpin. Look at the hairpin on the little princess's head. It's the supreme spiritual artifact, the Dang Fatlon, which can resist evil chi. The princess is so formidable. She suddenly realized. I didn't expect that I could be immune to the remnant thoughts of the hungry ghost path and safely enter the barrier, all thanks to the hairpin that Prince Qian gave me. Gushin once reminded her. Deep Tuni, your ability to enter is a matter of fate. Your destruction of the evil seal of the hungry ghost path on the Buddha's body can be considered a meritorious deed. Tuni thought. Since I have shouldered the great responsibility of saving the common people of the world, I will definitely do my best. The Buddha's body is sealed. Tuni approached and drew her sword to break the seal. Suddenly, a ghost appeared. Oh no, the remnant seal can change the form of the object it possesses. The Grand Master outside said worriedly, oh no, I didn't expect the remnant seal to release its final power to control the great Buddha. You must find a way to escape. You are no match for him now. We will come to save you after we break the barrier. But Tuni persisted and stabbed straight at him with her sword. Since I'm already here, I won't back down. The evil ghost raised its hand, causing her to fall. This evil ghost's attack speed is so fast, and its body is huge. Continuing to dodge like this is not a solution. Then she executed the cold ice field. As long as I use this move fast enough and expand the freezing range, I can restrain it and then destroy the remnant seal. She opened the system to use a prop, the ice blood chi stagnation, Elsa's guardian talisman. Elsa appeared. The people outside had their mouths agape. What is this? Then Elsa executed, let it go, and froze the ghost. What am I seeing? Her cultivation is so astonishing. The two people outside were shocked. I can't believe my eyes. I want to become Tuni's disciple. But the evil ghost broke through the ice. It has escaped the ice. Damn it. If this continues, I don't know how many more people will have to die. I can only summon Tu to fight together. Tuni ordered, Tu, come out. Tu appeared. Tu, for the sake of all living beings, we must destroy the monster before us. Then the two of them charged forward together. So Deep Tuni really is the legendary heroine, the nine-tailed fox. Oh my god, I never thought I'd see a celestial beast in this lifetime. So beautiful. Tuni rode Tu and charged forward. When she got close to its shoulder, she found the location where the remnant seal was attached. Tuni immediately drew her sword and raised it high. Noyette Nan was just about to attack the remnant seal. But it suddenly turned its head. I didn't expect its reaction to be so fast, turning its head suddenly. Then Tuni spat out blood, and Tu was also knocked to the ground. Tuni panicked. You dare to hurt my Tu, I will never forgive you. Kwok Tu appeared and stopped her. Deep Tuni, are you crazy? You yourself are already seriously injured. Tuni's hand suddenly made a cracking sound. I'm not crazy, I'm very sober. Today, I must kill it. Kwok Tu hurriedly stopped her as she was about to charge forward. No, its evil chi is not something you can withstand. Tuni remained resolute. Kwok Tu, step aside. It has evil chi, and so will I. Kwok Tu was very surprised to hear that. Tuni then gripped her sword and charged. Fa ach evil sword. Now, in the name of your master, I command you. Infuse all of today's evil thoughts into my body. I want to fight evil with evil and overcome wickedness with wickedness. Tuni shouted loudly. The disciples outside were puzzled. Instructor, what's wrong with Princess Tu? The instructor said, the Fa ach sword is a sword of Yin and evil, capable of splitting heaven and earth. The evil fortune sword has awakened. I didn't expect Deep Tuni to possess such a sword. Deep Tuni, her eyes bloodshot, charged forward. I did it. The demon also gradually dissipated. It seems I made the right bet. The people outside were endlessly amazed. Wow, the barrier has been broken. The remnant seal of the hungry ghost path has been destroyed by Princess Tu. Princess Tu is our savior. Tuni fell from the sky in freefall. I don't have the strength to circulate my spiritual power anymore. Q Kwang Chien and that damn guy. Why don't you come and be the hero who saves the damsel in distress? She closed her eyes and let go. I'll probably fall to my death like this. Suddenly, she found herself standing on the ground. Where am I? Fa ach, with a demonic face and red hair, appeared before her. Deep Tuni, we finally meet. Tuni asked, who are you? He simply said, Fa ACH. Tuni was surprised. Isn't my Fa ACH a sword? Could you be the sword spirit of Fa ACH? Then he embraced her. Thank you so much for waking me from my slumber. Tuni was terrified. What are you doing? Let go of me. Fa ACH took the opportunity to wrap his evil chi around Tuni's body. Tuni was terrified. Oh no. Her body was bound by the black evil chi, unable to move. Fa ACH gritted his teeth. Deep Tuni, offer yourself to me. I will make you stronger, so strong that you can look down on this world. Tuni was terrified. This black evil chi is about to suffocate me. She suddenly sat up. So it was just a dream. The system suddenly announced, "Congratulations to the host for advancing to the first segment of the 4th stage." Tuni sat on the bed in shock. Yesterday I used my blood to sacrifice to the sword. I should have had my spiritual power drained, right? How could I have leveled up? Kwaktu said, "You were able to defeat the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path. This is considered a level-skipping challenge, which will cause your experience to increase rapidly." Although the demonic sword Fa ACH feeds on blood and spiritual power, it has absorbed a lot of your blood. Naturally, it must absorb less spiritual power. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Eldest Miss, there are 2 cultivators from Tu Van Duong outside. They say they want to invite you to Tu Van Duong for questioning." Tuni said, "All right, I know. I'll go in a bit." She thought to herself, inviting me for questioning? I only accepted a mission to escort a spiritual artifact. Who knew the box contained an evil object? Tu Van Duong can't be transporting evil objects for others. So it can only be that the client used some kind of formation eye magic to deceive them. As the person escorting the box, I let the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path be released, and it even flew to Veem Du City to harm the common people. On the way to Tu Van Duong, she thought, I wonder if destroying the remnant seal yesterday will be considered atoning for my crime. At the punishment platform of the disciplinary office, Deep Tuni arrived. "Instructor Niam, I've brought Deep Tuni. This is Instructor Niam of the disciplinary office." It's said that any disciple who makes a mistake and falls into his hands seems to be stripped of a layer of skin. Instructor Niam crossed his arms and asked, "Deep Tuni, do you know why you were brought here today?" Deep Tuni knelt down and bowed. "I know that in this training mission, I failed to protect the box well, leading to the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path causing disaster for the common people. As the escort, I did not fulfill my duty. Logically, I should be punished." But the instructor said, "The other training disciples have already clarified this matter. The mishap in this mission was Tu Van Duong's fault. Failing to discover in time that the box contained the remnant seal of the hungry ghost path is also Tu Van Duong's responsibility. You don't need to blame yourself. Tu Van Duong will investigate this matter itself." Tuni was surprised. "Then why was I still brought here for questioning?" He pointed at her. "Yesterday at the divine altar, you used the evil fortune sword in your hand, awakening the remnant thoughts and falling into demonization. Do you plead guilty to this?" Tuni was confused. "Demonization. Instructor, I found that Fa ACH sword by chance. It only accepted me as its master because my blood accidentally got on it. I never thought of falling into the demonic path." The instructor challenged, "Then do you dare to summon the Fa ACH sword now?" Then Tuni took out the precious sword. "Of course, Fa ACH, come out." The instructor immediately used the cold ice field. Such intense evil chi. It really is the legendary evil fortune sword. Tuni gritted her teeth and endured. Judging from this powerful spiritual pressure, Instructor Niam must be a 6th-stage spirit king. The Fa ACH sword began to act. Tuni panicked. "Fa ACH, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Tuni has been possessed by the demonic path." Everyone shouted, "Seize her." But Tuni charged forward with her sword. Those people were all sent flying. Then they hid behind the instructor, trembling. "Instructor, Deep Tuni is too strong." The instructor was also panicked. "What are you hiding behind me for? What kind of behavior is this?" As his disciple said, "Instructor, even if we called a few hundred more disciples, we wouldn't be a match for Deep Tuni." Then Tuni charged forward. "I was the one who saved the common people in the city. Tu Van Duong didn't try, but instead punished me. Damn it. The instructor was terrified. The spiritual pressure can't even suppress her. Trung de panicked. Oh my god, let's run. Instructor Neum was almost cut in half by Princess Tu. Yes, yes. The instructor used spiritual pressure to suppress her. It seems you have been deeply controlled by the remnant thoughts. Then don't blame me for pulling out the weeds by the roots. The instructor used spiritual pressure to suppress Tuni. Scorching heat. Tuni then fell heavily to the ground. Suddenly, she came to her senses. Damn it. I was controlled by Fa ACH again. The instructor was furious. Deep Tuni, it has come to this. You have been possessed by the sword and fallen into the demonic path. What else do you have to explain? Someone, take the bronze bell from Deep Tuni and expel her from Tu Van Duong. Tuni was terrified. What? He took the bell, and she will never be allowed to step into Tu Van Duong again. Take Deep Tuni away. Deep Tuni was dragged away by two people. Tuni recalled, since entering Tu Van Duong, I defeated Phuong Bitch, got the bronze bell, and was promoted to the level. I even made a pact with the crybaby that we would enter the inner courtyard together. Am I really going to stop here? Then she struggled. Instructor, although Fa ACH carries evil chi, I was able to suppress it before. If Tu Van Duong doesn't allow it, I won't use the Fa ACH sword in the future. Or the disciplinary office can punish me. I'll do anything, just let me stay at Tu Van Duong to continue cultivating. The instructor immediately replied, absolutely not. Tuni was disappointed. Suddenly, a celestial crane flew by. An old man appeared. It's him. Isn't it the old man I saved on the road? The instructor hurriedly bowed. Headmaster, why have you come? Greetings, Headmaster. The headmaster looked towards Tuni. No need for formalities. This old man just came to pick up this little friend. Little girl, we meet again. Tuni was terrified and stammered. You are the headmaster. I heard the headmaster of Tu Van Duong is a 9th-stage emperor venerable. Even the emperor has to show him respect. Is a cultivation realm so powerful that it can shake the entire city of Vimdu. Yet back then, I gave him a pighead bullet for self-defense. He won't look down on me, will he? Oh my god, how embarrassing. The instructor stammered. Headmaster, you just said you wanted to pick up a little friend. Could it be this Deep Tuni? The headmaster stroked his beard. Of course. This girl is intelligent and talented. If I hadn't come to pick her up myself, wouldn't you have kicked her out of Tu Van Duong? Tuni was overjoyed. The headmaster really knows how to praise people. I'm so touched. The instructor said again. Headmaster, Deep Tuni has awakened the evil fortune sword and has been tainted by demonic chi, which is why I had to expel her from Tu Van Duong. The headmaster asked. Then yesterday, Deep Tuni also used the Fa ACH sword to destroy the remnant seal of the Hungry Ghost Path at the Divine Altar. Have you forgotten this matter? The instructor was speechless. The headmaster said again. All things in the world have their own destiny. If a cultivator of the righteous path harbors evil thoughts, they will also harm all living beings. Although the Fa ACH sword carries evil chi, if used for good, it can save people. It is not in all things, but in the heart. Only then did the instructor bow his head and reply. The disciple understands. Tuni, on the other hand, had a confused expression. Headmaster, you mean I can continue to use the Fa ACH sword and don't have to leave Tu Van Duong? He replied. Of course. Tuni was very happy. But Fa ACH was originally a first-grade spiritual artifact. Due to its extremely heavy evil chi, it's not something a person like you can control at present. You need to improve your cultivation and cleanse the evil chi. Tuni said joyfully, thank you, Headmaster. The disciple will definitely work hard to cultivate. Then he gave her a treasure. This is a wisp of my spiritual consciousness. As long as your heart is free of evil thoughts, it can help you suppress the evil chi of the Fa ACH sword. When your cultivation is high enough to cleanse the evil chi, the Fa ACH sword will become an unparalleled precious sword. The senior and junior brothers also said that Princess Tu has courage and wisdom, and the inner courtyard is not a rare thing. That's right, after all, she is the savior. I also saw that old man on the road yesterday. If I knew he was the headmaster, I would have saved him too. The instructor was extremely angry after hearing this. The headmaster held the pighead bullet and called, "Instructor Neum, this little girl gave me an interesting toy yesterday. I think I'll give it to you, Instructor Neum." Then the bullet flew towards his face, turning into a mask and sticking to his face. The headmaster left, saying, "Tuni, I look forward to your growth in the future." Tuni waved. "Headmaster, take care." Then she turned back and sneered at the instructor wearing the pig mask. "Instructor Neum, I can enter the inner courtyard today, thanks to the disciplinary office. I must thank you. I, Deep Tuni, am going to the inner courtyard. Farewell, everyone." The senior and junior brothers below shouted, "Princess Tu is so cool, so enviable." The instructor was so angry he spat blood. Lin Fai appeared in front of the Tu Van Duong gate, asking in surprise, "Deep Tuni, I really didn't expect that after just one day, you've become a disciple of the inner courtyard." Tuni was surprised. "Are you deliberately waiting for me at the inner courtyard gate?" Lin Fai approached and reached out her hand. "Follow me. The vice headmaster specifically told me to come to the gate to pick you up." Then Tuni also let Lin Fai lead her by the hand. It seems that to enter the inner courtyard without triggering the barrier, you need a disciple to lead the way. Lin Fai smiled and said, "Smart." Walking inside, there were fragrant flowers, singing birds, and colorful beasts everywhere. Tuni was surprised. "This is the inner courtyard?" It's like a waterfall flowing 3,000 feet, with the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. Beside the waterfall, water thundered down from above. Lin Fai was secretly surprised. Deep Tuni's poetic talent is so impressive. Could she be some great poet? Such a beautiful poem. Then she reminded Tuni, "Currently, including you, there are 10 disciples in the inner courtyard. I am ranked 8th. According to the rules, you must call me senior sister." Tuni looked at Lin Fai and thought to herself, "Senior sister, this brat, she's so young but already knows how to distinguish seniority. Never mind, I don't want to cause trouble right now." She forced a smile and said, "Yes, senior sister Lin Fai." Lin Fai added, "Also, our inner courtyard only has 2 teachers. One is the headmaster, and sometimes an elder comes to teach. So, cultivating in the inner courtyard is not as free as in the outer courtyard. Don't drag us down, little junior sister." Tuni quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes, thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I will try my best." At Qiankuan Hall, Instructor Vong was sitting on a chair. Lin Fai brought Tuni to pay respects to Instructor Vong. She called out, "Tuni, hurry and bow. This is Elder Vong, who is in charge of teaching new students. Hurry and call him Elder Vong." Tuni just stared at him, thinking to herself, This young man looks only a few years older than me. How can he be an elder? I don't believe it. Greetings, Elder Vong." Then he spat and asked, You are the new arrival, Deep Tuni?" Tuni didn't have a good impression of him either. "Yes?" Then Elder Vong laughed and said, "Since you've come to the private courtyard, you must first learn to respect your teachers. Now, pour this elder a cup of tea." Tuni was surprised. This is definitely not some elder. Lin Fai found someone to deliberately tease me. Then she also picked up the teapot and poured it into the cup. "Yes, elder." Then she signaled the system to take out chilly water. "Elder, please have some tea." He picked up the teacup. "It's all right." After drinking, he coughed violently. "What is this? So spicy." Then he flew into a rage. "Deep Tuni, why is it so spicy?" Tuni pointed at the teapot and said, "The teapot you used is still on the table over there. There are 3 pairs of eyes watching here. How could I have poisoned it?" Then he ordered her again. Tuni massaged this elder's shoulders. Tuni also happily rolled up her sleeves. "All right, I'm the best at massages." She walked behind him. "Elder, please bear with it. This is my family's heirloom technique. I guarantee you'll feel comfortable after the massage." The moment Tuni pressed on his shoulder, she heard a cracking sound. He cried out, "My shoulder." Tuni leaned close to his ear and asked, "How is it, Elder Vong? Do you feel my massage is comfortable?" Elder Vong, with the cracking sound in his shoulder, said, You. Tuni let go of his hand. "Or should I call you Senior Brother Vong instead?" He turned around. "Oh, little junior sister, when did you know?" Tuni looked straight at the two of them. I knew it the moment senior brother Vong opened his mouth. How could Tu Van Duong have an elder like you? Lin Fai also said embarrassedly, Deep Tuni, so you knew all along and deliberately teased us. You're really something else. Tuni smiled and said to Lin Fai, Deep Tuni, am not easy to mess with. The system took out the obedience talisman. Then the two of them had the obedience talisman stuck on their heads. What is this? I can't get it off. Tuni explained, this is my spirit talisman, called the obedience talisman. Now you have to call me Elder Deep, kowtow to me, and also shout, Elder Deep is mighty and powerful. The two of them had no choice but to kneel down. Elder Deep is mighty and powerful, Elder Deep is mighty and powerful. Watching them kowtow, Tuni said smugly, although I, Deep Tuni, have just entered the inner courtyard, I'm not to be bullied. You better remember that. At this moment, Try and Bok Lai Nai arrived. You two playing tricks and getting teased by the junior sister is what you deserve. Just then, a laugh came from above. Haha, the junior sister should have tormented this brat Bong fan a little more just now. It would have been better if he cried his eyes out. Everyone was surprised and looked up. Fourth senior sister, when did you get on the ceiling? The fourth senior sister laughed and said, of course, it was from the beginning of your good show. Tuni looked at her and had a sudden realization. I remember Lin Fai mentioned on the way that the fourth senior sister's name is Tan Fai Yen, and her cultivation is comparable to the third senior brother Try, both being at the 5th stage, 7th and 8th segment. Vong Fan was dissatisfied. Fourth senior sister. Don't make fun of me anymore. Strange. Why don't I feel any pain at all? On the contrary, I feel refreshed. Tuni then reached out to him. I was really adjusting your bones just now. We are all fellow disciples. This time, for adjusting your bones, I won't charge you too much. Just give me 20 taels of gold. Vong Fan spat out blood after hearing this. Princess Tu. Princess Tu. Tu So ran out. Princess Tu. Tuni was surprised. Tu So was overjoyed. Yay, so good. The princess really got into the inner courtyard. It's so good to see you. Wait a minute. Tu So entered the inner courtyard before me. He's ranked 9th. Doesn't that mean I have to call him 9th senior brother? Oh no, I've entered the inner courtyard, and I've become the person with the lowest seniority. Dong Na Thuong appeared, and everyone bowed. Vice Headmaster Dong. Dong Na Thuong said, have all the disciples of the inner courtyard arrived today? Try reported, Vice Headmaster Dong, except for the 2 senior brothers, everyone else is here. Dong Na Thuong said to Tuni, Deep Tuni, from today on, you're a disciple of the inner courtyard. These are all your senior brothers and sisters. You must often ask them for guidance in the future. You must take exorcising demons and defending the righteous path as your duty, cultivate the righteous path, and protect all living beings. Tuni immediately knelt down. Yes, the disciple remembers. Dong Na Thuong gave her a ring. This is your storage ring, representing your identity as a disciple of the inner courtyard. Wear it and you can freely enter and exit the inner courtyard. You must take good care of it, remember not to lose it. Deep Tuni, today you will go and clean up a few old halls in the inner courtyard, as a way to familiarize yourself with the environment. Tuni repeatedly agreed, yes, but in her heart, she was annoyed. Cleaning? I came here to cultivate. Tu So suddenly said, Vice Headmaster Dong, I also want to go and clean. I haven't been in the inner courtyard for many days, so I'm not very familiar with the nearby courtyards yet. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with them. Tuni was also very happy. Then Dong Na Thuong agreed. All right. Lin Fai, standing on the side, laughed. Hee, even fighting over a chore like cleaning. The junior brother is really too idle. Tu So stammered this. Dong Na Thuong then reminded Lin Fai. Lin Fai, if you have time to laugh at the junior brother, you might as well go and clean too. Lin Fai said fearfully, yes, Vice Headmaster. A few hours later, Tuni sat on the side, holding a broom. So tired, I finally cleaned the palace. She suddenly heard a conversation nearby. The Vice Headmaster said, the origin of the remnant seal of the Hungry Ghost Path has not yet been traced. He was talking to a disciple. The training ground has also lost information about the client. Now we can only start from Non Noyette. Tuni was surprised. They're talking about Non Noyette. Dong Ne Thuong said, Non Noyette's strength is not simple. There are very few cultivators in Beamdu City who have reached the 6th stage of the Spirit King realm. I had you investigate his background. Are there any results? The disciple reported, this person is indeed cunning. All those who have come into contact with him have never seen his true face, and no one knows his true identity. We just received news half an incense sticks time ago that someone saw Non Noyette go to the Hu Tam tea house, and he is still there now. Dong Ne Thuong stroked his chin. Good. Non Noyette has repeatedly confronted Tu Van Duong. The remnant seal of the Hungry Ghost path is definitely related to him. You immediately lead a few 6th stage cultivators there. If you can't capture him alive, then kill him. Yes. Tuni was horrified when she heard this. What? It's okay to kill him? His actions are mysterious and unpredictable, half righteous and half evil, but Non Noyette has never harmed anyone, and even taught me martial arts. I can't just stand by and watch him die. I must get to the Hu Tam tea house before the people from Tu Van Duong and tell Non Noyette about this. Then she also rode a boat away. I wonder why Non Noyette is drinking tea at this time. This ghostly place is surrounded by a lake. If the instructors of Tu Van Duong chase after him, it will be difficult to escape. She arrived at the tea house and looked around, feeling strange. Why is there no one here today? She opened the door. Found it. You're about to die and you're still drinking tea. But the person sitting inside was not Non Noyette, but Qiu Quang Qian. Qiu Quang Qian was also very surprised. Princess Tu. She ran in. Prince Qian, what are you doing here? Qiu Quang Qian calmly lifted his teacup. Of course, I'm here to drink tea. I wonder why the princess suddenly burst into my tea room? Tuni had to go along with it and said, I won't hide it from you, I'm here to find someone. Qiu Quang Qian rested his chin on his hand and smiled at her. Who is the princess looking for? Can I help you with anything? Tuni was puzzled. I clearly saw Non Noyette's blue morpho butterfly just now. Why isn't he here? Prince Qian, have you seen a man in black wearing a mask? Qiu Quang Qian laughed and said, never seen one. Tuni had no choice but to give up. Could it be that Non Noyette has already been captured? Then a strong wind blew. Tuni was puzzled. What's happening? Oh no, it must be the instructors from Tu Van Duong. They thought Non Noyette was here, so they set up a sword formation to kill him. Qiu Quang Qian stood there, fanning himself. Princess Tu, such a powerful sword formation, could it be that you led them here? Tuni quickly explained, of course not. Qiu Quang Qian hurriedly caught her as she was falling backward. Prince Qian, I'm afraid this tea house is about to collapse. We have to get out of here quickly. Qiu Quang Qian then said to her, Princess, hold on to me tightly. Tuni was stunned, then immediately let go. Qiu Quang Qian carried her and left. The tea house gradually collapsed and shattered. The two of them fell into the lake. The tiles and debris of the tea house collapsed and scattered everywhere. It's too dangerous, we have to get out of here quickly. Tuni cried out in panic, we have to swim up quickly. In a critical moment, Qiu Quang Qian pulled her from behind and transferred his qi. Tuni thought to herself, this guy was completely motionless just now. Could it be because the two of them are looking at each other now? Qiu Quang Qian is still on the surface of the lake. Two cultivators were standing there talking. Why is there no one? Didn't they say Non Noyette was at this tea house? Could he have dived into the water? Then they ran off. There's movement in the eastern forest. Non Noyette might have escaped. After him. Tuni got ashore and coughed up water. I can't believe I was kissed by Qiu Quang Qian so hard underwater that I couldn't resist. Have I lost my soul? Qiu Quang Qian asked Han, Princess, are you alright? Tuni shyly replied, I'm fine. The people who destroyed the tea house must be far away by now. Let's go back too. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. Tuni cried out in panic, Qiu Quang Qian. She caught him. What's wrong? He was clearly fine just now. Why did he suddenly faint? Could it be that his old illness has relapsed? Then she helped Qiu Quang Qian away. There's only this abandoned house nearby. I'll have to trouble Prince Qian. Let's rest here for now. Inside the abandoned house, she started a fire to dry their clothes. Q Kwang Chien was still unconscious on the bed. We both fell into the river just now. It would be better to dry our clothes. Prince Chien, wake up. I didn't expect his body to be so weak. He fainted after just a short soak in the water. Just now at the tea house, I even suspected he was Non Noyette. Thinking back now, it's completely impossible. But why did the blue morpho butterfly appear at the tea house? Suddenly, Q Kwang Chien's hair frosted over. Kwok Tu appeared and said, Aya, looking at his condition, I'm afraid he's about to die. Tuni reminded him, don't say such unlucky things. The last time I saw him in the meditation room, it was like this too. At that time, I touched him once, and he absorbed the spiritual power from my body, and then he recovered. Then Tuni also placed her hands on Q Kwang Chien's chest. Why isn't it working this time? There's still so much frost on him. Kwok Tu said, the last time you could absorb the cold chi from his body, this young master was also very surprised. This might be related to the spiritual power in your body. If you really want to help him, you can try circulating the spiritual power in your body to embrace him. Tuni withdrew her hand. Let me give it a try. But Kwok Tu reminded her. Deep Tuni, I have to remind you, Q Kwang Chien's body being this cold is not normal. If you really want to absorb it into your body, the process will be very painful. You have to think carefully. Tuni continued without hesitation. I must save the prince. Then she hugged him, and the ice and snow began to melt. Great, my red spiritual power has melted the prince's ice and snow. I have absorbed his cold chi. But then Tuni seemed very uncomfortable. So cold, so painful. The cold chi on the prince's body is even colder than last time. I'm about to lose it. The system announced, congratulations to the host, your spiritual power has grown. You have successfully advanced to the second segment of the fourth stage. The ice and snow completely shattered, and Q Kwang Chien gradually woke up. Tuni was overjoyed. I've leveled up. His Highness has recovered and is awake. Then Q Kwang Chien fell on top of her. Tuni was also exhausted. So sleepy. Kwok Tu was surprised. It's not good for these two to be naked like this. I should cover them with some clothes before they sleep. In the inner courtyard of Tu Van Duong, a disciple reported to the vice-headmaster. Today, our people went to the Hu Tam tea house, but did not find any trace of Non Noyette. We don't know when he took the opportunity to escape. Dong Nathwang said, this Non Noyette is really cunning. We absolutely cannot let him continue to provoke the authority of Tu Van Duong. The disciple replied, yes, I will arrange for people to secretly investigate in Vimdu City. We will definitely find his whereabouts. Dong Nathwang also expressed her agreement. We must capture Non Noyette. In Tuni's room at the Kwok Q residence late at night, Tuni sat racking her brain. How did I get back? I remember clearly that after absorbing all the cold chi for Q Kwang Chien yesterday, I was so tired I fainted. Kwok Tu said, that's right, you two even slept naked together. But then Prince Chien woke up. Tuni panicked. What did he do after he woke up? He didn't do anything, did he? Kwok Tu laughed and said, after he woke up, he did a lot of things to you. Do you need me to help you restore your memory? Tuni guessed in panic. Yesterday, after helping Q Kwang Chien relieve his cold chi, did he do something to me? Kwok Tu laughed. Hee, are you feeling amorous? Tuni recalled, after absorbing the cold chi, I leveled up to the second segment of the fourth stage. So in the future, I have to pay more attention to Q Kwang Chien's condition. When his illness relapses, I'll do it again. I can grind more experience, help him relieve his pain, and level up. Tuni was very happy thinking about the second segment of the fourth stage. Kwok Tu laughed. Hee, so greedy. In the Tu Van Duong team courtyard, Tuni was there when suddenly someone called her. Little junior sister, it's Vong Fan bringing you an apple. Want an apple? This is a specialty from my hometown, Snow White's durian-flavored apple. But Tuni refused. Thank you, senior brother. No need. This apple must be poisoned. I can't eat it. Vong Fan ate one in front of her. Last time, Lin Fai and I teased you, it was my fault. I wanted to apologize to the junior sister, so I brought this. Kwok Tu appeared and said to Tuni, this apple is a rare fruit in this world. Eating one can increase experience by 10 points. Selling it to the system can get you 10,000 gold coins. Are you sure you don't need it? Hearing this, Tuni immediately snatched the apple from Vong Fan's hand. Thank you, senior brother. The misunderstanding between us before is now cleared. If it's such a rare fruit, then give it to me. Tuni was very happy holding the apple. Vong Fan was also very happy. Little junior sister is willing to forgive me. Vong Mo is very grateful. Today, I was ordered to take you for a spirit check. Follow me. Tuni was surprised. What is a spirit check? Vong Fan explained, a cultivator's spiritual power originates from the Sea of Qi, but when the Sea of Qi forms, the spiritual power will produce two characteristics, soft fire and hard strength. Whether it's pure spiritual power or ordinary spiritual power, there will be a certain degree of hardness and softness. Tuni suddenly understood. So that's it. So how should one cultivate soft and hard spiritual power? Vong Fan explained as he walked, turning his head back. Those with soft spiritual power are often good at cultivating spiritual-type magic, such as barrier techniques, talisman techniques, illusion techniques, spirit techniques, and so on. Vong Fan then demonstrated for Tuni. She said in amazement, "Oh my god, this illusion looks like a heavenly palace." Senior brother is so formidable. Vong Fan said, "Give me your hand." Now, the person you want to see the most will appear on your hand. Q Kwang Qian's face appeared. Tuni was surprised. Is this an illusion? Oh my god, how embarrassing. Senior brother, don't pry into my private affairs. Tuni quickly withdrew her hand. Vong Fan said in surprise, I haven't even seen clearly what the person in my junior sister's heart looks like. Tuni followed behind Vong Fan and asked, what will my senior brother's hard spiritual power be like after cultivation? Vong Fan said while eating an apple, my spiritual power leans toward soft, so I cultivate the spiritual system. Hard spiritual power is the hard skill system, which requires cultivating swordsmanship and the like, which I'm not good at. Tuni approached Vong Fan. Senior brother, if my spiritual power is hard, can I still cultivate the soft attribute spiritual type magic? Vong Fan replied, of course you can. For example, if your spiritual power is of a hard constitution and you want to learn soft attribute spiritual type magic, it depends on your talent. If your talent is good, you can also learn a little. Usually, no one can be both hard and soft at the same time. The senior brother and the headmaster are waiting. We're here. Tuni, hurry and bow. Tuni bowed to the vice headmaster. Dong Na Thuang stood before her. Today is your spirit check. This will determine your future cultivation direction. Try and try, please demonstrate the spirit check ceremony for Deep Tuni. Try and try replied yes. Tuni was very surprised when she saw the bell. Try and try struck the bell. The spiritual power was very strong. This bell is called the check bell. If your spiritual power is of the soft attribute, the sound when you strike the bell will be gentler, with a graceful tone like a dancing yellow crane. If your spiritual power is of the hard attribute, it will be like what Try and Try just demonstrated, with the sound of the bell resounding and shaking. Dong Guinthuang said, Deep Tuni, now it's your turn to try. Tuni channeled her spiritual power. Yes. Then she struck the bell with force, shattering it. Ah, it's broken. Can this also break? Dong Na Thuang was puzzled. How could this be? Try and Try stood beside the bell. This bell used to test spiritual power has been here for over 100 years. Countless people have had their spirits checked, and there has never been a case of the bell breaking. Fourth senior sister patted her shoulder. Aya, little junior sister, you're really strong. You even broke the bell. You'll have to compensate for it. Tuni said calmly, I only used 30% of my strength when I struck the bell, nothing else. Compensation is not important. What's important is that the bell is broken. Is my spiritual power ultimately hard or soft? Then Dong Na Thuang said, Deep Tuni, there is only one possibility that could lead to the bell breaking, and that is that your body possesses both hard and soft attributes simultaneously. Tuni suddenly got excited. Possessing both hard and soft at the same time, doesn't that mean I can cultivate both types of spiritual power? Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Why does everyone have such a strange expression? Isn't it good to possess both attributes? I can cultivate both the hard skill system and the spiritual system, right? Dong Nathwang said, that's right, you can indeed cultivate both the hard skill system and the spiritual system, but no matter which system it is, you can't cultivate it to the extreme, you can only cultivate it to a basic level. In other words, your cultivation will definitely not have a major breakthrough in the future. Tuni felt like she had been struck by lightning. Possessing both spiritual attributes at the same time means I can't learn anything well, and it even affects the advancement of my cultivation, making it impossible to advance to a higher realm. Senior sister Tan comforted her, or rather, gloated. Little junior sister, don't be sad. You possess a heaven-sent pure spiritual power. Although your body has both hard and soft attributes, and you can't cultivate magic well, with your aptitude, there's still hope for you to break through to the 6th stage of the Spirit King realm in the future. Vong Fan ran over to comfort her. Senior sister Tan is right. Cultivating for a few decades should allow you to break through to the 6th stage of the Spirit King realm. If I have to cultivate for several decades to have a chance to break through to the 6th stage of the Spirit King realm, by then I'll have one foot in the grave. What's the point of needing a Spirit King then? Tuni's eyes were full of pain. I don't believe this. I want to break this rule. I will cultivate both hard and soft and become a strong person. Vung Fan said, little junior sister is truly admirable. Dong Nathwang said, all right, Deep Tuni, I will discuss your matter with the headmaster. For now, you will follow Bok Lai Nai to cultivate. With Bok Lai Nai's cultivation, he can guide you well. Bok Lai Nai said to her, junior sister Deep Tuni, please follow me to cultivate. Tuni bowed. I'll be troubling you, senior brother. This junior sister will definitely try her best. In the forest behind Tu Van Duong in the inner courtyard, Tuni followed behind Bok Lai Nai. Senior brother, how are you planning to teach me? Bok Lai Nai walked to a bush. Come out, Huin Trine True. A monster appeared, startling Tuni. Bok Lai Nai handed her a tree branch. Take this branch. You are not allowed to use magic, summon spirit beasts, use a sword, or any other weapon. You can only use the dry branch in your hand to fight against the Huin Trine True. You must defeat it. Tuni was worried. Just with this dry branch? The Huin Trine True's eyes were bloodshot, ready to attack. Tuni was terrified. It's over. In an instant, the dry branch was broken by the spider. The weapon the senior brother gave me is broken. What should I do? Bok Lai Nai said, there are still many more on the tree. Tuni was angry. Senior brother is good at standing there and talking, and even told me to use a tree branch to fight a spirit beast. Let's see how I get back at you. She stood in front of Bok Lai Nai. Have a taste of being attacked by your own spirit beast. When the spirit beast attacked, she dodged, letting Bok Lai Nai take the hit. Bok Lai Nai was surprised. Deep Tuni you. After his clothes were torn to shreds, Bok Lai Nai said, you've got some tricks, daring to lure my spirit beast to attack me. Tuni laughed and said, senior brother, you're too kind. But I still don't understand. If I only use a dry branch, how can I defeat this spider? Bok Lai Nai explained to her, your spiritual power contains a hard characteristic. Spiritual power of the hard skill system can turn any item into a weapon with strong attack power. That is the symbol of strength. Tuni picked up a branch. So that's it. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Then she charged forward to fight the spider, channeling spiritual power into the branch. Finally, the spider was subdued. Tuni was overjoyed. It worked. Senior brother, thank you. Bok Lai Nai ordered again, Huin Trine Chu continue. The spider attacked again. Tuni raised the branch, channeling spiritual power into it. The branch suddenly shattered into pieces. Tuni panicked. Why didn't it work this time? Bok Lai Nai said, your spiritual power circulation is still not proficient enough. Tuni was terrified. So what should I do? The spider is about to attack. She jumped up and called out, Bok Lai Nai. Tuni fell and was caught by Bok Lai Nai. You are too weak. Tuni looked up at him. She thought to herself. Before, I only saw him as cold. Yet he has saved me twice. Has this iceberg melted? She quickly stepped back. Don't speak too soon. I will definitely become stronger than you. At this moment, Lin Fei ran over. Senior brother Bok Lai. Senior brother Bok Lai. Something bad has happened. This morning, the 9th junior brother went out to perform a training mission. It seems he ran into some trouble. He has sent a distress letter. The headmaster has ordered you and me to go rescue him. Tuni panicked. What? What happened to Tuso? What danger is he in? Lin Fei was also worried. It's not clear for now. We only know that recently, evil cultivators have appeared in Vimdu City. The 9th junior brother was ordered to investigate this matter. This distress paper crane was sent by the 9th junior brother. It should be able to lead us to him. Bok Lai Nai was fully dressed. There is no time to delay. Junior sister Deep Tuni, come with us. It will also count as training. Tuni walked over. One by one, she pulled out the swords embedded in Tuso's body. We came as soon as we received your distress letter. Please bear with it. I will pull out all the nails from your body. Tuso gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Tuni said, Tuso, I'll bandage your wounds. But Tuso advised, Princess Tu, don't worry about me, run quickly. Suddenly, a laugh came from behind. Ha ha, good, coming to my door one by one. Tuni turned around in panic. Who? She only saw a person in a robe, his face covered. You want to take my things, but you don't even know who I am. Young lady, you are very bold. Tu Jiokin Hyanoi, this person is a very powerful evil cultivator, skilled in the art of puppetry. You are no match for him. He pushed Tuni, run quickly. Tuni was stunned. Tu Jio explained, all cultivators who practice evil demonic arts must cultivate through the sex of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Among them, the art of puppetry originates from the human path. It is said that the people's path can bring the dead back to life. Evil cultivators use this demonic path to turn the dead into obedient puppets. Although the puppets are dead, their combat power is extremely terrifying. The puppet master relies on the powerful attacks of the puppets. Tuni immediately channeled her spiritual power. I don't care if you're an evil demonic heretic, a puppet master, or a corpse controller. You hurt my little crybaby. I won't forgive you. The person laughed and counterattacked, causing her to spit out blood. Come, 12 corpse circle formation. Immediately after, 12 corpses appeared. Today, I will use your blood to nourish my treasures and then turn you into puppets. But his puppets suddenly shattered. Bok Lai Nai has arrived. Junior sister, are you all right? Tuni said. Senior brother Bok Lai, I'm fine. Tu Jio is seriously injured. We must quickly deal with this puppet master. The puppet master said angrily, you are the one who killed my subordinate at Na Xian Lao last time. I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself today. Today, I must take your life. The other two were surprised. So Bok Lai Nai went to Na Xian Lao to eliminate evil. The puppet master began to attack. Forbidden art, devouring corpses to become puppets. He suddenly transformed into a giant monster. Tuni drew her sword, Feng Wei Zhan Cunu. Bok Lai Nai summoned lightning. Lin Fei also appeared. After the monster was defeated, Lin Fei stood before it. Hee hee, you ugly thing. I didn't expect you to trap me in another dimension with your miasma, but I still broke free. She stepped on it with her foot, but was immediately grabbed by it. You're not dead yet. The monster said, let's see if I can swallow you whole. Don't you dare. Bok Lai Nai used his spiritual power to help Lin Fei escape. Tuni panicked. Damn it, open the system. Transform into a pig bullet. The monster turned into a pig. Deep Tuni did a good job. Tuni rushed forward. Die. Then the monster self-destructed. Bok Lai Nai held the bullet. Not good. This is not the puppet master's main body. He wants to self-destruct. Lin Fei was terrified. What? Such a big self-destruction. It would be strange if we didn't turn into mud. Tuni thought to herself, if my body has hard-natured spiritual power, then I'll try circulating it. All things hard and solid, for my use, cold ice palm, transforming ice seal. The monster turned into an ice statue. Lin Fei happily ran to Deep Tuni. You saved us. Bok Lai Nai was surprised. Has the junior sister already grasped the essence of hard-natured spiritual power? Tuni coughed up blood, but still couldn't hide her joy. If senior brother Baklai says I have grasped the essence of hard-natured spiritual power, does that mean I can also cultivate the hard skill system like the senior brothers in the future? Baklai Nai pondered for a moment before replying, Lin Fai was impatient. Isn't that an obvious question? Tuni thought to herself, my body has both hard and soft spiritual powers. I still have to restrain the soft-natured spiritual power. Lin Fai said again, that was just a clone of the puppet master just now. We have to chase after him quickly. But Baklai Nai disagreed. No, Tuni, help Tuso up. We have to quickly take Tuso back for treatment and recovery now. In her boudoir at the Kwok Kyu residence, Tuni looked at the wound on her body. Is that black nail poisonous? Non Noyette suddenly appeared. That's not poison, it's the chi of the evil sect. Tuni was surprised. Non Noyette, don't you have a door to use? You climb my window every day. What are you looking for me for? Non Noyette sat by the window. I was thinking, if I didn't come, Tuni would have to endure the torment of the evil sect's chi. How could I bear it? Tuni just remembered. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten. Today, your blue butterflies led me to find your wounds. Tuni shyly said, thank you. Non Noyette was surprised. Why are you being so polite with me? Do you need your husband to apply the medicine for you himself? Tuni said doubtfully, compared to applying medicine, I'd rather talk to you about what you've been doing lately. From the remnant seal incident at the Chuang residence today, it seems everything is related to Non Noyette. Non Noyette seemed very surprised. Tuni cares about me that much? Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? Tuni reminded him, stop using that trick on me. Initially, you placed the evil iron into the sword sheath, causing the 10,000 swords to move. Then you stole the jade pendant from the bandits, secretly creating the remnant seal incident. Today, you even knew that Tuso was captured by the puppet master. What exactly is going on with all this? Non Noyette, what exactly is your scheme? Non Noyette said, I am aware of all these matters. Tuni thought, then he most likely knows who placed the remnant seal. Non Noyette's eyes were deep. Tuni, if I tell you, once you know this matter, you will be in mortal danger. Do you still want to know? Are you not afraid of death? Tuni pondered. Of course I'm scared, but I don't want to be dragged into these things one day and end up dying without knowing why. So it's better to know the truth. Non Noyette laughed and said, I can tell you the whole story. Tuni shouted, hurry and tell me the truth. Suddenly, Swang Swang knocked on the door from outside. Sister, it's me, Swang Swang. I heard you were injured, so I brought some medicine for you. Non Noyette said, Tuni, it seems this matter can only be told to you another day. Tuni called out the door. Swang Swang, I've already treated the wound myself, it's much better. You can come in. Swang Swang called from outside. Sister. She ran in and hugged Tuni. At this moment, Non Noyette had already left. You don't know how tired I've been these past few days. Tuni asked, what's wrong? Swang Swang took out a painting to show her. Sister, after you fought with Baklai Nai, you became famous. Then you defeated the remnant seal. People know you are the nine-tailed fox heroine. You have even more pursuers. Look, these are all paintings of you and clay figures. They were all made by your fans. Tuni picked up the clay figure. So ugly, it looks nothing like me in real life. Swang Swang was still holding a pile of things. These clay figures can sell for 20 taels of gold each. The paintings are also in high demand. I thought they were too ugly and would damage your image, so I bought them all. Tuni looked at the painting. What? These things can sell for such a high price? Swang Swang laughed and said, that's right, every child is holding your clay figure. The system took out a DSLR camera and a 3D printer. Tuni held these things and said, good little sister, we're going to get rich thanks to you. Now, use this camera to take a few pictures of me, then use the 3D printer to print a model of me. Swang Swang was surprised. What kind of model camera is this? She took the camera. Tuni stood in front of the lens. You just need to press the round button on the machine. Just keep pressing. Swang Swang followed her instructions. Like this? A moment later, Tuni continuously changed her poses. Keep shooting. Swang Swang obeyed. Yes, sister. The next day at the market, 3D photos of Tuni were displayed for sale. What is this treasure? It's my goddess. Mother, I want that colored clay figure. I want to buy that set of clothes. Tuni and Swang Swang stood at the stall, enthusiastically selling their goods. Deep Tuni and the nine-tailed fox heroine souvenirs. Don't miss out. A lifelike Deep Tuni doll for only 20 taels of gold, and many other products. A photo album of Princess Tu's daily life and the secrets of the nine-tailed fox heroine are released simultaneously. The men below said excitedly, "Give me 2 dolls, 2 photo albums, 10 wind cloaks. I want 30 nine-tailed fox heroine dolls, and 2 of everything else." Swang Swang said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry, esteemed customers, each person can only buy 10 dolls." The man said with disappointment, "Is that so? Then I'll have to ask my parents to line up and buy them for me." Vong Pham also lined up with Tuso. Tuso said, "Vong Pham, your wound has just healed, and you're already here lining up with me to buy things." "I'm so sorry." Tuso went with him. "It's okay, I also want to buy. No, I want to see." Tuni saw Vong Pham. I didn't expect this fool Vong Pham to be a fan of mine too." Vong Pham said excitedly, "Finally, it's my turn to buy. Boss, give me 2 sets of the nine-tailed fox heroine photo albums." Tuni asked, "Why doesn't this young man buy a photo album of Princess Tu?" Vong Pham blushed and said, "I prefer the look of the nine-tailed fox heroine. That's what I call beautiful." Tuni, wearing a hat and glasses, said, "You fool, give me 10 taels of silver." Tu Jia whispered to the boss, "Excuse me, can you lean in a little?" Tuni leaned closer. "What's so secretive that you have to whisper in my ear, young man? If you like Princess Tu, just say it out loud." "It's okay." Tu Jia reluctantly said, "Anyway, please lean in a little, boss. I beg you." Then he said, "I want. Tuni heard him and said, "That's too ostentatious." In Tuso's room, he stood before dozens of sets of merchandise, happily saying, "What a great harvest. I was the biggest winner in the line today. I bought 10 of everything." At Ao Tuet Cu, surrounded by dolls and 3D models of Princess Tu, he was reading a book. This so-called photo album is indeed not bad. Tuni must be counting her money. Tuni skipped along. "These days have been very happy. I learned the essence of a special spiritual power and also earned a lot of money. I'm so happy." Vi Dongha suddenly appeared. "Greetings, Princess Tu," she said in surprise. Vi Dongha, get up quickly. You don't need to be so formal in the future. If you have something to say, just say it. He still bowed and said, "This subordinate has come specially to report to the princess. The last time you told me to investigate the matter of the assassins, I have found some clues." Tuni helped him up. "Who is it? Speak quickly." Vi Dongha stood up. "According to this subordinate's investigation, the one who sent the assassins to kill the princess is the faction of the first prince." Tuni was surprised. "First Prince Manhua Nin. Isn't he the older brother of Manhua Nok, born to a different mother? I met this first prince a few times when I was young, but I've already forgotten what he looks like. Why Manhua Nin? I have no grudge against him. Why would his faction send someone to assassinate me?" Vi Dongha guessed, "I'm afraid it's related to the factions in the court. Currently, the court is divided into 2 factions, one supporting the first prince and the other supporting the second prince. The 2 factions are like fire and water. The princess was once engaged to the second prince. If you two were to marry, the second prince would be considered to have the support of the empress. This is something the key officials of the first prince do not want to see." Tuni laughed and said, "So that's it?" "So they were worried that if I married Manhua Nok, it would shake the first prince's position." Dongha said again, "Princess, this subordinate has a few words that I don't know if I should say." Tuni was puzzled. "Go ahead and speak." Dongha continued, "The first prince has a great reputation in the Vietnam kingdom and is respected by all. This subordinate believes that this matter is not related to the first prince. He would not do such a despicable thing as assassinating the princess. It must be the ministers who support the first prince who plotted this on their own. It has nothing to do with the first prince." Tuni was surprised. "If what you say is true, then I'm quite interested in this first prince. After all, He is still my second senior brother, a disciple of the inner courtyard. Speaking of this second senior brother, I've only heard Lin Fei mention him a few times. Manhua Nin is 19 this year and has already broken through to the 6th stage of the Spirit King cultivation. Because he often has to handle political affairs, he doesn't come to the inner courtyard to cultivate much. So I haven't seen him during my days in the inner courtyard. I heard that when Manhua Nin comes to cultivate at Tu Van Duong in the inner courtyard, he usually stays in a very simple palace. I'll go find him now. Vi Dongha, you've worked hard. Then she threw him a bag of silver. Thank you for the reward, Princess Tu. Holding the bag of money, Dongha thought to himself, this bag is so heavy, Princess Tu is so generous. Tuni walked to the front of the hall. This must be it. Compared to the other halls in Tu Van Duong, the simplest one is Nong Jiavine. There's someone working in the garden over there. Tuni walked over and asked, excuse me, is the first prince in the hall today? The person, wearing a hat that covered his face, replied, I wonder what business the princess has with the first prince. Tuni was stunned by his appearance. This face, this aura. She immediately recognized him. Tuni pays her respects to the first prince. The first prince laughed and said, I didn't expect to be recognized by the little junior sister so quickly. I was going to wait for you for a few sentences. Tiuanichai looked at the Nin. How could I not recognize you? Those eyes, even with your head bowed, can't hide your noble aura. First prince, I've been in the inner court for some time, but haven't paid my respects to my second senior brother yet. I thought I should come and see you. I just don't understand why the first prince is wearing a hat and working here. Is this some special training method? Manhua Nin continued with his work. There's no special training method. I'm just doing some labor because I have too much free time. Tu Nhai was astonished. This is the first prince? A 6th-rank spirit king? He's given up a life of luxury just to tend to plants? What kind of trade is this? Can you really find joy in manual labor? People pursue glory, wealth, and pleasure as their life's goal. I thought that as the noble first prince, he should be pursuing supreme power. After that, the first prince sighed. Turning to leave, he said, perhaps for me, what the princess speaks of is just daily life. Farming the fields is my true joy. Tu Nhai guessed, could it be that Vi Dongha was right when he said Manhua Nin wasn't the mastermind behind my assassination? He's quiet, speaks little, and finds joy in gardening. I can't sense any political ambition from him. Manhua Nin asked, oh right, this is our first time meeting, little junior sister, and I haven't prepared a gift. But the pears in the garden are ripe. Let me go pick some for you to try. After saying that, Manhua Nin went to pick pears. Tuni watched his back. His gentleness seemed to radiate from his very bones. Should I really believe that Manhua Nin has nothing to do with all this? Tu Q suddenly leaped towards Manhua Nin. Tuni panicked and tried to stop it. Tu Q, how did you get out? Come back. Suddenly, she bumped into Manhua Nin. They both fell down. He asked, little junior sister, are you all right? Tuni quickly got up. I'm fine. Manhua Nin looked at Tu Q, who was eating seeds. It seems it was after your bag of seeds. Tuni said apologetically, what is this? Such a glutton. Didn't I feed it enough? It came out of the void just for a snack. I even thought Tu Q was trying to attack Manhua Nin. My apologies, first prince. This is my spirit pet. It must have smelled the food on you and jumped out on its own. Manhua Nin was quite cheerful about it. It's all right, just let it eat. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Isn't that Princess Tu? What brings you to Dinlan Yuyan? Tu Nhai was startled. When did Q Kwang Chien get here? Why does his gaze feel so sharp? Tu Nhai looked at him cautiously. Greetings, senior brother. I didn't expect to meet your Highness Chien here. Q Kwang Chien said, so that's how it is. Then Manhua Nin called out, Brother A Chien and the princess, come sit down. I'll wash some fruits and vegetables. Tu Nhai was surprised. The first prince, Manhua Nin, calls Q Kwang Chien a Chien. Their relationship seems very good. The two went to sit in the pavilion. Q Kwang Chien said, speaking of which, that day at the small house outside the city, I still haven't thanked the princess for helping me cure the cold illness in my body. Tuni smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a small matter." Qiu Guangqian laughed loudly. "The princess is as generous as the rumors say. No wonder you became so close with Thua Nin on your first meeting." Tuni was surprised. What's going on? Is Qiu Guangqian angry? Is he really that unreasonable? Why did he suddenly lose control of his emotions? Then, Thua Nin brought the fruit over. "Little junior sister, try the pears from this season. They're very sweet." Tu Nhi accepted the pear. "Thank you, first prince." Then he handed a pomegranate to a Chien. "A Chien, pears are cold in nature. With your weak constitution, you shouldn't eat too many. You're better off having the pomegranate." Quang Chien was very happy. "All right." Tu Nhi was surprised. Are these two good friends? One is as gentle as jade, the other smiles like a spring stream. This sight is truly pleasant to behold. "First prince, your highness Chien, I suddenly remembered I have some cultivation I haven't finished. I'll take my leave." Thua Nin waved goodbye. "All right, little junior sister, come visit often when you have time." Tu Nhi also waved goodbye. "I will." After she left, Thua Nin said to a Chien, "Brother A Chien, you seem to have a different attitude towards me and our little junior sister." Qiu Guangqian remained indifferent. "Is that so?" Kwok Tu, who was following Tu Nhi, said, "Although the first prince seems nice, his faction sent people to assassinate you. Are you really going to let them off?" Tu Nhi walked while fiddling with some grass. Initially, his faction was afraid that if I married Manhua Nok, it would affect the first prince's position. Now that I've successfully broken off the engagement, I'm no longer their enemy. It doesn't seem right for me to pursue the matter now. I don't want to be dragged into the struggle for the throne. My cultivation is currently at the 4th rank, so challenging those powerful ministers is a bit difficult. If the first prince's faction doesn't try to kill me, a peaceful resolution is for the best." Kwok Tu thought for a moment and said, that makes sense." Suddenly, that ghost from the Truong residence appeared. "Have you forgotten? You promised us one thing." Tu Nhi looked at him in shock. "Isn't that the ghost spirit master who escaped from the Truong residence? How did he appear at Tu Van Duong? And in the most heavily guarded inner court, no less." "He was talking to a woman. I said I'd remember, so of course I remember." Tu Nhi thought to herself that the woman's voice was very familiar. She must have heard it somewhere before. She just couldn't see the face clearly. Then she quietly moved a little closer. She saw Dong Naithuong talking to him. But not long ago, the evil demon path emerged, and the emperor ordered the arrest of all evil cultivators nationwide. Yet you are being cruel and causing trouble, even harming my inner court disciples. If you get seriously injured, don't blame me." Tu Nhi was shocked. Heavens, it's actually the vice headmaster. Why is the vice headmaster, the person with the highest cultivation at Tu Van Duong, colluding with evil demons? Moreover, based on their conversation, it seems they had a deal long ago. Tu Nhi speculated that she must have secretly allowed evil cultivators to run rampant in Vimdu City, which led to all sorts of cases. Then, the remnant seal of the demon path from Tu Van Duong investigated these cases, which resulted in them not finding the cause and losing track of the person who commissioned the task. Thinking back now, it was a seamless plot to be able to play Tu Van Duong in the palm of her hand. It had to be the person with the highest position in Tu Van Duong. Remembering what Non Noyette once told her, "Tuni, if I tell you everything, what you know will put your life in danger. Would you still want to know then? Aren't you afraid of death?" Tuni now remembered. It turns out Non Noyette knew everything all along. He knew about Dong Naithuong colluding with the evil path. Suddenly, the ghost spotted her. "Damn it, someone's here." Dong Naithuong was alarmed. "Who?" Then she used her spiritual power. Tu Nhi was hit. "Damn, she really is an 8th rank saint. She's trying to kill me, I have to run." Tuni's arm was injured and she quickly fled. She hid behind a large tree. "I've been hiding here for half an hour, it should be safe now." Then she transformed back to her original form. Good thing she didn't chase me. Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Deep Tuni, why are you here?" Tuni was terrified. No way was I discovered? Vong Pham appeared. "Little junior sister, What are you doing here? Tuni was startled. Senior brother Vong Pham, it's you. I was just taking a walk here. He nearly scared me to death. Vong Pham was surprised. Really? Taking a walk? He looked at the wound on her arm. Little junior sister, I know some things are hard for you to say, but if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Why would you be taking a walk here for no reason? Tuen Chai stammered, then what does senior brother think I was doing? Did he realize I was hiding from Dong Nathwang? Was he sent by Dong Nathwang to find me? Vong Pham said, you were secretly hiding in the outhouse, weren't you? Tuni's face turned pale. Is this guy crazy? Then she ran over and hugged his leg. Kind senior brother. Let's just say I was really in the outhouse. You clearly saw that I wasn't, yet you pretended not to see. Why are you saying it so loudly? She knelt before him. Can you please not tell anyone I was in the outhouse? Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. Vong Pham said smugly, don't worry. Senior brother will keep your secret, little junior sister. You say you were in the outhouse, but you have such a big wound on you. Tu Anichai quickly explained, I was in the outhouse, my leg fell asleep, and I fell. Vong Pham said, I was just about to say, how could you be so careless? Your leg fell asleep in the outhouse and you hit a rock and got injured. Tu Anichai had to go along with it. Senior brother guessed it all. It's a shame you didn't become a scriptwriter. What are you doing here, senior brother? Vong Pham smiled and said, Vice Headmaster Dong just ordered all disciples to gather at Chien Kuan Hall. You should come with me quickly. Tuni froze. Really? Summoning all the disciples. Dong Nathwang had just injured her, and now she was summoning everyone. What is she planning? Oh right, senior brother Vong Pham, I've always been curious. For a gentle spiritual energy cultivator like you, what is the process of signing a contract with a spirit pet like? Vong Pham explained, of course, the stronger the fighting power, the better. My twin-horned leopard has never lost a fight against a spirit beast. Tu Nhi was amazed. That powerful? It's a pity I've never seen a leopard. It would be great if I could be lucky enough to ride it out. Vong Pham said, what's so difficult about that? He then summoned the leopard. Go ahead and ride it. Tu Nhi rode the leopard away. Thank you, senior brother. I won't be polite then. I'll go on ahead. At Chien Kuan Hall, the disciples had all gathered. Tu Nhi arrived riding the leopard. Everyone is here. Time to act. She aimed for the fragrant powder point. Then Tu Nhi pricked the leopard's shoulder with a needle. Suddenly, it went berserk and charged towards the disciples. Everyone panicked. Run. The leopard is out of control. Isn't the twin-horned leopard Vong Pham's spirit pet? Lin Fai quickly jumped on it. Little leopard, you're going crazy again. I won't be polite. But the leopard was too strong and threw Lin Fai off. Heavens, that hurts. Try stabbed its arm with a spear. Lin Fai cried out in alarm. Try. Vong Pham then ran over. What's happening here? I could hear fighting from a distance. What's wrong with everyone? Lin Fai said, your spirit pet suddenly attacked people. You have the nerve to ask? My shoulder was bitten and injured by your spirit pet. Everyone else also started accusing him. That's right. I'm covered in injuries too. I'm also hurt. Pay for our medical expenses. Then Vong Pham turned to Tuni. Little junior sister. What is going on? Tuni also pretended to be clueless. I don't know either. The leopard suddenly went crazy and threw me off its back. Then it just ran wild everywhere. Vong Pham hugged the leopard. I'm so sorry, everyone. You all know my leopard has a bad temper. I'll definitely discipline it later. Lin Fai was still angry and said, just one disciplinary session? I don't care, you have to treat us to a meal at Tai Hung Siu. Everyone else chimed in. That's right, treat us to a meal, yes. Vong Pham, treat us to a meal. Tuni stood behind them and said, right, we have to eat until we're full. Vong Pham forced a smile. All right, it's just a meal, what's the big deal? At that moment, Dong Nathwang arrived. She shouted, you all gathered here just to make a ruckus in front of the hall? Everyone started showing off their injuries. Vong Pham knelt down to admit his fault. Vice Headmaster Dong, it's all my fault for not managing my spirit pet properly and letting it run wild. I didn't expect it to injure so many senior and junior brothers of Tu Van Duong. Dong Ne Thuong thought to herself, with things like this, how am I supposed to find the eavesdropper I injured? Then she said angrily, damn you, Vong Pham, what were you doing? Why did you release your spirit pet at a time like this? Vong Pham was very confused by her reaction. Tu Nhi celebrated silently. Everyone's injured, so of course she won't be able to find me. Tu Nhi thought to herself, this is called reaping what you sow. She secretly glanced at his uncomfortable, sweaty expression and felt a pang of guilt. Senior brother Vong Pham, to protect my own life and to be able to investigate Dong Ne Thuong later, I can only let you and your spirit pet suffer this injustice. I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Over here, Lin Fai was afraid Dong Ne Thuong's scolding was too harsh. Vice Headmaster Dong, don't be angry. The little leopard didn't do it on purpose. Dong Ne Thuong sighed. Fine. She returned to the main topic, announcing to everyone recently, evil cultivators have been rampant. You must all have heard about Kwang Tu So being injured. I've gathered you here to give you a warning. If you encounter them in the future, Tu Nhi immediately became furious. Does Dong Ne Thuong even have the right to mention Kwang Tu So's injury? If she hadn't colluded with evil cultivators, how would Tu So have gotten hurt? I thought Tu Van Duong was a place of righteousness, but really. Dong Ne Thuong turned to Tuni and said, Deep Tuni, I heard you've mastered the steel bone strength. This is a very difficult feat for someone with your physique. From now on, switch to cultivating the steel attribute system. Tuni, not letting her emotions take over, had to reply yes. She advised Tuni, you should normally follow your senior brothers and sisters more to cultivate the steel attribute system. Among the 12 elders, one is an expert in the steel attribute system. If he comes to the inner court to lecture, you must not miss it. Tuni replied seriously, yes, Vice Headmaster. The inner court was an extremely beautiful place, with high mountains on one side and a clear, sparkling lake below. Tu Nhi followed Baklai Nai. She asked, Senior brother Baklai, did you bring me here to teach me something? He nonchalantly stepped onto the lake's surface and coolly threw 2 words at her, cultivate chi. Tu Nhi asked with continuous delight, interesting, you can walk on water? This water walking skill is so beautiful. Baklai Nai explained, this is Tian Tam Lake. The lake water contains supplementary spiritual energy, making it the most suitable place in Vimdu City for steel attribute cultivators to practice chi. As long as you master the steel attribute spiritual power, you can easily stand on the lake's surface to cultivate. Tuni's gaze fell on the whirlpool in the middle of the lake. She nodded and said, I see, the inner court is truly impressive. Even this lake is so amazing. She took a light step onto the water's surface. She was happy and excited. There's a pulling force under my feet. It feels like I'm stepping on cotton. I can walk on water. A wind from an unknown source blew, making her unsteady. Why is there a sudden gust of wind? She tried to move forward but failed. How can I continue moving forward? Baklai Nai, seeing this, calmly analyzed. The spiritual power here is too strong. The lake water has formed a spiritual pressure. Right now, the spiritual pressure is preventing you from advancing. He looked at the central vortex to assess the current situation. The closer you get to the center of the lake, the more supplementary spiritual power there is, and the stronger the spiritual pressure becomes. With our current cultivation levels, this is as far as we can go. Tu Nhi gradually understood the issue. If your cultivation is higher, senior brother, does that mean you can get closer to the center of the lake? He replied, yes, then flew away, leaving Tu Nhi to cultivate. Today, you just stay here and practice chi condensation and spirit nurturing. This place is beneficial for you to control your steel attribute's spiritual power. She replied, yes. She closed her eyes and focused on enjoying the spiritual power rushing towards her. Spiritual power is entering my body, filling me with a sense of strength. It's a feeling I've never experienced in my previous cultivation. The spiritual energy around her flowed with unusual strength. Not only that, my sea of qi is also larger than before. As the sea of qi grew, the well began to fill with water. The system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations, host. Spiritual power successfully increased. You've advanced directly to the 4th rank, 3rd stage. That period of time passed quickly. The sky was now tinged with the colors of dusk. Tu Enchai groggily woke up. She looked at the gradually setting sun and sighed. I can't believe I advanced a level in just half a day. This place is truly a treasure. Kwok Tu and Tuni returned together. She said worriedly, sigh, I don't know when that guy will recover. He was so badly injured by that evil ghost spirit master last time. Kwok Tu shrugged and said, Kwong Tu So's spiritual power is of the soft type, a mental system magic. His physique is naturally not as tough as a thick-skinned, fat person like you. He could recover in one night. Tu Enchai immediately got angry after hearing that. Non Noyette Kwok Tu, who are you calling thick-skinned and fat? Kwok Tu was scared but still stubbornly said, Deep Tuni, why are you so petty? As soon as she finished speaking, Tuni glared fiercely and replied, I am just this petty. What can you do about it? Just then, someone came to inform Tuni, reporting to Princess Tu, Vice Headmaster Dong requests your presence. Tuni couldn't help but feel suspicious. Huh? Why is Dong Nathwang suddenly looking for me? She began to have doubts. Yesterday's incident was covered up. Dong Nathwang shouldn't have found out I was the one eavesdropping in the forest. It must be for something else. As soon as Tuni arrived at Hawaiian Veen, Dong Nathwang's residence in the inner court, she saw her sitting there waiting. She looked at the surrounding scenery and sighed inwardly. This place is so luxurious. She approached to bow to Nathwang. Dong Nathwang directly stated her purpose. The reason I called Tuni here this time is because I heard you have mastered control over your steel attribute spiritual power. You even advanced a level while cultivating at Tian Tan Lake yesterday. Tuni replied, Yes, I didn't expect the vice headmaster to know even about such a small matter. Nathwang said, I have decided to personally guide your cultivation from now on. You will learn from me from this day forward. Tu Enchai said in surprise. She hesitated and said, But yesterday, the vice headmaster said I should cultivate with my senior brother. It's Tu Enchai being presumptuous, but I heard Vice Headmaster Dong's spiritual power is of the soft, mental system magic type. I seem to be of the steel attribute system. I'm afraid our cultivation methods are not the same. Nathwang paid no mind to this issue, saying, Who says someone of the mental system can't teach the steel system? Since I've accepted you as a disciple, I will naturally teach you well. Nathwang cast a spell, pulling something out of the lake. I've already prepared your teaching materials. We can start cultivating now. A small whirlpool caused a school of golden carp to fly out of the water. Tuni's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. Water and fish can fly in the air? Is this a magic trick? Suddenly, a fish flew over and bit Tuni's hand. She was utterly flustered. Huh? Dong Nathwang. This is a magic fish. Why is it biting me? Nathwang explained, This is spiritual art, not a magic trick. If the fish are not kept in water, they will die one by one. They will see you as food and bite your flesh. At this moment, Tu Enchai just wanted to escape this strange trap. She struggled fiercely. Damn it. Her Fong Noyette Cham counterattack had no effect on the fish. She gaped in shock. The water surrounding the fish acts like a protective layer, reducing the power of my sword. She focused her spiritual energy into her sword. She thought to herself that only the PACH sword could kill this school of fish. She successfully pierced a fish with her sword, channeling pure spiritual power. Tu Enchai continuously pierced through each fish, watching them die one by one. Nathwang observed silently from the side. This deep Tu Enchai indeed has some skill. Tu Enchai impatiently turned and asked, Vice Headmaster, I don't know what kind of cultivation making me kill fish is. Nathwang came to her senses and explained, Recently, I have been cultivating rampantly, and among them, there are many ghost spirit masters. I am training you now so that you will have more experience when facing a ghost spirit master. After hearing this, a flicker of suspicion immediately rose in Tuni's heart. Why did this old hag suddenly mention the ghost spirit master and act so abnormally? Taking advantage of Tuni's inattention, a fish bit her hand again. She screamed out in her carelessness. She angrily swung her sword, taking the lives of the fish. Seeing this, Ne Thuong praised her repeatedly. Excellent, well done. Ne Thuong clapped her hands in satisfaction. Tu Van was startled and paused. To be able to kill all the fish in such a short time is a very difficult feat. I really wasn't wrong about you. You are truly suited to practice magic to deal with ghost spirit masters. Ne Thuong's words made Tu Van ponder continuously. Very suitable to practice magic to deal with ghost spirit masters. Tu Van walked over and directly asked Ne Thuong, so, the vice headmaster is personally teaching me to cultivate because you want me to eliminate the ghost spirit master? Ne Thuong affirmed without hiding anything. That's right. I've investigated that the one who injured Quang Tu so a few days ago was a ghost spirit master. I've decided to send you to assassinate him, to eliminate demons and defend the righteous path. Tu Van mockingly stuck out her tongue. Haha, are you even worthy of saying eliminate demons and defend the righteous path? I despise you. Ne Thuong was shocked by her action. Insolent Deep Tuni, what do you mean? Tu Van decided to expose Ne Thuong's true face at this moment. What are you thinking? Who are you pretending for? You're sending me to find the ghost spirit master because you want to use them to kill me, right? Ne Thuong let out a faint smile and slowly lifted Tuni's face. Her expression became profound. My subordinate found traces of your blood in the bushes. You must be the one who eavesdropped on the conversation between me and the ghost spirit master. Tu Van admitted it without beating around the bush. That's right, it was me. A two-faced person like you. She wanted to clarify the issue. Ne Thuong, why did you collude with evil cultivators? Ne Thuong attacked Tuni with her spiritual power. She couldn't react in time and was hit by a palm strike. Ne Thuong said contemptuously, a junior like you has no right to question me. Deep Tuni, you are truly foolish. The spiritual power around Ne Thuong was immense, but this did not make Tuni back down. She mocked, is the vice headmaster trying to kill me to silence me? I'm so scared. Ne Thuong was angered by Tuni's attitude. Don't look at me with that mocking expression. Tuni stood up confidently and said, Vice headmaster, have you ever considered that since I dared to risk my life like this, I must have come fully prepared? Ne Thuong was skeptical and didn't believe her. Prepared for what? Are you just bluffing? Tuni snapped her fingers without a trace of fear. System, bring out a modern 4.0 projector, my precious treasure. Ne Thuong was startled and stood there stunned. Tu Van commanded the system, start projecting. Ne Thuong was still in a daze. What? The screen projected the scene where Ne Thuong had just threatened Tu Van. My subordinate found traces of your blood in the bushes. You must be the one who eavesdropped on the conversation between me and the ghost spirit master. Tu Van asked why she colluded with evil cultivators. Every word she said was recorded in full. A junior like you has no right to question me. Deep Tuni, you are truly foolish. Then she struck Tuni with a palm. At this moment, Ne Thuong was both bewildered and terrified. All her evil deeds were recorded and exposed. What is this? Why is there a recording of our conversation just now? Tuni pointed at Ne Thuong and declared, what this is has nothing to do with you. All I need to know is that I now have evidence of you colluding with an evil cult. Tu Van smiled smugly, clutching the evidence in her hand. She had long suspected that Dong Ne Thuong was up to no good. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and bought a camera to record everything. This old hag actively colluded with evil cultivators and wanted to drag her down too. She moved closer, whispering a threat to Ne Thuong. Old hag Dong, if my life is in any danger, this footage will be made public. By then, the entire city of Veemdu will know your secret. Ne Thuong, as if caught by the tail, quickly said, Deep Tu Van, you dare threaten me. Tu Van shot a sideways glance at Ne Thuong and said, you're right. And I'm not just threatening you, I also want to remind you that you'd better treat me with a bit of courtesy and respect. Ne Thuong was so scorned that her anger flared up. What did you say? Tu Van cheerfully patted Ne Thuong's head, threatening, if you make me unhappy, I will immediately hand these things over to the headmaster. She also gave her a way out. But Vice Headmaster, don't worry. As long as you don't come after me, we will live in peace, right? She hesitated for a moment. Perhaps Ne Thuong had thought it through and accepted the offer. The two then spoke cheerfully again. Yes, you are an inner court disciple, and I am the vice headmaster here. Of course, we must live in peace. Tu En-chai replied happily, that's right, children need to be taught. But suddenly, she gave Ne Thuong a resounding slap across the face. When a child makes a mistake, they must be punished. Tu En-chai specifically warned Ne Thuong, remember, Kwang Tu So is my person. If anything happens to him, don't even think about living. She held her face and replied, I remember. It didn't stop there. She helplessly watched as Tu En-chai easily took her money pouch. I'll take this money as a sign of your respect for me. I'll use the rest to buy delicious food for Tu So. She waved cheerfully and left. Well then, I'll be on my way. Ne Thuong gritted her teeth in forbearance. Shameless. Deep Tu En-chai. Despicable. The sky gradually turned golden. Tu En-chai walked and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, lucky I managed to keep my life. Kwok Tu, who was beside her, praised her recent performance. Hey, you were so cool in the courtyard just now. Why are you in such a hurry now that you're out? Tu En-chai angrily gestured. It's easy for you to say that. She's an 8th rank saint. An 8th rank saint. If Dong Ne Thuong wanted to kill me, it would only take the flick of a finger. I would be beaten to a pulp. Kwok Tu asked, confused, but didn't you record it? You have evidence that she's colluding with an evil cult. What are you afraid of? Tu En-chai said seriously, this is just a stalling tactic. I have to find a way to get solid evidence. Only then can I have a firm grip on Dong Ne Thuong and prevent her from retaliating. Kwok Tu asked, so what are you going to do? Tu En-chai said, I'm thinking I need to find Non Noyette. He must know quite a few of Dong Ne Thuong's secrets. Kwok Tu thought this was a good idea and asked, this is indeed a good idea, but do you know where he is? Tu En-chai smiled slyly. I don't know, but finding him isn't a difficult task. At Vin Lac Phuong, a place that attracted countless people, Tu En-chai changed into new clothes and entered with Kwok Tuesday. She said, Vin Lac Phuong is the most prosperous and bustling casino in Vimdu City. On the other side, a group of people were engrossed in betting. Big or small, place your bets now. They excitedly kept saying, small, it has to be small. It's been big 3 times in a row, this time it's definitely small. The people around them shouted in unison, I'd bet on small, I'm betting my entire fortune on small, I'm betting on small too. Suddenly, Tuni joined the fun. I bet big. Everyone turned to see who was so confident. Tuni said forcefully, I'm betting my life. She walked through the crowd. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I win, I'll take your lives too. Tuni challenged the house. Well, do you dare to bet? The dealer was stimulated by this extreme condition. No one has ever dared to make such a bet at Vin Lac Phuong. Everyone watched intently as the dice were shaken. They competed to say, small, small, small. Tu En-chai winked at Kwok Tuesday. He seemed to have understood her meaning. When the dice fell, Kwok Tu blew a breath, changing the outcome. Whoosh, all 3 dice were 6, 6, 6. They gasped in astonishment. All 6s. Someone couldn't believe it was true. What? How's that possible? She drew her sword, ready to fulfill her earlier promise. See? I won. Without hesitation, she swung her sword. Then all of your lives are mine. Prepare to die. The man ran away in fear. Princess Tu is trying to kill people. Run. A woman knelt down, begging for mercy. Princess Tu, please spare my life. She said in fear, Princess Tu, our master invites you to the backyard. Tu En-chai successfully achieved her goal. Lead the way. Outside, the moonlight was dim, filtering through layers of leaves. Tu En-chai was escorted to where Non Noyette was staying. Princess Tu has arrived. Non Noyette was a bit exasperated with her methods. Nevertheless, his tone was still gentle. Tu En-chai, to see me, you deliberately caused a commotion outside. You really put in a lot of effort. She replied, if I didn't do that, how would you know I came to visit? She proactively moved closer, pressing against Non Noyette and asked sweetly, why did you invite me in here? Non Noyette didn't answer, but leisurely lifted his teacup to enjoy it. How did you know I was the owner of Vinlac Phuong? She explained, your movements are mysterious, yet you know everything that happens in Vim Du City, like the back of your hand. She confidently analyzed, the only place left is Vinlac Phuong, a place where both nobles and commoners can go. She put her arm around Non Noyette's shoulder and continued her analysis. Moreover, recently, people from Tu Van Duong have been secretly investigating your whereabouts. If you had ever entered Vinlac Phuong, you would have been discovered by Tu Van Duong's people long ago. She raised her voice. Therefore, you can only be the owner of Vinlac Phuong to avoid being detected by Tu Van Duong while still being able to gather a large amount of intelligence. Non Noyette shrugged in reply. Ha ha ha, Tuni is indeed intelligent. Even Tu Van Duong couldn't trace my whereabouts. Yet you discovered it so easily. Non Noyette stood up, took the teapot, and left. The tea has gone cold. I'll go have someone reheat it. She replied, all right, you go ahead. She was left alone to admire the precious items on the table. These strange flowers in the garden, and so many treasures. Non Noyette is truly wealthy. The value of these treasures is not ordinary. What does a man like you collect these things for? Just give them all to me. Quoc Tu appeared to remind her. Hey, Deep Tuni, don't you dare think about taking other people's things. She happily put on the jewelry and replied, do you see Deep Tuni as a bandit? She gently tapped Quoc Tu's head and said confidently, just based on the relationship between me and Non Noyette, if I wanted it, wouldn't he give it to me? Quoc Tu held his head and yelled, ouch, stop messing around. Among the items, one caught her attention. This fan. A premonition began to form in her heart. Why does it look so familiar? She picked it up to look and was immediately shocked. Much snow, east grass, full cold jade. The hidden orchid is extinguished, the flower, snow trung yulan. The image of the Battle of Q Quang flashed in her mind. She stared at the fan in astonishment. Q Quang Chien usually carries a fan painted with orchids. How can this be such a coincidence? Memories flooded back. The last time I went to the Hu Tam tea house to find Non Noyette, I clearly saw Non Noyette's blue butterflies, but Q Quang Chien was the one inside. Do Q Quang Chien and Non Noyette have some kind of relationship? This time, at Non Noyette's casino, I found Q Quang Chien's fan. Could it be that Non Noyette and Q Quang Chien know each other and are friends? Just then, Non Noyette came out with the tea. Tuni seems very interested in this fan. She turned around in surprise and asked, I'm just curious. Since when did you like such elegant things? Non Noyette put down the teapot and replied, it's just a toy. If Tuni likes it, just take it. Tunih thought to herself, listening to your tone, you don't seem to care much about this fan. It seems I was overthinking it. Maybe they're just two identical fans. Without beating around the bush, she sat down and said, let's get to the point. I came to find you today because of the matter we didn't finish talking about last time. You said that if I knew, I would face a fatal disaster. She probed Non Noyette's attitude, hinting at Dong Ne Thuong. Non Noyette didn't expect her to find out so soon. It seems you already know about your vice-headmaster Dong colluding with the evil cultivators. She said smugly, not only do I know, I also heard that old hag talking to the ghost spirit master. She even wants to deal with me. Non Noyette showed a surprised expression. Oh, Dong Ne Thuong's martial arts are formidable. For you to survive and come see me is truly not easy. She grumbled at Non Noyette. Are you happy to see me in trouble? I'm afraid you know no less about Dong Ne Thuong's secrets than I do. Right now, Tu Van Duong is also hunting for you. We're reluctantly in the same boat. If that old hag does something to me, you'll be the first one I expose. Non Noyette laughed upon hearing this. Oh, how could Tunih be so ruthless? She summarized, so it's best for us to help each other to be safe. Non Noyette found it interesting and asked with anticipation, how does Tuni propose we help each other? Tuni asked, Dong Ne Thuong's secrets, since you know quite a lot, do you have any evidence against her? Non Noyette replied, Dong Ne Thuong has been colluding with evil cultivators for many years. The Quang Tu Lin mountain bandits are also her people. Over the years, she has used the mountain bandits' name to help the evil cultivators. He raised his teacup, took a sip, and said, "Not long ago, the remnant seal of the evil ghost path was also intentionally prepared by Dong Nathwang to be sent to Lac Duong City by the evil cult's headquarters. It's just that she's always careful and rarely leaves evidence." Tuni's heart began to waver. It would be difficult to find new evidence on Dong Nathwang. "It's only a matter of time before I meet the King of Hell." She asked, "If we can find evidence of Dong Nathwang cooperating with the ghost spirit master, can we capture him for interrogation?" She was eager to expose the truth, urging, "Catch him. That old hag will definitely be afraid of her secret being exposed and sell out the ghost spirit master. We won't lose anything." Non Noyette nodded in agreement after hearing this. "That's not a bad idea." Tuni continued, "Who knows? We might find other clues from the ghost spirit master about Dong Nathwang's collusion with the evil cultivators." Non Noyette moved closer to Tuni. The distance between them was very close. They could feel each other's breath. He asked, "So, do you know where to find him? How to catch him?" She said with a wronged expression, "If I knew, would I need to come find you?" Non Noyette looked at her with a smiling glint in his eyes and asked, "Tu Chai, how much do you know about the inner court disciples of Tu Van Duong?" She feigned innocence. "Huh. Based on my contact and observation, I actually don't know much," she said. "I only know that the eldest senior brother is traveling outside and hasn't been in the inner court for a long time. The second senior brother is the current crown prince, Manhua Nin. Third senior brother Try. Fourth senior sister Tan Fai Yen. In addition, she told him, as for the fifth person, no one in the inner court has ever mentioned them. I don't even know if they are male or female. There's also Bok Lai Nai at 7th, Vong Pham at 6th, Lin Fai at 8th, and the 9th is a little crybaby." She didn't understand Non Noyette's intention in asking, "Why are you suddenly asking me about these senior brothers and sisters? What do they have to do with Dong Nathwang?" He held up 3 fingers and said, "Of course they do. For example, the third-ranked disciple is Try. He explained, Try was originally from a prestigious family. It's just that his family later declined. Try's master and his wife passed away not long after, leaving only 2 brothers to rely on each other. Of these 2 brothers, the older one is named Trine Tuong, who is more than 10 years older than his younger brother. So he joined Tu Van Duong to cultivate early on, always taking it upon himself to restore the Trine family's honor. But unfortunately, perhaps due to limited aptitude, he repeatedly failed the A-level exams. Finally, more than 10 years ago, he left Tu Van Duong and has not been heard from since. There are rumors that he joined the evil path." Tuni became a little tense after hearing the story and asked Non Noyette doubtfully, "Are you saying this Trine Tuong is the ghost spirit master I want to capture?" He replied bluntly. He handed her something. "Take this and find Try. Perhaps he can help you." She reached out and took it. It was a peachwood dagger. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day at Tu Van Duong. Tuni walked while admiring the peachwood dagger in her hand. How can something so crude and ordinary be considered a child's toy? But Non Noyette said giving this to Try could help me. Looking at this dagger, it seemed to hide something within. She stopped examining the dagger and urged herself, "I must quickly find senior brother Try. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, making her jump. Vong Pham laughed heartily and said, "Little junior sister is really easy to startle." She turned around and complained, "What was that?" "What do you mean, senior brother Vong Pham? You nearly scared the soul out of me." Vong Pham put his arm around Tuni's shoulder, acting overly familiar, and leaned in close to say, "Little junior sister is pretending to be dumb again, isn't she? Among our inner court disciples, senior brother Try is the most proficient in the steel system. You just said you wanted to find him. It's surely not about your own matters, right?" Vong Pham said enthusiastically, "You must want to find him to teach you cultivation, right?" The more she acted humble, the more smug Vong Pham became. "Senior brother Vong Pham, I really can't hide anything from you. I do want to find senior brother Trine for guidance on my cultivation." Vong Pham laughed smugly, "I am indeed smart." Then he put his arm around Tu Chai and pulled her along. "Come, I'll take you to find senior brother Try. Somewhere else." Try and Try was standing by a cliff, concentrating on cultivating his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Tuni asked Vong Pham, "What is senior brother doing on the cliff?" Vong Pham replied, "It seems we came at a bad time. He must be secretly practicing a mind technique." He explained Try and Try's cultivation method. "The three of us brothers are all ordinary martial artists. If we're not cultivating, we're studying secret manuals." He pointed forward and said, "On the cliff face ahead, there's a strange cultivation technique carved. Senior brother has been studying it recently." She approached to examine the characters on the cliff face. "This is a secret manual. It's a pity the system can only recognize its function. I have to touch the original manual to immediately activate the learning function." She thought that this copy might be a different technique, so she couldn't comprehend it directly. Vong Pham comforted Tu and Chai, junior sister, "Don't look at those characters. Even the headmaster himself can't understand them. They're impossible to decipher. It's just that senior brother Try and Try has a stubborn personality and insists on studying it to the end." He suggested to Tu and Chai, "Today's meeting is probably not going to happen. Let's not disturb him anymore. We can come find him another time." She was anxious, as if on fire. When is another time? She still had questions she wanted to ask, and she wanted to get the information as soon as possible. "I'm in a hurry to find the ghost spirit master and gather more evidence on Dong Ne Thuong." She curiously touched the cliff face. "This is so frustrating. What kind of characters are these that even the headmaster can't decipher?" Suddenly, the system announced, "Scanning ancient text. Do you want to translate this passage?" The power was laid out before her. She just had to decide yes or no. Without hesitation, she chose yes. "It's here right when I need it. There's even a translation function. This is great. Of course, I'll choose yes." The system then announced that 3,000 had been deducted, and it was translating the ancient text. She fell into a state of panic and regret. "Heavens, it costs money too? Why didn't you say so earlier? This is robbery. Don't empty my wallet." She turned to Vong Pham and said, "Go call senior brother Try and Try over. I'll translate these characters for him now." Vong Pham was shocked and confused. "Huh? Little junior sister, are you joking? You can recognize these strange characters." She didn't explain much and urged Vong Pham to go quickly. "I just spent 3,000 gold coins. It would be strange if I couldn't recognize these characters." Vong Pham went to call Try and Try in a daze. Try and Try was also very surprised when Vong Pham told him the news. "Senior brother Try and Try, our little junior sister is by the cliff calling for you. She said she wants to translate the characters on it." The two stood by, waiting for Tu and Chai to quickly translate the ancient text. Vong Pham commented, "Senior brother, even the elders don't understand these characters, yet little junior sister can. I wonder if it will work." Try and Try said, "Let me see." Try and Try walked over to Tuni's side to observe the situation. "Not bad. Haven't you noticed that our little junior sister is radiating pure spiritual power?" Under Try and Try's observation, he discovered she was simultaneously copying the secret manual. This meant she was gradually comprehending and learning the manual's cultivation technique, which was why spiritual power was radiating everywhere. After hearing this, Vong Pham showed an expression of immense admiration. Not only can she translate the secret manual, but she can also comprehend it. Is this little junior sister a genius? Tu Chai wrote as she read. The jade dragon returns. The ice bones intertwine, chi sinks to the dantian. My metal, cold iron. The mountain cave does not retain clouds, which move to the dantian. When she stopped writing, the spiritual energy in her body was gathering. Having finished translating the manual, she immediately tried to use the frost-cold true chi she had just comprehended. The ice needles she shot out had very strong destructive power. Vong Pham and Try on the side had to use a protective barrier. Wow, so powerful. Tu Chai was surprised to find that she had unknowingly mastered a new ultimate move. Have I really comprehended a bit of the frost-cold true chi? Vong Pham anxiously ran over to ask her, "Hey, little junior sister, are you all right?" Tu Chai replied, "I'm fine. Senior brother. Try. This is the translated record of the secret manual for you." Try took the translation and said, Thank you, junior sister. Accidentally, the item in Tuni's hand fell to the ground. Try bent down to pick it up and examine it. This is... As soon as Try saw this item, he asked Tuni, little junior sister, how did this peachwood dagger end up with you? She replied, it's better to discuss this privately with senior brother Tryon. Vong Pham asked impatiently, is there something you can't say? Tryon deliberately sent his junior brother away. Junior brother Vong Pham, please step aside for a moment. Vong Pham blushed with embarrassment and temporarily left. Oh, I'll let you two talk. I'll be going now. After Vong Pham left, Tuni got straight to the point. Senior brother Tryon, as for the origin of this dagger, please forgive Tuni for not being able to say. But looking at it, does senior brother Tryon know its specific origin? Tryon looked at the dagger in his hand and recalled the past, saying, this dagger was personally given to my older brother by me when I was 5 years old. Tryon continued in a calm voice, but with a hint of affection. But my older brother has been missing for 12 years. I've never been able to find any trace of him. I didn't expect to see this dagger today. Tuni thought to herself, you couldn't find him because he went to cultivate the evil path. Tryon has been cultivating at the A level in Tu Van Duong for many years without passing the exam. But after joining the evil cultivators for just 12 years, he has already reached the 5th rank of a great cultivator. No wonder so many people turn to the evil path. She said seriously, senior brother, the person who gave me this dagger told me that your brother joined the demonic path 12 years ago and now goes by the name Ghost Spirit Master. Tryon was struck by this news as if by lightning. What? Impossible. Is this true? Tryon wanted to confirm. You're saying my brother joined the demonic path? She confirmed, that's right. And he is the Ghost Spirit Master who injured Kwang Tu-so. Tryon was not swayed by old feelings. He promised Tuni, little junior sister, rest assured. If my brother truly joined the evil path, I will uphold justice and disown him, showing no mercy. Tu was stunned, thinking to herself, to be so righteous is truly admirable. But I don't want the Ghost Spirit Master to die. He's a crucial witness. I need him to threaten Dong Na Thuong and save my own life. She quickly explained, senior brother, your brother doesn't necessarily have to die. Let's go find him and reason with him. Maybe we can persuade him to turn back to the right path. Tryon replied, for someone who has entered the demonic path, returning to righteousness is as hard as ascending to heaven. Besides, he is in hiding, so I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to find him. Tu resolutely persuaded Tryon, where there's a will, there's a way. A few days ago, after the battle at Truong Phu, your brother was seriously injured. With Veem Du City on high alert and arresting evil cultivators everywhere, he must be in the city now. Let's find him first. Tryon hesitated slightly, thinking about the matter. Tu made a plan, vowing to herself, I must find the Ghost Spirit Master. Tryon and he are biological brothers. Finding him would be half the battle won. When the brothers meet, maybe the Ghost Spirit Master will soften up. Out of brotherly affection, he might truly turn back to the right path and reveal all of Dong Na Thuong's secrets. Tryon thought for a moment, then nodded and said, that's right, I know a place. He might be hiding there. Tu was endlessly surprised. Truly, every family has its own secrets. In the western outskirts of the city, the two appeared before a villa. Tu asked doubtfully, senior brother, where is this? Tryon opened the door and walked in, explaining, this is the Tryon family's villa in the outskirts. After my family fell into decline, this place was also abandoned. When we were young, my brother often brought me here to play. If the Ghost Spirit Master is really my brother, he would probably hide here. Tu was shocked to find a body inside. Not good, there's the smell of blood. Tryon was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Damn it. On the ground lay a corpse, fresh blood flowing like a stream. In the distance, a figure sat quietly. As soon as Tryon saw him, he called out, brother. Tryon went to check his brother's pulse. It seems we're a step too late. He's already stopped breathing. Tu immediately thought, damn it, Dong Na Thuong must have done this. She was afraid I'd find evidence, so she killed the ghost spirit master to silence him. She sat beside Try and comforted him. Senior brother, my condolences. Your brother was a 5th-rank great cultivator in Vimdu City. Not many people could kill him. It shouldn't be hard to find the culprit. Try, without any regard for old ties, bluntly replied, there's no need to look. My brother cultivated the evil path. Today's death is him reaping what he sowed. Tu Nh thought to herself, he won't even avenge his brother's murder just because his brother cultivated the evil path. That's too inhuman. Try took a piece of paper from his brother's body. This is a commission letter from Tu Van Duong. The letter read, requesting Tu Van Duong to escort a damaged box of spiritual artifacts to Lac Duong City and deliver it to the mural painter at the mountain villa. Commissioned by Try Tuong. Try said, it seems he was using the pretense of transporting spiritual artifacts. The person who commissioned Tu Van Duong to deliver the demonic remnant seal was my brother. Tuni thought angrily, Dong Na Thuong is so vicious. After killing him, she even blamed the demonic remnant seal on Try Tuong. She sighed, her face full of sorrow. 2 important leads are gone. Without sufficient evidence, it will be very difficult for me to expose Dong Na Thuong's secret. Try said, since things have come to this, little junior sister, let's go. We must quickly deliver this commission letter to Tu Van Duong. Tuen Chai turned to look at Try and asked, so you're not going to bury your brother before you go? Try replied, just let him sit here. Try left his brother here because this tree is 100 years old and is said to have been planted by the Tryon family. It has been with the Tryon family through its rise and fall. My brother was obsessed with restoring our family. He would have wanted to pass away peacefully under this tree. Returning to Kwok Siu Fu, Tuen Chai walked with Kwok Tu along the corridor. Kwok Tu asked, now that the ghost spirit master is dead, your lead on Dong Na Thuong is also gone. What do you plan to do next? She pondered, the situation is indeed not optimistic, but it's not without a solution. Kwok Tu asked in surprise, it seems you already have an idea. Tuni's face showed a hint of excitement as she replied that old Hag Dong has been cooperating with evil cultivators for so long. She must have used them to do many shady things. Right now, she must be in a hurry to erase all traces of her cooperation with them. Suddenly, a stone fell from the sky. Tuni quickly dodged it. It turned out to be Deep Swang. Tu Nhi helplessly thought, this black hole of a family member of mine is either here or there and also likes to climb walls to find Non Noyette. She worriedly helped Swang up. Swang, what happened? Are you hurt? The fall made Swang's whole body ache. Ouch, I'm fine. A subordinate rushed over. Young ladies. The person immediately knelt down to apologize. Princess, it's all my fault. I used too much force just now and injured the second young lady. Please punish me, princess. Swang said honestly, sister, I was the one who kept pestering him to teach me how to practice boxing. The people at Tu Van Duong all say I'm progressing too slowly. Tuni did not blame her, but instead patted her head comfortingly. If that's the case, Vi Dong Ha, you will continue to teach Swang cultivation from now on. She didn't stay long and turned to leave. I have something else to handle. I'll be going now. Vi Dong Ha bowed respectfully. Yes. Tuni felt a little relieved. With Vi Dong Ha protecting her mother, she could also rest assured about her sister. I can now focus on dealing with Dong Na Thuong. A decision has been made. Na Thuong said nonchalantly, I didn't expect Try to discover the body was the ghost spirit master. But they are biological brothers, so it's reasonable for Try to find the mountain villa. The subordinate said, yes, it's just a pity that the vice headmaster has lost Try Tuong, a capable assistant. Na Thuong's face turned grim and terrifying. If I didn't kill him, and he fell into Deep Tuni's hands, he would be a great threat to me. Besides, I still need to cooperate with the evil cultivators, so some things in Vimdu City need to be handled. Na Thuong became grim and capable. But if they don't do anything unusual, report to me immediately. The subordinate replied yes. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Vice Headmaster Dong is still quite leisurely. Tuni appeared neither too early nor too late, startling the two of them. Ne Thuong asked unhappily, "Deep Tuni, what are you doing here?" Tuni said, "I came to cultivate. 2 days ago, you personally guided my cultivation. Have you forgotten?" Ne Thuong had already prepared a secret manual for Tuni. This is the Jiao Hoa Truong. Although it's a bit difficult for you to practice with your current cultivation level, you should take the time to look at it. Tuni's eyes immediately lit up. "Thank you, Vice Headmaster." She thought to herself, "I can't believe she's giving me a secret manual. I can't just accept it for free." Kwok Tu, who was beside her, looked at the item and commented, "The book Dong Ne Thuong gave you has a value of 500 in the system. Tu Enichai loved it and couldn't put it down." "Really? That's great." Ne Thuong's voice brought her back to reality. "You don't need to stay here anymore. Today, the inner court and the A-level outer court are having an exchange match. Go and participate." Hearing this news for the first time, she couldn't help but be puzzled about the exchange competition between the inner and outer A-level courts. She was suspicious, wondering what kind of exchange this was and why she was being sent to participate. The old hag is up to no good. Tuni turned to leave. "Then Tuni will be on her way." Bao Chan looked at Tuni and asked Ne Thuong, "Vice Headmaster, why did you have to teach her such a powerful technique as the Jiao Hoa Truong?" Ne Thuong's face revealed a sinister and vicious expression. "She already knows too many of my secrets. Before I can clean up the matter with the evil cultivators, I have no choice but to temporarily win her over." On the way to the exchange venue, Tuni walked with suspicion. "I wonder what this exchange between the inner and outer courts is." Kwok Tu said discontentedly, "You clearly said you wanted to get close to Dong Ne Thuong, but you ended up being sent away with a secret manual." It said angrily, "How embarrassing." Tuni covered her mouth and giggled. Kwok Tu asked, "What are you laughing at? You look so creepy." She took out a bat and said proudly, "Look closely at this." The 6th-generation little devil eavesdropping device, paired with a Bluetooth headset. Kwok Tu was impressed. "In other words, you've already placed an eavesdropping device in Dong Ne Thuong's courtyard." Tuni was proud of her intelligence. "That's right, installing the listening device in her yard was my real purpose." Kwok Tu happily praised, "So amazing, are Tuni." She smugly high-fived Kwok Tuesday. "Of course, if you're a hacker, you have to make full use of it." The scene changes to the outer court, where many fighting rings have been set up for the A-level competition. The young ladies gathered here are all eagerly awaiting the appearance of a certain person. I wonder which disciple the inner court will send. It would be great if it's senior brother Bok Lai Nai. He's so handsome. The male students, on the other hand, were excited to see Tan Fai Yen appear. Senior sister Tan Fai Yen is still better. Her graceful and agile figure, along with those moves, are truly unforgettable. Suddenly, someone told everyone to be quiet. Trung Dao stepped forward to introduce to everyone, "This is inner court disciple Deep Tuni who will be participating in today's exchange. Everyone, please seize the opportunity to learn more from her." The crowd reacted strongly. "Why isn't it senior brother Bok Lai Nai? Why did the inner court send their weakest person?" That's right, Amit Ba." A high monk stepped forward and said, "During the 10,000 Buddhas festival battle, I learned a great deal. I am fortunate to meet the princess again today, and I still hope the princess can offer more guidance." The crowd gasped in unison. "Hang Dan." Tuni calmly said, "I also have unforgettable memories of the 10,000 Buddhas festival battle. I hope senior brother Hang can also offer much guidance today." Trung Dao smiled to ease the slowly heating atmosphere. "Very good, then for today's exchange, the outer court will be represented by Hang Dan." 12 people stepped onto the ring. Both responded in unison, yes. Suddenly, a girl strode out aggressively. "Hang Dan, you already lost to Deep Tuni last time." This girl had a muscular build, was dressed all in pink, and had a formidable presence. "If you lose again this time, the reputation of our A-level class will truly be lost because of you." Hang Dan stammered in reply. Tuni, on the other hand, was surprised to see that the person she had fought before was still alive. "Tu Van, you're not dead?" "At Tu Van Duong, 1,000 swords were aimed at you. I thought you were dead." She silently judged, This Tu Van is really unpleasant to listen to. Tu Van posed and said, that time, the 1,000 swords didn't pierce my heart. A beautiful girl like me has tens of thousands of suitors. Surviving a great disaster means great fortune will follow. Besides, Q Quangqian is mine, and I want to have his children. With an overwhelming aura, she said, I am an inner court disciple, exposed to higher-level magic than the outer court. In a one-on-one, I'd definitely win. Why don't you just accept my challenge? Make it a 2-on-1. Both of you come at me together. Hang Dan said worriedly, Ba, but that seems a bit unfair to Princess Tu. Tu Van, on the other hand, was very excited. Princess Tu, you should think carefully. I'm already at the 4th rank, 5th stage, 2 stages higher than you. You want to fight 2 against 1? Stop bragging here. Tu Nhi lost her patience, released her spiritual energy. Less nonsense, make your move. I spent 3,000 gold coins last time to decipher the ancient text, and I also practiced the frost-cold true chi. This is a good opportunity to test a few moves. Vi Van, upon finishing, unleashed her move. Then let me teach you a lesson. Adorable cat fist. Hang Dan simultaneously launched an attack. 1 staff to subdue a dragon, 1 to tame a tiger. Over here, Tuni focused her spiritual energy, chanting an incantation, wind, 1 shift. Thunder, 1 shift. Boundless cold ice. She unleashed her new technique, the frost-cold true chi. A loud explosion made the other 2 cry out in helpless agony. The onlookers below were so shocked their eyes went wide. Princess Tu is so powerful. A series of gasps erupted from the crowd of female students, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Tuni completely dominated the fight. Tu Van said, I want you to taste this move. This time, it sent Tu Van fleeing everywhere. She couldn't fight back, only able to scream, Meow, why isn't His Highness Chien coming to save me? Meow. The female students watching the match couldn't help but exclaim, Princess Tu's snowman is too strong. The male students were witnessing such a spectacular confrontation for the first time. I never thought 2 types of magic could be combined so well. Tuni rode on the snowman, saying fiercely, Today is your doomsday. She ordered the snowman to carry out its mission. The snowman descended on Tu Van like Mount Tai. Tu Van will not forgive you. Hearing this, Tuni's anger flared, and she mercilessly ordered the snowman, throw her off the earth. Tu Van cried out in despair as she was lifted into the air by a huge force. At this moment, the system announced, Tu Van has been thrown off the earth. The system announced again, Tu Van has been thrown out of the Queen of Arms comic. Tuni crossed her arms and looked up at the sky. Still far from my level. Suddenly, a jumbled signal came through her earpiece. Dong Naithuong's voice echoed in the receiver. Last time, the transportation of the demonic remnant seal already ran into a problem. Tuni listened intently to the conversation on the other side. If Deep Tuni hadn't discovered my secret that time, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to send this thing away. She was filled with doubt. This is Dong Naithuong's voice. What does she want to send away? She quietly continued listening to the rest of the dialogue. I simply cannot leave Vimdu City. Otherwise, I would definitely deliver this thing myself. She didn't understand the other person's meaning. What exactly do you want to deliver? Bao Tran's voice rang out. Then who does the vice headmaster intend to have do this? Manhua Nin has a 6th rank cultivation. It's most suitable to have him do it. You should quickly take this wooden box to Nin Vong Fu and give it to Manhua Nin. Tell him he must act within these 2 days and deliver this thing to Lac Duong City. Tuni was suddenly flustered. First Prince Manhua Nin. The piercing static made Tuni very uncomfortable. Kwok Tu appeared and asked about the situation. What's wrong? Stop checking. I didn't hear any problems. Your listening device must have been damaged by spiritual power interference. Tu Nhi quickly announced to everyone present, Everyone, I have an urgent matter. I'll be going now. My apologies. She left quickly, her heart in turmoil. Could it be that Manhua Nin is also an accomplice of Dong Naithuong? The scene changes to Nin Vong Fu. Tu Nhi used her advanced stealth skills to hide behind a bush and observe. That's Dong Naithuong's royal guard. It seems the important item has been delivered to Manhwa. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure appeared behind her. Princess Tu, sneaking around outside Nin Vong Fu. What are you trying to do? She turned around in surprise and asked, Your Highness Qian. Why are you here too? Quang Qian replied, I came to visit Thuanin. Tuni smiled to hide her intentions. What a coincidence. I also came to visit the first prince. It's just my first time here, so I was a bit hesitant. Although Quang Qian didn't believe her, he didn't expose her. He said, if that's the case, let's go in together. First Prince Manhua Nin was already waiting. As soon as he saw Quang Qian enter, he said happily, Brother Qian, you've come at just the right time. He noticed her and said, could it be that little junior sister also knew that my newly planted tea is ready for harvest and came specifically for a drink? She activated the system and took out a basket of fragrant durian. Actually, I once saw that the eldest senior brother in the inner court likes to grow fruits and vegetables. Coincidentally, I recently got a very delicious fruit and specially brought it as a gift for the first prince. The first prince smelled the strong aroma and his expression changed. What kind of fruit is this? Tu Enichai explained, durian is a tropical fruit. Its taste is very fragrant and sweet. The first prince hesitated. This fruit is indeed novel, but this smell. Tu Enchai took out a knife, preparing to cut it. It's just that the smell is a bit special. How about I cut it open for you to try now? The first prince quickly covered his nose and stopped her. No need. I have received my little junior sister's kind intentions. Today, we should still enjoy the tea first. The first prince called for a servant. Someone, take down the durian princess Tu gifted. The servant stumbled over and took the fragrant durian. Yes. The first prince regained his composure, poured tea and said, you too can smell this tea. The fragrance is faint like an orchid, but also carries the pure scent of jasmine. Tu Enchai suddenly broke her teacup. Quang Qian, worried she was hurt, moved forward to support her. Little junior sister, what's wrong? She feigned discomfort. Ouch, I think I have a stomachache. The first prince was also very concerned. I immediately wonder if I could borrow a guest room in the mansion to rest for a while. Quang Qian stepped forward and said, how about I take a look at the princess? The first prince immediately agreed. Yes, a Qian's medical skills have always been good. You should quickly check on our little junior sister. Cornered, she cursed inwardly. Oh no, I forgot Quang Qian knows medicine. Quang Qian extended his hand and said, Princess, please give me your hand. She hesitantly extended her hand, feeling extremely anxious in her heart, but could only go along with it. Quang Qian began to take her pulse and asked, has the princess been feeling nauseous lately? She nodded continuously, yes. He continued to ask, does the princess feel dizzy and nauseous at the sight of food? She answered casually, yes. Quang Qian asked again, has the princess had a particular craving for sour foods lately? She answered hesitantly, yes. After a series of questions, the first prince said suspiciously, could it be a pregnancy pulse? Is Princess Tu pregnant? As soon as he said it, both of them were stunned. Tu Enichai laughed bitterly in her heart. One pulse check and I've become a mother. Quang Qian calmly refuted, no, Princess Tu's pulse is very chaotic and her qi and blood are insufficient. She does indeed need to rest in the guest room for a while. Tu Enchai cursed inwardly, but said out loud, he's helping me. The first prince said, so it was a misunderstanding. Someone, quickly take Princess Tu to the guest room. Tu Enchai was taken to a room to rest. I'll be fine after a little rest. Everyone, you may leave. The palace maid withdrew. Yes, princess. After everyone had left, she immediately sat up. Phew, I successfully snuck into the royal palace. Now I can go investigate what Dong Nathwang gave to Manhua Nin. Suddenly, the sliding door creaked open, and someone entered. Tu Enchai quickly pretended to be weak, lay down and moaned. Oh, my stomach. Quang Qian brought a bowl of medicine. Princess Tu has a stomachache. Why are you holding your forehead? She stammered an explanation. It hurts so much that my head hurts too, and I'm having hallucinations. Quang Qian stirred the bowl of medicine and said, it seems the princess's illness is not light. He fed her a spoonful. "Let me feed you." Her face immediately turned pale. Just the smell of it made her feel sick. Does he know I'm faking it and wants to harm me? At this moment, the system warning sounded. Beep beep. System automatically identifies the medicine in front of you as Hell's 7 Souls soup. Tu Enchai doubted in her heart. Does Quang Qian want to kill me? Kwok Tu appeared and urged her, silly, drink it quickly. Hell's 7 Souls soup is a tonic. Drinking it will replenish your qi and blood and increase your spiritual power by 10 points. Hearing Kwok Tu's words, she quickly took the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one go. Thank you, I can drink it myself. So bitter. Quang Qian saw her finish it all and smiled. The princess trusts me quite a bit. Aren't you afraid I poisoned you? Just like that, she drank it all. Tu Enchai coughed hoarsely. Why would His Highness Qian harm me? Cough cough, I'm dying. She quickly grabbed a cup of water next to her and gulped it down. I want to drink water. Quang Qian was happy to see her like this. It seems this medicine is indeed effective. At this moment, Tu Enchai was much more clear-headed. Suddenly, she remembered what she was doing. She was startled and spat out a mouthful of water. Cough cough cough. She smiled awkwardly. I'm still a little unwell. Quang Qian turned to leave. He replied, ha ha ha. I have instructed the people in the mansion not to disturb you. The princess can continue to rest. She breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly slipped out the window. He's finally gone. I have to slip away too. To the people, what did you give Manhua Nin? First prince. Does this item also need to be placed in your bag? The first prince took the item and answered directly, no need, I can just carry this with me. Also, prepare a good horse for me tomorrow morning. I want to personally go to Lac Duong City. The subordinate bowed and replied, yes. At this moment, Tuni was hiding on the side and heard the entire conversation. I was going to steal that thing. It seems there's no hope now. I can only think of another way. Night fell. Tuni went to an inn and was greeted by someone. Princess Tu, my master invites you inside. She thought in surprise, I haven't even entered yet, and Non Noyette already knows I'm here? The person gestured for her to follow. Princess, please follow me. Tuni has arrived. Non Noyette had been waiting for Tuni. As soon as she entered, she saw him reaching out to catch a butterfly. Non Noyette said without much surprise, to come looking for me so late, you must need my help with something. She asked, you even know this? He pressed on, is it related to Manhua Nin? She was stunned, thinking to herself, it's one thing for Non Noyette to know I came for help, but for him to know I'm here because of Manhua Nin is just too incredible. It felt like her every move was being watched. She angrily questioned Non Noyette. You know a lot. Did you send people to secretly follow me? He answered frankly. How could I let others follow Tuni? If I'm going to follow you, I have to do it myself. Tuni's face was covered in dark lines. She suddenly felt a chill. She said seriously, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Dong Nathwang has made her move. She did this, and that to get the first prince to help her deliver a wooden box. Inside must be something related to the evil cultivators. Non Noyette understood Tuni's intention as soon as he heard it. So Tuni wants me to help you snatch the wooden box from Manhua Nin. She put on a pleading expression that would move anyone. That's right. Although you are both 6th-rank spirit kings, I believe that with great hero Non Noyette's skills, your strength is definitely greater than 2nd senior brother and eldest senior brother. Snatching something from him should be as easy as flipping your hand for you, right? Non Noyette smiled and said, Tuni really knows how to talk. If I refuse you today, wouldn't that be admitting I'm not as good as Manhua Nin? Tuni cheered with joy in her heart. Hee, that's right. I have to praise you to the high heavens. It would be hard for you to refuse me. She excitedly confirmed, so you agree? Non Noyette replied no. He said sternly, Manhua Nin has already reached the 6th rank 4th stage. If I go to deal with him, I will definitely expend my vital energy. There's really nothing good in it for me. We're supposed to be helping each other. Non Noyette sighed and explained, that's what I said. But if it damages my vital energy, it's even less worth it. Unless there's an 8th grade spirit medicine. Tuni was startled. Oh no, Non Noyette was waiting for me to say this. It's been so long, I can't believe he still remembers the 8th grade spirit medicine. I already emphasized that I don't have that kind of medicine. She pleaded earnestly, please help me. I'll find a way to get you the 8th grade spirit medicine, okay? She felt a little guilty. Non Noyette had helped her so many times. If he still wanted that spirit medicine, she should help him out. Non Noyette picked her up, his words as firm as a nail. Tu Enchai was startled by his sudden action. Hey, what are you trying to do? He leaped lightly, hovering in midair, a cool breeze blowing through his hair. He said, what can I do? Let's go. He brought her down to a place where 2 horses were waiting. Non Noyette quickly jumped onto a horse. Tuni was still standing there in a daze. What are you standing there for? Get on the horse. This is the horse I specially chose for you. Tuni laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Then I must thank you. The 2 advanced to Quang Tu Lin. Tu Enchai turned her head and called out, Non Noyette, everyone who wants to go to Lac Duong City has to pass through here, right? Non Noyette confirmed, that's right. He said to her wistfully, is Tu Enchai planning to make a move here? She smiled. Hee, let's just say it's about to begin. A moment later, the first prince arrived on horseback. Just in time, there's an inn. It's not too late to rest a bit before continuing. The innkeeper hurried out to greet the distinguished guest. Guest, would you like to stay or dine? The first prince replied, I'd like to stay and have some snacks as well. A brief character introduction. Deepening, the head manager of Dong Fuin. She is flirtatious, values money above all else, a talkative widow with 1 child, and has type AB blood. Deepening excitedly ran in to prepare. Please wait a moment, a guest has arrived. Bring up tea and pastries quickly. A voice from inside replied, coming right away. The waiter brought a tray of food. Please enjoy, honored guest. A brief character introduction. Non Duong, a waiter. Rumor has it he used to be a thief. His special move is the no-hand sapquak hoa, which stops itching after being applied. He has published 2 novels, Wulin Gaiden and Thief-Catching Golden Needle Man. He is the son of Deepening, but in reality, they have an adoptive mother-son relationship. He wears an eye patch to seal his power. Removing it will unleash his ultimate move. The first prince sized up the other person. This waiter is even wearing a mask and an eye patch. Deepening explained, this is my son. He had smallpox a few years ago, and it left scars on his face. He wears them so as not to scare the guests. The first prince nodded, believing what he heard. I see. The first prince was about to pour some tea when Deepening stopped him. Wait, let me serve you. You are truly a good innkeeper. Let me pour you some wine. The first prince said happily, then I'll have to trouble you. She turned to her son, don't just stand there, go upstairs and clean the room. Non Duong quickly left. Yes, I'll go right away. Time flew by, and soon it was late at night. Deepening was wiping the tables and chairs alone. Her true identity was finally revealed. Non Noyette, disguised as Non Duong, hugged Tuni. Tuni, you took quite a few liberties with me just now. She giggled in response. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way. Non Noyette hugged her contentedly and said, I suddenly feel that this is also very good. He moved closer to her, shortening the distance between them. He began to adopt a perverted tone. How about we elope, go to a deserted place, open an inn, and have a few children? She blushed, not knowing how to respond. But in her heart, she was constantly cursing. Non Noyette really is handsome no matter what he wears, but no. I must remain rational, I told myself to be calm. She pushed Non Noyette away and reminded him, be careful, Manhua Nin will find out soon. What son hugs his own mother like that? Non Noyette rubbed against Tu Enchai, whining like a child. Wifey, I don't want to. Just then, Manhua Nin came out and saw the scene. He coughed a few times. Everything in the room is gone. She quickly got into character as a gentle mother, explaining their previous actions. Sorry to make a fool of myself. This grown son of mine sleepwalks a lot, and he hugs me as if I were the girl he likes. The first prince gave a forced smile. I see. Without giving it much thought, he turned to go back. Then I'll wait in my room for the candle. Hong Nok replied happily, I'll bring it to you right away. After he left, she breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Non Noyette remained calm and smiled. It's no big deal. She touched Non Noyette's face and said, It's all your fault, we almost got exposed. Non Noyette showed a happy expression. You're the first person to dare touch my face. After speaking, he stole a kiss from her lips. Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. She helplessly uttered disconnected words. Be careful. Non Noyette pushed her down. Every time, Tu Enchai brings me a new feeling. She held on to her last bit of reason, reminding Non Noyette to be careful not to get caught. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear. What is your relationship after all? It definitely can't be just a simple mother-son relationship. Kwok Tu appeared just in time to interrupt the scene. Tu Enchai said in surprise, Is that Kwok Tu? Kwok Tu laughed. Look at how scared you are. Tu Enchai was so embarrassed that she punched Kwok Tuesday get lost. She opened the system, took out the soul-bewitching incense, and threw a small bottle to Non Noyette. Take it. We've kissed, and you've taken all the advantage of me. Now it's time for you to do some real work for me, my good son. He replied, Yes. Non Noyette used the soul-bewitching incense to blow into Manhua Nin's room. The fragrance spread throughout the room. Tuni started to tiptoe towards Manhua Nin's bed. While the first prince was drunk and dazed, she quickly searched him. Such a good person, it's a pity I can't casually tell outsiders about Dong Na Thuong's affairs. Especially not to someone from the inner court. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to harm my second senior brother. She casually took the first prince's precious ring. This ring is like a key to open the box. Ha ha ha, I finally got it. Unexpectedly, Manhua Nin suddenly sat up and caught the thief red-handed. Who are you? How dare you steal my ring? Tuni was startled. How did he wake up so quickly? First Prince Manhua Nin unleashed an extremely powerful spiritual energy. Give it back to me. Tuni was completely suppressed. The spiritual power is too strong, what should I do? She raised her hand to stop Manhua Nin from channeling his chi. First Prince, I advise you not to act rashly. You've been poisoned by my deadly poison. If you come any closer, be careful of losing your life. The First Prince completely ignored her words. At this moment, he only wanted to reclaim what belonged to him. If you don't return it, don't even think about leaving this place. The demonic path opened beneath Tuni's feet. The barrier technique, drawing the ground as a prison. Tu Nhi hurriedly cried for help. Son, if you don't come out, your mother will die. A surge of spiritual power from outside attacked Manhua Nin. The First Prince was suddenly attacked by spirit butterflies. Royal Guardian Shield technique. The First Prince turned to question Tu Enchai. Innkeeper, your son is Non Noyette? She temporarily escaped the First Prince's control. Oh no! At that moment, Non Noyette appeared. I didn't expect the First Prince to recognize me. It's truly an honor. The First Prince angrily demanded the item back. Hand over the wooden box immediately. I will spare you. Non Noyette suppressed Manhua Nin with a single slash. If I did that, wouldn't I lose a lot of face? Banquet of Cold. The First Prince started to make his move. Then there's no other way. Spirit technique, all beings in turmoil. Tu Enchai and Non Noyette were both hit by the technique. The two of them floated in midair. What's happening? The world is upside down. Non Noyette turned and attacked the First Prince. Take this. The First Prince dodged Non Noyette's blade. Why are you attacking me? Tu Enchai stood by, observing and smiling. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Non Noyette's sword stabbed towards Tuni. She dodged in shock. Non Noyette, are you crazy? Why are you stabbing me? Explain yourself. I'm just helping Tuni break the barrier. At the same time, Manhua Nin leisurely floated in the air. This is the mental power of the spirit technique, all beings in turmoil. What you see may not be real. Don't hurt your own people. Non Noyette was not to be outdone. He also unleashed a move. Oh, the world is upside down, how interesting. Then I will destroy this world. A loud explosion followed. The battle became fierce. Tuni was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. Non Noyette used his spiritual energy to get her away. Spirit butterflies, take her away. She was worried about leaving Non Noyette behind. Non Noyette, what about you? He gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll catch up to you. First Prince Manhwa would not let them go so easily. Don't even think about running. Non Noyette chanted an incantation. Spirit butterflies explode to counter the first prince's all beings in turmoil attack. Tu Van couldn't help but worry. Non Noyette, be careful. Tu Van was taken to a safe place in the forest. At this moment, her mind was in turmoil. Manhwa has reached the 6th rank, 4th stage. Can he really catch up to us here? Little Quoc too comforted her from the side. Don't worry. He analyzed the situation for her, which somewhat reassured her. The battle between 6th rank cultivators has reached another realm. If you were on the battlefield, you would become a burden. Non Noyette letting you go first was indeed a wise move. She replied dejectedly, I know. To not waste time and energy, she pulled herself together. I must complete the task at hand. I have to leave with this wooden box as soon as possible. Tu Van hurriedly left. I must quickly take the wooden box and leave this place for somewhere safe. Of course there was a strange noise. She panicked. Who is it? Non Noyette appeared, covered in injuries. Tu Van, he fell against her. Non Noyette, what's wrong with you? Non Noyette gasped for breath. Tuni, I'm about to die. I'm afraid you'll have to be a widow. Tuni looked at him stunned. Non Noyette, how could the first prince be so cruel? Hang in there, even if I have to risk my life, I will save you. Non Noyette just called out, Tuni, I'm so cold, so sleepy. Tu Van, beside him, had tears streaming down her face. Non Noyette, open your eyes and look at me. You are not allowed to sleep. Non Noyette was silent. Tuni's tears fell on Non Noyette's face. Quick, tell me how to save you. Tell me. I'll listen to whatever you say now. Open your eyes and talk to me. Non Noyette slowly drifted into sleep. 8th grade spirit medicine, she really doesn't have any. If she did, she would feed it to me now. Non Noyette secretly opened his eyes to look at Tu Van. It seems you really have nothing left. Tu Van suddenly remembered. Wait, aren't you about to die? It's been half a minute already, why aren't you dead yet? Non Noyette sat up and giggled. I'm not dead yet, and you're already crying so heartbrokenly. If I really died, wouldn't you be washing your face with tears every day? Tuni said angrily, how dare you deceive my feelings? Absolutely unforgivable. Deep's 100 Lotus Strike. Only then did Non Noyette cough up blood. Tu Van panicked. Oh no. Although you're not dead, your injuries are not light. She sighed, looking at his wounds. Let me treat you. Let me see your wound. Your internal injuries are very serious. I will help you. I will definitely heal you completely. Non Noyette was surprised. So Tu Van has a way to heal my internal injuries. Tu Van then activated the system. The system's healing tool appeared. Holy Chalice of the Healing Goddess. The Holy Chalice of the Healing Goddess can cure all illnesses. The price is reasonable and negotiable. She picked up the cup. This one is the best. I don't need to spend money and can still heal Non Noyette. I'll choose it. The system reported a successful selection. The healing goddess immediately appeared. Host, please recite the incantation out loud. La la la, summon the goddess. Tuni chanted, la la la, goddess, appear quickly. Non Noyette laughed from behind. Tuni really has a lot of strange spiritual artifacts. Then the goddess appeared. I am the consciousness of the goddess Lamon, residing in this holy chalice to grant the wishes of those who pray. Deep Tuni, state your wish. Tuni approached and said to her, Goddess Lamon, do you see the man standing next to me? He has very serious internal injuries. Please help me heal him. Thank you. The goddess was surprised. It's possible, but there's a price to pay for help, you know that, right? Tuni asked, what do you want? Lamon said she had always been paying attention to the arms-dealing queen, Hu Quangqian, and Non Noyette. Who is the male lead here? I think this Non Noyette is also very handsome. How about I set you two up? To have me heal him, The price is to see deep Tuni's true feelings. Tuni looked forward in astonishment. Is this a medicinal bath? Lamon smiled and said, if it's true love, you two must be naked in this medicinal bath and perform 10 intimate poses. Then Non Noyette's injuries will automatically heal. Tuni was horrified. What? Naked? Goddess Lamon smiled and said, that's right, the combination of yin and yang. If you two are in intimate contact in the medicinal bath, Non Noyette's internal injuries can be healed. Non Noyette smiled innocently. This is the first time I've met such an interesting goddess. Tuni was stunned. The goddess then blew out some immortal chi. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and do what's important. The two of them took off all their clothes. The goddess told them to get in the water. You two get in. The two fell into the water. The goddess left. I'll be going now. Whether Non Noyette's injuries can be healed depends on you. Deep Tuni, enjoy the private world I created for you too. Non Noyette hugged her. Tuni, let's start quickly. I want to see if this interesting goddess is effective. Tuni was flustered. Start what? Don't come closer. Non Noyette asked, what's wrong, you regret it? I got so seriously injured helping you. You were the one who summoned the goddess. You're being too shameless. Tuni stammered that it seems I can't escape today. If I don't help him heal, it will be hard to end this. Then I have to take the initiative. You don't move, let me. Non Noyette smiled and said, all right. Then Tuni hugged him. Non Noyette was confused. Is this considered an intimate gesture? Tuni pointed at the healing wound on his chest. Look, it's working. The wound on your shoulder has disappeared. Concentrate, I'm starting. Then she kissed his face, forehead, and abs, and pinched his chest. Don't blame me, it's all to heal your injuries. She touched Non Noyette's back. This. Non Noyette smiled without saying a word. I didn't expect. Tuni was both bold and unrestrained. The final blow was a kiss on Non Noyette's lips. A moment later, Non Noyette's body was completely healed. How miraculous, the wound is completely gone. Tuni was panting heavily. I'm exhausted. Then the two got out of the water and left. The moon was high in the sky. I don't owe you anything anymore. Non Noyette said, Tuni, we're already husband and wife. Why are you still being so formal? Tuni held the wooden box and said, we worked so hard to snatch Dong Ne Thuong's wooden box from Manhwa Nin. Of course, her cultivation can't open it. Tuni immediately tapped his head. Open it for me now. Non Noyette smiled and said, all right, wifey, don't be angry. Then Non Noyette removed the seal. What on earth is sealed inside this? After opening it, both were very surprised. It's a soul-searching pearl. This is a legendary item of evil cultivators. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was an ancient divine artifact that was destroyed in the Battle of Joseon 100 years ago, causing countless remnant seals to be scattered throughout the human world. The magic practiced by evil cultivators was a type of evil cultivation researched from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. If an evil cultivator obtains the support of a remnant seal of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and they can even easily break through to the 6th rank of Spirit King. Evil cultivators have slaughtered countless people. They use their flesh and blood to refine soul-searching pearls, which are used to find the remnant seals scattered across the continent. Tuni was puzzled. It seems the remnant seal of the evil ghost path was also found using this. Non Noyette held the soul-searching pearl and said, that's right. Dong Ne Thuong has been colluding with evil cultivators for a long time. The two sides must have reached some kind of agreement. That's why the evil cultivators gave this pearl to Dong Ne Thuong, so she could help them find the whereabouts of the remnant seals. Tuni said, I guess when the evil cultivators search for the remnant seals, if they make too much noise, it will attract the attention of righteous cultivators. But if it's the vice-headmaster of Tu Van Duong, with her status, whatever she does won't arouse suspicion. How insidious. But this soul-searching pearl is so important. Dong Ne Thuong must be afraid I'll reveal her secret. The people of Tu Van Duong will find this pearl, so she's in a hurry to move it. Non Noyette nodded. That's right. Those who have used the soul-searching pearl will have their spiritual power remain on the pearl, and it takes a day for it to completely disappear. You see two figures displayed here, and Dong Nathuong's residual spiritual power is still on the pearl. As long as you hand over this pearl, you can not only prove Dong Nathuong's collusion with evil cultivators, but the matter of the remnant seal of the evil ghost path will also be exposed. By then, that old hag will be finished. Tuni said smugly, right? This pearl is the best evidence. Then the spiritual power was withdrawn. Non Noyette smiled and said, I've helped you with such a big matter. How do you plan to repay me? Tuni was surprised. I've helped you heal your injuries and even kissed you so many times. What more repayment do you want? You're too greedy. Non Noyette whispered in her ear, human desire is endless. Tuni was embarrassed. I don't have time to talk about these things with you right now. I have to take this pearl and expose Dong Nathuong. Non Noyette deliberately asked, how does Tuni plan to expose her? This pearl alone might not be convincing enough. An ordinary person at Tu Van Duong can't expose Vice Headmaster Dong Nathuong. Unless. Tuni smiled and said, I know an important figure at Tu Van Duong. Dong Nathuong was terrified and pale. Damn it. Someone? Where has everyone gone? A disciple came over. Vice Headmaster, what are your orders? She ordered. Immediately send people to Lac Duong City to find Manhua Nin. The wooden box containing that item has likely fallen into someone else's hands, and it has been opened. I have a feeling the seal I placed on the wooden box has been broken. The disciple hurriedly said, yes, your subordinate will go immediately. The next morning, Tu Enchai was happily strolling around. Who says beautiful women are stupid? Aren't they afraid I'll say something harsh? Kwok Tu suddenly appeared. Oh, you're in a good mood, even singing happily like that. Tu Enchai rode on the back of a crane and said, of course. The scenery at Tien Haxiu is truly magnificent. Kwok Tu pointed to one side. Look over there, the cranes of Tien Haxiu are flying. Wow, are all these cranes the headmaster's pets? Tu Enchai approached them. Do you want something to eat? Kwok Tu, give me the bread. I'll feed these adorable little guys. Kwok Tu took out the bread. Yes. Then she fed the cranes. Good, eat slowly. They are both adorable and friendly. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. How dare you trespass into my Tien Haxiu? A loud explosion. A person ran over. I am a disciple under the headmaster of Tu Van Duong. What is your name? Tuni stammered, I am a new inner court disciple, Deep Tuni. I came today to see the headmaster. He was angry. What did you feed my cranes? Tuni said, I just gave them some bread. Then he was beaten. Tuni ran to help him up. Are you all right? He looked at her. Wow, you smell so good. Tuni then gave him some bread. Ha ha ha, you little glutton. She gave him bread. He's probably never eaten this kind of fresh food before, right? I also have fruit jam. It will be even better spread on the bread. He stared intently, thanking her. The immortal crane also flew over to eat with them. I'm full, thank you. How should I repay him? Then he took out a paper crane basket. This immortal crane basket is a weapon I created. The paper cranes inside can fly out and attack opponents. I'm giving it to him. Tu Enchai took it. Wow, little brother, thank you. Kwok Tu said, Deep Tu Enchai, you're not bad, you've hit the jackpot this time. Although the attack power of this basket is average, its owner will gain 100 lucky points. Tu Enchai was overjoyed. With these 100 lucky points, won't I be able to run rampant on the continent? He ran over again and asked, Sister, what business does he have with the headmaster? Tu Enchai said, I have an important matter to discuss with the headmaster. Can he take me to see the headmaster? He replied, he has an important matter? The headmaster is in seclusion. He won't be seeing anyone during this time. Tu Enchai was surprised. Seclusion? How long will he be in seclusion? Dong Nathuong's spiritual power on the soul-searching pearl can only last for 100 days. After 100 days, it will automatically dissipate. Oh no. He continued, in 15 days, it will be the Inner Sex Book Collection Conference. The headmaster will also come out of seclusion to participate then. Tu Enchai sighed, I see, I understand. Thank you for telling me. I'll be going now. Suddenly, he started crying. Tu Enchai turned around and patted his head. Little brother, don't cry. People will think I'm bullying you. He wiped his tears and said, boo-hoo-hoo. The headmaster is in seclusion. It's been so hard for me to find someone to talk to here. But you want to leave. Most importantly, if you leave, how can I see you again? I still want to eat bread and jam. Tu Enchai looked at him, stunned. Oh my god, this child is so adorable. Then she took out some bread and candy. I'll give you all this bread. It should be enough for you to eat for a while. He immediately cheered up. Thank you. Tu Enchai told the system to take out an iPhone 16. Then she gave it to him. I'm giving you this treasure. If you want to see me, use it to contact me. He was surprised. What is this? Tu Enchai taught him how to use it. If you want to see me, just tap on my profile picture to contact me. You can even video call. He treasured the phone. Is this phone a love token you're giving me? Tu Enchai was surprised. Why is your face so red? Then he left with the candy and bread. I'll contact you. I have to go now. Tu Enchai stood there looking at him, puzzled. What's going on? Children's minds are so hard to understand. Then he went to an empty spot, sat down, and looked at the phone Tu Enchai gave him. This sister is so nice. She's both beautiful and kind. He imagined the scene of marrying Tu Enchai. When I grow up, I will definitely marry my sister. Tu Enchai, on the other hand, walked and thought, her mind in turmoil. In 15 days, Dong Ne Thuong will definitely know the wooden box is missing. I have to take good care of the soul-searching pearl. When the headmaster comes out of seclusion, I will expose Dong Ne Thuong's actions. I should avoid that old hag during this time. Suddenly, Dong Ne Thuong and her subordinate approached. Deep Tuni, you just want to Tien Haxi you. She looked at Tuni with displeasure. Heavens, speak of the devil. Tuni forced a smile. Vice Headmaster Dong, I remember that it was thanks to the headmaster's guidance that I was able to enter the inner court. Today, since I was free, I came to visit the headmaster, but I didn't expect him to be in seclusion. Dong Ne Thuong sneered, oh, is that so? I thought I wasn't teaching well enough, so you had to go seek guidance from the headmaster. Tuni quickly explained, how could that be? Ha ha ha, wouldn't that be selling out the vice headmaster? I wouldn't do something like that. She smiled and said, that's good then. By the way, I heard from Lin Fai that when you were on a mission together, you got to know Non Noyette and he treated you very well. Is that true? Tu Enchai panicked. Damn it, that blabbermouth. Dong Ne Thuong suddenly asking about this suggests she already knows about the fight between Non Noyette and Manhua Nin, and even knows the soul-searching pearl was stolen. So she quickly denied it. We aren't really acquainted. Non Noyette's personality is very strange. I've only met him a few times. He's full of tricks, just a lecher. Only then did Dong Ne Thuong understand. So that's it. I haven't seen you at the Tu Van Pavilion for training these past 2 days. Where have you been? Tuni replied, I've been practicing the Jiao Hoa palm that Vice Principal Dong taught me. I haven't rested for a single minute. Dong Ne Thuong looked at her suspiciously. Really? Then how much have you learned? Can you demonstrate it for me now? Tuni thought to herself that this old woman wanted to test her. System, scan Jiao Hoa palm. The system reported, scan successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully learning Jiao Hoa palm. She then said to Dong Ne Thuong, but without an opponent, how am I supposed to demonstrate it? How about I test my Jiao Hoa palm on the maid next to you for a bit? Then she used the palm technique on the maid standing beside her. The maid was terrified. Dong Ne Thuong was shocked to see her subordinate struck by Tuni's palm technique. How is that possible? Tuni said smugly, I've been practicing day and night. Why would it be impossible? Dong Ne Thuong ran to help Bao Chan. Are you okay? Tuni smiled. It seems my Jiao Hoa palm is quite effective. This Bao Chan has done many wicked things, cultivating evil arts with Dong Ne Thuong. She deserves it. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Defeat an evil person with Jiao Hoa palm. You've received system rewards. 1. A single cut saber. 2. A heavenly sword. 3. The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Manual, Volume 2. 4. The 19 Manual, Volume 3. 5. 500 gold coins. Tuni was overjoyed. Hooray! 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm rich. While Dong Naithuong was helping Bao Chan, Tuni said her goodbyes. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. But the woman called her back. Wait. Tuni turned back and smiled. Is there anything else I can help you with, Vice Principal Dong? How troublesome. Is she plotting something evil again? Dong Naithuong asked. Yesterday, Manhua Nin Sr. was seriously injured on a mission. As an inner court disciple, you should go to the Nin Royal Mansion to visit him. Tuni agreed. All right, I'll go to the Nin Royal Mansion to visit him. The two watched Tuni's retreating back. She said to Bao Tran, inform the hidden assassins they can prepare to act. Bao Tran took the order. Yes, Dong Naithuong said, the chance for revenge has come. The Taming Pearl is incredibly important. If it's brought before the headmaster, everything will be ruined. It's better to kill the wrong person than to miss the right one. We absolutely cannot let Deep Tuni get away. That's right. Tell the assassins to be careful when they capture her. Don't hurt her. If she really knows Non Noyette, she might be able to help us find the Taming Pearl. As Tuni walked, she thought, I can't believe Manhua Nin was also seriously injured in the battle at the inn. Judging by Dong Naithuong's tone, his injuries are not light. Suddenly, a group of people carrying buckets of water ran past, shouting, make way, make way. Someone tripped, and water spilled all over Tuni. Tuni was furious about being splashed. She began to feel dizzy. It smells so good. Is this water scented? Oh no, there's a sleeping incense in the water. Suddenly, another person ran over. Miss, are you all right? Tuni said, I'm fine, but you're the ones in trouble. She then used her palm technique on them and fled. They shouted, get her. Tuni channeled her spiritual energy. Fa ach, Fong Noyette Cham. She thought, I'm running out of strength. TQ, it's your turn. TQ appeared, and the people outside panicked. Look, it's the 9-tailed fox celestial beast. I heard it's Princess Tu's spirit beast. Is the princess on her way? Tuni unleashed the Hanbang palm. Everyone was astonished. That's incredible. Tuni thought, while I still have some strength, I have to get out of here fast. I was on my way to visit Manhua Nin and ran into assassins. Dong Naithuong must be behind this. Damn it. I can't run much longer. This sleeping incense is powerful. Suddenly, a carriage passed by. She thought, a carriage, just in time. I'll get on first. She climbed onto the carriage, lifted the curtain and entered, pulling out a dagger to threaten the person inside. Don't move. It turned out to be Q Kwang Chien. Tuni pressed the dagger to his neck. What do you mean, don't move? She gave an awkward laugh. Your Highness Chien. Q Kwang Chien said, your hand certainly has a knack for finding its way to my waist. Tuni looked down and realized her hand was resting on a rather sensitive spot of his. Sorry. Q Kwang Chien teased her again. I wonder what the princess wants, boarding my carriage with a dagger in one hand. Do you plan to threaten me with a blade to my neck again, like last time? Tuni, lying in Q Kwang Chien's arms, said, your highness is making fun of me. I was just... Before she could finish, she suddenly felt dizzy. This time, her strength was completely gone, and she fainted on his shoulder. The attendant outside said, your highness, don't you still need to go to the Nin Royal Mansion to visit the first prince? Q Kwang Chien looked at Tuni and said, back to the residence first. Tuni woke up later. Where am I? She opened her eyes, feeling very warm. Looking around, she saw the elegant room. This must be Q Kwang Chien's residence. Dong Naithuong is too vicious. I have to find a way to hide until the headmaster comes out of seclusion. Just as she sat up, Q Kwang Chien appeared before her. Princess Tu, you just woke up and you already want to leave? Tuni quickly bowed. Your Highness Chien is joking. I was just about to look for you to thank you for your care today. Q Kwang Chien fanned himself. It's a small matter. I'm just curious why the princess suddenly fainted on the road. When I was on the road, I was ambushed by some villains. It could have been a minor injury or it could have been life-threatening. Today, I was just accidentally drugged with a sleeping potion by some thugs. I was running away when I happened to stumble into your highness's carriage and then I fainted. Qiu Guangqian was surprised. There was such a thing? Then the princess must be more careful. Tuni wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Being careful is useless. I went to a fortune teller who said I've been having a string of bad luck lately. I need to find a place with good feng shui in the southeast of Imdu City, a place that can harmonize heaven and earth, to take shelter and avoid a great calamity. She thought, right now, whether I go back to the state uncle's mansion or the Tu Van Pavilion, I'm afraid I can't escape the eyes of those annoying women. The only safe place now is the Gao Tuet residence. I'll wait until the headmaster comes out of seclusion, then use the Tam and Pearl to expose Dong Nathuong's true face. She then said to him, actually, I felt refreshed as soon as I woke up. I've discovered that the feng shui of this Gao Tuet residence is very compatible with my 5 elements. Plus, this place is right in the southeast. I just don't know if Your Highness Qian would allow me to stay here for 15 days to avoid this calamity. Qiu Guangqian laughed. Of course you can. Tuni was overjoyed. Success. Then Tuni thanks Your Highness Qian. Seeing Tuni bow, Qiu Guangqian quickly stopped her. Princess, you don't need to thank me. Coincidentally, I've been lacking a personal maid to serve me lately. If Princess Tu is willing to condescend, you can stay at Gao Tuet residence for as long as you like. Only then did Tuni panic, thinking no wonder Qiu Guangqian agreed so readily. So there was a condition attached. But she had no choice but to agree. Tuni then forced a smile. Of course I'm willing. It's just being a personal maid. Since Your Highness has taken me in, I should naturally do something to repay Your Highness Qian. Then Qiu Guangqian gave her an order. In that case, it's getting late. Princess Tu, please prepare dinner. Tuni also happily complied. Yes. In the kitchen, Tuni transformed into a beautiful Chinese chef. A great man must know how to adapt. I'll endure him for 15 days and then we'll see. Looking at the fish on the cutting board, she wondered, how should I handle this fish? Kwok Tu appeared. You can ask this great master for guidance. Seeing Tuni's disdainful look, Kwok Tu asked, what's with that arrogant expression? Do you even know how to cook? When it comes to fine food, I am the expert. It's just that I don't like cooking, so I can only give you a few pointers. Tuni then gritted her teeth and agreed. You're the best. Hurry up and tell me how. Kwok Tu began. There are many ways to cook fish. Among them, my favorite is fish soup. Tuni started working, scaling the fish, adding spices, simmering it on low heat, and finally seasoning it. After a while, she finally finished a hearty pot of fish soup, osmanthus-flavored fish soup, tea cream and pastries, and a healthy vegetable dish. After she was done, Kwok Tu commented, well, it looks decent. Then she carried the fish soup towards Qiu Guangqian's room. I remember Qiu Guangqian's room is this way. Your Highness Qian, dinner is served. Suddenly, a palace maid came out of the room carrying a basin of water, which was completely red with blood. Tuni asked in a panic, why is there so much blood in the basin? Is His Highness Qian injured? But the palace maid just said, this is the master's business. This servant dares not say more. The palace maid left with the basin of water. Tuni thought to herself, I can't believe this mansion has so few servants, yet every one of them is tight-lipped. Speaking of the battle between Non Noyette and Manhua and Nin the other day, Non Noyette was seriously injured. Although I healed him, he might still have internal injuries. Could Qiu Guangqian and Non Noyette be the same person? I have to go see what happened. She suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. She accidentally stepped on Tu Bok, who let out a cry. Sorry. This fish soup is for you. After placing the fish soup for Tu Bok, she walked to the bed and saw him bandaging his arm. Seeing him, Tuni stammered, Your Highness Qian. Qiu Guangqian was bandaging a wound on his hand. It seems Princess Tu doesn't care much for etiquette, even forgetting the rule of knocking before entering. Tuni kept staring at the wound on his hand, then saw the broken vase on the floor. So he was injured because he accidentally broke the vase. I almost thought Qiu Guangqian and Non Noyette were the same person. Tuni brought a plate of food. Weren't you worried that His Highness Qian was hungry? That's why I hurried to bring dinner. She ordered someone, bring the dishes I personally made. Then the dishes were placed on the table. This is spicy fish. Next to it are spicy and numbing fish bones, and there's also osmanthus-flavored fish soup, accompanied by exquisite tea and pastries. Qiu Guangqian looked at the red fish soup and frowned. Tuni was flustered. What's wrong? Is it not to your Highness Qian's taste? Qiu Guangqian picked up the bowl and continued to eat. No, it looks fine. Let me try it. Tuni stood beside him nervously, wondering if he would like the food she had worked so hard to make. Tuni's thoughts wandered. This is strange. Since when did I have such girlish thoughts? It's like the first time cooking for someone I like. How nauseating. The moment Qiu Guangqian took a bite, he frowned and coughed. Tuni quickly asked, is it not good? His Highness Qian smiled and said, it's just that I haven't eaten anything this spicy in a long time, so I'm a bit unused to it. Tuni said disappointedly, so you can't eat spicy food? Then don't eat the spicy dish, eat something else. But he picked up the bowl of fish soup and said, it's fine. Princess Tu personally cooked it. If I don't eat a lot, wouldn't I be letting down her kindness? Tuni then handed him a pastry. You can't eat spicy food, yet you finished all the spicy fish I made. Here, have a cream puff. It's very sweet. Qiu Guangqian smiled and took a bite. This pastry called a cream puff is indeed novel. The taste is also very fragrant and sweet. Tuni said proudly, of course. The things I make are only the best. He picked up another puff. Let me try this red one. Tuni was even happier. Go ahead, they're all delicious. Then Qiu Guangqian spat it out, as if he was on fire. So spicy. Only then did Tuni remember. Sorry, I forgot the red one is the spicy cream puff. Sorry, Your Highness Qian. Drink some water quickly. Qiu Guangqian drank the water resentfully. Tuni looked at his strong physique and couldn't help but get a nosebleed. He's so handsome. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in a panic. Your Highness. He ran to the dining table and said in surprise, Your Highness, what are you eating? How can you eat such spicy things with your body? Only then was Tuni surprised. Huh? Qiu Guangqian can't eat spicy food. Qiu Guangqian waved his hand at his subordinate and said, it's fine. But the subordinate was still dissatisfied and grumbled, how can it be fine? Your Highness is sick. The pharmacist has repeatedly warned that your illness forbids spicy food. Tuni was horrified. I can't believe I didn't know he couldn't eat spicy food. He asked, all right, you rushed in like this, is something wrong? The subordinate said in a panic, it's an imperial edict. The emperor said he recently obtained a sword manual, but doesn't understand the sword intent within, so he has summoned you to the palace to discuss the profound meanings of swordsmanship. Then Qiu Guangqian stood up. I know. Go prepare the carriage. I'll be there shortly. Tuni stayed and said to him, Your Highness Qian, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you. Qiu Guangqian just said, it has nothing to do with you. I ate it because I wanted to. Tuni was stunned. Oh my god, what kind of fairy is Qiu Guangqian? This smile is so heart-stopping. That night, she was stargazing and chatting with Kwok Tuesday. Speaking of the emperor, he's also a 7-stage master. He's so powerful, yet he's puzzled by a sword manual and has to call Qiu Guangqian to the palace to discuss it. Kwok Tu said, this proves that Qiu Guangqian's martial arts are profound and unfathomable. You have to work hard. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. Is Qiu Guangqian back? Seeing Tuni's tense expression, Kwok Tu said, look how excited you are. Do you want to go on a date with him? Unexpectedly, she rushed to his room. Then, Tuni hit Kwok Tu on the head hard. You still dare to speak? There are so many ways to cook. Why did you teach me to make a spicy dish? If something happens to Qiu Guangqian and it affects the relationship between the two countries, will the Vietnam nation and the Tuet Vuk nation spare me? Kwok Tu was also very surprised. I didn't know he was so weak he couldn't even eat spicy food. A loud noise suddenly came from beside Tuni. Could it be that his illness has relapsed? She ran to his room and saw Qiu Guangqian standing unsteadily. Qiu Guangqian. Tuni ran to support him. Your Highness Qian, what's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, he even vomited blood. Looking at his appearance, Qiu Guangqian called Tuni, then fainted on her. Why did I think of Non Noyette when he called me Tuni? She helped him onto the bed. Your Highness Qian, are you all right? Let me help you onto the bed. Suddenly, he grabbed her. Damn it. He's holding me so tight. He's already fainted, so how can he be so strong? Tuni struggled. Being held so tightly by him, she couldn't get off the bed at all. Half an hour later, Tuni was pinned down by Qiu Qian to the point where she couldn't move. Tuni was exhausted and gave up. I want to sleep with you tonight. Be good. Tuni lay looking at Qiu Qian's face. He's so handsome even when he's sleeping. She transformed into a seductive demoness. Such a beautiful face. This angelic man is lying next to me. If I don't take advantage of him, there must be something wrong with my head. Then, she groped his firm chest. Your Highness Qian, I'll just touch a little. Such big pecs. I'll touch a little more. At this point, she blushed. Wow, such firm abs. I'll touch one last time. Your Highness Qian's butt is so firm. She pinched it and laughed out loud. I've hit the jackpot tonight. The next morning, Tuni woke up and saw Qiu Qian still sleeping soundly. He's sleeping so soundly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Tuni went to open the door, and a beautiful woman appeared. Who is this strange beauty? Judging by her clothes, she doesn't seem like a servant of Ngao Tuet residence. The woman was very surprised to see Tuni. Are you the new maid? I don't think I've seen you before. Tuni gave an awkward laugh. I guess you could say that. After all, I did agree to be Qiu Qian's temporary maid. It's probably not a problem to say I'm a maid. Then, she introduced herself. I am Tu Van Duong, from the alchemy department at Tu Van Pavilion. I'm always responsible for His Highness Qian's health. Tuni was surprised. An alchemist? People can become alchemists because their spiritual power is especially rare. They can concoct many types of pills, some to enhance cultivation, some to supplement spiritual power, and some to cure serious illnesses or injuries. No matter which country, the status of an alchemist is very noble, especially a high-level alchemist who will be respected by ordinary people and cultivators. The girl in front of her is a disciple of the alchemy class at Tu Van Pavilion, so her alchemy level must not be low, otherwise she wouldn't be entrusted with the important task of taking care of Qiu Qian. Qiu Qian's subordinate rushed over in a panic. Miss Stu has arrived. Yesterday, His Highness ate a lot of spicy food. Please come and see him quickly. Tu Van Duong frowned. Why is His Highness Qian's body so weak? Even if he eats spicy food, it shouldn't be like this. The subordinate asked, so, Miss Du, do you have a cure? Tu Van Duong said, I'm afraid ordinary pills are not enough. With His Highness's current condition, we need to concoct another type of medicine that can alleviate his illness. The subordinate was worried. What medicine? I'll go buy it at the pharmacy. I'm afraid you can't buy it outside. It's not difficult to concoct this kind of spirit medicine, but it requires a medicinal ingredient called tich qua, which Tu Van Pavilion currently doesn't have. The subordinate and Tuni were both very worried. So, where can we find tich qua? Go find it. Hien Vien Mon has a deep mountain with abundant spiritual energy. There are many heat-type plants in the mountain, so tich qua should be found there. It's just that a treasured land like that, Hien Vien Mon has never allowed outsiders to enter, let alone pick herbs there. The subordinate said, I understand. Then all trouble Miss due to go back to the Tu Van Pavilion to prepare the other medicinal ingredients. I'll find a way to get the tich qua. Tu Van Duong reminded him, but you have to be quick. If we delay any longer, His Highness Qian's condition will worsen. After saying that, she left. Tuni asked the subordinate worriedly, what are you going to do? Are you going to beg Hien Vien Mon to let you pick the herbs? The subordinate looked very stressed. If it were that easy to beg, the alchemy class at Tu Van Pavilion would have had it long ago. Miss Du wouldn't be in such a difficult position either. Tuni asked, so you're planning to sneak into the back mountain of Hien Vien Mon to pick herbs? He replied, that's right. Then Tuni said, I'll go with you. He was very surprised. How can you? The princess is a noble lady. How can you do this kind of thing with me? Besides, there are many high-level cultivators in Hien Vien Mon. If you get into danger, I can't bear the responsibility. Tuni advised him, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Besides, the situation is so urgent. Isn't having an extra person to help an extra guarantee? He finally agreed. Then Tuni ran off, saying, Vu-san, go prepare the carriage. I have to change my clothes before we can act. Vu-san was confused. Why? Tuni smiled and said, a girl loves beauty. Isn't changing my outfit to avoid that old woman? I was originally going to rely on Q Kwang-chien to avoid her, but now I have to go out to find medicine. I definitely have to change my clothes. Looking for the fruit for Q Kwang-chien, she drew closer. I give you my whole heart, you stinky brat. Wait for me to come back obediently. On the continent, there are hundreds of immortal cultivation sects, big and small, Hien Vien, Bong Lai, Ko Wan, Thuong Sun. But the four great sects like Hien Vien, Ko Wan, Bong Lai, and Thuong Sun are even more famous on this continent. At Tu Van Pavilion, although Hien Vien Mon is very famous, because this sect is basically in Vien Nam Nation, and Vien Nam Nation has Tu Van Pavilion guarding it, supported by the royal family, and has noble disciples following. So this year Hien Vien Mon has been suppressed by Tu Van Pavilion. Tuni and Vu-san rode to Hien Vien Mon, and the two were hiding. Vu-san reluctantly asked, Princess Tu, do we really have to dress like this? Tuni said, this is called ninjutsu. Right now, we're playing the role of a big tree to avoid the enemy's sight. They eavesdropped on the disciples' conversation. We've been guarding the main gate for 49 days. I wonder when senior brother Lang will break through. Who knows? Anyway, we just have to guard the main gate obediently. Vu-san was surprised. I can't believe there are so many guards. It seems it won't be easy to sneak in. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to fight our way in. Tuni told him, after all, this is Hien Vien Mon's territory. If we fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Why don't you go and lure those people away, and I'll go up the mountain alone. Vu-san pressed himself against the tree trunk. No way. That's too dangerous. If His Highness Chien finds out I let the princess go up the mountain alone, he'll definitely not spare me. Tuni said seriously, stop talking nonsense. Whether your highness can recover and scold you depends on whether we can bring back the Tichqua. Vu-san stammered. Then, all right then. Princess, you must be careful. Tuni left. Don't worry. Then Vu-san launched a sneak attack to divert their attention. They panicked. Who dares to sneak attack us? Then they chased after Vu-san with their swords. On the back mountain of Hien Vien Mon, Tuni successfully snuck in. She panted, so hot. The higher I go, the hotter it gets. I just don't know where to find the Tichqua. She took out a drawing of the Tichqua. This fruit looks so strange. Kwok Tu followed her. Finding the Tichqua is very simple. The Tichqua has a fiery attribute and grows on steep cliffs. Just keep climbing the mountain and you'll find it. Tuni followed his advice. All right. Suddenly, the Tichqua appeared before her eyes. Tuni said happily, quick, praise me. Kwok Tu had no choice but to say, you're so good. That's great. Tuni was puzzled. Is this a person from Hien Vien Mon? The spiritual power he's cultivating is so strong. As she got closer, she was pushed back by the spiritual power. He's breaking through the realm. Tuni was horrified. From the 5th stage to the 6th stage Spirit King? Everyone knows that breaking through from the 5th stage Great Cultivator to the 6th stage Spirit King is a qualitative leap, like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, or a phoenix being reborn from the ashes. Kwok Tu said, he's been in seclusion here for 49 days, just to break through to the 6th stage Spirit King realm. His situation is not good. I'm afraid he's encountered an obstacle in his breakthrough and could go berserk at any time. You should quickly climb up and pick the fruit. Don't make a sound to startle him, or the consequences will be dire. Tuni climbed up to pick the Tichqua. The rope creaked. She tried to reach the Tichqua. Just a little more. But the rope suddenly broke. Tuni panicked and fell to the ground. The disciple opposite suddenly stood up and looked over with a sharp gaze. Has he really gone berserk? He asked angrily, who is it? Who dares to barge into the back mountain of Hien Vien Mon? Tuni was scared, but still stammered. Senior brother Lang, I am a new disciple of Hien Vien Mon. Please calm down. Let's sit down and talk properly. Tuni cried silently, this is the worst luck ever. Not only am I being followed by that crazy old woman, but now I'm picking herbs and I've run into someone who's going crazy from breaking through. He still had spiritual power. Anyone who enters this place die. Tuni quickly dodged. Du Van Mu. Want to run? Where can you run? Hellfire burns all. Ni was terrified. What kind of palm technique is this? One palm created lava on the ground. She also had spiritual power. Hey, you crazy guy, you think I'm a vegetarian? You play with hellfire. Then I'll show you this move, Heavenly Snowstorm, Absolute Zero. This move is a combination of the cold energy I absorbed from Q Kwang Chien, the Han Suong Tru Chi I just learned, and the spiritual power from before. Watch me freeze your lava. He was terrified. What? How is that possible? His head felt like it was about to explode. Kwok Tu came closer to check. Oh no, his firepower is increasing rapidly. I'm afraid he's about to self-destruct. If he explodes, you'll be blown to bits too. Tuni was also startled. Then what should I do? He cried out in pain. So hot, so hot. Kwok Tu said, kill him before he self-destructs. That way, there's still a glimmer of hope. Tuni, no way. If he's already gone berserk and his firepower is so strong, then me. She began to channel her Han Suong Tru Chi. He cried out again, so cold. So comfortable. Let me touch you. He waved his hands wildly and grabbed Tuni's hand. Tuni panicked. Hey, don't bother me. Then his inner demon appeared. Tuni was surprised. This is the inner demon of the primordial spirit. I have to give it my all. She continued to channel cold energy. He shouted, continue. It feels so good. Then he lunged at her. Tuni said in a panic, I'm reaching my limit. Then the two of them fell to the ground. Tuni slowly opened her eyes. She helped him up. His inner demon is gone. Kwok Tu came over and said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Tuni smiled and said, I was just taking a gamble. I thought he was cultivating in such a hot place. The temperature here must be very helpful for his cultivation. The spiritual power he uses is also of the fire attribute, so I transferred the Han Suong Tru Chi to him, a fusion of ice and fire. Suddenly, someone put a sword to her neck from behind. Who are you? How dare you barge into the back mountain and disturb my senior brother Lang's breakthrough? Tuni was surprised. Du Van. Du Van was also very surprised. Deep Tuni. Why is my senior brother naked? Are you two dual cultivating? Tuni sighed. How do I explain this? That's right. Why are you still bald? Du Van explained. Last time, I lost to you and you shaved my head. I decided to keep this hairstyle until I defeat you. Then Du Van sat down and admired him. Wow, senior brother's body is so beautiful. She even poked his skin with her hand. Seeing the bodies of senior brother and Q Kwang Chien is my lifelong dream. Tuni explained. Miss Du Van, to be honest with you, His Highness Chien is sick and needs the Zich Kwa here. I snuck in here to pick herbs for him. Who knew I would run into your senior brother going berserk? I had to save him first. Du Van panicked. What? His Highness Chien is sick. Tuni replied, that's right. He's been in a coma for a long time. Then Du Van picked the Zich Kwa and gave it to Deep Tuni. Tuni took the fruit but was very surprised. Why did you? Du Van smiled and said, I already told you. During the last 10,000 Buddhas festival, although I was shaved bald, I see it as a motivation to become stronger. Tuni forced a laugh. Du Van added, thanks to you, I even comprehended the bald fist technique. This can be considered a secret technique in our Hien Vien Mon. Tuni was stunned. Then you're a one-punch man. Then Du Van quietly said to Tuni, however, I'm giving you this fruit with a condition. Tuni was surprised. What condition? Du Van raised the ring on her hand. This statue ring of mine can transmit images. You just said Q Kwang Chien is in a coma. I want you to use this ring to transmit an image of Q Kwang Chien's body to me. I've been thinking about his body for a long time. Tuni held her stomach and laughed. You were just teasing your senior brother's body a moment ago, and now you're thinking about His Highness Chien. Scene change. If His Highness Chien wants me to comb your hair, then Tuni will begin. Then she fiddled with his hair. How is it? Q Quangqian is speechless, isn't he? It seems it's not very good. This style isn't formal enough. Tuni continued, if you want it to be formal, you should have said so earlier. Is this formal enough? She created a hairstyle that weighed 10 pounds, with several accessories on Q Quangqian's head. He stammered, asking if she thought it was beautiful. Tuni continued to style. If you want it to be beautiful, you should have said so earlier. Is a hairstyle like this beautiful enough? Q Quangqian was completely silent. It's exactly like my hairstyle. Q Quangqian, you brought this on yourself. You want me to serve you? Forget it. Q Quangqian had to say perfunctorily, it's very beautiful, very creative. Tuni picked up a lipstick. System, get the super white lipstick and foundation. Your Highness Qian, now I will use the most fashionable spiritual energy of the 21st century to do your makeup. A moment later, success. Your Highness Qian, now you are the #1 handsome man here. I've made you so beautiful that even women will want to have your children. Q Quangqian had blush and lipstick on, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he just smiled and held her tightly. Princess Tu, is this really a handsome man? Does Princess Tu like me like this? Even women want to have my children. Tuni looked at his face and stammered, yes, very handsome. I like handsome men the most. Q Quangqian then wiped off the lipstick. If I were really like this, would all women want to have my children? Q Quangqian threw his clothes to the side. Then let's practice a bit with Princess Tu. Tuni blushed and covered herself with her hands. So handsome. I originally wanted to take the initiative, but he just keeps staring in the mirror. Then he pointed to the side. Stand over there. Please. Tuni just stared at him from a close distance. Even though she did his makeup terribly, he was still so handsome. She forced a smile and said, Your Highness Qian, don't make things difficult for me. I am now your personal maid. How could I be so fortunate as to have a child for my master? Q Quangqian also replied, I don't mind. Besides, being a personal maid is only temporary. You were originally a princess. We can be considered a good match. Tuni was so angry she was fuming. His Highness Qian is really clinging to me to death. I can't find any loopholes at all. Absolutely not. At least for now, I'm still your personal maid. I can't cross the line. Q Quangqian raised an eyebrow. Have we done few things that cross the line? In this lake, on the carriage. I even have it in the wooden house. Then he picked her up. Let's go. Have a baby. Tuni was startled. Your Highness Qian, don't be like this. She was thrown onto the bed. So embarrassing. What should I do? Q Quangqian sat down beside her. Princess Tu is also very beautiful today. Tuni said seriously. Your Highness Qian, the joke should stop. We can't pretend to be real. System, get the makeup remover. Tuni frantically wiped. Your Highness Qian must be angry because I did your makeup so badly, right? I was just kidding. I'll wipe it clean for you now. Q Quangqian just said, You are the first woman who can freely mess up my face. Then he picked her up. I must have a child with you. Then he kissed her passionately. Tuni was terrified. Oh my God, it seems he's serious. No way. The two were entangled. I have to get away from him quickly. Tuni pushed him away, clasped her hands together, and bowed her head. Your Highness Qian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have given you those strange hairstyles. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done your makeup so badly. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Q Quangqian stood up and smoothed his hair. The princess really doesn't understand the matters between men and women. Tuni forced a smile. Your Highness Qian is magnanimous. Please forgive me. Q Quangqian smiled coldly. You came to find me early this morning. It seems you've had some enlightenment after your fight with Tu Bok. Tuni wiped her tears. Yes, I've discovered that all techniques can be changed unpredictably. Even the Non Noyette cham can be changed according to my will. Q Quangqian finally changed the subject. She recalled, when I fought with the Bokma lion, I suddenly realized the Non Noyette cham storm. Even the Non Noyette cham has different uses. The wind blades of Non Noyette cham can also be used to unleash a new ultimate move through my control of spiritual energy. Non Noyette cham, wind blade butterfly slash. Qiu Quangqian said, "You've been learning Non Noyette Cham for so long, and now you can be considered to have some understanding. Whether it's swordsmanship, spiritual arts, or any secret technique, there are no limits to their analysis, so you can have different interpretations of Non Noyette Cham." Tuni was ecstatic. Different interpretations. So I can also perform a Non Noyette Cham in the shape of His Highness Jian? Qiu Quangqian smiled and fanned himself. The princess really still likes me. Tuni said happily, "Your Highness Jian, I've suddenly had a new insight." Then she quickly left. "Then I'll go cultivate first. Goodbye. I have to get out of here fast." Tuni went to the lake to feed the fish. "I've been at Ngao Tuet residence for 15 days now. Every day, besides cultivating, I just look at flowers, grass, and Qiu Quangqian. It's really monotonous. System. I see you're very satisfied with these days." Kwok Tu interjected, "Especially enjoying living with Qiu Quangqian, right?" Tuni immediately interrupted, "Nonsense. He and I are just exchanging cultivation knowledge. I've already reached the 4th stage, 6th level these past few days." Kwok Tu congratulated her, "Wow, 4th stage, 6th level. That's amazing. But why does it feel like your promotion is just an excuse to get close to him?" Tiubok suddenly appeared, meowing. Tuni, holding a Qiu Quangqian doll, turned to look at it. "Oh, you jealous cat. I was just looking for you. I've come up with a new move in my cultivation these past few days. You've helped me a lot." She handed it to Tiubok. "I know you like Qiu Quangqian, so I'm giving this to you." Tiubok happily took it, then transformed into human form. Tuni was surprised. "Why did you suddenly transform? What do you want?" Tiubok said, "Thank you." Tuni watched him endlessly kiss the Qiu Quangqian doll. "You transformed just to say thank you to me?" Then she put her arm around his shoulder. "Don't be so polite, you jealous boy." He pondered for a moment, then gave her a brooch. "You want to give me this brooch? You also know about returning favors." Then Tuni pinned it on her clothes. "How is it? Is it beautiful?" Tiubok smiled and gestured his approval. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for receiving the Bach Malayan brooch. Luck plus 100. Defense plus 100. Stamina plus 100. Kwok Tu appeared. The Bach Malayan brooch is very precious. It can activate a shield to protect the owner at any time. Luck plus 100. Defense plus 100. Stamina plus 100. Tuni was surprised. "It's that powerful?" Then she took out a box. "It's been 15 days, Dong Ne Thuong. I've finally waited for this day. Today is the Inner Court's library gathering, and it's also the day the headmaster comes out of seclusion. I will immediately hand over the tam and pearl to the headmaster." In the garden of Tu Van Pavilion, Tuni, in disguise, carefully opened the door and snuck in. Better to be careful. I can't run into Dong Ne Thuong at this time. Dong Ne Thuong suddenly appeared. "Deep Tuni, what are you sneaking around for?" Tuni was startled. "Oh no, why did I run into this old woman? Did she deliberately ambush me at the door?" She gave an awkward smile and greeted her. "Vice Principal Dong, I remember today is the library gathering, so I came to see." The old woman questioned her. "Then why haven't you been to Tu Van Pavilion these past few days? What's the reason?" Tuni explained, "I was just cultivating everywhere." "Vice Principal, you're being too controlling." Dong Ne Thuong said, "It seems you've been cultivating very hard. Coincidentally, I also have a matter related to your cultivation that I need you to do. Follow me." Tuni thought to herself, "It seems I don't need to pretend with this old woman anymore. Vice Principal Dong, there's no one here now. I don't want to beat around the bush anymore." Actually, after Vice Principal Dong came to ask me about Non Noyette, I was attacked when I left Tu Van Pavilion. I didn't pay much attention to it, but today you prevented me from participating in the library gathering, which makes me wonder if the people who want to harm me are related to you, Vice Principal Dong. And is there another ulterior motive behind your actions today?" Dong Ne Thuong laughed coldly. "I can't believe Deep Tuni dares to question me directly like this. She really isn't afraid of death." Then she turned around and looked straight at her. "Are you suspecting me?" Tuni was fearless. "I know many of your secrets. A little suspicion isn't too much, is it?" I said I would help you keep your secret, just hoping we can live in peace. I can even provide you with information about Non Noyette. Dong Nathwang was startled. You know where Non Noyette is? Tuni replied, that's right. Although I've only met Non Noyette a few times, I happen to know his whereabouts and true identity. Dong Nathwang recalled, Lin Fai once told me that Deep Tuni and Non Noyette have a very close relationship. This information can't be false. So tell me about Non Noyette quickly. Tuni laughed coldly. Ever since Non Noyette fought with Man Thuy Nin, this old woman has been looking for him. Unfortunately, she hasn't found anything. Tuni pushed her away with her hand. Although I said I want to live in peace with you, I hope you don't touch me with your dirty hands. You've colluded with evil cultivators. Your hands are not clean. Dong Nathwang asked, what do you want to tell me about Non Noyette? Tuni pointed at her face and said, you are really too stupid. You want information? Then you have to make me happy. Be my pet, let me teach you. Then I will tell you the news about Non Noyette. I guarantee it will satisfy you. Dong Nathwang was angry. You are too much. Tuni continued, who's being unreasonable? You colluded with evil cultivators and harmed so many good people. I told you to be my pet dog, to let me, a person of justice, fulfill my heroic dream. So what? Is that not okay? Then you'll never find Non Noyette in your life. Dong Nathwang seemed to waver. Tuni turned to leave. I'm very angry now. Even if you agree now, I have to reconsider. Dong Nathwang immediately changed her attitude. It's just playing a game with you. I agree to be your pet dog. But Tuni turned around and slapped her, causing her to fall to the ground. A pet dog that can still speak human language? You deserve a beating. Dong Nathwang held her face with one hand. I have to endure. Preserving my life is the most important thing. After I get the news about Non Noyette, I'll chop you into 100 pieces. Then she barked like a dog. Tuni laughed with delight after hearing that. Then she took out a rope. I'll hit you once. You have to shout, Master hits so well. Dong Nathwang cried out in fear, Master hits so well. Hits so well. Hits so well. Suddenly, Vong Pham and Tu So arrived. They were shocked. Princess Tu. Vong Pham even laughed and said, Vice Principal Dong is so friendly, even playing games with our Princess Tu. Tu So was surprised. Really? Tuni laughed. Vong Pham always knows how to help me out. Dong Nathwang stood up, thinking, it seems I've fooled them. Luckily, I still have my dignity. Tuni then asked Tu So, why did you come here? Tu So blushed. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Princess Tu. I thought you would definitely come to the library gathering. Vong Pham squeezed his shoulder and said, this kid has been looking for you for a long time. Luckily, he met me. I said I would definitely find Princess Tu. I'm really amazing, right? Tuni ran over and hugged him. That's great. We meet again. Tu So was happy and stammered, Princess Tu's hug is so warm and comfortable. Vong Pham also came closer. I also want a hug that symbolizes friendship. Tuni said, let's go to the library gathering. The three of them left. Dong Nathwang turned back and called out, wait, Deep Tuni. You promised to tell me everything just now. Tuni didn't turn back. Let's continue our conversation when it's just the two of us. Dong Nathwang was angry. Damn it, those two ruined my plan. At the inner court library square, Tu So was excited. We're here. Vong Pham acted as a guide. The library is one of the most mysterious places in Tu Van Pavilion. It has a total of 8 floors. Ordinary outer court disciples are not allowed to enter, and inner court disciples are only allowed up to the 4th floor. Tuni looked at the exterior and exclaimed, so majestic. The senior brothers of Tu Van Pavilion have also arrived. Isn't that Deep Tuni? It's been over 10 days since we last saw her. Was she caught and cornered somewhere? Junior sister must have gone to cultivate again. Tuni walked over and pinched Lin Fai's cheek. You naughty girl, why do you talk so much? Senior sister is still the one who knows how to talk. Senior sister smiled and said, your relationship is still so good. They walked in together. Strange, why isn't the headmaster here yet? Try said, didn't they say the headmaster would definitely attend the library gathering? Junior sister, don't be in a hurry. Let's pass the test first. The headmaster will personally appear to preside over the final ceremony. Tuni was surprised. A test? What kind of test? Vong Pham put his arm around her shoulder. This test is like an exam. Every year at the library gathering, the headmaster will give a topic to the disciples. Those who pass can receive a book from a different library. These books are all personally selected for us by the headmaster. Although they are not secret manuals, they are definitely books that the headmaster believes are very useful for our cultivation. Dong Nay Thuong appeared and told everyone to be quiet. Tuni looked at her and thought, just a moment ago, I was playing with her like a dog, and now she's pretending to be serious. How fake. Then she threw a scroll at them. Today is the library gathering. As usual, the headmaster has prepared a challenge for you. Your test is in this scroll. Just release your spiritual power, and the scroll that belongs to you will automatically open. This is the headmaster's test for you. I hope you can comprehend the mystery and successfully break the formation. I now declare the library gathering officially open. Try took the scroll first. After opening it, a cultivator on horseback charged down. Tuni exclaimed, "Is this magic or an illusion? Is the library gatherings challenge really that difficult?" Then everyone else also got their scrolls. He opened the scroll, and a chessboard appeared. Tuni was surprised. His test is playing chess? It seems not all tests are about fighting and killing. There are also some for entertainment. Tuni looked at her test, which was a group of naked men. Is this testing my determination? Let's play again. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Beauty, open your eyes and look at me. It's true, I'm surrounded by men. Forward and backward are all men. Tuso's trial is all candy. Why are there so many sweets? Tuni was also very surprised. His trial barrier has turned into a candy house? Tuso picked up a piece of candy and said happily, "It looks delicious. Did the headmaster want to treat me to some sweets?" As soon as he put it in his mouth, a snake's head appeared and bit him. It hurts. Tuni was horrified. Oh my god, that's so tragic. This is a sky lantern. What's my test? Do they want me to break this sky lantern? I received a new weapon, the Tien hack, from him before. Maybe I can try it out now. Duong Ni took out the Tien hack basket, but there was no reaction. Could there be a hidden mechanism in this lantern? She opened the lantern to look inside. There's nothing. I'm folded into a circle. Tuni struggled angrily. Damn it, what is this test supposed to be testing? A system notification appeared. Because you possess the Tien hack basket and the Bok Malion's brooch, your luck value has reached the standard. Now recall Q Kwang Qian's reminder. Princess, many magic techniques look complicated, but are actually very simple. Cultivation is the same. When you can turn complexity into simplicity, you can comprehend many principles within it. Tuni thought, turn complexity into simplicity. Could it be that this test is actually testing my comprehension of cultivation? Then she sat cross-legged, clasped her hands, and said, I understand. I want to pray. Deep Tuni wishes for her parents to be safe and worry-free for their entire lives. Suddenly, fireworks bloomed. Tuni was surprised. A book flew towards her. The Way of the Heart Sword Manual. So this test was to see if I would always be true to myself. Vong Pham said, I can't believe I passed so smoothly on my first time participating in the library gathering. I'm even better than Lin Fai. Tuni was embarrassed. I just got lucky. Tuso also ran over. Princess, I got a book. It's the barrier technique I like the most. Tuni ran over and hugged him. That's great. Tuso stammered happily. Tu, princess. Then he gave her a flower. This chocolate flower is what I got in the challenge. I've already tasted it. It's delicious. The rest is for you, princess. Tuni was touched and accepted it. Thank you, my darling. Then she took a bite, spat it out and said, so spicy. Oh my god. Tuso was surprised. It wasn't spicy when I ate it just now. Suddenly, a flock of immortal cranes and an old headmaster arrived. He sat on a crane and called out, Tuni, we meet again. The disciples and vice principal bowed. Greetings, headmaster. Tuni was overjoyed. He's here. I can finally see him. Now I can hand over the tam and pearl to the headmaster. To put an end to Dong Naithuong's matter, the headmaster descended. Today is the library gathering. All my inner court disciples have passed the test. You all make me very happy. Follow me into the library. Tuni took out the box containing the tam and pearl. Headmaster, I have something important to give you. The headmaster and the elders are all here. On such an important occasion, Dong Naithuong, your crimes are about to be exposed by me. The headmaster was about to take the box. This is... Dong Naithuong was flustered. Headmaster, now is the most important moment of the library gathering. Let's talk about trivial matters after the ceremony is over. But Ni turned around and mocked her. Vice Principal Dong, why are you in such a hurry? The thing in the box is of course the most important. That's why I dare to take it out on such an important occasion. Dong Naithuong was speechless. Deep Tuni said. The headmaster then asked, this is... Then Tuni opened the box. This is the tam and pearl. The headmaster was shocked. The tam and pearl? Everyone was puzzled. Isn't that the magical artifact that evil cultivators use to search for the remnants of the 6 paths of reincarnation? How did such an evil item end up in Deep Tuni's hands? Tuni explained, Headmaster, through my investigation, the previous incident of the evil ghost path's remnant seal was achieved through this tam and pearl. Everyone knows that whoever has used the tam and pearl will leave a trace of their spiritual power on it. As long as the headmaster examines the remaining spiritual power on the pearl, he can know who it is. The headmaster was also flustered. You're right. Give me the pearl quickly so I can examine it carefully. Tuni was suspicious. Something's not right. Then she stopped him. The headmaster is a 9th stage Imperial Venerable expert. You just need to glance at it, and you should be able to see the spiritual power of the person who used this pearl, right? The headmaster looked troubled. We have to be careful. Give me the pearl to examine. Theoni held the tam and pearl and stepped back. Something's not right. There's a problem with this headmaster. I have to verify it. She picked up the Heart Sword manual from before. I can't scan the headmaster's secret manual. It's not reacting at all. I have a cheat system. As long as my body touches the content of the secret manual, the system will immediately learn the skill. There's a problem with this headmaster. The system pulled out an Apple 16 phone. I gave him a phone before. She took out the phone to contact the son of the immortal Crane. I have to test him first. He was confused. Why is Princess Tu looking at me like that? Tuni pressed the phone. Everything that just happened was an illusion. Tuni was furious. An illusion? This fake. Then everything around her dissipated. She held her sword and the tam and pearl. Is this the inner courts garden? Why did Dong Naithuong suddenly appear next to me? When did she cast an illusion on me? She laughed coldly. From the moment you stepped into the inner courts garden. Tuni was surprised. I can't believe Dong Naithuong's realm is so high. The illusion can appear so realistically in my mind. Whether it's the inner court disciples or the test of the library gathering, it's as if it really happened. Is this the power of an 8th stage saint? It's too powerful and too scary. She said, but you really surprised me a little. I didn't expect the tam and pearl to be on you. Tuni was panicked at this moment. Oh no. The system took out a smoke bomb, but she still caught up. Want to run? She grabbed Tuni by the neck. With just that little bit of strength, where do you think you can run? She snatched back the tam and pearl. Tuni was uncomfortable. Her spiritual power is too strong. What does she want to do? She laughed and stuffed the tam and pearl into Tuni's mouth. Tuni then fell down, panting. Deep Tuni, why would I need to kill you myself? Tuni clutched her throat, her body about to lose control. I have to call for help quickly. She took out her phone. In the inner court garden, save me. Dong Naithuong immediately smashed the phone. Stop your tricks. Today, I'll teach you a final lesson. Everyone knows the tam and pearl is made from the flesh and blood of countless living beings, but there's one thing that even evil cultivators don't know. Once the tam and pearl is swallowed, it will immediately melt the flesh and blood in the body. This is what you call an evil object. Deep Tuni, what do you think? If this thing merges with your flesh and blood, what kind of monster will you become? Tuni said in pain, so this is your purpose. Tuni struggled, then gradually transformed into a demonic form. Dong Nathwang crossed her arms and looked on with satisfaction. I didn't expect the evil energy of the Taming Pearl to be able to penetrate the body. What a world-shaking demon. The headmaster's son and a flock of immortal cranes flew over. What's wrong with Princess Tu? Tuni was overjoyed. I'm saved. The headmaster also appeared. Nathwang, what happened? Dong Nathwang pretended. I don't know why Deep Tuni suddenly turned into a demon. It seems she's been infected with some evil object. The headmaster then formed a seal. Tuni struggled on the ground, being sucked in. The elders also ran over. What's going on? Why does inner court disciple Deep Tuni have such overwhelming evil energy? With such strong evil energy, could Deep Tuni be colluding with evil cultivators? From now on, I'm worried. Princess, what's wrong with the princess? Dong Nathwang reminded, don't get close. The headmaster is suppressing the evil energy on Deep Tuni. The senior sister was puzzled. Why does junior sister have such evil energy? Try was horrified. The aura of an evil cultivator. Lin Fai was also very surprised. Oh my god, is Deep Tuni cultivating an evil path? That can't be. The headmaster approached Tuni. Tuni, what happened? Why do you have such strong evil energy? Tuni was speechless. Damn it, why can't I speak? Dong Nathwang told the headmaster, I was preparing to go to the library gathering when I passed by the garden and happened to see that Deep Tuni's complexion was not good, so I went up to ask. Who knew she had already lost consciousness? Tuni was furious. Damn it, this old woman reacts so quickly. Bitch. Dong Nathwang continued. I heard her say something about the evil cultivator's treasure, the Taming Pearl, and that she wanted to increase her cultivation. Tuni waved her hand behind her back to explain. Everyone looked at each other in horror. What? Someone said. Speaking of which, there have been rumors recently that the Taming Pearl is missing. All the cultivators are saying that just by swallowing the Taming Pearl, one can increase their cultivation. Could it be that Deep Tuni obtained the Taming Pearl, believed those ridiculous words, and swallowed it? What a classic case of a thief crying, "Stop thief." Tuni was helpless. Even if I can't speak, I can still write down what happened. But who would believe that Dong Nathwang forced me to swallow the Taming Pearl? She is the respected vice principal of Tu Van Pavilion. As for the previous video, they would also say it was just an illusion I created, not enough to prove Dong Nathwang's crime. If I expose Nathwang now, it will only make others think I'm framing her. If I really fall into her trap, even a god won't be able to save me. Dong Nathwang was secretly pleased. Since she's not speaking or shaking her head, it seems she's admitting she swallowed the Taming Pearl. The headmaster said, she's done such a shameful thing. As an elder of Tu Van Pavilion, I suggest executing her on the spot to serve as a warning and uphold the righteous path. Tuni pondered. Am I really doomed to die? Tu So ran up to stop the headmaster. You can't kill the princess. There must be a misunderstanding. The princess wouldn't swallow something like a Taming Pearl. Headmaster, you must save Princess Tu. Den Kia also ran to stop him. You can't kill my sister. My sister is a good person. Tuni thought to herself, in this world, the attitude of righteous cultivators towards evil cultivators is always to eradicate them completely, to avoid them like the plague. But I didn't expect that at this moment, the crybaby and the immortal crane boy would be willing to believe me. Vong Pham retorted, I'll bet my reputation as the great detective Vong Pham on it. Deep Tuni must have mistaken the Taming Pearl for a fruit and eaten it by mistake. Then he patted Lin Fai's shoulder. This is all a misunderstanding. Am I right? Lin Fai also stammered, although Deep Tuni is very stupid, she's very righteous and has saved us many times. I don't believe she would eat something from an evil path. Dong Nathwang paid no attention. Insolent. You are all becoming more and more disrespectful. The elders and the headmaster are here. Who allowed you to interfere in this matter? Bok Lai Nai stood up and said, Please allow this disciple to be presumptuous for once. Deep Tuni is an inner court disciple. We are all her senior and junior brothers and sisters, so naturally, we must protect each other. Moreover, Deep Tuni is not only a disciple of Tu Van Pavilion, She is also the Empress's niece, the princess of the Vietnam nation. Even if Tu Van Pavilion has the right to deal with the life and death of a disciple who has committed a crime, they should still show some respect to the Empress. The senior sister and other senior and junior brothers also echoed, "That's right." Tuni was surprised. "I can't believe that after only a short time with the senior brothers and sisters of the inner court, they are willing to help me. It's so comforting." The headmaster also thought, "She's right. Deep Tuni is indeed not an evil cultivator. Logically, she can be spared the death penalty." As an old master said, "Headmaster, even if she doesn't die, she has been infected with evil energy and cannot be easily let go." Dong Ne Thuong also added, "This matter must be severely punished, otherwise where will the rules of Tu Van Pavilion be?" The headmaster then ruled, "Then seal her cultivation. That way, the evil energy on her will also be sealed. And expel her from the inner court as a punishment." Dong Ne Thuong still disagreed. "Headmaster, isn't that too light?" The headmaster was surprised. "Light? Ne Thuong, you should know that for a cultivator who has always worked hard to cultivate, having their cultivation sealed is no different from death. Do you really think this punishment is light?" Dong Ne Thuong thought to herself, "It seems the headmaster is favoring Deep Tuni. If I continue to speak, I'm afraid it will make the headmaster even more suspicious. The headmaster is right. It was I who was not being considerate just now." Then he left. "I'll leave the rest to you to handle." The old master asked the vice principal, "How should we deal with Deep Tuni now?" Lin Fai approached her. "Vice principal is the kindest person. You definitely won't let Deep Tuni be seriously injured, right? Please be lenient. Absolutely don't make things difficult." Dong Mi Thuong pushed Lin Fai down. "Get out of my way." Tuni helped her up. "Lin Fai, I'm too naive. She actually really wants me to die. Heaven wants to entrust a great responsibility to someone, so it must train their will and body. Dong Ne Thuong, we'll just wait and see. There will be a day when I come back. I will definitely make you pay for the suffering I've endured." She ordered him to be taken to the place of punishment. Yes. At the place of punishment, Tuni was hung in the square. The elder standing beside her said, "Deep Tuni, I will now seal your spiritual power as a punishment." Sealing spiritual power requires going through 48 extreme lightning strikes, using lightning to block the connection between the Sea of Qi and the Dantian. The people below were in an uproar. That way, spiritual power can no longer be released, and in the future, spiritual power can no longer be used. The pain of the extreme lightning punishment is like being skinned alive. I'd rather die. Tuni was continuously beaten until she vomited blood. Well done. The more pain I endure today, the more motivation I'll have for revenge in the future. Vusan asked in horror, "Your Highness Q Quang Chien, what should we do to help Princess Tu?" Princess Tu's spiritual power is about to be sealed. Q Quang Chien turned his face away. "It's too late now." Tuni then lay down to rest. Suddenly, she woke up with a start. "It hurts." Kwok Tu appeared beside her. "You've been sleeping for 3 days. You're finally awake. Does it still hurt?" Tuni looked at her hands. "My spiritual power." Kwok Tu sighed. "Don't think about it. There's like an invisible wall between your Sea of Qi and your Dantian. No matter how hard you try, you can't use your spiritual power." Tuni was furious. "All my hard work and cultivation has been a waste?" Kwok Tu comforted her. "4th stage, 6th level. You're still a 4th stage, 6th level cultivator. It's far from a waste." The system panel displayed, Host, Deep Tuni. Level, 46. Realm, 4th stage, 6th level cultivator. Current experience, over 100. Gold coins, 20,000. Spirit pet, 9-tailed fox. Tuni hugged it. "Thank you for comforting me. Kwok Tuesday, ever since I fell for Dong Ne Thuong's illusion, I expected this outcome. Although I'm not resigned, I won't give up. I must get my revenge." Kwok Tu supported her. As expected of a reincarnated person who was once a military commander. Her will is indeed strong. Tuni said, "Kwok Tu, my spiritual power is sealed, but not completely gone. Even a sealing technique has a way to be broken, right?" Kwok Tu crossed his arms and said, That's true, but you're facing a problem right now. Do you remember when the headmaster gave you a spiritual sense and you were possessed by the evil energy of the Fa-ACH sword? The evil energy of the Fa-ACH sword comes from the sword itself. It recognizes you as its master, so it automatically submits to your will. Plus, at that time, you still had the spiritual sense that the old man gave you, which could completely suppress the evil energy of the Fa-ACH. But now, the Taming pearl is different. This pearl has merged with your flesh and blood, which is equivalent to having a demon in your body, and a very insidious one at that. That old man sealed your spiritual power, which means your evil energy was also sealed at the same time. That way, you won't be controlled by the evil energy and won't turn into an evil cultivator. Tuni was puzzled. If I break the seal, will the evil energy of the Tam and Pearl control me again? Kwok-tu said, that's right. Tuni was worried. I can't go berserk, but I also can't stay sealed without spiritual power forever. Kwok-tu thought for a moment and said, why don't we first think of a way to suppress the evil energy? When you can suppress the evil energy in your body, maybe we'll have a chance to find a way to restore your spiritual power. Tuni agreed. All right. Kwok-tu said, I'll go into the system and help you find other ways to restore your spiritual power. Tuni looked outside and said, speaking of which, where is this place? It's like a real-life version of Yuan Island, as beautiful as a fairyland. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It seems the medicine is working well. You're finally awake. Tuni was surprised. Excuse me, who are you? The woman introduced herself. I am teacher Ha-man from the alchemy class. Tuni was surprised. Is this the alchemy class of Tu Van Pavilion? Ha-man explained, that's right. You've been tainted by evil energy. To prevent the evil energy in your body from acting up one day, the elders have decided to let you stay at Tu Van Pavilion. So from now on, you're the pharmacist of the alchemy class. Tuni was surprised. A pharmacist? My spiritual power is sealed now, even my demonic energy. On what basis are you imprisoning me here? Ha-man said, that's right. Tu Van Pavilion doesn't restrict the freedom of its disciples, but you are no longer a disciple of Tu Van Pavilion, but a rogue cultivator who could go berserk at any time. Tuni asked, so what if I don't want to stay here? Ha-man immediately used her spiritual power on her. Tuni cried out, it hurts. Ha-man said, on your hand is a restriction talisman personally drawn by the vice principal. With it here, you can't leave the alchemy class for even half a step. Moreover, if you violate a taboo, the teacher of the alchemy class can use it to punish you at any time. Tuni cursed silently, damn it, it's that bitch again. Ha-man reminded her, you'd better behave yourself. A cultivator's spiritual power is divided into hard and soft. Both hard and soft are for fighting. But an alchemist's spiritual power is born of chaos, a different kind of spiritual power from hard and soft, called turbid power. Turbid power can't be used for fighting, but it can control the alchemy furnace and flames to concoct spirit medicines. Therefore, on the continent, natural-born alchemists are even rarer than cultivators. In this alchemy class, you can see strange flowers and herbs used for alchemy everywhere. Some medicinal ingredients are priceless, and some are extremely rare. Outer and inner court disciples who barge in here will be severely punished. You should be content to be here. After saying that, she left. Now follow me. I'll show you around this place and what you need to do every day. Tuni thought to herself, a hero doesn't suffer an immediate loss. I'll wait and slowly plan my revenge. At the Alchemy Treasure Palace, Tuni was walking with Ha-man when a disciple came out. Teacher Ha. Ha-man introduced, Tu-han is also a pharmacist of the alchemy class. For the next few days, you'll learn from her what a pharmacist needs to do. Yes. Tu-han gently introduced, in this alchemy class, the status of an alchemist master is very noble, and the concocting process is usually very arduous. So our job as pharmacists is to be responsible for picking herbs, getting herbs, grinding herbs, and other trivial matters. Tuni thought to herself, to put it bluntly, this pharmacist is like a handyman in a pharmacy. Tuni looked around. I'm imprisoned in the alchemy class. I wonder if anyone has informed my parents. I have to sneak out and let my parents know I'm safe. She went to the door. While no one is around, I'll leave quickly. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, throwing Tuni back. It hurts. It's that bitch's restriction talisman. Tuni was furious. I can't believe they're using this damn thing to imprison me. Activate the system. It seems it's time to use the power of the bug. The screen displayed many options: express delivery, life services, food delivery, express delivery, car hailing. This system can even send express mail. The moment she clicked on it, a courier appeared. Tu Van Duong Express, timely service, mission will be accomplished. Tuni was surprised. This system can even do that? I can't believe it can directly pull a modern person here. He smiled and said, Tu Van Duong is always online, delivering express mail for you. Dear customer, what would you like to send? Tuni quickly wrote a note. Wait a minute. Then she gave the letter to Tu Van Duong. Deliver this letter to the state uncle's mansion. Tu Van Duong quickly took it. No problem. Once the package arrives, please remember to give me a 5-star rating, miss. Tuni was curious. Hey, aren't you curious about this place? He ran off, waving his hand. This isn't the modern era. The slogan of Tu Van Duong Express is, entrusted with trust, fearless of hardship. As long as there's a road, Tu Van Duong will definitely arrive. Smooth sailing, on-time delivery. Tuni clapped her hands. So amazing! With this service attitude and efficiency, he could become a tycoon in the express delivery industry. Quoc Tu appeared. Of course it's amazing. Just sending a letter costs 300 gold coins. That's ridiculously expensive. Tuni was puzzled. Weren't you in the system looking for a way to suppress the evil energy? You're out so quickly. Did you find a clue? Quoc Tu was proud. Of course. I'm so smart. What could possibly be difficult for me? I just found a way to suppress the evil energy in that pile of junk. Tuni was overjoyed. Hurry up and tell me. Quoc Tu said, because the tam and pearl has already merged with your flesh and blood, so as long as you eat a large amount of blood-replenishing pills to dilute the concentration of the tam and pearl in your blood, you can slowly suppress the evil energy. Tuni thought, I remember blood-replenishing pills are the most common type, at most only 4th stage. But you said a large amount. How much do I have to eat? Quoc Tu replied, about a few hundred pounds. Tuni thought helplessly, a few hundred pounds of pills could crush her. Doesn't this mean I have to eat a whole mountain of pills to suppress the evil energy in my body? With my current financial resources, even if I go bankrupt, I can only buy nearly 200 pills. Quoc Tu comforted her. I know you don't have money. Although your spiritual power is sealed now, you can still do daily tasks to earn money. Tuni thought, the most important task now is to quickly suppress the evil energy in my body. Only then can I think about my sealed spiritual power and revenge. Quoc Tu asked, so what do you want to do? Tuni reminded it, look carefully where this is. Only then did Quoc Tu react. That's right, this is the alchemy class. We can get as many of those blood-replenishing pills as we want. We can just take a few. The next day at the 8 trigrams Pagoda Palace, Tuni rushed over. Today is my first day reporting as a pharmacist. I can't be late. The 8 trigrams Pagoda Palace is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is where ordinary disciples study. The second and third floors are for high-level disciples to practice alchemy. This place produces a lot of spirit medicines every day. This is related to the cultivation method of alchemists. Although they can also increase their cultivation level through chi refining and meditation like cultivators, the fastest method is still through controlling flames and concocting pills to increase their spiritual power cultivation. The cultivation path of an alchemist is more difficult than that of a cultivator. Reaching the 3rd stage is already considered to have excellent talent. If one can reach the 4th or 5th stage, they can be called a great master. Currently, there is no alchemist on the continent who can reach the 9th stage cultivation level. Tuni ran over with a broom. I am Deepening, the new pharmacist. I'm here to help sweep. She stared at the bottle, locking on to her target. The newly refined spirit medicine is right there. She slowly approached as the other cultivators were bringing in the bottles from yesterday's concoction. Tu Han specially introduced, these bottles will be full in about 6 to 7 days. Then Tu Van Pavilion will send people to transport these pills for sale, bringing great benefits to Tu Van Pavilion. Speaking of making money, the monthly income of the alchemy class can reach half a year's income of the cultivation class. After all, in this world full of killing, spirit medicines are always in short supply. The status of an alchemist is also very high because of this. Kwok Tu pointed at the bottle. Tuni, inside are all first and second stage blood replenishing pills. Tuni took out a bag and put the blood replenishing pills inside, changed the bottle, and took some more. She held the bag of pills. That's enough for today. If I take too much, I'll be discovered. Suddenly, someone snatched her bag. Tuni had to bow her head and apologize. The person scolded her. Idiot! How dare you bump into me? Then he bent down to look at her face. Oh, so it's the new pharmacist. You're quite pretty. Tuni thought to herself, is he trying to flirt with me? She quickly turned around and said, I haven't wiped the medicine cabinet yet. I have to go to work. The person pulled her hand back. Did I say you could go? You don't need to wipe the medicine cabinet today. Stay here and talk to me. His other hand touched her waist. Tuni said in a panic, this pharmacist, please have some self-respect. Don't force me to cut off your pig's trotter. He leaned in closer and asked, self-respect? A mere pharmacist dares to tell me to have self-respect? Do you really think you're still the high and mighty princess? Now you're just a lowly pharmacist. It's your good fortune for 8 lifetimes to be noticed by me. Tuni was furious and threw him to the ground. He lay on the ground still cursing, bitch, with your status, you dare to touch me? Are you tired of living? Tuni just crossed her arms and turned to leave. The people outside were whispering. What happened? It seems the new pharmacist hit someone. That's right. She's clearly a criminal tainted with evil energy, yet she's still so arrogant. At this moment, Ha-man walked over. What are you all mumbling about? The person immediately went to complain. Teacher Ha-man, you came at the right time. This new pharmacist not only disobeyed my orders, but also hit me. Tuni defended herself. He was the one who touched me first. I just fought back. He retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? I clearly asked you to help me get some medicinal ingredients, but you thought you were a princess and said I didn't know the rules. Ha-man shouted, all of you, shut up. Deep Tuni, I don't care what happened between you and Chuang Dao. But right now, you're a pharmacist of the alchemy class. So you must understand your status and position. Today, you hit a disciple of the alchemy class. You must be punished. Tuni was then tied up by Ha-man by the wrist. She fell to the ground in pain. Chuang Dao was lucky to escape the disaster. As Ha-man left, she said, the talisman will disappear on its own in 2 hours. Consider it a small punishment for you. Everyone dismiss. Call 2 pharmacists to take Deep Tuni to the warehouse and let her reflect on her actions. Yes, teacher. Then Tuni was locked in the room. Go in there and face your punishment. Tuni thought, what kind of magic is this that hurts so much? Kwok Tu appeared and said, Deep Tuni, eat this pill quickly. It can make you lose your senses. This time, I'm giving it to you for free. Tuni was happy. At this crucial moment, you're still the most righteous one. After eating it, she felt so comfortable. The pain is really gone. Kwok Tu was excited. Aren't you going to praise me? Tuni hugged it. You're the best, the most amazing. You're the one who loves me the most. Kwok Tu asked, so have you thought of a way to get revenge on that despicable villain? Tuni's eyes were terrifying. I want him to be kicked out of Tu Van Pavilion forever, completely disgraced. She then planned with Kwok Tu, like this, like that, like this. The next day at the 8 trigrams Pagoda Palace, Tu Han was carrying a large sack. So heavy. If I don't deliver this to pharmacist Truong quickly, he'll get angry again. Tuni ran over. Tu Han, let me help you deliver the medicinal ingredients to him. Then she helped Tu Han carry it. Tu Han was worried. Is that okay? Tuni left. Just leave it to me. Pharmacist Truong, here are your medicinal ingredients. She transformed into a sexy bunny girl. The moment Truong Dao saw her, he blushed. It's you, Deep Tuni. I can't believe you still dare to bring me medicine. Are you trying to apologize to me? Tuni was also quick-witted. I hope you can be generous and not hold it against an ignorant pharmacist. Truong Dao approached. That's right. You've apologized. Why are you dressed so sexily? Tuni also understood the game. Don't you like it like this? I dress like this for you. If you don't like it, I'll change into something else. Truong Dao was immediately excited. Great. I like it very much. If it can be even sexier, that would be even better. Tuni then transformed into a super sexy outfit. Deep Tuni's seductive and alluring appearance made Truong Dao drool. So beautiful. Tuni lifted his chin. I have something even more exciting. Wanna try it? Truong Dao immediately said. Of course I want to. Then Tuni transformed again into Teacher Ha Man's uniform. Call me Teacher Deep quickly. Truong Dao happily knelt at her feet. So powerful. Princess Tu. So exciting. Teacher Deep. Teacher Deep. Let me have a few kisses. Tuni hesitated. It's not good if others see. How about tonight in the room behind the courtyard? I'll accompany you, Master Pharmacist. How about it? Truong Dao immediately agreed. Okay. Tuni winked at him. Then I'll see you in the backyard tonight. Don't stand me up. See you tonight. The secret signal is teacher. My love. In the evening, in the backyard, Truong Dao arrived excitedly. Little beauty, I'm here. He ran over and hugged Ha Man. Little beauty, you're really trying to kill me. Let me give you a kiss. Ha Man was angry. Who dares to be so disrespectful to me? Truong Dao found it strange. What's wrong? Did I forget to say the secret signal? Then he puckered his lips towards Teacher Ha Man, my love. Ha Man's face turned red with anger. Insolent. She slapped him. Truong Dao, you have a lot of nerve, daring to tease me in broad daylight. Only then did Truong Dao react. Teacher Ha, why is it you? Let me explain. Ha Man pointed at his face. You pervert. What is there to explain? Ha Man beat him half to death. This filthy rogue. Tuni and Kwok Tu were laughing with delight outside. This scum can go to hell. After Ha Man finished beating him. You pervert. You stop right there. I can't believe this animal dared to tease his teacher. Drag him to the discipline office for the teachers to punish severely. And expel him from Tu Van Pavilion, never to set foot in it again. Yes. Truong Dao was then dragged away. It's over, it's all over. Then he looked at the person next to him. It's you. Tuni laughed coldly. Truong Dao was furious. I can't believe you framed me. Tuni said coldly and disdainfully, it was me who framed you. What can you do about it? Then she gave the brother next to her some silver. Little brother, I'm not feeling well today. Here's 50 taels. Help me drag this dead dog away. The brother immediately took the silver and said, don't worry, leave it to me. Then he dragged Truong Dao away. Follow me, you animal. Truong Dao was still explaining, I'm innocent. Kwok Tu appeared. You'll never have to see that disgusting pervert Truong Dao again. Tuni said firmly, I keep my word. A few days later, Tuni was holding a bag of medicine. She could now easily take out 2 large bags of medicine from the bottle. She was also used to taking medicine instead of food every day. Kwok Tu said, what other way is there to remove the evil energy in your body? This is the only way. Tuni took the medicinal ingredients, cinnamon wood, tiangon grass, bailuo leaves. She saw a special medicinal ingredient and picked it up to smell it. This doesn't seem to be recorded in recent books. Could it be purple ginseng? Du Duong appeared. That's Tung Guan Du. Although it looks like ginseng, they are 2 different medicinal ingredients. Tuni was surprised. It's Du Duong. She's a disciple of the alchemy class. Tuni was about to bow, but Hai Duong stopped her. Aren't you His Highness Qian's personal maid? Why are you in the alchemy class? Tuni still bowed. It's been a long time. I am now a pharmacist of the alchemy class. Hai Duong was surprised. Are you the princess from the inner court who was infected with evil energy and then expelled to the alchemy class, named Deep Tuni? Tuni hesitated. It's me. For some reason at first, His Highness Qian took me in at Ngao Tuet residence, and I conveniently took on the responsibility of taking care of him. Only then did Hai Duong understand. I see. But I've been taking care of His Highness Qian for a long time. Besides the first prince, I've never seen His Highness Qian stay with anyone for so long. It seems the relationship between the princess and His Highness Qian must be very good. Tuni blushed and explained, "It's just that His Highness Qian saw that I was being hunted by bad guys and felt sorry for me, so he took me in." Can my relationship with Qiu Qian be considered good? Probably. After all, I've seen him naked a few times. That's right. Did you come here specifically to get some medicinal ingredients? Hai Duong replied, "I came to get some aloe vera grass." Tuni froze. Aloe vera grass. Hai Duong approached Tuni. "Isn't there a plant in your basket?" Only then did Tuni realize, so this is aloe vera grass. I haven't been here long, so I still haven't memorized all the medicinal ingredients. Hai Duong told her, "Actually, it's very simple to remember these common medicinal ingredients. You just need to classify all the medicinal ingredients. For example, herbs can be divided into leaves, flowers, stems, seeds, and fruits. As for leafy herbs, you can judge their medicinal properties through their shape and veins." Tuni was surprised. Wow, so professional. Hai Duong took the medicinal ingredients and prepared to leave. "We've been talking for so long. I have to go back to alchemy. If the princess has anything she doesn't understand in the future, she can come to the second or third floor to find me." Tuni watched her leave. "Thank you, Miss Du. Miss Du is so kind." An announcement came from outside. "His Highness Qian has arrived." The people outside scrambled to get a look. "Don't block my view. Let me see. He's truly the one and only elegant young master, so handsome. Did His Highness Qian come to the alchemy class today to see a doctor and get medicine?" Tuni was surprised. "Qiu Qian is here." Kwok Tu teased her. "Deep Tuni, don't you really want to see Qiu Qian? What are you standing there for?" Tuni thought to herself, "Before, at Ngao Tuet residence, I was with Qiu Qian day and night. Now, seeing him again, it feels like several lifetimes have passed." Qiu Qian glanced at her and then turned his head away. "Vu-sun, let's go get the medicine." Tuni watched him leave. "It's right that he's ignoring me. I'm now a person infected with evil energy. It's better not to cause him any more trouble." Vu-sun followed behind, confused. "Your Highness, didn't you come here specifically to visit Princess Tu? Why didn't you go up and greet her when you saw her?" Qiu Qian walked and shouted, "Shut up." Vu-sun laughed to himself. His Highness Qian hates coming to the alchemy class for medical checkups the most, but today he suddenly said he wanted to come to the alchemy class for a checkup and to get medicine. Combined with the fact that His Highness Qian has been asking me about Princess Tu's situation in the alchemy class every day lately, His Highness is clearly using the excuse of a medical checkup to visit Princess Tu. In the afternoon, Tuni was drying medicinal herbs. Normally, someone delivers medicine to him at Ngao Tuet residence. Hai Duong also personally comes to take care of his health. So why did he come to the alchemy class for a checkup and medicine today? Did his condition worsen? She kept shaking her head. Wait, why am I thinking about him for no reason? Qiu Qian suddenly appeared in front of her. No way. Not only am I thinking about him, but now I'm having hallucinations. Come a little closer. So Princess Tu is also here. Tuni was stunned. This real feeling is not a hallucination. I'm drying medicinal herbs here. I just don't know why His Highness Qian came to the backyard. Qiu Qian made an excuse. The cat is lost. I came here to find it. Tuni burst out laughing. My dear, you clearly miss me. What cat is lost? He has me in his heart. He's also thinking about me. She suddenly realized why she was so happy. Qiu Qian opened his mouth. Princess Tu, can you help me find Tuebok? Tuni immediately complied. Of course. Then she followed him. Where did that annoying cat run off to? Qiu Qian asked. About the Tam and Pearl, I've already heard about it. You didn't swallow that thing willingly, did you? Tuni said, many people in Tu Van Pavilion say I swallowed the Tam and Pearl to increase my cultivation. Maybe even the headmaster thinks so. Are you willing to believe me? Qiu Qian said. Tuni's eyes were moved. I can't believe he trusts me. I thought I was tainted with evil energy, and it was best not to implicate him. Your Highness Chien, I can't believe you believe me. Although the reason I swallowed the Taming pearl is no longer important, I still thank you for trusting me. Qiu Kuang Chien patted her head. Seeing the princess still in such good spirits is indeed very reassuring. Tuni was surprised. What does he mean by that? Has he been worried about me all this time? Qiu Kuang Chien said, the Taming pearl is made from human flesh and blood. If you swallow it, its evil energy will merge with your flesh and blood. Although your spiritual power and evil energy have been sealed, if you want to restore your spiritual power, you can try to replenish your qi and blood. If you can suppress the evil energy, you may see a rainbow after the rain in the future. Tuni bowed her head and said, Thank you, Your Highness Chien. I will try. Suddenly, Tuebok rushed towards her. Before, Tuebok would act like he wanted to fight and kill me as soon as he saw me. Did the sun rise in the west today? Why is he so warm? It rubbed against her, meowing. It tickles. Stop rubbing. Qiu Kuang Chien also laughed. It seems Tuebok really likes the princess. Tuni was surprised. He likes me? Did this black cat take the wrong medicine? Normally, when I see him, he's never like this. Qiu Kuang Chien said, since Tuebok wants to be with the princess so much, why don't I trouble the princess to help me take care of him for a few days? I'll come pick him up when I'm free. Tuni was surprised. Qiu Kuang Chien tapped her lightly. The princess didn't say anything, so I'll take that as a yes. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll be going now. Tuni was still stunned. He's leaving just like that? I have a feeling something's not right. Isn't this black cat Qiu Kuang Chien's spirit pet? According to the contract between a spirit pet and its master, no matter where the spirit pet is, as long as the master summons it, the spirit pet will definitely return to the master's side. So the black cat can't possibly be lost. So Qiu Kuang Chien deliberately used the excuse of a lost cat, deliberately said those encouraging words to leave the black cat with me. Does he want to make me a little happier? Suddenly, Tuebok became fierce. What's wrong with this kid again? Was he just pretending to be good in front of Qiu Kuang Chien? Seeing it leave, she thought, this annoying thing, why does it change its attitude faster than flipping a book? It's like Qiu Kuang Chien is raising a green tea cat. Hai Duong watched Tuni and Tuebok and thought, I've been taking care of His Highness Chien for so long, yet I've never seen him treat anyone so gently. The image of the two of them standing together was both natural and harmonious. Even His Highness Chien's smile was different from usual. Why does His Highness Chien treat Deep Tuni like this? What does she have that I don't? Tuni chased after Tuebok. Hey, don't you know you can't run around here? Stop. Oh no. You're not stopping, are you? Claw machine. System, get the Qiu Kuang Chien claw machine. There are so many Qiu Kuang Chien dolls here. Let me try. The cat saw Qiu Kuang Chien and ran over. Tuni was playing the claw machine. Over here. I got it. It's biting tight. Then she lifted up the Qiu Kuang Chien doll. I got the Qiu Kuang Chien doll. The cat jumped up and meowed happily. Tuni said proudly, I'm not giving it to you. You didn't listen to me. Qiu Kuang Chien told you to stay and keep me company, but you just caused trouble. You're a green tea cat that changes its mind faster than flipping a pancake. The cat suddenly transformed into human form. Cat, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Tuni laughed and said, it's good that you know you were wrong. Then she gave it a coin. Take this coin. Let's play the Qiu Kuang Chien claw machine together. Let's get all the Qiu Kuang Chien dolls out. Get the one on the left. Tuni was bathing and said, hey little cat, soaking in this spiritual energy bath is so comfortable. Wanna join me? The cat also jumped in. I want to make Tuni happy. Come here, give me a shoulder massage. Tuebok, it transformed back into human form and massaged her. Tuni said shyly, I forgot you could turn into a person. What should I do? Tuni then turned around and massaged Tuebok. I suddenly want to massage you. Sit still. Tuni laughed awkwardly. Is it comfortable? Tuebok smiled and said, very comfortable. Tuni plopped down on the ground. An hour later, I was supposed to be enjoying myself, but I ended up serving someone else. Tuebok was still playing with the Qiu Kuang Chien doll. Tuni came over and asked, it seems you're hungry too. Let's go eat. Tuni transformed into the beautiful and charming chef Deep Tuni, holding a dumpling. Look at the dumplings I made. Thin skin, lots of filling. Aren't they cute? Tu bok me out, so beautiful. Tuni said, smells so good. Eat a lot. Eating with more people is indeed better. Tu bok put the dumpling in his mouth. So delicious. Kwok Tu was also eating heartily. Q Kwang Chien is still the most thoughtful, leaving Tu bok to keep her company. It's indeed much more fun. Early in the morning, outside Deep Tuni's room, Deep Tuni, in a Sun Wukong costume, said, "Come out, Tu bok. It's been a long time since I've sparred with you. Deepening doesn't want to defeat you, you love cat." Tu bok also rushed forward. "Come and take this." Suddenly, Tu bok sneezed. Tuni was worried. "You're not wearing any clothes. Did you catch a cold?" The system pulled out a sexy wardrobe. She took out a set of clothes and gave it to Tu bok. "Try this on." Tu bok put it on and Tuni exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, Bideo Zongtsai, domineering CEO, style. Oh my god, you look so sexy." As expected of a sexy wardrobe. Then he transformed into a Chinese immortal Tu bok. "This outfit is still better. You are a little immortal boy full of celestial energy." Kwok Tu suddenly called out. "Deep Tuni, don't I look good in ancient costume too?" Then the three of them sat by the lake. Tuni said, "Although Kyo Kwang Chien left Tu bok to keep me company, being confined here is really boring. Kwok Tu, is there any way for me to go out and play for 2 days?" Kwok Tu thought for a moment. "Let me think. I have a good idea. Look at this space travel door. The system shopping mall is having a sale recently. The original price was 999,999. Now it's only 1,000. You can travel to 2 different eras within 24 hours. Tuni was surprised. "So cheap. I'll buy it. Let's go to the modern era first, then the ancient era," the system announced. "The system has booked you a space travel trip to the modern and ancient eras. Please step into the teleportation gate. Friendly reminder. You can only go to 2 different eras and must return within 24 hours. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Very scary. Then Tuni and Tu bok set off. "Tu bok, let's go. To the modern imperial capital. I want to see the Great Wall." Kwok Tu chased after them. "Wait for me," Tuni said excitedly. "Wow, below us is the Great Wall. It's so majestic." Tu bok, look. Kwok Tu also sighed. "It's indeed very majestic." Tuni took out her phone to take a picture. "He who has not been to the Great Wall is not a true man. Let's take a picture together." A passerby praised, "The ancient costume is so beautiful. Young people dress so beautifully these days." At a Beijing roast duck restaurant, the 3 of them ate until the plates were piled high. "The roast duck is so delicious. Meow, it's delicious." A passerby was surprised. "How many years have these people not eaten? This is too much. How can you not sing karaoke when you're in the 21st century?" Then they went into a karaoke room and sang and danced. Tuni transformed into an idol, Tu bok transformed into a mysterious, dazzling boy, and Tuni transformed into a modern big sister, extremely handsome. After playing, she said happily, "Wow, that was so much fun. It's been a long time since I've been able to relax like this. Did you have fun, Tu bok?" Tu bok meowed, "Very fun." Suddenly, a group of young men approached. "Where did you come from? You're so beautiful. Wanna play?" Tuni said, "Sure. Then let me fight you a few rounds." Suddenly, a voice said, "Stop." They looked excitedly towards the person standing on the roof. "Who is it?" The person wore a mysterious costume. "I am the messenger of justice, the silver moonlight knight." Tuni was extremely panicked. "Non Noyette, you've also come to the modern era?" Non Noyette then landed. "Let that lady go. If you have a problem, aim it at me." But he immediately fell flat on his face. "Ouch, that hurts." Tuni was very embarrassed by the scene. The people said, "Tie this lady up. Beat this kid to death." They started beating Non Noyette. He cried out, "It hurts." Tuni got angry, activated the system, and took out 2 spirit-shocking guns. At the crucial moment, I still have to rely on myself. Tuni held a gun in each hand and fired. They panicked and ran away. "Run. How does she have a weapon? Help." Tuni helped Non Noyette up. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's go. In the park, Tu Bok was rowing a boat for them. Tuni asked Non Noyette, why did you suddenly appear? Why is your martial arts so bad? Your hair color isn't right either. Non Noyette said, my full name is the Dark Knight Non Noyette. My mission is to maintain world peace. If I see a woman in distress, I must of course save you. Tuni was surprised. I am Deep Tuni. You don't recognize me? Kwok Tu said, could it be Non Noyette's next life? Non Noyette thought, Deep Tuni, that name is very familiar. The system announced, your journey in the modern world is about to end. The ancient travel you booked is about to begin. Please move to the teleportation gate. Tuni was surprised. Oh my god, it's already time to go to the ancient world? She threw 2 guns to Non Noyette. Take these 2 weapons as a souvenir. I have to go to a new world for an adventure. They said goodbye. Goodbye, Dark Knight Non Noyette. Tu Bok, let's go. The palace maids were busy preparing. Today is the day of the queen's enthronement. We absolutely cannot be late. That's right. I've checked all the tributes. The food for the enthronement has also been prepared. Today we have to perform well. I've worn my most magnificent clothes. Today I can finally see the queen who can topple kingdoms and cities. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. All people and gods kneel down. The people knelt. Long live the Queen. Long live the Queen's might. Long live, long live, long live. Tuni sat on the throne. This transmigration was really worth it. I directly became the queen. The palace maid announced, the queen's enthronement ceremony begins. All the male consorts laughed and took off their upper garments, bowing to the queen. Tuni looked at the men showing off their bodies and was very happy. A feast for the eyes. All the male consorts received the order. Today is a day of great joy for me, Deep Tuni. You don't need to be formal. Feel free to sing and dance for me. The men knelt. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live. The music and dancing began. Tuni and Kwok Tu raised their glasses. Excellent. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious food. It's great to be a queen. Then she saw a man with a gloomy face. Why is this man so out of place with this world? A palace maid knelt and reported, please forgive us, Your Majesty. Young Master Q already has someone in his heart. We have hypnotized him, but he still can't forget his old love. Tuni laughed coldly. Oh, so this world also has a reincarnation of Q Kwang Chien? Interesting. She approached and asked, you are the eldest son of the Q Kwang family, Q Kwang Chien. Q Kwang Chien frowned and replied, Your Majesty, the more you force things, the worse the outcome will be. The day you forced me into the palace as a male consort, I already said that Miss Deep and I, Deep Tuni, are in love. If you can't fulfill my wish with Deep Tuni, please allow me to be blunt. I am willing to die for Deep Tuni. Tuni was surprised. What? So the Q Kwang Chien of this world loves my reincarnation, Deep Tuni. How could I do such a wicked thing? I declare that after the feast ends, I will release you to go home and marry Deep Tuni. Q Kwang Chien was overjoyed. Really? The man next to him whispered, the queen pursued Q Kwang Chien for 10 years, inviting him 5 times. Do you really want to let him go like this? Tuni thought to herself, my god, so this queen pursued him for so long. In this world, Q Kwang Chien bowed. I thank Your Majesty. Your Majesty is generous. Your Majesty is wise. She said, continue singing and dancing. Enjoy yourselves for the queen. Yes. In the alchemy class at Tu Van Pavilion, Tuni sighed. Happy times pass so quickly. Kwok Tu said, if you want to experience those beautiful moments again, you can. Just spend 999,999 gold coins, and you can travel through time. Tuni was angry. Believe it or not, I'll kick you. Kwok Tu teased, violence is strictly prohibited. At the main gate of the alchemy class at Tu Van Pavilion, Tu So arrived but was blocked. I am an inner court disciple. Why can't I enter the alchemy class? The Taoist said, inner court disciples can of course freely enter and exit the alchemy class, but the vice principal has an order. Because you have a complicated relationship with the criminal Deep Tuni. The vice principal is worried you'll be bewitched by her, so he forbids you from entering the alchemy class. Tu said, but what if I insist on going in? They immediately channeled their spiritual power. Young master, if you take another step forward, don't blame us for being impolite. Suddenly, a sword flew over. Who dares to attack the guards of the alchemy class? Baklai Nai ran over with a lunchbox. Tu was surprised. I can't believe that the usually cold and quiet senior brother Baklai would suddenly step in to help. Tu bowed. Tu greets senior brother Baklai. I wonder if senior brother's sudden arrival here is also to go to the alchemy class. Baklai Nai said coldly yes. Tu held a fruit basket. Then may this junior ask senior brother Baklai to conveniently deliver this fruit basket and letter to Princess Tu? Baklai Nai replied, all right. Then Baklai Nai went to Tuni's room. Princess Tu, are you there? I am Baklai Nai. He opened the door and went in to see. She's not here. It seems I came at the wrong time. Baklai Nai placed the fruit basket on the table. Why is this room so simple? I wonder if she can adapt. The moment he put down the fruit basket, the table broke in two. Baklai Nai was stunned. At Tairuk Valley, Tuni was picking herbs with Tu Han. Master said that now is the time when the aloe vera and white flower plants have the best medicinal properties. We just need to pick these two types of medicinal ingredients. You have to stick close to me. The mountain road is rugged and complex. This is your first time picking herbs. I'll guide you. Next time, I'm afraid you'll have to pick herbs by yourself. Tuni was very excited. What a rich harvest. So many white flowers. Tu Han said, but right now we've only picked one type. We still have to find another. The sun is about to set. If we still can't find the aloe vera plant, I'm afraid we'll have to sleep on the mountain tonight. Tu Han quickly picked the herbs while anxiously reminding Tuni, in the alchemy class, if you don't do a good job, the alchemists and the vice principal's master will punish you. Tuni comforted her, don't worry. The humidity deep in the mountain valley is gradually increasing. Aloe vera plants love to grow in humid places, growing from rotten trees. I believe we'll find them soon. Tu Han was surprised. You've only just been exposed to medicinal ingredients, yet you understand the habits of the aloe vera plant so well. It seems you have a great talent. Tuni thought to herself, I just heard Tu Van Duong say that. Suddenly, a howl echoed around them. Is there a spirit beast here? Tu Han said fearfully as she walked, impossible. There can't be spirit beasts in the mountain valley of the alchemy class, unless it's a spirit beast from another forest that got lost. A wolf lunged at Tu Han. Tu Han. It bit her arm, tearing at it. Tuni threw a long spear, hitting it hard. Only then did it let go. Tuni ran to support Tu Han. Are you all right? Tu Han clutched the wound on her arm in pain. My arm hurts so much. Tuni immediately bandaged the wound. Tu Han looked around and saw pairs of red wolf eyes. She said in fear, Deep Tuni, look. I can't believe there are so many spirit beasts. Looking at their appearance, their whole body is light gray fur, their shape is like a tiger, but they howl like a wolf. According to ancient records, this spirit beast should be the Ton Baklon. They have the same habits as wolves. Although they are just ordinary spirit beasts, they like to travel in packs, are fierce by nature, and very difficult to deal with. Tu Han cried in fear. What should we do? We're dead for sure this time. Tuni stepped forward. Stop crying. I'll hold them off. You take the opportunity to run first. The system pulled out a gun. Tuni fired at them. Damn it, damn it. If my spiritual power wasn't sealed, killing you little brats would be as easy as flipping my hand. Tu Bok appeared and charged at them, slashing and killing. Tuni was surprised. Did Q Kwang Chien have Tu Bok transform into a Bok Ma lion to protect me when I'm in danger? After dealing with them, Tu Bok jumped into her basket. Tuni asked, I remember I didn't bring you when I went out. Did you follow me on your own? This kid is still the same, so individualistic. Tu Han had fainted from fear. Tu Bok carried her on his back and said as he walked, Tu Han, it seems the appearance of the Bok Ma lion made Tu Han think another fierce spirit beast had come to attack, so she fainted from fear. Tuni supported her as she left. It seems I can only carry her to find the aloe vera plant. After returning to the room, Tuni was exhausted. I finally completed the mission. After finishing the meal for Tu Han, she noticed a fruit basket on the table. She was very surprised. Who came to my room? And even changed my table and chairs to a new, high-end set? These dishes. Tuni picked up the letter. Why are there 2 letters? Tuni read the letter. Sister, we've received your letter. Don't worry about us. Swang Swang will take good care of our parents. Although we can't visit you at the alchemy class, we can only ask Tuso to deliver this letter to you. But father and aunt are always looking for a way. There will definitely be a day when they will rescue you from the alchemy class. Tuni was happy. It's good that my parents and Swang Swang are safe. The second letter was in Tuso's handwriting. Princess, we haven't seen each other for a long time, which makes me miss you very much. Tuso was afraid you would be lonely by yourself, so he sealed his gentle spiritual power into this magic letter. When you touch the magic circle on the letter, you'll be able to see me perform a song and dance for you. System notification. The system has activated Tuso's magic circle. Tuso appeared. The song and dance performance is about to begin. I hope the princess enjoys it. Tuso started singing and dancing. Thank you for watching the performance. I hope the princess enjoyed it. Tuni smiled and said that was really hard on Tuso. His movements weren't flexible enough, but I can't believe he used song and dance to cheer me up. It's actually a bit touching. She opened the lunchbox. I can't believe he even brought me delicious food. Well then, I won't be polite. She raised her wine glass and chicken leg. The wine is delicious. These days are so good. The people of this world are so good to me. In the 8 trigrams pagoda palace, everyone was whispering. I heard that the blood-replenishing pills and chi-replenishing pills of the alchemy class have suddenly been depleted recently. Is it because the alchemists haven't been concocting blood-replenishing pills and chi-replenishing pills recently? Someone must have stolen them. Tuni thought to herself, it seems getting pills is even harder than before. If only I could also concoct pills. The system immediately announced, system is optimizing. She was surprised. Optimizing. Suddenly, Tu Han came. What are you busy with, Tuni? Let me help you. You saved me last time. I don't know how to repay you. Tuni held the box. I'm getting medicinal ingredients for Pharmacist Vong. You don't need to help me. I can do it myself. Pharmacist Vong, I've left the medicinal ingredients you need here. Pharmacist Vong said, wait, we just ran out of Dong K. Go get some from over there. Tuni also came to help. You smell the fragrance of the blood-replenishing pills. Pharmacist Vong, your fire is too strong. If you don't stop, the blood-replenishing pills will be burned. Pharmacist Vong's face was ugly. A lowly pharmacist dares to teach me what to do, and even says my fire is too strong? What are you? Tuni was annoyed. It's better not to meddle in other people's business. Then the alchemy furnace exploded. Tuni smiled and said, this is good. The medicine exploded. Pharmacist Vong was panicked. How did this happen? Everyone looked at each other. Why did Vong Tan's alchemy furnace suddenly explode? She's already a second-stage alchemist, yet she still made the furnace explode. How embarrassing. Pharmacist Vong was angry. As a dignified alchemist, I'm actually not as good as a pharmacist with sealed spiritual power. Then she pushed Tuni. Bitch, it's all because you were pointing fingers next to me, distracting me and causing the alchemy furnace to explode. Tuni said calmly, Pharmacist Vong, you can say whatever you want, but why did this furnace explode? Don't you know? Your own skills are poor, yet you blame me. Pharmacist Vong's face was ugly. You little pharmacist, how dare you say my skills are poor? What do you know about alchemy? Everyone was also chattering. That's right, Vong Tan is an alchemist after all. What her strength is, it's not up to a lowly pharmacist to comment. I think it was Deep Tuni who caused the alchemy furnace to explode. Tuni thought to herself, it's always like this. Just because I'm a pharmacist now, no matter what happens, it's all my fault, and no one believes me. It's so unfair. A system notification appeared. System optimization successful. Alchemist system successfully activated for the host. May I ask if the host wants to learn the alchemist skill? Tuni was surprised. My system has activated the alchemist skill? I can concoct pills now. That's great. The time has come. Then she said, who says I don't understand alchemy? Everyone laughed. I can't believe she said she knows alchemy. She's too delusional. Don't say she's just a cripple with no spiritual power now. Even if she recovers her spiritual power, how can a martial artist control the alchemy fire? Pharmacist Vong said, dream on, deep Tuni. If you can really concoct a pill, then today I, Vong Tan, will kneel down and apologize to you. How about it? Tuni also provoked her. Well then, Pharmacist Vong, you'd better remember what you just said. Then she approached the medicinal ingredients. The system displayed, medicinal ingredients are fully prepared. Do you want to start synthesizing the pill? Yes or no? So my alchemy method is much simpler than I thought. I don't need to use spiritual power to generate fire like other alchemists. I just need to press a button to complete everything. That's what I want. Everyone, watch carefully. Start alchemy synthesis. The alchemy furnace boiled. Everyone was terrified. Look, she's controlling the furnace. And there's a fragrant smell of medicine coming out. Pharmacist Vong was shocked. What's going on? Isn't she a cultivator with sealed spiritual power? She doesn't have chaotic spiritual power either. How can she control the furnace? How can she practice alchemy? Nothing like this has ever happened on the continent. The system announced, alchemy successful. Tuni was overjoyed. Success. Then she opened the furnace. This is a third-stage blood-replenishing pill. Only a third-stage alchemist can concoct this pill. Everyone was surprised. I can't believe Deep Tuni can really concoct a spirit medicine. This is truly a miracle on the continent. Is she really a genius? No, she must be even more amazing than a genius. Pharmacist Vong was panicked. How did this happen? Tuni walked over and asked. Pharmacist Vong, do you remember what you said? She stammered. Tuni said, what? It's one thing not to believe in learning. Now you don't even know how to kneel down and apologize. Pharmacist Vong bowed her head. I apologize to you. It was my poor technique just now. I didn't control the fire well, which led to the furnace exploding. I deliberately spoke nonsense to frame you. Everyone finally understood. So Deep Tuni was framed. This is the truth. It's all Vong Tan's fault. She's only good at blaming others. Tuni turned and left. This world is like this. Only the strong have the right to speak, to make the enemy submit. So I must become stronger, whether as a cultivator or an alchemist. She went out and said to the system, I can't believe it. The system is so amazing. The system was proud. Of course. Tuni thought to herself, I was originally interested in alchemy. Today can be considered a wish come true. From now on, I don't need to worry about blood-replenishing pills anymore. Maybe I can even use my status as an alchemist to find Dong Na Thuong and settle the score. Suddenly, a young girl ran over. Princess Tu, please wait. Tuni was surprised. You are. She introduced herself. I am Tien Na Thuong Tun's personal maid. Tien Na Thuong Tun wants to see you. Please follow me. Tuni was surprised. Tien Na? I heard before that this person is the manager of the alchemy class. I heard that as long as Tien Na is in the alchemy class for one day, even the headmaster of Tu Van Pavilion will have a hard time interfering in the affairs of the alchemy class. Tien Na is an alchemist who has reached the 8th stage saint level. This is the highest level that all alchemists on the continent can reach. Therefore, in Tu Van Pavilion, everyone calls him Thuong Tun. On the 2nd floor of the 8 Trigrams Pagoda Palace, the maid said, please come in. Tien Na Thuong Tun is inside. Tuni stepped in and looked around. My God, so luxurious, yet so elegant. What kind of fairy room is this? Tien Na sat mysteriously on the bed. This figure must be Thuong Tun. She bowed. Deep Tuni greets Tien Na Thuong Tun. Then he gestured. Tuni was surprised. Is he telling me to come closer? Then he took her hand and pulled her onto the bed. Tuni blushed as she looked at his naked body. Oh my God, what does he want to do? Tien Na asked, you are the one who was infected with evil energy and brought here by Dong Na Thuong, Deep Tuni? Tuni stammered, yes. Tien Na stroked her chin. It's very curious. Your spiritual power is all sealed, and you don't have chaotic spiritual power. How did you concoct the pill? Tuni thought to herself, he speaks very gently, but his tone makes one feel cold. He is indeed a powerful character. Tien Na Thuong Tun, you're pressing on me like this. I can barely breathe. How can I answer your question calmly? Only then did he turn over. Tuni said, actually, I don't know why I can practice alchemy either. I've just been a pharmacist here for a long time, and I've watched many alchemists concoct pills. I just tried to do what I saw, and who knew it would be successful? Tien Na was surprised. According to you, you can practice alchemy because you have a talent for it. Tuni also pretended to be surprised. I'm also very surprised that I have such a talent. Perhaps it's a miracle that God took pity on me and bestowed upon me. She thought to herself, this answer is indeed perfect, without any flaws. He chuckled softly. An alchemist with sealed spiritual power, yet without chaotic power. How interesting, how interesting. Tuni was surprised. Is he praising me? Or is there another meaning? It's so hard to understand. Then he said, well then, Deep Tuni, I see your talent is not bad. Why don't you? Tuni was flustered. What does he want to do? Is he going to force me to do something? But his next words made Tuni spit blood. I see your talent is not bad. How about I make an exception and take you as my disciple? Tuni thought to herself, he made me worry for so long. I thought this supreme being had a thing for me. I didn't expect him to want to take me as his disciple. Being a disciple inevitably involves doing chores. I wonder what this Tien Na Thuong Tun's personality is like. In the end, it's better not to get myself into trouble. So she stood up. Thank you, Tien Na Thuong Tun, but I don't want to be your disciple. Tien Na immediately smashed a teacup. Tuni was terrified. Oh no, did I anger him? No way. I'm in the alchemy class right now. I absolutely can't afford to offend this great god. Seeing Tien Na's towering rage, she stammered, Tien. Suddenly, he laughed and interrupted her. The feeling of being rejected is so good. Tuni was surprised. Does he have a masochistic tendency? Tien Na then blushed. My good disciple, you must be my disciple. I can't stand these people from Tu Van Pavilion anymore. Those old men from that place call me supreme being left and right and kowtow to me at the drop of a hat. It's so boring. You're still more to my taste. I want to pass on all my knowledge to you. Tuni thought to herself, I can confirm that Tien Na is a severe masochist. Tien Na said affectionately, my dear disciple, your smile means you agree, right? Tuni thought for a moment. I've seen through his personality, so I know how to deal with him. It's not impossible for me to agree to be your disciple. If you can make me happy, I'll reluctantly accept you as my master. Tien Na was overjoyed. This is the feeling. It's been a long time since anyone has spoken to me with this tone. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Tuni laughed coldly. You also know that I'm locked in the alchemy class because of that incident. If you can remove the restriction on my arm and give me back my freedom, then I'll be really happy. Tien Na was surprised. Is it that simple? Tuni asked back, simple. Tien Na whispered in her ear, as long as it's my good disciple's request, how can I not grant it? Then he gave her a palm strike, knocking her unconscious. After a while, she woke up. Why did that perverted supreme being suddenly knock me out? She looked at the spiritual power on her hand. The restriction has been lifted. That's great. I'm free. I can leave the alchemy class and go home. The maid from yesterday brought her clothes. The princess is awake. Please change quickly. The ceremony is about to begin. Tuni was surprised. What ceremony? I can't believe Tien Na arranged the discipleship ceremony so quickly. That's good. Having a god-level character as my master will be another backer for me in the future. At the Phi Bong Dai altar, this place is considered where the alchemy class holds important ceremonies. A crowd gathered. This morning, Tien Na Thuong Tun suddenly announced he was taking on a new disciple. I wonder who is lucky enough to catch his eye. That's right. In the past years, Thuong Tun has only taken Du Duong as a disciple, and that was only because of the emperor's edict. I remember when Tien Na Thuong Tun took Du Duong as a disciple, He said he didn't like crowds and just drank a cup of tea offered by Tu Van Duong and got it over with. That's right. But look today. Duong Tun has invited all the important figures of Tu Van Pavilion, and he even wants to hold the discipleship ceremony at Phi Bong Dai. Hai Duong's anger flared upon hearing this. They continued to gossip. The new disciple of Duong Tun must have more talent than Tu Van Duong to be so favored by him. Tu Van Duong said furiously, "Today is the day my master takes on a disciple, and it's also a major event for our alchemy class." The others were scared and their faces changed color. Hai Duong reminded them, "If I hear anyone dare to gossip about my master behind his back, you can get out of the alchemy class." Dong Na Thuang and her disciples arrived. Vice Principal Dong and the elders of Tu Van Pavilion have also arrived. Lin Fai asked, "Isn't senior brother Vong Pham the one who hates the smell of medicine the most? He never likes to come to the alchemy class. Why is he here to join the fun today?" Vong Pham whispered in her ear, "Junior sister has been locked in the alchemy class for over a month. As her 7th senior brother, of course I have to come see her." Lin Fai was surprised. So senior brother Vong Pham is using the excuse of watching the discipleship ceremony to sneak in and see Deep Tuni. Vong Pham said in a low voice, "Junior sister, keep your voice down. If the vice principal hears, not only will she not let me go see junior sister, but she'll also scold me." Everyone sat down and drank tea. "Good tea." Dong Na Thuong said to Tian Na, "It's rare for you to want to take on a disciple. The headmaster has been in seclusion these past few days and can't personally attend, but if he knew you were taking on a new disciple, he would definitely be very happy." Tian Na said, "I'm taking on a disciple. Whether others are happy or not has nothing to do with me. As long as I'm happy, that's enough." Dong Na Thuong smiled slightly. "It seems you like this new disciple very much. I'm very curious, what kind of alchemist could catch your eye?" Tian Na said proudly, "My disciple is naturally the best in the world. The auspicious hour has arrived. Announce to the mountains, rivers, and spirits that the master has found an heir. Begin the discipleship ceremony." 10 disciples sat on the treasure, the 7-colored auspicious cloud dragon, and appeared. Everyone was stunned. This entrance is too grand. I can't believe Tian Na Thuong Tun took out this treasure to introduce his disciple. It's so dazzling. Tuni transformed into a beautiful fairy like Deep Tuni sitting on the 7-colored auspicious cloud. Is this a fairy descending to the mortal world? She's so beautiful. Who is that? I can't believe Tian Na took a fairy as a disciple. She's so beautiful it makes people drool. Tuni appeared. "Hello everyone." Everyone was surprised. Deep Tuni. Vong Pham also raised an eyebrow. "I can't believe it's her. She's clearly just a punished pharmacist. Yesterday, Deep Tuni actually concocted a pill. Even though her spiritual power was sealed, she could still control the alchemy furnace. This is truly a damn genius. How could this be?" Lin Fai was surprised. "Oh my god, I'm not mistaken, am I? That's Deep Tuni." Vong Pham said excitedly, "The disciple Tian Na Thuong Tun is taking is my junior sister." "Amazing! As expected of my junior sister." Lin Fai was puzzled. "But why did Tian Na Thuong Tun take her as a disciple?" Vong Pham said, "I guess Tian Na Thuong Tun happened to meet junior sister on the road, saw how beautiful she was, and was mesmerized by her. Then he transferred the chaotic spiritual power of an alchemist to her. Junior sister then ascended to heaven in one step." Lin Fai immediately hit him on the head. "What kind of rotten idea is that? So vulgar." Vong Pham was hit and cried out, "It hurts. It hurts." Tuni walked up to Dong Na Thuong. "Vice Principal Dong, long time no see. This old woman must be very angry to see that I'm still living well and have even become Tian Na's disciple." Dong Na Thuong was furious with Tian Na. "Tian Na, is there some misunderstanding here? How can you take Deep Tuni as your disciple?" He laughed coldly. "Who I take as a disciple is not for others to interfere with. If Vice Principal Dong doesn't want to participate in the ceremony, you can leave quickly. Don't delay my discipleship ceremony." Tuni mocked, "Someone's being kicked out." Dong Na Thuong immediately said loudly, "Deep Tuni is tainted with evil energy and is also a criminal. Based on her martial cultivation's spiritual power, she shouldn't be able to concoct pills and become an alchemist, let alone be your disciple. Tian Na, you even gave her the 7-colored auspicious cloud spiritual artifact. You're utterly foolish. Everyone echoed, Vice Principal Dong is right. Tian Na was angry. You don't believe my disciple? Then he released his spiritual pressure. Still don't believe me? Everyone covered their noses. The spiritual pressure is too strong. Tian Na said, Tuni, use my white jade coiling dragon furnace to control the fire. Let Vice Principal Dong and the elders see your alchemy skills. Tuni complied. Yes, the system announced, activating the alchemy system. Tuni took out the alchemy furnace and started concocting pills, wanting to show them how amazing she was. Dong Na Thuong's face turned pale in horror. Impossible. She sat down on the ground. I checked her spiritual power before. Her spiritual power is the most useless combination of hard and soft. Why can she use chaotic spiritual power to practice alchemy now? The elders were also very surprised. It's truly unexpected. It turns out Deep Tuni is a genius. No wonder she caught the eye of Tian Na Thuong Tun. I can't believe our Vietnam nation has such a cultivator who knows how to practice alchemy. Tian Na said proudly, my disciple is naturally amazing. Then Tuni reported, I have successfully refined a gold chi supplementing pill. I wonder if Vice Principal Dong is satisfied. Dong Na Thuong's face turned purple with anger. This girl who doesn't know her place. I should have killed you sooner. I didn't expect to give you a chance to be reborn. She gritted her teeth and said, you're indeed a rare genius. Pharmacist Tian Na truly has a good eye. It seems I was worrying too much. Tuni said arrogantly, thank you for the compliment, Vice Principal Dong. Can I proceed with the discipleship ceremony now? Of course you can. At this moment, someone announced, the tea is ready. Please continue the discipleship ceremony. Tuni offered tea to Tian Na. Master, please have some tea. Tian Na accepted the tea. Thank you, disciple. The discipleship ceremony is complete. Honored guests, please take your seats. Tuni raised her glass. Thank you all for attending my discipleship ceremony. I toast to everyone. Everyone was happy and congratulated Princess Tu. Vong Pham and Lin Fai also raised their glasses to congratulate their junior sister. Congratulations. Vong Pham walked over to Tuni. Junior sister is amazing. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and you already know how to practice alchemy. I'll treat you to a meal another day. We must celebrate grandly. Lin Fai was also there. Then let me come along. I also want to congratulate her. Tuni agreed and smiled. Then Lin Fai gave her a ring. Deep Tuni, I'm giving this ring to you. This is a high-grade spiritual artifact, a golden pharmacist's ring. I don't use it anyway, so I'm giving it to you. Tuni accepted it. Wow, thank you, Fai sister. The system announced, congratulations, host, for receiving the high-grade spiritual artifact, the golden pharmacist's ring. Luck plus 20. Stamina plus 20. Alchemy plus 30. Tuni was very happy. Du Duong approached. Junior sister Tu, congratulations. From now on, you and I are both disciples of Master Tian Na. As your senior sister, this is a gift I specially prepared for you. I hope you like it. Tuni accepted the bracelet. Thank you, senior sister Du. It's also thanks to your help that I was able to understand alchemy. Now that I think about it, I'll still need you to teach me a lot about alchemy in the future. Du Duong forced a smile. We are fellow disciples. There's no need to be so polite. Then she turned and left with a cold face. Tuni asked, why did she leave in such a hurry? This senior sister is probably not simple. Vu Sun suddenly said to Q Quangqian, I can't believe Deep Tuni has such skills. Her spiritual power was sealed, yet she learned alchemy and even became Tian Na Thuong Tun's disciple. It's hard to imagine. Q Quangqian thoughtfully read his book and said, there's always a mountain higher than this one. Many unreasonable things, as long as they happen to her, all become reasonable. He fanned himself. Perhaps she was different from the start. Tuni sat on a chair and called out, Steward, is the 3-tiered cake tower I ordered ready yet? She was in a royal-style pose. Deep Tuni, my red tea is also getting weak. Steward Tien Na brought the cake tower. It's here. This is the French birdcage-style 3-tiered afternoon tea you requested. Please enjoy it slowly. Tuni took a piece of cake. It doesn't taste bad. Tien Na was like a servant. My dear disciple, it's good that you like it. Tuni thought to herself, my God, this is so refreshing. Then she slapped him. Tien Na fell to the ground and quickly apologized. My dear disciple, it's my fault. Tuni said angrily, you still call me dear disciple? It seems you haven't been beaten enough, have you? Call me Big Miss. Hurry up. Tien Na complied. Yes, Big Miss. Tuni stood with her arms crossed. The Big Miss has finished her afternoon tea. Bring me the secret manual in your room. I want to learn it. Tien Na stood up. Yes, Big Miss. He was happy in his heart. It's been a long time since anyone dared to treat me like this. What should I do next to get whipped by the Big Miss? Then he approached and said, Big Miss, this is the martial arts manual you need. Tuni took the book. What the hell is this? The 3-character classic? I wanted to take this opportunity to get a martial arts manual. What is this Supreme being playing at? Is he doing this on purpose? I want a secret manual, and you give me the 3-character classic. Do you know the consequences of angering me? Tien Na smiled. My dear disciple, it's my fault. I'm ready. Just whip me. But Tuni said no. I won't hit you. Abusing you will only make you happier. If you don't give me the real secret manual, I'll ignore you. You're too naive to play this game with me. The best way to deal with masochists like you is to ignore them. Tien Na said sadly, don't, Big Miss. My dear disciple, I was wrong. Don't ignore me. Why does it make me so comfortable when my dear disciple says she wants to punish me? I can't stand it. Then she kicked him fiercely. Enough. Go to your room and reflect on your actions. You're not allowed to come out without my permission. I have to go take care of something. Tien Na hugged her leg tightly. Don't go. That kick was so good. The force was so refreshing. I won't let you go. Tuni was thrown to the ground by him. She said angrily, you've angered me, you pervert. Seeing Tuni snap her fingers. Tien Na got excited again. How does my dear disciple want to punish her master? Come on. An hour later, Tien Na was hanging in the middle of the room. Then she went out. Reflect on your actions properly. Tien Na screamed like a madman, my life is worth it. Tuni was free as soon as she left the door. Without the restriction talisman, and with the status of Tien Na's personal disciple, no one dared to lock her in the alchemy class anymore. She went to a street stall. Boss, give me 5 skewers of lamb. The boss immediately handed over the lamb. She then went to a candy shop. Boss, give me 1 ice cream and 1 cotton candy. She chewed greedily. Wow, so delicious. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious human food. Suddenly, someone hugged her from behind. Tuni was startled. It's Non Noyette. Non Noyette whispered in Tuni's ear. Tuni quickly stepped back. What are you doing? You just arrived and you're already hugging me. There are so many people on the street. Aren't you embarrassed? Non Noyette was playing the role of a knight. Hey, you're my wife. What do I have to be embarrassed about? It's been a long time. Don't you miss me? I miss you so much. Tuni rolled her eyes. He's still so cheesy and unreliable. It turns out he's been thinking about me all this time. She was about to leave, but Non Noyette pulled her back. Don't go. Let me make it up to you. I've made you suffer before. I've already heard about what Dong Na Thuong did to you. Tuni cut him off. Don't say anymore. Things are better now. I'll get my revenge on my own. Thank you for caring about me. I'm very happy to have met you in this world. Then Noyette called Tuni's name in surprise, then hugged her and kissed her on the lips. Come with me tonight. Tuni's heart pounded as she asked him, how is the Kwok Siu mansion? Then she left. Anyway, thank you for caring about me. I'm going home to see how things are. Non Noyette waved happily. Go, my wife. Tuni arrived at the gate of the state uncle's mansion and saw a group of servants busy moving things out. What's going on? Are we moving? Just then, Swang came out. Sister, aren't you locked up in the alchemy class? Why are you suddenly back? Tuni said, I'll tell you later. First, tell me, what are these carriages carrying? Swang Swang explained, those are the things father told mother to sell. He said we need a lot of silver to get you out of the alchemy class. Tuni was deeply moved. I can't believe my parents care so much about me. It's so touching. Then she ordered, stop everything. Bring the things back to the state uncle's mansion. We're not selling anymore. The servants were surprised. Huh? Swang Swang said, sister, now that you're back, does that mean you don't have to be locked up in the alchemy class anymore? Tuni replied, yes, not anymore. And I also know how to practice alchemy, so I can earn a lot of silver for our family in the future. Let's go inside and talk. Tuni sat at the dining table with her parents. It smells so good. Her mother said happily, I can't believe our Tuni was accepted as a personal disciple by Tien Na Thuong Tun. Her father was also overjoyed. That's right. I heard that Tien Na is very powerful. He must be very strict. Tuni recounted, that person has nothing to do with the word strict. It's more accurate to say he's a pervert. Anyway, don't worry, parents. I've got him wrapped around my finger. Her father laughed loudly, while her mother was surprised. Oh, I see. Swang Swang sat beside her and reminded her, you should eat. Then Tuni went to the west courtyard. I can't believe mother's alcohol tolerance is still so good. Father and I have already passed out, but mother can still drink a few more rounds with me. Luckily, my alcohol tolerance was trained in my previous life. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been passed out on the dining table today. Suddenly, there was a noise. Non Noyette appeared, holding a glass of wine. Tuni is so relaxed, still drinking at this hour. You've made me wait for a long time. Tuni thought to herself, it's been a long time since Non Noyette climbed through the window into my house. She stroked his face. I was originally going to look for you tomorrow, but you came to me tonight. Anyway, I've already had a drink today. It's not too much to tease a handsome man a little while I'm drunk, right? Non Noyette asked if Tuni was drunk. Tuni leaned against him and said in a soft voice so warm, with which eye did you see that I'm drunk? I can still drink more. Non Noyette took out a few more bottles of wine. Then have a drink with me. Tuni then drank resentfully. All right, good wine. It's just that I feel a bit hot and my heart is beating fast. At this moment, Non Noyette said, Tuni really trusts me. I put something in there. Tuni blushed. What medicine? You tricked me. My face is so hot. You're hot too. Something's not right. Non Noyette hugged her. I put in an 8th stage aphrodisiac. Tuni was flustered. What? No way. Are things about to go in a strange direction? Non Noyette asked, you must be feeling hot all over now. You're uncomfortable and need a man's yang energy. If you don't have a man to help you, I'm afraid tonight will be very difficult to get through. Tuni was furious. Shameless. What do you want to do? Non Noyette took off her clothes. Tonight, I'll take care of your needs right here. Tuni was terrified. Give me back my clothes. Non Noyette picked her up. It's just a torn piece of clothing, isn't it? I can buy you 20 sets. Tuni struggled. Let me go. Non Noyette threw her onto the bed. What's wrong? You've been my wife for so long. Can't I even touch you? Tuni was terrified. You're too rude. Help. What should I do? Is he serious? Non Noyette laughed coldly. Oh, Tuni doesn't like it rough. Then I'll be a little gentler next time, okay? Tuni held a pillow and shouted, get out. Non Noyette continued. Is this what they call beating is affection, scolding is love? Tuni was helpless. I admire your optimistic attitude. I'm scolding you and you think I love you. I'm impressed. Non Noyette leaned close to her ear. Don't be so quick to be impressed. Let's save these words for tomorrow, my wife. Tuni was panicked. What did you say? It's over. You're getting hotter. It's also itchy inside, like ants are biting. Then he kissed her deeply on the lips. Oh my God, this kiss, his tongue spreading all over my body like an electric shock. She panted, so hot, so itchy. Non Noyette looked at her and said, oh, Tuni, we're about to have sex. It's not good for you to bleed so much. He wiped the blood from her nose. Your husband will help you supplement your yin with yang. Tuni blushed. This guy really knows how to flirt. No way. I have to take the initiative. She pushed him away. Get away. You're getting hotter and hotter. Did Non Noyette really put an aphrodisiac in the wine? System. Activate alchemy mode. Concoct a healing pill. Non Noyette laughed. Oh, Tuni has really improved. A moment later, the healing pill was complete. Tuni immediately swallowed it. Why isn't there any major change? Am I still not cured? Non Noyette laughed coldly. Because what I put in the wine wasn't an aphrodisiac, just some tonic. When you drink a tonic, of course you'll feel your chi and blood surge. Tuni smiled, but was actually very angry. I guessed it. So when I was concocting the pill, I made an extra one. Non Noyette was surprised. Then Tuni stuffed it into his mouth. Swallow it, you bastard. Non Noyette was confused. What did you give me? It's both bitter and sweet. Tuni squinted her eyes and smiled. Of course it's a very, very scary poison. Non Noyette was stubborn. Even if it's poison, I'll swallow it. Tuni was surprised. I gave you chocolate. Non Noyette was confused. What's chocolate? She explained, this is food made from cocoa. In short, this recipe was given to me by a master from outside. Then she gave him a bottle. This is for you. I heard that eating it will make you feel better. Non Noyette happily accepted it. Thank you, my wife. Chocolate is indeed an interesting food. Tuni tapped his head. You came to my house to tease me, tore my clothes, and even flirted with me. You're not serious at all. You're making me so angry. Non Noyette defended himself. Who says I came to find you for no important reason? Actually, this month, I've been trying to find a way to unseal your spiritual power. Tuni was surprised. Are you serious? He teased her again. Could I possibly lie to our Tuni? At first, I told you to give the Tam and Pearl to Dong Ne Thuong. That was my idea, which is why you were framed by her. But you still haven't revealed my whereabouts, not even a little. How could I abandon you? Tuni said, you still have some conscience. That's right. So, what's the way to break the seal on my spiritual power? Non Noyette explained, your spiritual power is sealed because an external force is blocking the connection between your sea of qi and your dantian. As long as you can break this barrier, you will recover your spiritual power. Tuni wondered how to break it. Non Noyette asked, do you want to try? Tuni hesitated a little. The evil energy in my body hasn't been completely suppressed yet. If I restore my spiritual power now, I'm afraid I'll go berserk. Non Noyette released his spiritual power. Don't worry, it's just a try. You won't go crazy. Tuni agreed. Then let's try. Non Noyette reminded her, stand firm. Tuni was immediately knocked to the ground, coughing. Is breaking through directly a physical attack? Non Noyette replied, that's right. I only used less than 1% of my power just now, but you endured 40 extreme lightning strikes before your spiritual power was sealed. If you want to fully recover, you need to endure similar pain. Only then can you completely break the barrier between your sea of qi and your dantian. Luni thought, my spiritual power is sealed. I have to rely entirely on my physical body to endure this torture. I'm afraid I'll have to go through a trip to the gates of hell to release my spiritual power. Whether I can endure it at that time is another matter. The two then sat down. Non Noyette comforted her, you don't have to be too sad. Although this is a very painful process, I have a way to reduce the pain for her. It will be a little slower, but at least she won't lose her life. After speaking, he pushed her down. Tuni was flustered. Non Noyette, what do you want to do? Non Noyette motioned for her to be quiet. Tuni blushed. Why is he so close? Why are he and Q Quangqian so similar? Even their panting is the same. He placed his hand on her stomach. Is this the way to reduce the pain you mentioned? I've known Non Noyette for so long. Although he's a casual person, he's not a lecher. Non Noyette laughed coldly. Tuni is so calm. I thought if I did this, you would immediately get angry and push me away. Now I will transfer spiritual power into your body, slowly nurturing your dantian. That way, when you are attacked by external forces in the future, it will reduce the pain. Then Non Noyette began to transfer spiritual power. She could feel a continuous surge of spiritual power entering her body. Her whole body felt like it was on fire, yet it was also like floating on clouds, her mind dazed. The next day, Tuni woke up. Although she was beaten by Non Noyette yesterday, today she didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, she felt full of vitality. Why did I associate Non Noyette and Q Quangqian with each other yesterday? Non Noyette's spiritual power is the Yulam ultimate in spiritual power, and his spirit pet is a butterfly. Q Quangqian's spiritual power is light yellow, and his spirit pet is a white lion. These two have absolutely no close relationship. I must have been overthinking. Tu Bok appeared on the table. What do you want to do with my box? It was playing with her hairpin. You really love your master. You know this is the flower hairpin your master gave you, so you like to rub against it. She wanted to take it back, but Tu Bok bit it very tightly. You still want to fight with me for the flower hairpin? Give it back to me. Tu Bok ran away with the hairpin in his mouth. Tuni chased after him. I can give you anything you want, but this flower hairpin is absolutely not allowed. Tu Bok meowed twice later. Tuni finally got the hairpin back. Now I have to go to the alchemy class quickly to concoct some blood replenishing and shear replenishing pills. That way, I can suppress the evil energy faster. At Tu Van Pavilion, everyone was bustling. I really want to meet Princess Tu. Her spiritual power was sealed, yet she learned alchemy. It's a miracle. Princess Tu even became Tian Na Thuong Tun's disciple and is even more favored than Du Hai Duong. I really want to meet her. But the line to meet Princess Tu is too long. I've been waiting for 3 hours already. Princess Tu is here. Tuni appeared, and the sisters stepped forward with pen and paper. Princess, I wonder what method you use to learn alchemy. Can you teach me? Or give me some hints? You've become Tian Na Thuong Tun's disciple. You'll definitely become a very powerful alchemist in the future. Tuni was surprised. Are they treating me like a star? How long will it take to deal with all of them? Then she released her spiritual power, and a 7-colored cloud treasure appeared. Then she left. Goodbye, everyone. She even blew a kiss. Both men and women liked it. So beautiful, so beautiful. Even a fairy can't compare. Tian Na Thuong Tun even gave Deep Tuni the 7-colored rainbow cloud. So cool. At the 8 trigrams pagoda palace, during the alchemy class, when Tuni arrived, she found everyone whispering. Are we leaving for Hien Vienmon later? That's right. Every 2 years, our alchemy class will have a friendly competition with the alchemists of Hien Vienmon. This year, I was also chosen by the teacher. I can represent our alchemy class in the competition. Tuni was very surprised after hearing that. A competition? I've heard before that the alchemists of Hien Vienmon and Tu Van Pavilion are on par with each other. I didn't expect the two sects to have this kind of exchange competition. How interesting. Moreover, I heard that the champion of this year's alchemy competition, Hien Vienmon, will take out the sect's treasure, the Hon Guin ginseng, as a prize. It's an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. After a cultivator uses it, their cultivation can increase by 2 to 3 realms. Even ordinary people can live a few more years if they eat it. Kwok Tu grabbed her sleeve. Hon Guin ginseng. Tuni asked in surprise, what's wrong? Do you also want to eat ginseng? Kwok Tu explained, Hon Guin ginseng is a rare treasure in the world. If it's refined into chi replenishing and blood replenishing pills, you only need one to suppress the evil energy in your body. Tuni became greedy. Then I have to find a way to get it. Kwok Tu supported her. That's right. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. No matter what method you use, you must get the Hon Guin ginseng. Otherwise, if you use the ordinary spirit medicine you refine yourself, you'll have to eat it for another half a year. Tuni rushed off. I'm going to find Tian Na Thuong Tun to ask to participate in the competition. Kwok Tu reminded her. I heard we're leaving today. You have to hurry. Tuni ran over and pushed the door open. Tian Na was sitting shirtless on the bed. Who dares to barge into my room? Seeing Tuni, his attitude immediately changed. My dear disciple, so it's you. Tuni walked over seriously. I have something urgent to find you for, so I forgot to knock. Tian Na said, a small matter like knocking is not worth mentioning. You don't need to knock when you come to my room next time. Then he took out a whip. That's right. My dear disciple came at the right time. This whip was handmade by me, specially prepared for you. Try it and see if it fits your hand. Tuni looked at it and thought, Everyone says that people with masochistic tendencies like to be whipped or have wax stripped on them. Tuni thought about whipping him. Did he deliberately make the whip so I would hit him? So she refused. Forget it. I don't like whips. Tian Na was surprised. You're refusing me? Tuni thought again. After being rejected, he'll be very sad and angry, right? After all, he's my rightful master. If he has this request, maybe I should reluctantly agree with him. Tian Na was very happy. So happy. I've been rejected again. The feeling of being rejected is wonderful. Tuni laughed coldly. I forgot he's an extreme masochist who loves to be abused, and especially loves to be mentally abused. The more things that displease him, the more excited he feels. Master, if you're happy now, can you listen to me talk about business? Tian Na said flirtatiously, Go on, my dear disciple. I'll grant whatever wish you have. Tuni said, I want to go to Hienvinman to participate in the exchange competition. Tian Na was surprised. But that competition is so boring. You are my disciple. You really don't need to compete in alchemy with those mediocre people. Tuni persisted. No, I want to participate. Tian Na laughed and said, as expected of my dear disciple. This tone still makes one tremble. Then he opened the box containing the alchemy furnace. Since you're so insistent, it's okay to go and play. You probably don't have an alchemy furnace, right? Consider this a gift from your master. Tuni was surprised. Hasn't this been thrown away by Tian Na for several years? I really don't have an alchemy furnace right now. Then thank you, master. Then she left. I'm leaving first. At the alchemy class. Ha-man stood at the front and read the list. This time, we're going to Hienvinman to participate in the exchange competition. Including Tuni, a total of 8 people will participate, led by Du Duong. Du Duong replied, Leave it to me, teacher Ha-man. Ha-man then led the way. All right, everyone is here. Let's set off. Everyone, wait for the carriage here. The disciples were surprised. The carriage stopped over there belongs to His Highness Qian? Hu Kuang Qian then walked over. Du Duong was overjoyed. Your Highness Qian, did you come to Tu Van Pavilion today for a class? He just hummed a cold reply to her. Hai Duong still asked cheerfully, I see your highness's complexion is very good today. It seems my spirit medicine has been really effective recently. After I finish the competition at Hienvinman, I'll give your highness some to use. But Hu Kuang Qian directly ignored her words. Thank you, Miss Du. Then he walked over to Tuni. Du Hai Duong said angrily, Why are you so cold? You're nodding in reply. Hu Kuang Qian looked at her and said, I heard the princess has completely mastered the way of alchemy. Then I wish the princess a triumphant return from this competition at Hienvinman. Tuni thought to herself, so he deliberately stopped the carriage to encourage me. I guess he's also concerned about me. Thank you for your blessing, Your Highness Qian. I will definitely win the championship. He looked at her and smiled. You're still wearing it. Tuni was puzzled. What? He leaned close to her ear and whispered, This flower hairpin suits the princess very well. Tuni thought to herself, he's suddenly flirting with me. What does he want? The people around saw this and started whispering. His Highness Qian and the princess seem very close. One is the prince of a country, the other is a royal relative. It's normal for them to be close. Du Hai Duong shouted angrily, Shut up. The carriage is coming. Aren't you going to prepare for the Hienvinman competition? What are you standing here talking nonsense for? The junior sisters saw her expression and said in fear, Yes, senior sister Du. Du Hai Duong looked at Tuni with hatred in her eyes. His Highness and Princess Tu seem to be more than just friends. The way His Highness looks at Deep Tuni seems like he likes her. At Hienvinman, the sound of a carriage approached. Tuni lifted the curtain to look out. I remember the last time I came to Hienvinman was to pick Tichqua for Q Kuang Qian. That time, Vu Sun lured the guards away so I could sneak in, and I even met Lang Tu. After that, she and Ha-man led the disciples inside. An elder came out to greet them. Teacher Ha, Miss Du, we've finally been waiting for the arrival of Tu Van Pavilion's esteemed guests. This is Elder Tong of the Hienvinman's Alchemy Pavilion, and he's also in charge of this exchange competition. Ha Man immediately stepped forward to reply, Elder Tong, long time no see. You're looking healthier and healthier. Elder Tong sized them up. Teacher Ha is as eloquent as ever. I've also heard that Miss Du is coming to our Hienvinmon this year. I'm both happy and worried. With Tien Na Thuong Tun's personal disciple here, I'm afraid our Hienvinmon has no hope again. Hai Duong also smiled and replied, Elder Tong is joking. Actually, this time Hai Duong is only here as the team leader to lead everyone to Hienvinmon. I'm not participating in the competition. Then, he invited them inside. I see. Then please come in, everyone from Tu Van Pavilion. We have already prepared the competition venue. You can rest for a while and then the competition can begin. Ha Man led the team inside. The elder of the Hienvinmon Sword Pavilion, Luke Van, was sitting at Vong Truc Vong. This was the territory she managed. A disciple entered. Master, you called me back. What is it? Luke Van asked Lang Tu. Do you know that the alchemists of Tu Van Pavilion have come to our Hienvinmon today to participate in the competition? Lang Tu said, I know, but I'm not interested in alchemy. Luke Van handed him the paper in her hand. Whether you're interested or not is not important. I just received news that among the alchemists from Tu Van Pavilion, there is a girl named Deep Tuni. She gripped his hand tightly. Go and help me kill her. Lang Tu bowed his head and said, Hienvinmon and Tu Van Pavilion have always been on good terms. If their disciple dies in our Hienvinmon, I'm afraid it will cause trouble. Luke Van said, It's fine. If anything happens, I'll take care of it myself. But that girl named Deep Tuni must die. Lang Tu thought to himself, Deep Tuni is the one who saved me last time when I went berserk. He thought with a heavy heart, why does my heart hurt so much? At the various Hienvinmon, people were gathered around. The moment Tuni appeared, everyone started gossiping and laughing. Hurry up and see. The contestants are out. This time, Du Hai Duong of Tu Van Pavilion is not participating in the competition, so our Hienvinmon's alchemists will definitely win. That's right. I see that the alchemists from Tu Van Pavilion this time don't have any skills. They probably aren't powerful alchemists. Wow, the senior brother of our alchemy pavilion has appeared. He is Elder Tong's son, a fourth-stage alchemist. Even if Tien Na Thuong Tun's personal disciple, Du Hai Duong, were to compete, our senior brother Tong would not necessarily lose. Tuni looked at him and thought, what an elegant and graceful young man. I can't believe he's at the fourth stage. According to the rules of alchemists, a first-stage alchemist can only refine first-stage spirit medicines, and a second-stage alchemist can refine second-stage spirit medicines. By extension, it is basically impossible for a low-level alchemist to refine high-level spirit medicines. It is extremely difficult for an alchemist to advance in level. Reaching the fourth or fifth stage is already considered a great master. As far as I know, even Du Hai Duong, with her excellent talent, is still stuck at the fourth stage peak. She's just one step away from breaking through to the fifth stage. This alchemist named Tong Fap cannot be underestimated. She pondered thoughtfully. Although I'm at the fourth stage, sixth level, and in theory I can refine fourth-grade pills, pills are also divided into low, medium, and high grades based on cultivation level. So how can I win? Elder Tong stood on high and said, quiet. I will repeat the rules of the competition once more. Like every year, this year's competition does not limit the type of spirit medicine, nor does it use the grade of spirit medicine as the standard for victory or defeat. The referee will select the final winner based on the rarity, efficacy, grade, and quality of the medicine. Kwok Tu jumped up and said, this rule is great. That means, even if you refine a third-stage spirit medicine, as long as it's precious and rare enough, you can still win. Tuni smiled cunningly. Kwok Tu is also secretly preparing for a big battle. Tuni rubbed her chin and said, it seems the rules of this competition are very fair. Kwok Tu suggested, then let's refine a third-stage spirit medicine. The system sells duok phuong, medicinal formulas. Just buy a rare third-stage recipe. But Tuni said, no, I want to refine a fourth-stage spirit medicine. The prize for this competition is the Hon Nguyen Ginseng. It's a treasure that can suppress the evil energy in the body. Then, Elder Tong lit the fire. I now declare the alchemy competition officially open. The contestants all took out their alchemy furnaces. Come out, alchemy furnace. The moment Tuni took out her alchemy furnace, she coughed. Everyone looked at her and pointed. Look at that female alchemist. The alchemy furnace she took out is so dirty and covered in dust. And she doesn't even know how to wash it. Does she want to use this pile of scrap metal to make pills? The alchemists of Tu Van Pavilion are so bad. Ha Man sat on the side, propping up her chin in disappointment. This deep Tuni. If she doesn't have an alchemy furnace, she could have just told me. Tuni then activated the system and bought the most expensive 4th-grade recipe. The system announced 10,000 gold coins have been deducted. The pill refining method has been successfully purchased. Kwok-tu said worriedly, it's over, deep Tuni. You're really done for. This recipe requires the spirit core of a 4-star spirit beast. Even the system doesn't sell this. Tuni still looked bewildered. Buck two, lay on the ground. We're sure to lose. With this refining method, we could still take a risk, but now we're lacking the medicinal ingredients. The diamond pill can't be successfully refined at all. Tuni was still confident. Who said we're sure to lose? I have a 4-star spirit core. Kwok-tu thought about Tuni scaring Tu-bok. Don't I remember that Q Kwang Qian's Tu-bok is also a 4 or 5-star immortal beast? Do you want to kill it for its spirit core? Tuni immediately hit its head. What are you thinking, Kwok-tu? Am I that crazy? Besides, I didn't bring Tu-bok today. Kwok-tu was puzzled. Then where did we get the spirit core from? Tuni took it out from her chest. Look. Kwok-tu was surprised. This is the spirit core of the 6-eyed spider. Tuni explained, that's right. After killing the 6-eyed spider, I've been carefully preserving this thing. Let's begin. She put all the medicinal ingredients into the furnace and started refining the pill. Suddenly, the pot boiled violently. Tuni was startled. What's going on? Controlling the alchemy furnace before didn't have such a big reaction. And logically speaking, the furnace shouldn't shake so violently when refining pills. The disciple at the next table panicked. Oh no! It's over. Then the alchemy furnace exploded. It's over. I'm done for. Tuni looked at her alchemy furnace in fear. It's over. Is my alchemy furnace about to explode too? Look at it boiling so violently. Could it be that the alchemy furnace is too old and the one that Master gave me is broken? The people outside mocked, I told you, that female alchemist from Tu Van Pavilion's alchemy furnace is just a pile of scrap metal. Look at her alchemy furnace, it looks like it's about to explode. It's understandable if other alchemists fail to refine pills and their furnaces explode. But she's using this pile of scrap metal as an alchemy furnace. Isn't she just asking for humiliation? The alchemy furnace shook violently and suddenly became huge. Everyone looked, even Tuni was surprised. Elder Tong and Ha Man were also very surprised. Isn't the 7-colored Liaoli furnace an extreme-grade immortal artifact? Its value can topple kingdoms and cities. You might not be able to buy it even with money. I heard that as long as a spirit medicine is refined from the 7-colored Liaoli furnace, regardless of the alchemist's cultivation level, it can definitely refine a spirit medicine with the highest quality of the same grade. How can this be? This is an alchemy furnace that can be compared to Tien Na Thuong Tun's white jade coiling dragon furnace. Elder Tong turned to Ha Man in a panic and asked, Junior sister, I wonder who this little alchemist is, to have the 7-colored Liaoli furnace? Ha Man recalled the scene of Tien Na taking Tuni as a disciple. Master, please have some tea. Thank you, disciple. Then she said loudly, she is the disciple that Tien Na Thuong Tun just accepted yesterday. The noble princess of our Vietnam nation, Deep Tuni. Elder Tong said in surprise, what? So she's Tien Na Thuong Tun's new disciple. After hearing this, everyone started gossiping. So she's Deep Tuni, the disciple of the most powerful alchemist in our Vietnam nation. She really is a hidden gem. Even her alchemy furnace is different. That's right. Last night, I heard that Tien Na Thuong Tun took a disciple. I heard that this Princess Tu was a cultivator before. What kind of extraordinary talent must she have to be able to practice alchemy while being a cultivator? Tuni was ecstatic. I can't believe Tien Na gave me such a precious gift. We've only known each other for a short time, and I've only just become his disciple, yet he spoils me so much. This master is so good to me. The most important thing now is to quickly refine the diamond pill. I can't let Tien Na down. Then, she started refining. Du Duong saw from the outside. 7-colored Lulu furnace, 7-colored Lulu furnace. I want to ruin your good thing. Then, she started refining. Du Duong saw from the outside. 7-colored Lu furnace, 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 7-colored Lu furnace. She summoned, Poison Butterfly Queen, come out. Blind deep Tuni for me. Let's see how she'll practice alchemy then. Tuni suddenly saw a butterfly attacking her. What kind of monster is this? Where did it come from? Does it want to harm me with a poison needle? Kwok 2 reminded her to dodge quickly. This is a 4-star spirit beast, the Poison Butterfly Queen. Then, it was caught by Tuni's hand. These two little things, they haven't even grown up yet, and they already want to harm me with poison needles. How foolish. The spirit pet was trying to struggle but couldn't reach. Then, she threw it into the alchemy furnace. Since you're also a 4-star spirit beast and you want to harm me, then I won't be polite. I'll use you to refine a pill. 2 4-star spirit beast cores. This pill will definitely be very powerful. Du Duong was almost driven mad. Damn it, my spirit pet, my lovely spirit pet. I can't believe Deep Tuni took it to refine a pill. Deep Tuni, I won't rest until you're dead. Du Duong's eyes were filled with hatred. Elder Tong struck the bronze drum. The competition is over. Then, he announced the results. I declare that Tong Thap of Huin Vien Pavilion has successfully refined the Jia Tu Lin Dan. The people below cheered. Wow, so amazing! The Si Lin Dan can triple a cultivator's cultivation for the duration of 1 incense stick. It's also a 4th-grade pill, very popular among cultivators. Then he called out, Deep Tuni, take out your pill. Tuni took out the pill. Here, this is the pill I refined. Elder Tong said in surprise, this diamond pill is so beautiful. It even has a butterfly pattern on it. Deep Tuni, how did you control the fire to create the pattern? Tuni thought to herself, how would I know? A 4-star spirit pet just offered itself up to me. Hai Duong left. Damn it, my spirit pet died just like that. Then, Elder Tong raised Tuni's hand. I declare, the winner of this year's alchemy competition between Hien Vien Mon and Tu Van Pavilion is. Everyone cheered. Congratulations, Deep Tuni. Tong Thap, who was standing beside her, also clapped. Princess Tu has won the championship. It's well-deserved. Tuni bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, everyone. I was just lucky today. The elder laughed and said, Princess Tu, you don't need to be modest. You are Tien Na Thuong Tun's disciple. You will surely become an outstanding talent in the alchemy world of our Vien Nam nation in the future. Tuni continued to ask, That's right, Elder Tong. I heard that the prize for this year's champion is the Hon Nguyen Ginseng. I wonder when I can receive the prize. The elder replied to her, That's right, it is the Hon Nguyen Ginseng. However, according to the rules, this prize must be personally awarded to you by the head of Hien Vien Mon tomorrow morning. Tuni said in surprise, Oh, tomorrow? Elder Tong said, That's right. Everyone has worked hard for half a day to come to our Hien Vien Mon, and has also consumed spiritual power to participate in the competition. As the host, we naturally have to treat everyone to a good meal tonight. This is also a common courtesy. Tuni also said happily, Yes, I know. In the flower garden of Hien Vien Mon, Tuni walked and stretched. It seems being impatient is useless. I have to wait until tomorrow to get the Hon Nguyen Ginseng. Suddenly, someone covered her eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Tuni touched those hands. Such a pleasant voice must belong to a little beauty who can topple kingdoms and cities. The senior sister said in surprise, You're a dignified princess of the Vien Nam nation. Why do you talk like a rogue? Tuni explained, What's a princess? It's just an empty title. Besides, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling you, as a dignified woman, why do you have a bald head? Then she demonstrated her fist technique for Tuni. Because a bald head represents strength, Tuni took out a wig and gave it to her. Here you go. These wigs are all for you. You can be bald when you fight. Normally, you can change wigs. She tried on the wig. We're friends now, so I won't be polite. Tuni also said enthusiastically, what's there to be polite about? You look really beautiful in this pink wig. Then she asked, that's right. I just heard you won the championship in the alchemy competition. Speaking of which, aren't you a cultivator of Tu Van Pavilion? Why did you join the alchemy class and learn alchemy? Tuni sighed. It's a long story. Let's talk as we walk. After hearing Tuni's story, she was shocked and said, I can't believe you've been through so much. But now that your spiritual power is sealed, will you be unable to become a cultivator in the future and only be able to practice alchemy for the rest of your life? Tuni said again, not necessarily. I've found a way to restore my spiritual power. It won't be long before I can continue cultivating. Then she asked Tuni, so do you need my help? Tuni smiled and patted her head. If I need your help, I'll take the initiative to find you. Suddenly, Tu Van was knocked unconscious from behind. Why am I suddenly dizzy? Tuni called out to Tu Van in a panic. Ling Tu appeared from behind, his sword chi and killing intent seemingly aimed at her. Tuni immediately dodged. Ling Tu said in surprise, I didn't expect an alchemist to react so quickly. Tuni also said, I'm not easy to bully. After speaking, she threw a smoke bomb and ran. That guy deliberately knocked out Tu Van. He clearly wants to kill me. Why am I running into an assassin at Hien Vien Mon? From the spiritual power of that man just now, this person is very strong. He must have a 6th stage Spirit King cultivation. But Ling Tu caught up with her. Damn it. I'm cornered. Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Ling Tu, with his face covered, said, a person who is about to die shouldn't ask so many questions. Tuni said, great hero, I'm just an alchemist with no strength to even truss a chicken. There should be no grudge between us. Besides, this is Hien Vien Mon. If I die here, the people of Hien Vien Mon will definitely investigate, and Tu Van Pavilion will definitely demand justice for me. At that time, even a 6th stage Spirit King will probably have a hard time dealing with it. Tuni took out a treasure, a capture net. Ling Tu was hung up by the net. I didn't expect you to be prepared. This young lady bids you farewell. Goodbye. The 7-colored auspicious cloud appeared. Let's go. My trap can only hold him for a moment. I have to create a commotion to call for help. Signal fireworks. But Ling Tu immediately chased after her. You think creating a commotion will get someone to save you? This is Vong Truc Fong. No one will come to save you. Tuni said in surprise. You're too fast. Ling Tu got close to Tuni and caught her. Tuni said in a panic. Don't sit on my cloud. The cloud doesn't carry outsiders. Ling Tu insisted. What will happen? Tuni said shyly. It will disappear. Then the cloud disappeared, and the two fell from the sky. Ling Tu said quickly, hold on to me, lie on top of me. Tuni looked at him blankly. Huh? You're not going to kill me anymore. Then she fell on top of Ling Tu and asked, are you hurt? Ling Tu's clothes were disheveled. I'm fine. Should I attack her or not? My heart. Tuni was surprised to find that it was Ling Tu. Why is it you? Senior brother Lang is the cultivator who broke through to the 6th stage and is still on the mountain, having gone berserk. Ling Tu was also very surprised. I can't believe she still remembers me and even recognizes me. What should I do now? What should I do now? Are you the one from the back mountain? Because I was breaking through and went berserk, you were the one who helped me stabilize my spiritual power, right? Tuni was still in a state of shock. It was me. At that time, I saw you were breaking through and going berserk. Although I could have just ignored you and let you self-destruct, it was fate that you met me, so I used up my spiritual power to save you, allowing you to successfully overcome the calamity. She sighed. I just didn't expect that the person I risked my life to save would repay my kindness with enmity and want to kill me. It really makes one's heart grow cold. Ling Tu said in a panic, what should I do now? I didn't know it was you just now. I just didn't recognize you for a moment. I didn't intend to hunt you down. I'm sorry. Tuni opened one eye to look at him. So, who told you to hunt me down? Lang Tu was reluctant to speak. I can't tell you that. You should go. Don't come to Hien Vien Mon anymore, and especially don't come to Vong Truc Vong. Tuni thought to herself, this guy's swordsmanship is extraordinary, and his cultivation has reached the 6th stage. The person who can order him around in Hien Vien Mon must be very influential. Could it be related to Dong Na Thuong? Anyway, I have to get out of here first. She was about to leave when a strong wind suddenly picked up. Why is the wind so strong? Lang Tu said, oh no. A force pierced through Tuni's hand. What's going on? Why is this bamboo leaf so sharp? Does it have spiritual power? No, it's the spiritual power in the wind that's controlling the bamboo leaf. Luke Van appeared and scolded Lang Tu. Master ordered you to kill Deep Tuni. Why is she still alive and kicking? Tuni was terrified. The spiritual power this woman is emitting is too strong. Was she the one who ordered Lang Tu to hunt me down? But in my memory, I've never provoked this woman from Hien Vien Mon. Lang Tu stepped forward and pleaded, Master, she. Luke Van interrupted, enough. Since you're here, I'll kill this little vixen myself. With that, she released all her spiritual power. Tuni was horrified. Too strong. This woman's cultivation is almost at the 7th stage, close to the 8th stage saint. But Lang Tu stood in front of her. Luke Van said angrily, Lang Tu, you dare to protect her? Lang Tu said, Master, it was Deep Tuni who saved me. If it weren't for her, I would have self-destructed and died from going berserk during my breakthrough. So this disciple cannot stand by and watch. Luke Van laughed coldly. So you and this little vixen have this kind of relationship. Fine. If you want to repay her kindness, I won't stop you. But the person I want to kill must die. After saying that, she used all her strength again. Tien Vien's sword technique, flying bamboo sword formation. Tuni also counterattacked. Lang Tu used the fire elephant technique to break the sword formation. Tuni said, that's right. Using fire is just the right way to counter bamboo. The system pulled out a flamethrower. Then she was subdued. Lang Tu was surprised. I didn't expect us to still be so. Tuni continued. Still so in sync, right? Luke Van said furiously, you're a good disciple of mine, knowing how to use the fire elephant technique to counter my bamboo sword formation. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still not enough. You want to protect others under my hand. She released the bamboo again. You're not qualified enough. She attacked Tuni. Lang Tu blocked the blow for her again. Tuni called Lang Tu's name in horror. I can't believe Lang Tu, to save me, not only defied his master, but even used his body to block the sword for me. Lang Tu, covered in injuries, spat blood and declared, Master, if I can't protect her, even if she dies, she must die after me. Luke Van was furious. I can't believe that to protect her, you don't even care about your own life. It seems Tien Na has really taken on a cunning disciple. Since you're so determined to die, don't blame me for not showing mercy as your master. Tuni suddenly remembered Tien Na. That's right, the medicine bottle my master gave me also has a protective effect. She took out the alchemy furnace and summoned the 7-colored Lulu furnace. Luke Van was flustered. Stop. Luke Van rushed forward and pleaded, Deep Tuni, how can you use this divine object as a shield? What if it gets damaged? Seeing her both heartbroken and worried, Tuni was surprised. It seems Luke Van not only knows Tien Na but also admires him very much. She cherishes the alchemy furnace so much that she can't even bear to destroy his 7-colored Lulu furnace. Who on earth wants to kill me, and for what reason? Lang Tu was almost exhausted. He told her, you should go quickly. But Tuni said, leave it to me. Then she said to Luke Van, I really didn't expect that the senior Luke Van that Master Tien Na often mentions would want to kill me. She blushed and said, you said Tien Na often mentions me? Tuni pretended to be serious. That's right. If Master knew you wanted to kill me, he would definitely be very sad. Luke Van's face flushed. No, so what did your master say about me? What did he say to you? Tuni started making things up. Master said Luke Van is a very special woman. He told us disciples that if we meet senior Luke Van at Hien Vien Mon, we must bow. Luke Van was overjoyed. So on the surface, he's cold to me, but in his heart, he's always thinking of me. Tuni pretended to hint, but it seems the Luke Van that Master Tien Na mentioned is not this person. Luke Van said in a panic, how can it not be me? How many people in this world are named Luke Van? Besides, in all of Hien Vien Mon, I am the only Luke Van. Tien Na must be talking about me. Tuni asked innocently, if you really are the gentle, virtuous, talented, and beautiful Luke Van that Master Tien Na often mentions, why would you want to kill his newly accepted disciple? Luke Van said, isn't it because of you, you vixen, who seduced Tien Na and made him think of you day and night? I'm just cleaning up the house for him. Tuni was shocked. Seducing Tien Na and making him think of me? Oh my god, what is this woman thinking? I'm his disciple, not his wife. Luke Van said angrily, if that's not the case, then why did Tien Na suddenly take you as his disciple, doting on and protecting you? This is completely out of character for him. And you still say there's no ambiguous relationship between you two. Tuni said, so in Senior Luke Van's heart, Master Tien Na is that kind of person? Before, I was just a martial artist who became a cripple because my spiritual power was sealed. It was Master Tien Na who discovered my talent for alchemy and took me as his disciple so I could become an alchemist. I respect him very much. How could I dare to think of anything beyond that? Tuni said sincerely, besides, Master is a great person. The one who can be worthy of Master is only a virtuous and respected cultivator like you, Senior Luke Van. After hearing this, Luke Van was overjoyed. I think you're right. Tien Na and I are a good match, right? Are you speaking from the heart? Tuni had a sincere expression. Of course, it's from the heart. I am Tien Na's disciple. You also know that he treats me well. Because he treats me like family, I can see his thoughts. Luke Van took her hand. It seems I've misunderstood. I shouldn't have wanted to kill you. Are you hurt? Tuni replied, I'm fine, but Lang Tu is vomiting blood. Tuni ran to support Lang Tu. Luke Van stood there and said, don't worry. Lang Tu has a 6th-stage cultivation. Although he's seriously injured, it won't damage his foundation. He won't die. Tuni thought to herself, this old woman. Her disciple is so seriously injured, yet she can still be so calm. And she's fighting and killing over a man, not even sparing her own disciple. God bless Tien Na. Please don't let him like this kind of woman. I don't want this kind of heartless person as my master's wife. Then she helped Lang Tu up. He's seriously injured. The kind Senior Luke Van surely won't stand by and do nothing, right? Luke Van immediately said, of course. Help him follow me. In the bedroom next to Vong Truc Vong, Tuni sat beside the unconscious Lang Tu, recounting to Quoc Tu what had happened an incense stick ago. Luke Van personally treated Lang Tu's injuries and had someone bandage him, but why is he still unconscious? Quoc Tu said, the sword chi of a person who is almost at the 8th stage saint level caused the injuries. Although it didn't damage his foundation, it's enough to keep him bedridden for 10 days to half a month. However, this kid is loyal and righteous. I didn't expect him to risk his life to save someone. He can be considered a hero. Tuni thought guiltily, I don't have a bodhisattva's heart like Lang Tu. I only saved him before to protect myself. But now he saved me, not hesitating to sacrifice his life, just to repay a favor from a few months ago. Then she took out a diamond pill. Quoc Tu said in surprise, hey, Deep Tuni. This is a 4th-stage high-grade pill. The ingredients are all very rare, and there are even 2 spirit beast cores inside. It's extremely precious. Tuni said, isn't it just a pill? I'm not stingy. Why are you being so stingy? Quoc Tu explained, this diamond pill is very useful to you. Non Noyette already said that if you want to restore your spiritual power, you have to rely on external force to hit you very hard. This diamond pill can strengthen your physique, making your body stronger, so you won't be beaten to death at the slightest touch. Tuni looked at Lang Tu thoughtfully. I know, but I can't treat Lang Tu badly at the alchemy pavilion. Tuni went out and stretched. Last night, I was dragged by that vicious old woman Luke Van to talk about Tien Na all night. I didn't get a wink of sleep. If it weren't for the people of Tu Van Pavilion leaving Hien Vien Mon today, I'm afraid that old woman still wouldn't have let me go. Suddenly, a young lady ran over. Princess Tu, I've finally found you. Where did you go last night? You didn't even come to the evening banquet. You scared Teacher Ha so much. Tuni quickly explained, I was wandering around and got lost. It was getting dark, so I had to find a place to rest. The girl reminded her, I see. You should go get ready quickly. The head of Hienveen Mon will personally award you the prize later. Tuni was overjoyed. I was tortured by those two master and disciple all night. I almost forgot about this important matter. At Vong Truc Vong, Du Hai Duong went to see Luke Van. The people of Tu Van Pavilion are about to set off for Vimdu City. I wonder why Senior Luke Van called me here at this time. Luke Van said, last night, Deep Tuni was always by my side. We talked all night, and I found that she is completely different from what you said. Why did you say she seduced and bewitched Tien Na? Du Hai Duong smiled and said, so junior sister got lost and went to your place last night. I thought she was out having fun. But I just recounted what I knew about my master to you based on our transactions over the years. What I wrote is all I know. Whether there are any errors in it, or how Senior Luke Van understands the content of the letter, that's not something I can control. Luke Van looked at Hai Duong with a terrifying gaze. Du Hai Duong, you should know that because of the content of your letter, I almost killed Deep Tuni. She is Tien Na's idol. If she were a vixen, she would die. But she and Tien Na clearly only have a master-disciple relationship. If I killed her, Tien Na would definitely consider me an irreconcilable enemy. Du Hai Duong said in surprise, Senior Luke Van, you actually wanted to kill my junior sister? Then you can't blame me. I really didn't expect my letter to cause such a misunderstanding. I only said that my master treats his new disciple, Deep Tuni, with special favor. Luke Van furiously released her spiritual power. Over the years, the Sword Pavilion and I have helped you a lot. Whether it's the medicinal ingredients you want or the people you want to kill, I can come forward to help you solve it. But I did so because you are Tien Na's disciple. Du Hai Duong thought in fear, this is her powerful spiritual pressure. Luke Van continued, my only request is that you tell me everything that happens around Tien Na. I just want to know what happens around him. So Hai Duong, since we've been cooperating happily for so long, I hope you'll tell me everything in the future, without any mistakes. Hai Duong said in fear, of course. In front of the main hall outside the gate of Hienveen Mon, everyone stood there. Greetings, Headmaster Immortal Venerable. The headmaster of Hienveen Mon, Kiet Ton Quan, appeared. Tuni looked at him from a distance. This person is very mysterious. His cultivation has reached the 9th stage Spirit Venerable, his strength second only to the headmaster of Tu Van Pavilion. In this Vietnam nation, he is one of the top experts on the continent. A 9th stage Spirit Venerable is indeed extraordinary. Even from such a distance, his body exudes a pressure that can turn the world upside down. Then he used his spiritual power to deliver the prize to Tuni. This Hon Nguyen Ginseng is the prize for this competition. Deep Tuni, please keep it safe. Everyone immediately knelt down, respectfully sending off the headmaster Immortal Venerable. Ton Quan then disappeared. Du Van quickly ran to Deep Tuni's side. Deep Tuni, seeing you're okay, I'm relieved. I don't know why I suddenly fainted yesterday. I just woke up today and heard you were about to leave. Luckily, I made it in time to see you off. Tuni whispered to Du Van, I'm fine. You must come to Vimdu City to find me when you have time. When I recover my spiritual power, we'll compete again. Du Van solemnly promised and gave Tuni a gift. That's right, this is a small gift I specially prepared for you. Consider it a congratulation for winning the championship in the alchemy competition. Tuni also accepted it. Then I won't be polite. From a distance, Du Hai Duong watched the two happily, thinking angrily, bitch, I'll kill you sooner or later. Ha Man walked over with an unhappy expression. Deep Tuni, we should be preparing to leave. You should also go say goodbye to the alchemy elders of Hienveen Mon. Tuni quickly replied. Yes, teacher. That's right. Where did Du Hai Duong go? I haven't seen her since we were at the main hall. Does anyone know where she went? Du Hai Duong then appeared. A junior sister said, isn't that senior sister Du? She's back. Hai Duong smiled and said, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Tuni asked, where did senior sister Du's earrings fall? Why did it take so long to find them? Hai Duong had a friendly expression. Right in the herb garden. It's just that the earrings are too small, so they were hard to find. Tuni temporarily believed her. Hai Duong saw the prize in her hand and said, "It seems junior sister Tu has received the prize for this alchemy competition. There were too many people yesterday. I didn't get to congratulate you yet." Tuni smiled. Then she sat at the banquet table with Kwok Tuesday. Kwok Tu asked, "What are you suddenly smiling about?" Tuni asked Kwok Tu Nguyen, "Tell me, why did Luke Van suddenly want to kill me yesterday?" Kwok Tu was eating pastries. "Don't you already know? That vicious old woman likes Tien Na. She thought you two were having an affair, so she wanted to kill you to vent her anger. But then again, that sour old woman is a good match for that pervert Tien Na." Tuni angrily snatched Kwok Tu's pastry. "What do you mean, a good match? You're not thinking straight. I just became his disciple a few days ago. Why would Luke Van think Tien Na and I were having an affair?" Kwok Tu was surprised. "You mean someone deliberately instigated Luke Van?" Tuni's expression was certain. "It must be so. I just don't understand why that person wants to harm me." "Du Hai Duong, is it just because I became Tien Na's disciple and want to compete for Tien Na's affection with her?" In the alchemy room on the second floor of the 8 trigrams pagoda palace, she took out the alchemy furnace that Tien Na had given her. "Now that I have the Hon Guin Ginseng, the urgent matter is to quickly refine it into blood and chi-replenishing pills to suppress the evil energy in my body." The system took out the Hon Guin Ginseng and started alchemy. The higher the grade of the spirit medicine, the more time it takes. The alchemy furnace boiled. The highest grade she could refine was only a 4th stage blood and chi-replenishing pill. 5 hours later, she opened the furnace. The pill is successfully refined. She immediately swallowed it. Her whole body suddenly felt hot, as if her meridians were being washed with warm water. Then she vomited blood. "It's so uncomfortable. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel like my blood is boiling and I could explode at any moment?" Kwok Tu said to her, "Deep Tuni, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Tuni vomited blood and said, "Does this medicine have any side effects?" Kwok Tu was also confused. "It shouldn't be like this. The system clearly states that if Hon Guin Ginseng is added to blood replenishing and chi-replenishing pills, the medicinal effect can be increased 100-fold. You try to endure it for a bit. I'll go into the system and see if there are any other reasons." Tien Na suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. "Master." He rushed over to support her. "Tuni, what's wrong with you? Why is this girl vomiting so much blood?" Tuni only vomited blood. Then he picked her up. "Are you trying to worry me to death? You really can't be trusted. You've tortured yourself into this state." In Tien Na's room, Tuni was placed in a bathtub. So cold. Thin Na was treating her. "Bear with it for a moment. It won't be cold for long. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things." Innate derivation technique, 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation, the first palace, Ken position, opens. With water as the guide, the body as the chi, the 8 meridians are harmonized. Only then did Tuni feel that it was no longer cold. It's comfortable. The next day, Tuni woke up and stretched. "I've never felt so comfortable." Tien Na arrived, his face gloomy. "Deep Tuni, you have a lot of nerve. You don't even know the medicinal properties and principles, and you dare to use Hon Guin Ginseng to concoct a pill without a recipe. Are you trying to die early?" Tuni immediately knelt down. "It was my recklessness yesterday. I'm sorry." Tien Na patted her on the shoulder again and said happily, "Reckless is right. As expected of my good disciple. I didn't expect you to have learned the skills an alchemist needs as soon as you started. You're so amazing." Tuni was surprised. What's going on? His emotions changed so quickly. Tien Na explained, in ancient times, there was Shinnong who tasted 100 herbs. With a firm will, he was able to ascend to immortality. As an alchemist, if you don't have the courage to fear nothing and the spirit of not being afraid of death, you will never succeed. Disciple, it seems you already have the potential to become an outstanding alchemist. Tuni laughed. Thank you for the praise, master. Tien Na was also like a child. My dear disciple, I like it very much. Tuni suddenly remembered something else she wanted to ask. That's right, master. I want to know. Yesterday, I clearly only added Honguin ginseng and a blood-replenishing pill to concoct. The fire temperature was also adjusted just right, and the pill was formed. What went wrong? Master held out his hand, and a pill appeared on it. You did indeed do it wrong. Although a blood-replenishing pill is the most basic type of pill, its refining formula also has its own principles. If you use the wrong medicinal ingredient or the dosage of the medicinal ingredient is slightly off, it can lead to failure in alchemy. Not to mention you added other medicinal ingredients on your own. Tuni still didn't understand and asked, but if I want to add other medicinal ingredients and the refining formula is wrong, then how can I use Honguin ginseng to refine a blood and qi replenishing pill? Master replied, all things are mutually generated and restrained. That's right. All things in the world are related to each other. So Master advises Tuni, if you want to use Honguin ginseng to refine a blood-replenishing pill, the required medicinal ingredients will be completely different from those of a normal blood-replenishing pill. You must research a new formula that can be combined with Honguin ginseng to achieve the effect of replenishing blood. Tuni held her head in frustration and said, doesn't that mean I've wasted the precious Honguin ginseng? Master immediately replied, I have already melted and refined the pill in your body a second time. Therefore, your blood-replenishing pill containing Honguin ginseng was not wasted. It has already taken effect in your body. Tuni cheered happily. That's great. She thought to herself, does this mean the evil energy has been neutralized by the effect of the blood-replenishing pill? So in the future, I can focus on restoring my spiritual power. She sat opposite him and asked, Master, I still have a few questions. Formations are the fighting techniques of cultivators. We, as alchemists, shouldn't have any formations or magic techniques that we can cultivate, right? Master propped his hand up and explained, since ancient times, there have indeed been no handed-down magic techniques that alchemists can cultivate. But alchemists controlling fire is a magic technique, and cultivators using spiritual power to fight is also a magic technique. These two things support each other. As long as one can comprehend the true secrets within magic techniques, one can naturally create magic techniques that belong to alchemists. She asked in surprise, so the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation was also created by you, Master? Master replied, that was just something I created from the Qi Men Dun Jia when I was bored. It's not a fighting ability at all, but it's not bad for alchemy. Tuni sighed with admiration. Qi Men Dun Jia is an extremely profound magic technique. Even a cultivator with extraordinary talent would have a hard time grasping its secrets. I can't believe Tian Na was able to comprehend a new alchemy technique from it. No wonder even the emperor and the headmaster of the Vietnam Nation's Research Institute have to respect this 8th-stage alchemist. Tian Na handed over something, his eyes full of expectation. So shouldn't you reward your master now? Tuni immediately said, 5 whips, no more. Tian Na begged coquettishly, 10 whips, my good disciple. Tuni bargained, only 3 whips, no more. Master reluctantly agreed, deal. Tuni whipped Master one by one. The sound of whipping and the feeling of pain made Master constantly cry out in pleasure. Suddenly remembering something, Master grabbed Tuni's hand. Let's go, my good disciple. Follow me somewhere. Tuni asked doubtfully, where are we going? Master quickly replied, you'll know when we get there. Tuni suddenly cried out in surprise. Oh, she continued. That's right, Master. This time I went to Hien Vien Mon and met Senior Luke Van of the Sword Pavilion. Senior seems to be very concerned about you. I wonder what relationship you have with this senior. Master's face changed, his tone a little resentful. Luke Van, I don't know that crazy woman. You'd better stay away from her too. Tuni replied helplessly. Yes. Tian Na led Tuni into a room. In the middle was an alchemy furnace and on top of it was a red bird. This is my alchemy room, my dear disciple. Since you became my disciple, I haven't taught you yet. During alchemy, you control the fire temperature very well, but your use of medicinal ingredients is not deep enough. So from today on, I will teach you to understand the mutual generation and restraint of medicinal ingredients. If you can create a unique alchemy formula in the future, you will have truly stepped onto the path of alchemy. Tuni asked in surprise. Create my own formula? Tien Na analyzed. Relying on others' formulas to practice alchemy, you will never become a true alchemist. That's just a puppet who knows how to control an alchemy furnace. Tien Na pointed to his head and said, a true alchemist lies in this point. All things in the world can become medicinal ingredients in the alchemy furnace. The alchemy formulas are endless. You must learn to use the relationships between medicinal ingredients. Tuni seemed to have understood something. Hooray! Master, I understand. So, what should I do now? Should I prepare to practice alchemy? Tien Na replied, no need. Just place your hand on this vermilion bird. The moment Tuni touched it, the vermilion bird woke up and struggled. A few seconds later, the vermilion bird brought Tuni to a completely different scene. The scene has changed. Master. Master's voice echoed from the air. Although you can't see me, I'm always by your side. You are still in the secret room. It's just that the scene you're seeing is created by the vermilion bird scripture. In the vermilion bird scripture, you need to condense your spirit and refine your chi, then gradually comprehend the mysteries within. She heard the instructions and replied, yes. She began to sit on the grass and concentrate on practicing her spiritual energy. I can feel the ancient vermilion bird scripture transmitting words into my mind. Time flew by. 10 days later, Tien Na and Tuni were drinking tea together. Tien Na began, this ancient vermilion bird scripture contains half of the pharmacological knowledge on the continent. I didn't expect that in just 10 days, you would have comprehended the first level. Tuni replied, after feeling the words in the ancient vermilion bird scripture, I truly understood what you said, Master. The way of alchemy is truly profound. But with my current understanding of medicinal ingredients, I can only comprehend to this level. Master seemed to understand her mood and comforted her. It's all right. The knowledge of the ancient vermilion bird scripture is already deeply engraved in your mind. The more spirit medicines you refine, the more it will help you comprehend higher levels. The important thing right now is that you must create your first refining formula as an alchemist. Tuni chattered on, I think for an alchemist, the first refining formula is definitely very important. If the formula is too simple, it won't be able to train my skills well, so I want to challenge myself. Tien Na was both surprised and happy. I didn't expect my good disciple to be so smart. It seems you already have a direction for your first formula. Remembering Kuang Qian's figure, she was determined to become stronger. Not yet. It's just that I heard that His Highness Qian of the Tuet Phuc Nation came to the Vietnam Nation, and the Emperor ordered you to treat his illness. But because His Highness Qian's illness is congenital, it's very difficult to cure, and can only be slowly nursed. After that, you always let senior sister Do take care of his health. She scratched her head shyly and said, so I also want to challenge myself, to create a formula that can cure Q Kuang Qian's illness. Tien Na was speechless. You. She asked innocently, what about me? Tien Na cried out to the heavens, why don't you challenge yourself to make a medicine for me? I'm not happy. I want to cry. Tuni was helpless and scolded him lovingly, come on, master, are you jealous? All right, I'll make medicine for you. She activated the system. The system took out a can of Coke. Then she happily gave it to her master to coax him. I've prepared this medicine for you, master. Tien Na drank it all down, savoring this unique product of the modern world. A refreshing and stimulating flavor spread throughout his mouth, which Tien Na liked very much. This is delicious. I feel much better after drinking it. What's this medicine called? Tuni replied, Coke. She said generously, as long as you like it, master. I have a whole case of it. I'll give it all to you. Tien Na was easily bought over. Disciple, I love you so much. Tuni didn't stay long and turned to leave. Then I'll go find Kuang Qian. I have to make medicine for him. Arriving at the gate of Ngao Tuet residence, Tuni gently opened the door and a small cat jumped out. Little cat, I didn't expect you to be so homesick. She stepped inside, looked around, and called out loudly, Tu Bok, where did you go? This guy turned his back on me as soon as he got home. Kuang Qian didn't say a word, still had spiritual energy, and threw the fan handle at Tuni. She screamed in terror, her face pale. She quickly dodged, but was still injured by the fan used as a weapon. His Highness Qian. At this moment, Quang Qian cried out. Tuni. Although she was injured herself, Tuni still praised his skill. Your Highness's skill is so good. I couldn't even dodge in time. He stepped forward to examine the wound on her face. I didn't know the princess was here. I accidentally hurt you. Does it hurt? Tuni's eyes were full of love as she replied, It's fine, it's just a superficial wound. She was moved by his gentle gesture. Her lips unconsciously couldn't resist this sudden warmth. Although she said she was fine, he was still worried. Let's apply some medicine first. What if it leaves a scar? Tuni asked innocently, so what if it leaves a scar? It's nothing. I just thought, even if the princess has a scar, she's still very beautiful. Tuni teased, when did your Highness Qian learn to say such cheesy things? He chuckled and replied, I'm not. I'm telling the truth. Tuni said, you say that, but I think what your Highness said just now was just to tease me. The scene changed to the study. Tuni sat at the dressing table and said, speaking of which, His Highness Qian didn't even ask me why I came here today. Quang Qian calmly poured tea and replied, even if I don't ask, you'll tell me yourself, right? She didn't answer, but thought to herself, if we're comparing who's calmer, no one can beat Quang Qian. She walked over and cleared her throat. Actually, my master is very concerned about your Highness's health, so he specially instructed me to visit you and refine some pills to nourish your body. Quang Qian asked in surprise, Tian Na Thuong Tun? He doesn't seem like someone who cares about others. She took a sip of tea and said, that's because your Highness doesn't understand my master. Although my master says he doesn't like it, he's very concerned about you in his heart. She suddenly remembered something and said, that's right, your Highness Qian, I still don't fully understand your physical condition. Why don't you tell me about your illness and your medication use over the years? Quang Qian was about to say something when a female voice suddenly rang out, I understand His Highness Qian's illness the best. A beautiful woman walked in, interrupting their conversation. If junior sister Tuni wants to know, then let me tell you. Tuni said in surprise. Senior sister Du. Du Duong walked over and bowed. Greetings, your Highness. I heard that master told junior sister Tuni to concoct pills for you. I was worried junior sister would have difficulties, so I came specially to help. Quang Qian replied coldly, Miss Du is very kind. Du Duong smiled and said, this is what I should do. For the past few years, I have always been the one taking care of your Highness's health. I have long considered your Highness's affairs as my own. Du Duong's attitude towards Tuni was not very friendly. She was intentionally or unintentionally mocking her. As expected, Du Duong has feelings for Quang Qian. Ever since I met Luke Van at Hien Vienman, I've been wondering why Du Duong would harm me. It seems it's because of Quang Qian. Tuni maintained a friendly smile and said, thank you, senior sister Du. The alchemy class still has a lot of work to do, yet you still came specially to help me. Du Duong said happily, junior sister Tuni, you don't need to be so polite. Don't you want to know about His Highness's illness and physical condition? I will tell you in detail now. Tuni pretended to be innocent and said, junior sister has received senior sister's good intentions. But master instructed junior sister to come and concoct pills for His Highness, which is also a test of junior sister's ability. So junior sister cannot completely rely on senior sister. Junior sister still has to check His Highness Qian's physical condition herself. Du Duong hesitated and said, this. Tuni saw Du Duong's attitude and laughed to herself. You're trying to harm me because of Quang Qian, aren't you? Then I'll act intimately in front of you. I want to see what tricks this woman will pull for Quang Qian. Tuni enthusiastically took the initiative. Your Highness Qian, I've recently learned some medical skills from my master. Let me take your pulse. Quang Qian didn't reject her at all and even cooperated, letting her take his pulse freely. Tuni touched his hand to probe. Your pulse is not very stable. She deliberately pressed close to Quang Qian to probe. Let me listen to your heartbeat. As expected, Du Duong immediately jumped up and pointed at her. Du Duong stood up in a rage and fought for her rights. Deep Tuni, how can you be so disrespectful to His Highness Qian? Tuni's eyes held a mocking smile. Angry now? You took the bait. She pretended to fall. Ouch! Senior sister Du is angry. So scary. The princess suddenly had a pair of hands reach out to support her. Kwang Chien held her in his arms and asked with concern, "Is the princess all right?" She said shyly, "I'm fine. I was just scared by senior sister." Du Duong quickly ran over. "Your Highness, let me help you two up." Tuni quickly pretended to fall into his arms. "Oh, my waist hurts so much." He asked worriedly, "Your waist hurts?" She pretended to be weak and said, "It seems I've strained my waist." Then she hinted at blaming Du Duong. "It's all because I was concentrating on your illness and was startled by senior sister Du's voice, so I strained my waist." "I'm so careless." Du Duong felt guilty and quickly defended herself. "Junior sister, don't blame me. I can't hate you for this." Kwang Chien's eyes were annoyed and carried a threatening goal. "Who do you think Deep Tuni is? Anyone who dares to offend the Tuni he loves will not have a good end." Du Duong was stunned for a few seconds, thinking, "It's over. Did I offend His Highness Chien? That damn thing." Du Duong stepped forward to explain to His Highness Chien. "I didn't mean to scare you too." He didn't have the patience to listen to her and interrupted. "It's fine, I didn't fall. But if Princess Tu has injured her waist, I'm afraid she won't be able to refine pills for me today either. So please go back first, Miss Du." Du Duong was worried that Tuni would monopolize Kwang Chien and quickly suggested, "But junior sister Tu is injured. How about I stay and take care of her?" Hung Chien refused all her suggestions without hesitation. "No need. I will have someone take care of Princess Tu." Vu Sun, the attendant, politely made a gesture of invitation. "Miss Du, please." Meanwhile, Kwang Chien gently placed Tuni on the bed. "Thank you, Your Highness Chien. I'll be fine after a little rest." He was concerned that she was injured, even the smallest one. Important places like the spine and back, if injured, are not a small matter. If not checked carefully, it will be troublesome if there are after effects. Tuni laughed and said, "Actually, I've already massaged myself just now. I feel that my back doesn't hurt as much as before. It's probably not a bone injury, just a slight sprain." Kwang Chien suddenly leaned his face close. "But we still have to check carefully. After all, the princess was injured in Manhwa Tuet residence. If she's injured, I must also take responsibility." At this moment, the distance between the two made her blush and feel shy. What does he want to do? Kwang Chien smiled and said, "Oh, what's wrong with the princess? Why do you suddenly look so flustered? Just now, you took my pulse and listened to my heartbeat and even pulled me down. Weren't you very calm? Just now he was so handsome, but now he's making Tuni flustered." His suddenly ambiguous attitude made her very uncomfortable. This guy, it turns out he saw through my deliberate closeness to him. And he even pretended to cooperate to drive Du Duong away. This man is so cunning. She touched his face and said, "Your Highness Chien is joking. Just now, I was just too focused on examining your illness and accidentally pulled you down. But as for checking my back, I wonder how your Highness plans to help me check? Do I need to take off all my clothes?" As she was walking, she encountered a pervert. "If you don't want to die, stay away from me." The old pervert took off his clothes and rushed forward, saying, "Little lady, I'm afraid you don't know your situation yet. You've been brought to my territory. Tonight, you will obediently serve this great master." She wanted to move, but her whole body was racked with pain. Damn it. I didn't expect the effect of the soul-confusing powder to be so strong. I don't have any strength left. When the old man pounced on her, she quickly dodged to the side. "Little lady, your skills are quite fast. I haven't done anything for several years. I didn't expect to find such a good catch today. You'd better be obedient. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Tuni coldly shot a copper bean, hitting the old man in the head. She stepped on him and laughed coldly. "Just you." At this moment, a group of people rushed in. "What's going on? Isn't she poisoned? How can she still handle this stinky beggar?" Tuni calmly counted. 1, 2, 3. Good, a total of 12 people. They rushed forward together. "It must be the black thing in her hand that's playing tricks. It seems to be a spiritual artifact. Whatever spiritual artifact it is, let's go together. Seeing her mocking smile, their anger flared. Wait, she can still smile at this time? Be careful, there might be a trap. Tuni activated the system. The system took out the golden fillet. She threw out a round object, causing the group of people to have a splitting headache. Go, golden fillet. Tie them up for me. They screamed in pain. Feeling that the torture was enough, she ordered the golden fillet. Stop. She looked at their miserable state and laughed coldly. Let me talk to the mastermind behind you. I'll spare you. How about it? As they were stammering, footsteps came from outside. The one who just arrived was Tu Van Duong. Junior sister Tu is indeed sharp-eyed. At this critical moment, you can still guess that the person outside is me. Tuni didn't say a word and used the golden fillet to control her. Go, tie her up. She cried out in pain. It hurts. Uni stood beside her, laughing with delight, and pointed at her, mocking. Look at her miserable state. She was in so much pain that she couldn't stand it and hit her head with her foot. Damn it. The others were scared and stared with wide eyes, saying in unison, "You're so cruel." Tuni said, "Soul-confusing powder, 4th stage. In this alchemy class, only a few teachers can concoct it. Senior sister Du spent a lot to knock me out, but it seems she lost both her wits and her money." Tuni looked at the person on the ground and said coldly, "But senior sister Du, you've underestimated me too much, finding a beggar with no spiritual power to deal with me." Tu Van Duong covered her mouth and laughed. Wouldn't it be more interesting if a proud flower was ruined for life by the ugliest, filthiest beggar? Tuni's gaze made her feel guilty. Senior sister Du's heart is indeed cruel enough. To be so cruel to a fellow disciple for Quang Qian. Tu Van Duong said, "So you already know." Tuni said sincerely, "Because I already know, as a fellow disciple, I still want to advise senior sister Du to turn back from the wrong path." She ignored Tuni's advice and said viciously, "Turn back from the wrong path?" Deep Tuni was the one who seduced His Highness Qian first. You're the one at fault. What right do you have to advise me to turn back from the wrong path? Tu Van Duong ordered her prepared subordinates to attack Tuni. It's come to this. Do you think I'll still spare you? Kill her. Everyone replied in unison, yes. Tuni wasn't flustered at all and snapped her fingers. Since senior sister doesn't know how to seize the opportunity, then don't blame me for not showing mercy as a fellow disciple. Come out. Vu Sun descended from the sky, breaking through the roof. With just a few sword strikes, Vu Sun finished them off one by one. Outside, a young man broke through the door and rushed in. "Princess, the guards outside have been cleared." Tuni sat lazily on a chair and replied, "Good job." Meanwhile, Tu Van Duong realized her miscalculation and stammered, "What's going on?" Her face became terrifying. "This is the outskirts. How could your people get here so quickly to save you? And Vu Sun, he's clearly His Highness Qian's man. How could they arrive in time? Could it be that they've been secretly following you?" Tuni's eyes narrowed, her gaze turning profound. She recalled the words she had spoken to His Highness Qian earlier. "You see, I've painstakingly researched a medicine to ease your illness. Don't you think you should reward me?" Seeing her like this, Quang Qian guessed what she wanted. "What does the princess desire?" She replied, "I want your help. Lend me a few powerful martial cultivators." At that, Quang Qian pointed to Vu Sun and said, "What does the princess think of Vu Sun?" She asked coyly, "Are you only lending me him?" He replied half-jokingly, "As long as you're not planning to wreck the Tu Van Hall, Vu Sun alone is more than enough." Back in the present, Tu Van Duong was still arguing with Tuni over her claims. "Deep Tuni, even if you've seen my feelings for His Highness Qian, how could you possibly guess what I'll do to you next based on that alone?" Tuni confidently stepped forward to confront her. "Since we're on this topic, we can't ignore the matter of Senior Luke Van. If I'm not mistaken, Luke Van attacked me at Hien Vien Mon because you instigated him, right?" Tu Van Duong started to feel a pang of guilt. She clearly remembered Luke Van saying he wouldn't sell her out. But she never expected Deep Tuni could still guess the secret between them. Tuni moved closer, hitting a sore spot. "If your first attempt to harm me failed, you'd naturally have a plan B. Instead of waiting for you to come after me, I decided to strike first. Frightened, she started speaking incoherently, blaming everything on Tuni. In other words, you came to refine pills for His Highness Qian today. Getting close to him and saying those provocative words, it was all to anger me and make me attack you, wasn't it? Tuni revealed a sinister smile. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly again. Du Duong seemed to go mad. Deep Tuni, I never thought I'd lose to you like this. She reverted to her weak, victimized persona. Deep Tuni, you intentionally called Vu Sun here so he could report my ugly state to His Highness Qian, right? She looked at Tuni with contempt. So cruel. Deep Tuni, you're truly too cruel. So instead of killing someone, you'd rather destroy their spirit. That's your ultimate goal, isn't it? Tuni raised her gun and said, Du Duong, I already gave you a chance. Out of respect for how you once taught me and guided me onto the path of a pharmacist, I advised you to turn back. Tuni loaded the gun and aimed at her. If you had given up your killing intent then, I might have spared you. But you refused the path to heaven and insisted on plunging into hell. So now if I kill you, you can't say you died unjustly. The subordinate next to her hurriedly warned, Miss Du, run. That subordinate used the last of his spiritual power to push her away. Tuni found the scene quite interesting. Truly loyal and unafraid of death. Vu Sun, go capture him. I don't care if he's dead or alive. Vu Sun replied respectfully yes. Suddenly, a gust of poisonous wind swept in. Vu Sun quickly used his spiritual power to protect her. Princess, be careful. Next came a loud explosion. Not only was Tuni protected by Vu Sun, but he also asked with concern, Princess, are you all right? She coughed from the dust. I'm fine. Vu Sun saw the enemies ahead and yelled, damn it. He immediately launched an attack, flowing light falling blade. Tuni calmly assessed the situation and drew a conclusion. Judging by the spiritual energy they're emitting, they're far stronger than those men in black from earlier. Their cultivation must be above the 4th stage. Without hesitation, Tuni unleashed her ultimate technique. It's the endgame. Kill all of them, leave no one standing. One by one, they were pierced by swords. While brandishing her sword, Tuni called on the system to bring out another one. She thought to herself, although my spiritual power is sealed, I can still handle a few of them based on my muscle memory. She and Vu Sun coordinated seamlessly, defending from the front and back. These masked men were even killing the men in black. It seemed they weren't accomplices of Du Duong. One of them reported to his comrades, the primary target is to kill Deep Tuni first. Vu Sun used Mount Tai Fist to knock down several enemies at once, telling Tuni, these men's spiritual power belongs to a heretical sect. Princess, let your people escort you away first. I'll hold them off. Tuni asked worriedly, can you handle this on your own? Vu Sun replied without hesitation, I can. Tuni made a quick decision. I'm counting on you. Vi Dong Ha, let's go. They wanted to chase after Tuni. Don't you dare run. Vu Sun blocked them. Your opponent is me. At the Hawaiian precinct of Tu Van Hall, a subordinate came to report. Vice Principal, our people have made their move. Dong Nathwang said flatly that Du Duong is useless. I bet everything on her, yet I still have to handle this myself. Her maid chimed in indeed. You used the secret art of the 7 cardinal sins to place 2 curses on her, yet she couldn't even touch a single hair on Deep Tuni's head. Dong Nathwang said, but you can't blame her entirely. When I first placed the curses of envy and hatred on Du Duong, I thought she would become envious and hateful towards Deep Tuni because Tian Na took her as a disciple. As long as she had a hint of these emotions, the curse would magnify the envy and hatred in her body. Eventually, she could help me eliminate Deep Tuni. But who would have thought that this Du Duong would fall into the trap of love, causing her to completely lose control and act rashly and irrationally? Dong Nathwang used 2 different orbs to nurture hatred and envy. The maid couldn't help but wonder, are those the 2 curses that were left on Du Duong? She directly crushed the 2 curses. Du Duong is useless now. Keeping these 2 curses on her is just a waste of my spiritual power. 7 cardinal sins dissolve. That's right. Bao Chan, the cultivators sent to kill Deep Tuni tonight are all above the 4th stage, correct? Yes. Our people discovered that Tu Van Duong planned to move against Tuni, so we immediately sent men to follow her in secret. The moment Tu Van Duong fails, our people will strike. She smugly played with the main piece in her hand. Moreover, that person has also been dispatched for this operation. This time, Tuni is sure to die. Dong Na Thuang seemed certain of victory. It's best that he went too. We'll wait for Tu Van Duong to lure Tuni out of the city. When Tuni is dead, if anyone investigates, the scapegoat Tu Van Duong will take all the blame. Meanwhile, Vi Dongha had escorted Princess Tuni far from the village. You have no spiritual power. Do you want to rest here for a bit? She replied, no need. It's very dangerous outside the city. Those masked men didn't look like Tu Van Duong's people. Most of them are heretical cultivators. We need to get out of here quickly. Tuni noticed a figure standing over there. Who is he? Why would he appear in this dense forest outside the city at night? Vi Dongha shouted loudly, Hey, who are you? What are you doing standing there? The opponent unleashed a powerful spiritual energy, forcing Vi Dongha back. Why are my legs being suppressed by some kind of force? On Tuni's side, she also found it difficult to move. She called out anxiously to Vi Dongha while cursing inwardly. Damn it, what's happening? Am I being controlled by the opponent's spiritual power to the point where I can't move? Vi Dongha was a 5th and 4th stage cultivator, yet he was suppressed to the point of being unable to resist. She summoned Quoc Tu to ask about the current situation. She said, could that young man's cultivation have reached the 5th stage? But how can someone so young cultivate to become a 5th stage cultivator? Quoc Tu explained, the higher a cultivator's cultivation, the harder it is to judge their age. Besides, there are many beauty-preserving spells on this continent. If you're interested, this little master can introduce you to a few. At such a critical moment, he was still saying such things. She wished she could strangle little Quoc Tuesday. What time do you think it is to be recommending beauty spells? Quickly, think of a way to get out of here. On the other side, the man called her name, Tuni. Quoc Tu was helpless. I'm a system. I can only help you with system-related problems. I don't know how to fight. How about I go prepare some medicine for you? If you survive this ordeal, you might be able to use it. She was furious and scolded Quoc Tuesday. Quoc Tu, you're utterly useless. He shrugged and replied, I'm not a thing to begin with, I'm just a system. The man quickly approached her side. She trembled as she felt a terrifying power. This young man clearly wasn't releasing much spiritual energy, but he sent a chill down her spine. It's over. By the time she realized the danger, he had already grabbed her by the neck with one hand and lifted her up. Gravity control technique. He warned her not to struggle. You're already controlled by my gravity control technique. You're just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She still had the strength to curse, you maniac. How can you smile so happily while choking someone? Are you a psycho? He tightened his grip, wanting to break Tuni's neck. Seeing his prey in pain multiplied his pleasure. Tuni demanded to know who the mastermind was. You're one of Dong Na Thuong's people, aren't you? He didn't hide it and answered, oh, you're very smart. His hand tightened further, making it hard for her to breathe. Damn you, psycho. He seemed puzzled. Prey being tortured should be an agony. But Tuni's expression is the opposite of what I expected. Your gaze isn't quite right. I don't like it. Tuni stuck out her tongue in defiance. I refuse to show you a pained expression. I just won't give you the satisfaction. Taking advantage of his distraction, Vi Dongha attacked him with the Mount Tai fist. But his senses were sharp, and he easily blocked the blow. I should probably deal with you first. He let go of Tuni and turned to strike Vi Dongha, making him cough up blood. Tuni anxiously ran over to warn Vi Dongha, he's a psycho, don't show too much pain. The more pain you show, the happier he gets. Vi Dongha, make a funny face. Without hesitation, Vi Dongha stuck out his tongue and made a funny face. Seeing that his opponent didn't look pained, he plopped onto the ground and started crying loudly, like an unhappy child. Tuni and Vi Dongha walked over to look at him. With grim expressions, they pouted and said in unison, he really is a psycho. He suddenly struck out at Vi Dongha. He injured Vi Dongha's arm. The expression and look in your eyes when you get hit. I like it a lot. He sensually licked the blood from his arm as if savoring the taste of life. The spiritual power in your body has reached the mid-fourth stage. Excellent. Tuni shouted from the side, threatening him to let go. You heretical cultivator, you maniac. His face began to darken. I don't like being called a maniac. I have a name. My name is Fu Xin. Tuni angrily retorted. A psycho like you deserves a name? Do your current actions even deserve to be called human? Fu Xin held up Vu Donghe's arm. Are you saying it's wrong for me to eat him? It seems you really don't understand us heretical cultivators. I'm cultivating the evil ghost path, also known as the hungry ghost path. I have to consume the spiritual power of others to increase my cultivation. He was mesmerized by the power of his heretical path. Although we who cultivate this path can increase our cultivation simply by killing a cultivator and devouring their refined heart, I still feel that gnawing away at their flesh bit by bit yields a richer and more interesting spiritual power. Don't you agree? Tuni found this too cruel. Does torturing others make you feel interested? I think your behavior is like someone who was once tortured, and now you're using this method to take revenge and torture the cultivators who fall into your hands, right? Tuni's words seemed to strike a nerve. He glared and said, What are you talking about? Tuni seemed to grasp Fu Xin's psychology and provoked him. You keep saying my gaze isn't right. So, what kind of gaze do you hope to see from the people you torture? Is it fear? Just like how you were so scared when you were tortured before. Fu Xin thought guiltily, damn it, how can she see through me? Why is she bringing up my old scars? Tuni analyzed him from a scientific perspective. According to psychology, although some people are naturally bloodthirsty, no one is born a psycho. In a case like yours, I guess you must have been a very weak person, right? She asserted confidently, furthermore, I'm sure you were frequently abused. That's why you enjoy the fearful gazes of others, because you hope others will fear you, thereby proving how powerful you are, right? Enraged, he lost control and attacked Tuni. You're tired of living. Gravity suppression technique. A thought of admiration echoed in her mind. Excellent. He said, Do you think abusing me now proves you're powerful? No, you're still very weak. Damn it, my gravity can be controlled at will, precise enough to make every part of your body feel the pressure. Tuni felt like her lungs were about to explode. Non Noyette once said that to restore my spiritual power, I have to break the seal between my Qi and my Dantian. To do that, I must endure pain similar to the lightning punishment from before. Just in time, Tuni suppressed the pain and laughed loudly. How refreshing. He attacked even more ruthlessly, wanting to use his peak power to destroy her. Let's see how long you can keep that tough talk up. Gravity control enhance. Tuni entered a new state, her body falling limply. This feeling, the seal on my Dantian and Qi has been broken. At this moment, Fu Xin thought he held Tuni's life in his hands. Deep Tuni, tell me, how do you want to die? Tuni gave a cold smile. Die? You should be the one choosing how you want to die. She broke free from his control with a beautiful counterattack, Jiao Hua Palm. He couldn't believe someone could break his formation. How is this possible? Aren't you a pharmacist with sealed spiritual power? How can you use an Earth Rank Palm technique? The system interface appeared. System notification. Congratulations, host, for restoring your spiritual power. You have received the title Reborn Successor, along with a grand gift package. Her own power restored, and she got extra rewards too. Tuni smiled smugly. System notification. Congratulations, host, on your spiritual power upgrade. Successfully promoted to 4th stage, 7th Dan. System notification. Congratulations, host, on your spiritual power upgrade. Successfully promoted to 4th stage, 8th Dan. She smiled to herself. It was all part of my plan. Only then did Fu Xin realize Tuni's scheme. He questioned her in a panic. You were deliberately provoking me just now, weren't you? You used me to restore your spiritual power, right? He found it hard to accept the truth. How can someone in a desperate situation still think of a way to resolve it? Tuni said, It's too late for you to realize it now. Thank you for letting me use you. Tuni channeled her spiritual energy to summon a weapon. Come forth, Fa Ach. She executed the wind-moon slash, attacking him with the meteor chasing the moon. At this moment, Fu Xin used his move, Firefly's Light, Sun and Moonshine together, to block Tuni's attack. He still didn't give up, arrogantly looking down on his opponent. So, what if you've restored your spiritual power? You're just a late 4th stage cultivator. In front of a 5th stage cultivator, you're still just an ant. Suddenly, a snow-white spirit beast appeared. The sudden event caught him completely off guard. Tu pounced, pinning him under its paws. Tuni said happily, Tu, it's been a while. Did you miss me? Tu whimpered a few times, as if saying it missed her very much. Fu Xin struggled under Tu's paws. Hey, you guys. Tuni covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. Oh my, you're being stepped on by my spirit pet like an ant. He was furious, but could only talk tough. Are you looking to die? Tuni mimicked his earlier arrogant attitude. Yes, this is it. This twisted, angry face. I like it. So weak, incompetent, and useless. Tuni ordered her spirit pet, Tu, stomp on him for me. He was hit by Tu's loving stomp and coughed up blood. It hurts so much. The sword, which seemed to have a life of its own, caught Tuni's attention. Ach, what are you trying to do? The treasured sword flew over and began to absorb his spiritual energy. What kind of demonic thing is your sword? Why can it absorb my spiritual power? Tuni shrugged and replied, Oh, this is my supreme and evil sword, Ach. It can absorb the evil energy from your body into itself. Tuni waved her hand and said, It seems your spiritual power has been completely absorbed by Ach. Fu Xin clutched his wound and asked, Are you going to kill me? Tuni turned and left, leaving him a path to live. You no longer have spiritual power now. I won't bring up the fact that you were once a heretical cultivator. Don't do evil things anymore. Find a place and walk the righteous path as a good person. She went to help Vi Dongha up, asking with concern. Are you okay? I'll get you out of here. Vi Dongha was seriously injured, but feared being a burden to her. I'm sorry, princess. I couldn't help at all. Instead, I had to be rescued by you. She said, Silly, don't say that. Back at Quang Qian's residence, Tuni was sleeping exhaustedly. After an examination, the female physician reported to His Highness. The princess has multiple fractures, especially her ribs. A bone fragment has even pierced her internal organs. Although I have used spiritual power to tentatively set her bones, the princess has lost too much blood. I'm afraid she will need a long period of rest. He replied, I understand. You may leave. He waved his hand, setting up a barrier. A misty cloud rose from within the mountain. Wu Sun rushed in. Your Highness, it's bad. Your Highness, are you using your spiritual power to turn the misty cloud into bone to heal Princess Tu? But performing this technique will consume a great deal of your energy. Moreover, Princess Tu's injuries are very severe. This technique can't fully heal her, it can only speed up her recovery. Do you have something else to report? Quang Qian asked directly, unconcerned. What did you come here for? Speak. Wu Sun said, Vi Dongha has lost too much blood and his dantian is severely damaged. I'm afraid he won't make it. Quang Qian frowned. Vi Dongha must live, no matter what measures you have to take. Wu Sun hesitated. Should we call for Wu Wei to take a look? Quang Qian agreed without hesitation. Wu Sun immediately turned to leave. Yes, your subordinate will go and invite Wu Wei at once. Quang Qian looked at the sleeping girl and whispered, The person you risked your life to save, if I let him die, you would be angry with me. Suddenly, a black cat jumped in. It stepped heavily on her stomach, making her cry out in pain. Quang Qian shot it a warning glare, scaring it into retreating and running away. He placed Tuni's hand in his, then chanted a healing spell of Misty Cloud's spiritual power. A few days later at the arrogant snow residence, a palace maid poured tea and said, looking at the princess's complexion, Your body must be much better, right? Tuni replied, Yes, it's all thanks to your diligent care these past few days that I was able to recover so quickly. The palace maid said, You're too kind, princess. Taking care of you is our responsibility. It's what we should do. Quang Qian walked over. Princess Tu has just woken up. Why are you sitting here in a daze? Tuni bowed. Your Highness Chien. Quang Chien helped her up. The princess is still unwell. There's no need for formalities. Tuni said gratefully, Your Highness saved my life and healed my wounds. You must accept this bow. She suddenly remembered Vi Dongha, who had been with her, and wondered about his condition. Oh right, Your Highness Chien. How is Vi Dongha now? He replied, his dantian was damaged. Although we managed to save his life, it won't be easy for him to fully recover. So I had him sent elsewhere to recuperate. We'll bring him back once his wounds have healed. Learning of Vi Dongha's serious injuries, she said worriedly, is that so? Quang Chien comforted her. Don't worry too much. I've instructed my subordinates to do their best to preserve his cultivation so he can continue his practice in the future. Hearing this, she felt a little relieved. Then thank you, Your Highness. He moved closer and said, It's a small matter. Besides, being able to help you makes me very happy. Tuni thought to herself, he always seems to appear and help me when I need it most. Whether it's cultivation or saving my life. Even this time with Du Duong. He must have learned everything that happened from Vu Sun. Without realizing it, I owe him too much. She blushed and said gently, Your Highness Chien has truly helped me a lot. I won't say any more words of thanks. But before, Master Tien Na told me to come and refine pills for Your Highness. Although with my ability, I can't completely cure your illness. If I can alleviate it, I will definitely do my best. Quang Chien smiled and replied, All right. She turned to leave. Then I won't disturb the arrogant snow residents any longer. Waking up, I remembered I have some personal matters to handle. After I finish refining the medicine tomorrow, I will bring it to Your Highness Chien. In her heart, there was still a great danger to resolve. Although the attack by the heretical cultivators has been dealt with, Dong Ne Thuong is still looking for an opportunity to kill me. I still don't know if that old hag is colluding with Du Duong. I must investigate this quickly and think of a way to deal with it. As soon as she stepped outside, she ran into Du Duong. Tuni felt very annoyed. Talk about a small world. But why does her face look so pale? She looks very haggard. Tuni said in an unfriendly tone, Oh, isn't this Miss Du? I never thought that after what happened that night, I'd still see you at the arrogant snow residence. What a surprise. Du Duong said, Yes, you're right. I probably shouldn't have come to the arrogant snow residence anymore. Vu Sun must have told His Highness Chien everything about that night. His Highness probably doesn't want to see me again. Tuni was wary. What trick is she trying to pull now? Tuni walked over and said frankly, Du Duong, whether His Highness Chien wants to see you or not has nothing to do with me, but we still haven't settled the score between us. Du Duong said remorsefully, I admit that I framed you before. I went too far. So if you want revenge, I'll accept it. Tuni was puzzled by her unusual attitude. Why is there no hint of anger in her words? It's as if she's calmly accepting the punishment that belongs to her. Du Duong continued, I've already said goodbye to Master. I will also be leaving Veem Du City soon to travel the Four Corners. If you don't come for revenge, we probably won't have another chance to meet again. She immediately knelt and kowtowed to Tuni, stunning her for a few seconds. She said in a tone of extreme regret, Actually, I've been living in misery these past few days. I can't face Master, I can't face you, and even less can I face myself and His Highness Chien. I don't know why I did those things, it's like. Tuni asked tensely, like what? Du Duong wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and sobbed, like I was being guided or controlled by some force. Tuni looked at her with suspicion. You're very strange. But as for you colluding with heretical cultivators, even if you really leave Veem Du City, no matter where you go, the world will not forgive you. Du Duong stood up, preparing to leave. Before she left, she solemnly declared, Although I, Du Duong, am not a good person and my methods are not honorable, I would absolutely never collude with heretical cultivators. Tuni watched her retreating figure, thinking, I can feel that Du Duong doesn't seem to be lying. It seems the matter with the heretical cultivators was probably a coincidence, likely the work of Dong Ne Thuong. The system Quoc Tu appeared to remind her a woman's mind is hard to fathom, but I find this Du Duong very strange. She might be plotting something again. Tuni said, in any case, I've already recovered my spiritual power. Even if she really wants to cause trouble, killing her would be as easy as flipping my hand. At Vin Lac Phuong, Tuni walked and thought, to deal with Dong Ne Thuong, it's still most reliable to find Non Noyette and discuss it with him. As soon as she entered, someone greeted her. Princess, the young master is not home at the moment. Why don't you wait here, and we'll send someone to find him? She agreed to wait patiently. When Non Noyette returned, a subordinate was about to report to him, young master too. Non Noyette quickly signaled for silence. Shh, don't disturb me. Tuni rubbed her eyes and woke up. Non Noyette, you're back? Non Noyette placed a thin blanket over Tuni and said softly, did I wake you? She stretched. It's fine, I was just dozing off. Non Noyette said cheerfully, oh, if Tuni wants to doze off, you can sleep with me. It just so happens that it's dark now, time for bed. She said seriously, all right, I came to find you for an important matter. You must have heard about what happened outside the city a few days ago, right? Non Noyette replied, a matter this big, not just our Vin Lac Phuong, the entire city of Vim Du is talking about it. Everyone is guessing which righteous cultivator killed so many heretical cultivators. Tuni asked doubtfully, righteous cultivator? I almost met my maker, and you're still in the mood to joke with me. Those heretical cultivators were all sent by that old hag Dong Ne Thuong. I don't know how she found out, but she took advantage of me dealing with Du Duong to ambush me. Non Noyette reminded her, ambushing Tuni, don't think Dong Ne Thuong is so simple. I investigated the matter that night. Du Duong was also involved. Tuni asked in surprise, you mean Du Duong colluded with Dong Ne Thuong? But I just met Du Duong this afternoon. From the tone of her voice, she shouldn't have any relationship with Dong Ne Thuong. Non Noyette moved closer to Tuni and asked, Tuni, do you know about the 7 cardinal sins? She answered honestly, I've only heard of the 7 deadly sins, but the 7 cardinal sins you're talking about must not be as simple as I think, right? Non Noyette explained seriously, the 7 cardinal sins can be said to be Dong Ne Thuong's most powerful technique. This technique consists of a total of 7 negative emotions: hatred, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Regarding the factor of hatred, to make it easier for you to understand, let me use you as an example. Non Noyette used her as an example. For instance, if I am afflicted with the curse of hatred, even if there's only a little bit of hatred in your heart, that little bit can be amplified 100 times over. Tuni then understood. So you mean Du Duong was hit by Dong Ne Thuong's 7 cardinal sins? Recalling Du Duong's pleading attitude, Tuni thought, a few days ago, Du Duong hated me to the bone, but today she acted so weak and even wanted to leave Vim Du City. It turns out she was afflicted by Dong Ne Thuong's 7 cardinal sins. Non Noyette said cheerfully, it seems Dong Ne Thuong went to great lengths to deal with me. Thinking of this, she flew into a rage. Thanks to her for thinking so highly of me. That wretched old hag, there will come a day when I'll have to chop her into 100 pieces to vent my anger. Non Noyette didn't forget to remind her of her opponent's status and strength. Dong Ne Thuong is an 8th stage saint. Chopping her into 100 pieces won't be easy. Currently, on the entire continent, there are only 2 people who can deal with the vice principal of Tu Van Duong. She asked curiously, who? None other than the current Holy Emperor Manhwa and the principal of Tu Van Duong, Deepening. Tuni said, so if I want to deal with Dong Ne Thuong, I have to get close to one of these 2, then wait for the right opportunity to strike, right? Non Noyette immediately replied, that's right. As long as you are protected by the emperor or the principal, Dong Ne Thuong at least won't dare to easily assassinate you anymore. Tuni thought about her connections. My aunt is the current empress. If I go to the palace to live with her, I could naturally interact with the emperor more often. But doing so might implicate my aunt. She turned to Non Noyette and said, if I had to choose, I would definitely choose the principal. But the principal is often in seclusion. Although I've recovered my spiritual power now, I've already been expelled from the inner courtyard. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to see him. Non Noyette suddenly asked, Tuni, have you heard of the Earth Dungeon? Tuni asked, what is that place? Non Noyette propped his chin on his hand and said, it's in the inner courtyard of Tu Van Hall. When you get there, you'll know what to do. The scene shifts to Tu Van Hall. Lin Fei was sitting in a tree eating an apple when she suddenly saw Tuni approaching. Isn't that deep, Tuni? Lin Fei casually picked a few more fruits. Tuni's sharp eyes noticed the fruits flying towards her. With her skills, she easily dodged the surprise attack. Who's there? Lin Fei jumped down and called out, hey, Deep Tuni, I didn't expect you to have recovered your spiritual power. Tuni was a little surprised. Why did you suddenly attack me? I almost thought something had happened in the inner courtyard. Lin Fei said bluntly, this young lady was bored, so I decided to mess with you a bit. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. How did you recover your spiritual power? Tuni replied, oh, my master is Tien Na. Helping me recover my spiritual power is just a small matter for her. Lin Fei suggested a duel with Tuni. So that's how it is. Now that you've recovered your spiritual power, why don't you have a match with me? I've just developed a new technique and haven't found anyone to practice on yet. Tuni held up her hand to signal. Next time. I won't take no for an answer. Lin Fei immediately launched an attack. Bien Tri Lin. Tuni raised her guard to defend against the attack with vanishing steps. Tuni counterattacked with the cold moon ring to break the technique. Lin Fei was thrilled. 4th stage, 9th Dan. Deep Tuni, when did you level up? Now that our cultivation levels are on par, as your senior sister, I don't need to be polite anymore. Tuni was helpless. There's more. Lin Fei charged forward without courtesy, attacking directly. Take this. Binding roots. Tuni's feet were bound by Lin Fei. What? Hair growing from the ground, is that even possible? Lin Fei explained, as long as I throw a strand of my hair anywhere, it can grow into an independent braid, and I can control it at will. This move is called the braid spirit. It was the first time Tuni had heard of this move, and she was a bit confused. Braid spirit, as in the bien from de bien poop? Lin Fei explained exasperatedly, it's the bien from bienzi braid, not the bien from poop. Tuni snapped her fingers to summon the system, taking out the Wuling mirror. She used the mirror's reflection to dazzle Lin Fei. Turn Lin Fei's braids into poop. Lin Fei stared at the pile of poop on her head. Lin Fei exploded with anger. Damn you, junior sister, you're playing dirty. On the side, Tuni was laughing. I'd say this look really suits you. Lin Fei easily broke the technique with her spiritual art. It's just an illusion, it can't stump me. Tuni was amazed. You actually broke it. Lin Fei moved behind Tuni like lightning and injured her. This move is called instantaneous spirit strike. Tuni was caught off guard. How powerful. But it wasn't over. Tuni managed to grab Lin Fei's hand in time, using her strength to throw her to the ground. This time, Lin Fei was caught off guard by Tuni's attack. Lin Fei was sent flying. I can't believe she learned my instantaneous combo strike. The intense battle came to an end. A notification came from the system. Congratulations, host, for accumulating combat experience. Your cultivation has been promoted to 4th stage, 9th Dan. You have received a level-up gift package and a gold coin reward. Tuni cheered and jumped for joy. Awesome! What an unexpected delight. Her body felt full of power, making Tuni even more excited. Fighting with a master really does increase your level quickly. I've already broken through to the 4th stage, 9th Dan. This battle wasn't a loss. Lin Fei had lost her earlier momentum and could only beg for mercy. Alright, I'm not playing anymore. I surrender. I'll admit defeat for today. Vong Pham chuckled. What a great display of fighting fire with fire, directly using Lin Fei's own technique to make her beg for mercy. Interesting, truly interesting. Lin Fei's face was dirty, and she angrily scolded Vong Pham. You jerk, stop laughing at me over there. Why don't you two try the power of the instantaneous combo strike? Haven't you already reached the 5th stage, 2nd Dan? Vong Pham quickly waved his hands. No, we are mental-type cultivators. We don't have thick skin and flesh like you strength-type cultivators. Fighting would just be asking for death. Lin Fei pouted and snorted. Bok Lai Nai walked over and kindly handed Tuni a handkerchief. For you. She shyly accepted it. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Fei whined from the side. Senior brother Bok Lai, what about me? I'm bleeding too, and my injuries are worse than deep Tuni's. Why don't you give me a handkerchief to wipe myself with? Vong Pham shrugged. Come on, Lin Fei. You fight with senior brothers and sisters every day. Aren't your injuries always worse than this? What do you need a handkerchief for? Lin Fei angrily turned and left. Fine, I'll go bandage myself. Vong Pham leisurely walked over. Junior sister, congratulations. Not only have you recovered your spiritual power, but your strength has also increased. By the way, you suddenly came to the inner courtyard today. Is there something you need? Tuni replied, I want to go to the underground pavilion. I heard it's in the inner courtyard, so I thought I'd come and check it out. Vong Pham asked doubtfully, the underground pavilion is where the principal accepts disciples. You want to go there? Do you want to become the principal's disciple? Tuni thought, Non Noyette told me to go to the underground pavilion. He probably wants me to become the principal's direct disciple. That way, I'll have the principal as a backer, and it will be more convenient to deal with Dong Ne Thuong. Bok Lai Nai spoke up. Let's go, I'll take you. The three of them were now at the underground pavilion. Vong Pham looked around and sighed. Over the years, the principal has set a rule that any Tu Van Duong disciple who enters this place and can pass the test of the underground pavilion can become his direct disciple. Tuni asked the two, I see. Has either of you passed? Bok Lai Nai replied, I'm not interested. He sighed. Becoming the principal's disciple is of course a good thing, but passing this test is not easy. I've heard that each time you enter the underground pavilion, you face different challenges. It can be said to be ever-changing. You can't pass it based on accumulated experience. Those who want to enter must go through a life-or-death battle, fighting monsters to claim the final spot. Moreover, Tu Van Duong disciples only have one chance to try each year, so currently in the inner courtyard, only the senior-most brother successfully passed the underground pavilion last year. Tuni didn't expect it to be so difficult. It's that hard? I didn't think that even with the powerful inner courtyard cultivators, only the senior-most brother has passed. Vong Pham added, however, as inner courtyard disciples, we are already protected by the principal. He also often teaches us. Besides, the principal is kind and has no concept of discrimination, so there's no need to formally become his disciple. Tuni had no way back. She said, I've been expelled from the inner courtyard, so I'm no longer an inner courtyard disciple. Therefore, if I want to return to the inner courtyard, I can only do it through the underground pavilion. She pushed the door, determined to win this spot. As long as you are a Tu Van Duong disciple, you can enter the underground pavilion. So no matter what, I want to try. She used all her strength, but the door didn't budge. Why won't this door open? Bok Lai Nai reminded her, you can't push open this door unless your cultivation has reached the 5th stage. Tuni was extremely surprised. There's a rule like that? Vong Pham had also heard it for the first time. Really? I've never heard of this rule. Bok Lai Nai said, it's written on the stone tablet. Only those with a 5th stage cultivation can enter. Vong Pham felt ashamed of his oversight. It really is written there. Why didn't I see it earlier? Bok Lai Nai reminded Tuni of the danger of entering. The underground pavilion is full of dangers. Even with a 5th stage cultivation, you can only barely protect your life. If you want to return to the inner courtyard, you don't need to take such a risk. I can help you. Vong Pham agreed with this view. Yes, senior brother Bok Lai is right. Junior sister, if you want to return to the inner courtyard, we can think of another way to help you. Besides, senior brother Kang and senior sister Tan are also looking forward to your return. Tuni said gratefully, thank you, senior brothers, for your kindness. But I still want to rely on my own strength to try first. I will quickly find a way to advance to a 5th stage grand cultivator, then I will come and take the challenge. Vong Pham sincerely took Tuni's hand and said, Junior sister, I really wasn't mistaken about you. I truly admire your willpower. I support you. Bok Lai Nai stood to the side with a grim expression, staring at the two holding hands intimately. Vong Pham suddenly came to his senses and quickly let go. What's going on? Why do I feel a bit cold? Especially around my neck. It's like a cold wind is blowing. Tuni said innocently, it's winter now, so it's a bit cold. On another side, Dong Nae-thuong and her maid were secretly watching Tuni. The maid, Bao Chan, said, Vice Principal Dong, she just went to the underground pavilion with Vong Pham and Bok Lai Nai. It seems she wants to challenge that place. Dong Nae-thuong's eyes glinted menacingly. She's truly insatiably greedy. Having Tian Na isn't enough. Now she wants to be the principal's direct disciple. I sent her to the pharmacist class back then, thinking she could never rise again. I never expected this girl to not only suppress the evil energy in her body, but also to recover her spiritual power. The maid worried that Dong Nae-thuong's position would be shaken if she really managed to pass the underground pavilion and become the principal's disciple. Then she would have two backers, and I'm afraid she would be even harder to deal with in the future. Dong Nae-thuong said dismissively, the underground pavilion isn't so easy to pass. Besides, her current cultivation hasn't even reached the 5th stage. After speaking, she turned to leave. Let's go. We have plenty of time. It's not too late to slowly choose a suitable death for her. At the National Preceptor's mansion, Tuni lay on her bed resting, sighing. Now that I want to break through to the 5th stage, what direction should I work towards? Kwok Tu coughed a few times beside her, noticing her attitude. Tuni glanced at it and asked, if you have any bright ideas, just say them. Kwok Tu knew exactly what Tuni wanted. It proactively asked, since you want my guidance, shouldn't you show a little more courtesy? Tuni seized the precious opportunity and pleaded earnestly, oh, adorable Kwok Tu, my beloved system deity, could you please give me a few pointers? Kwok Tu, feeling pampered, softened and said, all right. I've told you before, you can't rely solely on the experience tree to level up. Now that you've reached the 9th dan, it's useless no matter how many more tasks you do. At this point, only when you have a major breakthrough, a cultivation epiphany, or a spiritual sublimation of your inner soul, that's the key to breaking through the realm. Tuni listened intently to Kwok Tu's words. Kwok Tu took something out of the system. This is the trial key. You can only open it once in your lifetime. After opening it, you will be transported to another place to undergo a trial. As long as you can successfully pass it, no matter what kind of bottleneck you face, you will definitely be able to break through the realm. Tuni said excitedly, why are you only telling me about such a good thing now? Kwok Tu said dejectedly, this thing is in the system and can only be used once in a lifetime. I was originally planning to save such a good thing for when you have trouble breaking through to the 6th stage. Tuni shrugged. That's the most critical moment in a cultivator's life. Dong Nae-thuong will definitely speed up her actions. If I wait any longer, my life will be gone. Where would I get the chance to wait until I break through to the 6th stage? Kwok Tu warned Tuni worriedly, but don't get too happy just yet. This trial is very difficult. It's not just about fighting, the difficulty is very high. If you fail the challenge and don't pass the trial, the consequences will be unimaginable. You could die. Tuni thought Kwok Tu's words made sense, but being passive forever would lead to nothing. She was determined to create a miracle. If I fail the trial, I'll die. But if I'm assassinated by that old hag Dong Nae-thuong, I'll also die. If I'm going to die either way, what is there to be afraid of? The screen in front of her displayed a system notification. Host, would you like to activate the once-in-a-lifetime trial journey? Please choose carefully. She agreed without hesitation. Yes. The system's mechanical voice gave a reminder. The difficulty of this trial is unknown. Please prepare yourself mentally. Opening the transport system for you. Then Tuni's body floated in midair. When she opened her eyes, she found herself wearing a red military uniform, a modern military uniform. She began to feel full of energy. Her dantian was empty, and she couldn't feel the existence of spiritual power. It seems that even my spiritual power has been sealed for this trial. She looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this the military camp where I lived in my previous life? According to the author's description, Tambaktan is located on the border of Asia, an area that even the United Nations cannot manage. The residents here are mostly locals and refugees. The only way to make a living here is to use local resources to manufacture gunpowder and weapons, or to form mercenary groups and black armies, selling their lives to the rich for money. Therefore, every 2 to 3 days, skirmishes break out over resources or territory. The rain of bombs and bullets is constant, and rivers of blood are a common sight. Back in the year 2000, it was a rainy day. A couple was holding their young child, discussing something. The wife said, "Honey, are we really going to abandon our child?" The man replied helplessly, "There's no other way. We really can't survive in this Tam-Bak-Ton anymore. This child is just a burden to us, and she's a girl. It's useless to raise her." The woman agreed with the man to abandon the baby in the rain. Not long after, a convoy of vehicles drove by. The man in the car suddenly noticed an abandoned child crying on the side of the road and told the driver to stop. The man braved the wind and rain, got out of the car. This man was the leader of the Haksam army, Deepening. People called him the Yama King of the Haksam army. He was decisive, ruthless, with cold and indifferent eyes. Deepening picked up the baby and ordered his subordinate to investigate whose child it was. The subordinate replied, "Yes, Commander Deep." The subordinate saw the baby crying fiercely and suggested, "Commander Deep, this baby is a bit noisy. How about I take her back to the camp?" Deepening directly refused. "No need. This baby has been in the rain all night and not only hasn't frozen to death, but is also crying so loudly. On the contrary, she's a strong one." The subordinate was extremely surprised. At this moment, a young boy ran out from the house, hugged Deepening's leg, and called out happily, "Daddy, hold me." This boy was Deepening's biological son, Deepening. Deepening taught him sternly, "What are you supposed to call me?" The child said resentfully, "Commander Deep." Only then did Deepening praise him. "Good, Kenan. You are 3 years old now. You must learn to be independent." Then, Deepening carried the baby he had just picked up inside. Kenan, feeling hurt, pulled on Deepening's aide's hand. "Adjutant Ta, is the baby daddy is holding his new child?" Takai saw the sadness in the child's eyes, but he couldn't lie. "That's a baby Commander Deep found at the camp gate." Kenan asked innocently if she was found, "Then why does daddy hold her but not me?" The adjutant stammered, Takai entered Deepening's office and knocked on the door, sighing. "Deepening, I'm not trying to criticize you, but Kenan lost his mother at birth and is only 3 years old now. Aren't you being too strict with him?" Deepening asked with a stern face, "In a place like Tam-Bak-Ton, so what if he's 3? Even a 3-month-old baby, who would pity them?" Another subordinate ran in and reported formally, "Report, Commander Deep, Adjutant Ta, I have investigated the identity of the abandoned child." The adjutant quickly asked, "Who are her parents?" The subordinate replied, "The baby's father is La Tianmin, a low-ranking soldier in our camp, and her mother is a laundress in the camp. Unfortunately, last night when we went to the northern outskirts to fight the Haksam army, La Tianmin disappeared, and his wife was also nowhere to be found." The adjutant sighed, "No need to ask further, he must be a deserter." Takai was a bit confused. But why would this couple abandon their own child? Deepening looked at the crying baby and said, "Just a deserter. He doesn't deserve to have a child." Deepening picked up the baby and said sternly, "Little one, listen carefully. Your parents don't want you anymore. If you want to be my, Deepening's daughter, then stop crying immediately." The adjutant burst out laughing. "I say, Commander Deep, even if you want to adopt this child, you can't treat her like one of your soldiers. She's just a baby, how can she understand what you're saying? The more you scare her, the louder she'll cry." Unexpectedly, the baby really stopped crying, her big eyes looking at Deepening. The adjutant said in amazement, "No way, truly amazing." Deepening ordered, "Smile for me." The baby seemed to understand and immediately started giggling. Deepening laughed heartily. "Excellent, little one." Deepening held the baby and praised her nonstop. "Excellent, little one. It seems you really want to be my daughter. From now on, your name will be Deep Tuni." Adjutant Ta stood behind, sighing. "Everyone says Deepening is the Yama King of Tam-Bak-Ton. But compared to those commanders who eat people without spitting out the bones, Deepening is actually very humane. he just doesn't show it. This baby gradually grew up to become a fearless young woman. And thus, the heroine Tuni was born. In a dangerous place like Tam there was no shortage of factions wanting to overthrow each other. Countless military groups were annexed by the Haksam army led by Deepening. From a few thousand acres of land, they unified half of Tam. His title of Yama King was also changed by the people to the Southern Emperor. The fierce generals under his command were all skilled in both literature and martial arts. Among them, Adjutant Takai, who served as the military strategist, was the most famous, his right-hand man, Tuni. Although she was a girl, Tuni's ability to openly fight on the battlefield was considered a miracle. She personally flew a plane, leading her army to victory, because in the eyes of the world, the battlefield would never belong to women. At this time in the camp's bathhouse, young soldiers were naked, looking at each other. One spoke up, "Hey, guess what I managed to photograph?" Another asked curiously, "What did you photograph?" The young man took out a picture of Tuni majestically aiming a gun and showed it to the others. "Of course, it's a picture of our beautiful vice commander Tuni." They drooled looking at it. The vice commander is getting more and more beautiful. But unexpectedly, Tuni suddenly appeared, catching them talking behind her back. "Your drill with vice commander then is about to start. Why are you still showering here?" They scrambled to cover their lower bodies. "Vice Commander Tu, this is the men's bathhouse." Tuni waved her hand. "It doesn't matter. In the military, there's no distinction between men and women. Hurry up." They looked at each other, blushing. Our Vice Commander Tu doesn't seem to care much about the difference between men and women. Outside, the drill began, one side led by Kannan, the other by Tuni. The soldiers around cheered. "Go, Vice Commander Tu. Go, Vice Commander Than." A command was given, and the two teams began the drill. Then, the two sides continuously clashed, with smoke and fire everywhere. In the command room, a soldier ran in to report. "Vice Commander Tu, our army has been pushed off the high ground by the Red Army." Tuni observed the situation through binoculars, feeling the battle was unfavorable. She said over the radio, "Useless fools. Team 1, abandon the high ground to the Red Army. Team 3 immediately move to the left. Team 2, cover Team 3. Teams 4 and 6, also abandon the high ground." The soldier asked worriedly, "Vice Commander, if we abandon the high ground like this, how can we win?" Her face turned serious. "What do you know? If we don't let the enemy have some advantage, how can we attack their base?" Then, she ordered the soldiers to counterattack. Now, teams 4, 6, 3, and 2 attack the Red Army's base together. As soon as the soldier raised the signal flag, the outcome of the drill was decided. The Blue Army, led by Tuni, won. On the other side, Kannan said with a hidden meaning, "Tuni, you're so cunning. I didn't expect you to change tactics." Tuni said dismissively, "If I didn't change tactics, wouldn't I have been eaten alive by you?" Kannan said, "Oh, in the Haksim army, who doesn't know your reputation? Even I, your older brother, have to rely on you. How would I dare to eat you?" Up high, Takai and Deepening watched the battle with amusement. Takai praised, "Amazing. I didn't expect Tuni to win this drill." Deepening next to him was not surprised because he had already understood Tuni well. Takai said, "Honestly, what kind of daughter are you raising? It's like raising a fierce tiger." Deepening replied, "I greatly regret raising her this way." Deepening reminded Takai about the line between the Haksam army and the Bako army. "In 10 days, it's the biennial Twin Cities Conference that we agreed upon with the Bako army." Takai said, "The Bako army is the ruling force of the other half of Tam, an empire with strength equal to the Haksam army." Deepening said, "It's time for us to unify Tam." Takai stood up and said solemnly, "Yes, Commander Deep. With you, Tuni, and Kannan, we will definitely win." Takai understood in his heart that unifying Tam had always been Deepening's dream. 10 days later in the office, a subordinate asked Commander Deep, "Are you sure you don't need us to go with you?" Then, he said, "Do you remember how Tuni defeated Kannan in the last drill? If it wasn't for Deep Kanan's greed and eagerness to occupy the high ground, his base wouldn't have been left empty for someone to easily break through. The subordinate said, I understand. Rest assured, I will help you protect this base well. Commander Deep handed him a letter. Take this. He was surprised. What's this? Is it a love letter you wrote especially for me? But then he said seriously to Takai, Takai, if anything happens to me on this trip, you must announce the contents of this letter to the entire army. Takai was alarmed. Fong. Then he signaled for Takai to be silent. We've been brothers for so many years, some things don't need to be said too clearly. I'm just preparing for the worst. Takai also agreed. I know. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened. Commander Deep was startled. Who taught you the rule of entering a room without knocking? Tuni said, Sir, report. Commander Deep said, Tuni, speak. Tuni said, I just heard that father will be attending the Twin Cities conference. I want to go with you. But Commander Deep suddenly stood up. You're not qualified. Tuni was dissatisfied. Then why are you taking Kenan? Commander Deep replied directly, because he's stronger than you. Tuni watched the military convoy leave the gate. Why am I not qualified? Or is it that you want to protect me? As Tuni and the others stood at the gate to welcome the convoy, Commander Deep had returned. Tuni was confused. The Twin Cities conference, isn't it supposed to last for 3 days? It's only been 2 days and father is already back. Looking closely at the armored vehicles, there were clear signs of collision. When father left, there were 20 armored vehicles escorting him. Now there are only a few left. Kenan looked exhausted and was being supported by someone. Tuni was alarmed. Brother Kenan, what happened? Kenan said, we were ambushed. Tuni looked around. Ambushed? Where's father? Kenan clenched his fist. Then everyone carried a heavy object inside. Commander Deep lay unconscious on it. Tuni ran over, crying out in shock, no. Takai stood beside Deep Tuni. Tuni, listen to my orders. Commander Deep has given an order. The new commander's position will be handed over to you. From today on, you are our new commander. Tuni cried out in a daze, Father, Father, Father. I want revenge. I want to avenge you. Takai took out the letter. Deep Tuni will assume the position of commander. No revenge. Cherish life. Ken then walked over and took her hand. Congratulations, Tuni. 5 years later, Takai said to Tuni, the day of the Twin Cities conference is approaching. Tuni sat at her desk. I've finally waited for this day. Looking at the photo of her father on the desk. She gritted her teeth. Takai was worried. Tuni, are you planning to declare war on the Bakho army during this Twin Cities conference? Tuni looked full of hatred. No, I will declare war on the Bakho army before the Twin Cities conference begins. Takai was silent for a moment. I understand. I remember 5 years ago, before Commander Deep attended the Twin Cities conference, he once told me that he wanted to unify Tam Bakton. I just hope you can fulfill his wish. One day before the Twin Cities conference, Deep Tuni called out the Bakho army and launched a large-scale invasion. Perhaps because she could finally avenge the hatred of 5 years ago, Tuni led her army to open fire madly. Or perhaps because 5 years of forbearance had made the Haksem army much stronger, their momentum was indeed like a storm. Within half a month, they had flattened all the bases of the Bakho army in the North City. A soldier ran into the room to report to her and the others. Commander Deep, the Bakho army's base has been breached. Everyone cheered. Excellent. We have successfully taken revenge. Tuni said sadly, Father, your daughter has avenged you. Then she asked, where is the commander of the Bakho army? He reported, he has been captured by Vice Commander then and is currently at the Bakho army's main headquarters. She demanded, take me there. Then, Tuni went to the Bakho army's base. Ken then was pointing a gun at a tied-up person. Tuni approached. Vice Commander then, thank you for your hard work. Then, she uncovered the person's face. Tuni was terrified. He's not the commander of the Bakho army. At that moment, Ken then pointed his gun at her. Brother Ken then, what do you mean by this? Ken then said, don't call me brother anymore. You're just a child that Commander Deep picked up. Remember how much effort I had to put in back then to cooperate with the Bok Ho army's commander to kill Deep Fong? Who would have thought that before that bastard died, he would give the position of commander of the Haksim army to you? Tell me, did he die unjustly? Tuni was shocked. Why would Deepkin then betray the Haksim army and do something like patricide? Whether Commander Deep died unjustly or not, I don't know. I only know. Then, Tuni grabbed his wrist, pointed the gun at his head. Even a beast wouldn't help an outsider kill its own father. Ken then laughed coldly. Father? Don't you find that word very foreign to us? Did he allow us to call him father? Did he treat us like his children? Even my mother was forced to her death by that man. In his eyes, there is only power. So I won't let him have his way. Tuni burst out laughing. Ken then was alarmed. What are you laughing at? Tuni laughed coldly. What am I laughing at? I strongly agree with what you just said. Commander Deep really didn't die unjustly. He raised a hawk his whole life, only to be blinded by that hawk in the end. Isn't that deserving of death? Ken then was surprised. What are you trying to say? Tuni stared. We were raised by Commander Deep. We thought he understood us better than anyone. The reverse is also true. Although we can never see through Commander Deep's thoughts, we definitely know his ability to grasp strategy and layout. She grabbed his collar. So I'm very curious, why didn't Commander Deep see that you had betrayed him? Why were you able to return to the Haksim army safely back then? Do you think Commander Deep really fell for your trick? Don't be naive. Commander Deep knew long ago that you wanted to kill him, so he deliberately let you have your way. You were played by the commander. Ken then was alarmed. How could that be? Tuni said painfully, you've never beaten me in a drill, so how do you think you could outsmart Commander Deep? Impossible. Commander Deep taught us our whole lives that family is just a burden, but in the end, he still died for family. Ken then screamed, shut up. Shut up. I don't deny that Commander Deep's plan back then was perfect. I also don't deny that if it weren't for me, the Bok Ho army would have become a toy in Commander Deep's hands. Ken then slapped Tuni hard. But I don't think Commander Deep knew my plan. I also don't think that cold-blooded man would die for family. Suddenly a voice said, you're not wrong at all. The commander of the Bok Ho army appeared. That terrifying man did indeed know our plan before the conference. In fact, if it weren't for your father, you would have died 5 years ago. Ken then was alarmed. What are you saying? Tuni added, you still don't get it? The reason Commander Deep was so strict with us was to show us the darkness of Tam Bakton. But you only saw that strictness as a reason to hate Commander Deep. You were naive enough to think that by joining forces with the Bok Ho army commander, you would become one of his people. To put it bluntly, he wants to swallow our Haksim army whole, and you're just food for him. The Bok Ho army commander laughed. Yes, you really understand Deep Fong. Deepkin then, if Deep Fong hadn't protected you and let you leave first back then, you would have been dead long ago. It was only after you left that I learned your father knew you had betrayed him. Also, let me tell you another secret. Your mother wasn't forced to her death by Deep Fong. Ken then was alarmed. Then, the Bok Ho army commander laughed loudly. It was after being humiliated by me that she committed suicide. Ken then was stunned. So the real reason Commander Deep always wanted to annex the Bok Ho army was? The Bok Ho army commander sneered, you guess, was it to avenge your mother? Ken then turned to Deep Tuni. I was indeed blinded by hatred. But I don't think I was too naive. Don't worry. I, Deepkin then, will pay my own debts. Then, he grabbed her by the collar and threw her out the window. Run quickly. After Tuni got out, a series of gunshots rang out in the room. Tuni's soul left her body. Suddenly a car stopped, and he shouted, get in the car. Tuni asked calmly, who are you? He was frantic. I'm here to save you, get in the car quickly. After getting in the car, Tuni asked, you're a member of the Bok Ho army. Why are you saving me? He stammered, because my name is La Tianmin. Tuni was shocked. You are. He immediately said, that's right, I am your biological father. In the car, La Tianmin asked Tuni, daughter, do you want to meet your biological mother? Tuni remembered what she had once said to Deep Fong. If they don't want me anymore, why should I go looking for them? Commander Deep once said, family is just a burden. Then she was handcuffed. Tuni was terrified. You. He stopped the car. I really didn't expect it. You and that adoptive father of yours are clearly not related by blood. But why are you so much like him? Tuni was confused. What are you talking about? La Tianmin said, oh, maybe you don't know yet. Actually, your adoptive father was killed by me. Tuni was horrified. What? 5 years ago, after Deepfong protected Deepkin and let him leave, the Haksem army counterattacked and gunshots rang out everywhere. To protect the life of the Bok Ho army commander, we could only choose to retreat. But at that time, I was a mid-ranking soldier, responsible for protecting the Bok Ho army commander's retreat. I was about to die at the hands of Deepfong. At that critical moment, I revealed my identity, knelt at Deepfong's feet. I am Deep Tuni's biological father. If you kill me, Deep Tuni will definitely hate you. Just because of that one sentence. Deepfong, who had never spared anyone, made an exception and let me go. It was because of this mistake that I ambushed Deepfong, directly stabbing him through the heart with a dagger. So the fatal wound in his chest was caused by me. He got out of the car. Everyone says Deepfong is a cold-blooded machine. He can even train his own son to be a soldier under his command. But in my eyes, he's just an ordinary person. He was just afraid that if he killed me, you would resent him. It serves him right to die at my hands. After killing Deepfong back then, I was promoted to Marshal. I wonder if I'll be promoted to Vice Commander now if I kill Deep Tuni too. Tuni gritted her teeth. So it was you. I must avenge Commander Deep. Then, the car exploded. The flashback ends. Tuni appears. I didn't expect to die at the hands of my own biological father in my previous life. Tears welled up in her eyes. It's a pity that in the end, I couldn't avenge my adoptive father. Suddenly, voices echoed around her. Wow, Vice Commander Deep is getting more and more beautiful. Tuni was surprised. Isn't this the training ground? Why are there still living people? She opened the door to the room and suddenly saw many naked men showering, holding pictures of her in their hands. They were flustered. Vice Commander Tu, this is the men's bathhouse. Tuni laughed loudly. I didn't expect to return to the modern era, and at a time when I was Vice Commander. Is this the trial the system arranged? Is the content of the trial to let me return to the modern era and then change the fate of my previous life? Wait, no, that's not right. At this point, my adoptive father isn't dead yet. What revenge is there to take? She approached them. Where is my father? Where is my father? They cautiously covered themselves. Father? At the training ground. Tuni ran off. Thanks. Seeing Deepfong, she thought, I found him. It's still that familiar figure. Commander Deep. She wanted to run to him but hesitated. No. Since the system gave me a chance to return to the modern era, I won't listen to my adoptive father anymore. She called out timidly, Father, Father. Deepfong was surprised. What did you call me? Tuni asked, Aren't you my father? Deepfong crossed his arms. What's wrong with you today? Have you forgotten what I told you? But Tuni rushed forward and hugged him. Father, I remember everything. You said I'm not allowed to call you father, only Commander Deep. But aren't I your adopted daughter? If you don't allow me to call you father, then why did you say I was your adopted daughter after you adopted me? Why didn't you just say I was a soldier you picked up? Wouldn't that be more logical? Tuni waved and left. Father, the drill is about to start. I'm going to prepare. Deepfong turned to ask Takai, what's wrong with this kid today? Is she in her rebellious phase? Takai patted his shoulder and laughed. I don't believe you haven't been waiting for her to call you that. Deepfong remained cold. What nonsense are you talking about? On the training ground, Tuni walked towards Kannan and called out, Brother Kannan, I'm cheering for you. Kannan was also very surprised. What did you call me? Tuni forced a smile. Brother Kannan, of course. In my past life, Deep Kannan was the one who killed father. Deep Kannan indeed deserved to die, but was he the only one who truly deserved to die? If my adoptive father could have clearly expressed his feelings for him, would he have gone down the path of patricide? If my adoptive father could have directly explained the cause of his wife's death, would he have resented his father his whole life? If I had treated Deep Kannan as my own brother, let him feel love and family affection, then would he still be jealous of me? The drill began. Tuni was leisurely sipping tea when a subordinate suddenly ran in. Vice Commander Tu, we've been pushed off the high ground by the Red Army. Tuni just made a sound of acknowledgement. He was frantic. Just a no? You're not changing the military deployment. Tuni said, what do you know? This is my deployment. An hour later, Tuni took out her phone and read a message. Tuni, what a pity, you lost to me again this time. Yes, Brother Kanthen, you were too amazing this time. I had no idea how to respond. Honestly, I really have to learn a lot from you in the future. Kanthen read the message in surprise. Tuni thought, if I can trade this match for a complete family, then this match isn't a loss. The subordinate said to her, I say, Vice Commander Tu, didn't you say, oh, was your deployment? Why did you still lose the drill in the end? Tuni replied, if I say you don't understand, you don't understand. Losing is winning, winning is losing. You'll understand if you learn slowly. By the way, you're fired. He was frantic. No way, Vice Commander Tu, I just said 2 or 3 sentences, and you want to fire me? Didn't you teach us that only victory is the ruling principle? Tuni patted his shoulder. Oh, you misunderstand. I'm firing you because I want to give you a secret mission. After you complete it, I will promote you. He was surprised. Really? What's the mission? Tuni said, infiltrate the Bok Ho army and help me find a person named La Tianmin. At this time, my adoptive father is indeed not dead yet, but 10 days later at the Twin Cities Conference, that will be the decisive moment of my adoptive father's fate. The system has given me a chance to return to the modern era. Tuni lay on her bed, thinking leisurely, no matter what, I must change the fate of my adoptive father dying at the hands of La Tianmin. The bed in the modern era is still the most comfortable. It's soft, plus the super elastic pillow is much more comfortable than the rock-hard bed in ancient times. There was a knock on the door. Tuni said, the door is unlocked. Deepfong walked in and asked Tuni, did you intentionally lose today? Tuni sat up. No, it was Brother Kanthen who defeated me with his own strength. Deepfong's face darkened. You're lying. I know your strength best. Tuni stammered, Father. Then she ran over and took his arm. Father, there are no outsiders now. It should be okay for me to call you that, right? Deepfong said coldly, if you have something to say it quickly. Tuni said, what are you being shy about, Father? I know that in your heart, I'm a strong candidate for the commander position. Deepfong immediately interrupted her. Who told you that you were a strong candidate for commander? Tuni replied, I heard it from some rumors somewhere. Deepfong said coldly, how arrogant. Tuni, there are some things I don't want to spell out for you, but I've never considered giving you the commander position. Not now and not in the future. Tuni panicked, that's not right. Then why did the will my adoptive father left for his second-in-command state that I would take over the commander position? Never mind, as long as my adoptive father doesn't die, it's fine. Father, I didn't mean anything else by what I said. I just wanted to tell you that perhaps in your heart, you feel I should win today's exercise. But we're all family, so there's no need to argue about who wins or loses. I also want to tell you, she clasped his hand, that Kanthen and I are no longer children, we can protect ourselves. So on some issues, I feel that whether it's me or Kanthen, we both have the right to know everything. Deepfong immediately pulled his hand back. Tuni, I've told you before. You can know what you should know, but don't ask about what you shouldn't. Tuni asked, so is the real cause of our adoptive mother's death also something Kanthen shouldn't know? Deepfong's face turned grim. Deep Tuni, do you know what you're saying? Tuni thought to herself, I have to resolve the grudges within this family, and I must change all the facts that are disadvantageous to my adoptive father. Even though Deep Kanthen wasn't the direct murderer of my adoptive father, I know I've been very curious since I was young. Everyone said that father drove my adoptive mother to her death, but after she passed away, he never got involved with any other woman. From that, it's clear that my adoptive mother holds an irreplaceable position in your heart, right? Deepfong seemed angry with Tuni. Tuni still didn't stop. Father, Kanthen is your biological son. Do you really want him to misunderstand you as the murderer who forced his mother to her death? Deepfong raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet. Tuni looked straight into his eyes and said, in a dark place like Tambakton, maybe we should learn to be ruthless. But as long as we're strong enough, no one will dare to offend us. So, true strength isn't about hiding your emotions, but about eliminating everyone who is a threat to us. Deepfong finally calmed down. Tuni, I don't deny that your awareness is higher than mine, but I don't think Kinlan knowing the truth will benefit him in any way. Tuni froze. She was so focused on changing her adoptive father's fate that she forgot. If Deep can then learn the truth, he would be blinded by hatred. He would definitely find a way to kill the commander of the Bok Ho army, and he might even get himself killed in the process. Just then, Ken then appeared. Why did my mother die? But Deepfong left. 5 days later, Tuni received a phone report. Big sister, I've searched the entire Bok Ho army, but I still can't find anyone named La Tianmin. Tuni was surprised. Impossible. Are you sure you investigated thoroughly? I remember La Tianmin said he was a mid-level soldier in the Bok Ho army when he killed my adoptive father. How could he not be found in the Bok Ho army? He told her, I'm just an office worker in the Bok Ho army's personnel department now. How could I not investigate thoroughly? Tuni said, then is there anyone in the Bok Ho army with a scar on his face? A very long scar. He should be a mid-level soldier. He replied, there is indeed such a person. I remember there are only 3 of them. Wait a moment. Let me go to the data room and take a picture for you. Tuni answered, okay, and hung up. She looked at the photo of La Tianmin. This Truong Oi is the one who killed my father back then. It seems La Tianmin changed his name after joining the Bok Ho army. No wonder Tu Ho couldn't find him. She told her subordinate, it's this Truong Oi. I'll give you 5 days. You must bring him to our Haksim army. He panicked. 5 days, big sister? The Bok Ho army has tens of thousands of people. I'm already lucky to have escaped from here, and now I have to kidnap this person. Tuni said again, I don't want to hear if it's possible. It has to be done. If I see him at the Twin Cities conference, then you can just stay in the Bok Ho army forever. He accepted the order. Yes, I will definitely do it. 5 days later at the Twin Cities conference, Tuni sat restlessly waiting for news. Why hasn't Tu Ho replied to my message yet? Did the mission fail? Tuni was furious. Damn it, Tu Ho. If the mission fails, I'll expose you to the Bok Ho army commander as a spy I sent. You'll never be able to make a name for yourself in Tambakton for the rest of your life. Suddenly, cheers erupted from outside. Commander Deep, may you have a smooth journey. Tuni reacted. They're about to leave. She ran out to block their way. Father, Commander Deep. Deepfong spoke coldly. Tuni stuttered, what excuse can I use to stall for time? Deepfong asked Tuni, why are you stuttering like that? If you have something to say it quickly, I'm about to be late. Tuni hesitated, it's like this. Suddenly, she received a message from Tu Ho. Mission complete. She said, I just wanted to wish you a safe journey, Father. Later, he and his son sat in the car. Ken then asked, Father, you still won't tell me why my mother died. Then how about this? You just need to tell me whether you forced my mother to her death or not. You just need to answer yes or no. Deepfong then said, I loved your mother very much. Ken then was stunned. This always strict father could actually say the words, very much. I was wrong, Father. Then he turned to him and pleaded, don't go. Deepfong was surprised. What? Ken then said, don't go to the Twin Cities conference. The commander of the Bok Ho army has set a trap there. But Deepfong looked sorrowful. I know. Ken then was shocked. You know? He said, didn't you already tell the Bok Ho army commander all about my arrangements? Ken then was terrified. If you already knew I was working with the Bok Ho army commander, why didn't you expose me? Deepfong said calmly, there's nothing to expose. I'm the one who made you like this. I have to bear all the consequences. Ken then smiled. Tuni was overjoyed at home, saying, good thing I installed a listening device in their car from the start. This time they finally opened up to each other. Takai, who was driving in front, asked, what happened? Are you crying? Tuni said, no, I was just thinking how great it would be if I could attend the Twin Cities conference, even if it's just by pretending to be a patrol guard to sneak in. During the conference at the mountain villa, gunshots rang out. The commander of the Bok Ho army panicked. Guards, where are the guards? Deep Fong appeared with his soldiers. Stop shouting. All the men you set up for the ambush have been taken care of by my people. Tuni watched from a distance with binoculars. I can't miss the moment my adoptive father changes his destiny. An injured Bok Ho army soldier said in a panic, Deep Kandan, don't forget our cooperation. Kandan said, are you mistaken? What kind of cooperation could there be between us? If I wanted to cooperate, I should cooperate with my father. Deep Fong was surprised. What did you call me? Kandan hugged him. I called you father. Tuni, watching from a distance, said joyfully, so this is what they call brothers fighting tigers, father and son going to battle. It seems the misunderstanding between them has been resolved. The Bok Ho army commander ordered, men, come protect me. La Tianmin appeared. Let me protect you, you run away quickly. Deep Fong ordered the pursuit, and Kandan also led the soldiers after them. La Tianmin pointed his gun at him. Don't come any closer. If you follow me, I'll kill you too. Deep Fong pointed his gun at him. You must have a death wish. La Tianmin said in a panic, no, you can't kill me. I'm Deep Tuni's biological father. If you kill me, she'll hate you for the rest of her life. Tuni was shocked. Didn't Yu Ho already capture the La Tianmin with a scar on his face? Why is La Tianmin appearing here now? How many fathers do I have? Deep Fong looked at him suspiciously. Tuni saw him hiding a knife behind his back. Not good. He's pulling out the knife. Tuni rushed forward. No, I can't let this happen. This time, I have to change my adoptive father's fate no matter what. Then, she was stabbed by the knife while protecting Deep Fong. Tuni pointed at him. Father, kill this man. La Tianmin was terrified. Tuni, what are you saying? I'm your biological father. How can you let your adoptive father kill me? Deep Fong also said, that's right. Tuni pulled the knife out of her chest. I only have one father, and that's the man who raised me, Deep Fong. Besides, you're not my biological father. Tuni raised the knife to stab him. You're just using my identity, trying to use emotions to beg for your life. Deep Fong grabbed her hand tightly. Tuni was surprised. Father. He took the knife from her. He immediately killed La Tianmin. Tuni smiled. Deep Fong asked, you can still smile? You followed me without my orders. Get ready to be punished. Tuni said happily, yes, Commander Deep. I will definitely accept my punishment when we get home. Takai also appeared. Do I have to be punished too? Deep Fong was surprised. You came here too? Ken then went to chase the Bok Ho army commander. I'll go check on him. You take Tuni to a safe place and wait for me. Yes, Commander Deep. Tuni got into the car and said happily, this is great. I've changed my adoptive father's fate. She looked around and found it familiar. A military vehicle, a forest. Suddenly, the car stopped. Tuni panicked. What's wrong? Takai said, oh Tuni, actually Deep Fong gave me a secret letter before attending the Twin Cities conference. The content was that if anything happened to him, the position of commander of the Haksam army would be transferred to Deep Kandan. But you know, I changed the name in the letter to yours. It's a pity. He said coldly, you clearly had a future of endless wealth and glory, yet you didn't know how to cherish it. Then he grabbed her by the collar. I probably already knew that Kandan was cooperating with the Bok Ho army commander, right? Tuni sneered. You wanted me to be the commander because you were afraid that if Kandan became commander, he would become an ally of the Bok Ho army, affecting your unification of Tam Bakton. But if I became commander, it would be different. I could control both Kandan and the Bok Ho army commander. When we're fighting each other to a standstill, you can sit back and reap the benefits, right? Han grabbed her hair tightly and said, you're good. My plan was perfect. Deep Fong was supposed to die at this Twin Cities conference. But you ruined my plan for Deep Fong's sake. Tuni remained defiant. My father treated you like a real brother. Why did you betray him? Takai laughed loudly. How ridiculous. If he really treated me like a brother, why is he the commander while I'm just the vice commander? The entire Haksam army was built by both of us, but from beginning to end, I can only be a subordinate. Tuni continued, because you will never achieve what my father has in your entire life. Han got out of the car and said, isn't this all your fault? Deep Fong was supposed to die for sure. 5 years later, you would have definitely avenged him. That way, I could sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor. But because of you, my plan has gone up in smoke. Since it has come to this, you can die in Deepfong's place. Only then did Tuni realize there was a time bomb attached to the back of the car. Kwok Tu had told her, this trial is very difficult. It's not just about fighting, there are also difficulties on other levels. If she fails the challenge and doesn't pass the trial, the consequences will be very serious. She could even lose her life. Tuni punched and broke the car window. Damn it, Tuni, have already died in a car explosion once. I can't die in the same place again. She picked up a shard of glass. My destiny must be in my own hands. Tuni used it to break the chains on her hands, jumping out just before the car exploded. Takai was shocked. Deep Tuni, you're just like a cockroach, you just won't die. Tuni glared at him. Haven't you had enough? Then she kicked him fiercely. Since you couldn't kill me directly, you should regret it. Then she ran away. I shouldn't stay here long. From a distance, a voice called out, Tuni, Tuni, where are you? Deepfong ran over. She approached him and asked weakly, Father, actually I've always had a question for you. Deepfong was worried. Whatever it is, ask me after your wounds have healed. But Tuni insisted, no, Father. Do you regret raising me to be the way I am now? Deepfong said, yes, I very much regret raising you this way. I only wish for you to live a safe and healthy life. Because after adopting you, I gradually realized that if I truly loved you, I should have let you live a normal life. Go to elementary school, middle school, university, then fall in love, get married, have children, and enjoy the love of your parents and husband. But with me, you can only live dark, emotionless days. Ken then is my son, he had no choice from birth, but you did. Tuni said again, but I've never regretted growing up under your protection. I'm very proud to be your daughter. Don't worry about my future, I'll choose my own path. You taught us from a young age that we can't be too naive, or we'll become prey for others. It's because I learned your skills that no matter where I go, I can become a hungry wolf, not a lamb living in fear. Deepfong comforted her, Tuni, you've really grown up. Then he carried her on his back. But no matter how much you've grown, you must remember to talk less when you're injured. After your wounds heal, you can go wherever you want. Back at the Haksam army base, the barracks were filled with a festive atmosphere for several days. Deepfong was also busy reorganizing to merge the Bok Ho army into the Haksam army. Father, my brother and I are on good terms, and we have the warmth that a family should have. Tuni lay in bed. When the trial entrance brought me here, I thought this trial was about changing my past life's destiny. Now I've saved my adoptive father, changed Deepkin then, and changed my past life's destiny. She was confused. But why is the system still silent? What is the trial the system mentioned really about? Suddenly, Deepfong arrived. Father, why are you here? He said, I heard you haven't been eating these past few days, so I brought you some food. Tuni went to the dining table. Thank you, Father. He set out the food. Eat quickly. Tuni sat down in the chair. Yes, Father. If I told you that I've actually died once before. I went to a world called Yuyinlin Continent. In that world, I had parents who were very good to me. I had family and friends. Would you believe me? Deepfong let out a surprised hum. She put down her chopsticks. Such a strange encounter is hard to believe, but it really happened to me. Let me tell you everything. An hour later, Tuni. Father, have you not been eating properly these past few days because you want to return to that world? Tuni nodded. Yes. She remembered the interesting Chien Dainha, the mysterious Non Noyette, the adorable Suong Suong, and her warm parents. I have seen your brothers and sisters, and I have the cute TQ. Father, you have taken control of Tam Bacton, fulfilling your long-held wish. My aspirations and ideals have also changed with age. When I was young, I wanted to become stronger. As I grew up, I hoped to be recognized by you. After that, I always wanted to avenge you. I have achieved all of these things. Now I have found a new direction in life. I want to become a master of the Yuyinlin continent, to challenge the peaks of that world, and to become an invincible existence like you. The system announced, congratulations to the host for completing the trial content. Life has many choices, only by letting go can one gain. Reminder, preparing to activate the teleportation array. Teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. The system announced teleportation array is at 19%. Tuni thought to herself, am I about to leave? She took Deep Fong's hand. Father, I've found a way back to the Yuanlin continent. You have to take good care of yourself. You're getting old, don't worry too much. You should go out for a drink and a walk with your brothers. The system counted down 6, 5, 4. Tuni said excitedly, you must eat on time. When it's cold, don't wait for your subordinates to remind you to put on more clothes. You must be happy. You will always be my father. Deep Tuni is proud to have you as her father for this lifetime. Deep Fong also clapped his hands with her. Yes, you can go back without worry. The system announced the teleportation array has been activated. At the Taeyin Kwak Kyu Fu, Kwak Tu said, Deep Tuni, you're back. I knew you could pass the trial. This is great. Tuni knelt down. The system announced, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 5th tier Great Cultivator, receiving a Realm Breakthrough gift package and rewards. Tuni thought, I finally understand the true meaning of this trial. It wanted me to choose between the modern world and the Yuanlin continent. Whenever you want to achieve one thing, you must give up another. Yes, letting go is not simple, but it's not too difficult either. Kwak Tu, were the things I experienced in the trial the real modern world or a virtual world created by the system? Kwak Tu pointed forward. Look at what you're holding tightly in your right hand, and you'll know the answer. Tuni opened her hand. This is a button from my adoptive father's clothes. I got it when I grabbed his clothes as I was leaving. This button was brought back from the trial by me. Does that prove I really did return to the modern world and also changed my adoptive father's fate? Kwak Tu replied, that's right. Tuni held the button. By the way, Kwak Tu, I want to know what would have happened if I hadn't chosen to return to the Yuanlin continent during the trial. Kwak Tu answered, you would have died if you had really chosen to stay in the modern world. In theory, you would not have come to the Yuanlin continent. But if you didn't come to the Yuanlin continent, how would you have the opportunity to change the fate of others? So if you had stubbornly stayed in the modern world, you would have died in a car accident. Then you would still have come to the Yuanlin continent, continued to experience similar events, and fallen into an infinite loop. This is called the Mobius loop law, which is also the cycle of destiny. Nuni guessed, you mean my destiny is already bound to the Yuanlin continent. Kwak Tu explained, that's right. In fact, the Yuanlin continent and the modern world are parallel worlds. Although you occupied the body of the original Deep Tuni, the fact that you can activate pure spiritual power and become a cultivator in your body proves that you originally belonged to the Yuanlin continent. Tuni smiled and said, that's great. I will create a place for myself here. Let's go to Tu Van Duong. Kwak Tu also excitedly rushed forward in the inner courtyard. Lin Fai and Vong Pham appeared. Hey, Deep Tuni, why are you in the inner courtyard again? Wasn't this morning's fight enough? So you want to fight me again? Tuni was surprised. I was here this morning? After spending so much time in the trial, why does Lin Fai say we just fought this morning? Vong Pham asked back, has junior sister lost her memory? This morning when you left the inner courtyard, you said you wanted to cultivate well to pass the trial. Tuni pondered. It seems that no matter how long I spend in the trial, the time in the Yuanlin continent doesn't change. She left, saying, senior brother, senior sister, maybe I was in a hurry to get to the underground pavilion, so I forgot. I still have to challenge the underground pavilion. Let's talk another day. At the underground pavilion, my current cultivation level should be enough. I should be able to enter smoothly. She opened the door, and the sound of a bell rang out. Vong Pham was shocked. The bell of the underground pavilion was actually rung by someone? Lin Fai pointed over there. Senior brother, look quickly. Deep Tuni actually opened the door to the underground pavilion and went inside. How's that possible? This morning, junior sister was only at the 4th tier. How could she reach the 5th tier in the blink of an eye? But only a 5th tier cultivator can open the door to the underground pavilion. Everyone was discussing in horror, who is so brave. I heard that Deep Tuni has entered the underground pavilion. At Tonlon Veen, people were also very surprised. The bell of the underground pavilion, I can't believe someone wants to challenge that place. In the wide forest, the sound of the bell. Deep Tuni, is that you? By the lotus pond, the eldest senior sister from back then. It turns out junior sister is coming back soon. It seems the inner courtyard will be even more lively in the future. At Hawaiian Yuyan, Bao Tran ran over. Vice headmaster, it's terrible. Deep Tuni just arrived at the inner courtyard and opened the door to the underground pavilion. She's already gone inside. Dong Ne Thuong gritted her teeth. How's that possible? Her cultivation is only at the 4th tier. Even if she's a genius, she can't reach the 5th tier in half a day. Bao Tran said, Vice headmaster, what should we do? Deep Tuni is too terrifying. If we let her pass the underground pavilion, it will be even harder to deal with her. Dong Ne Thuong racked her brain. There's no other way. She has already entered the underground pavilion. Even I can't stop her from passing the trials now. I really underestimated her. I thought I had a lot of time to carry out my plan, but I didn't expect this girl to catch me off guard. However, successfully challenging the underground pavilion is not easy. With her 5th tier cultivation, passing the trials is a life and death struggle. At the underground pavilion, Tuni walked around. The surroundings were lit by candles. This place is so spacious, very different from the usual main halls. She stood before a stone staircase. Is this the 1st floor of the underground pavilion? I heard that the underground pavilion is actually an inverted underground pagoda with a total of 8 floors. In other words, I need to pass 8 challenges to be considered successful. A chessboard appeared. Why is there suddenly a chessboard? Is the first trial playing chess? She picked up a chess piece. It seems so. I feel like my opponent this time is a master. Kwok 2 appeared. You're best at fighting, but playing chess is probably not your thing. I have a way to help you pass the first trial. Tuni was surprised. You know how to play chess? Kwok 2 said, although I don't know how, the system has a chess program. As long as you send a request for the type of chess you want to play, then choose black or white on the screen, the system program will suggest wonderful moves for you. Looney was surprised. I didn't expect the system to have such an interesting program. It's really well hidden. Kwok 2 added, the system will also be updated periodically. Besides, ordinary people don't use these things, so this time it can be considered useful. Although it can't guarantee you'll win, with its support, your chances of winning will be greater. Tuni shook her head. It's a good thing, but it's just a game of chess. I don't need to borrow the system's power. She started playing chess. Victory and defeat were decided. Kwok 2 looked on in astonishment. Deep Tuni, I can't believe you won. Weren't you raised in a military camp? You don't like to read either, so how are you so good at this? Tuni smiled and said, warfare is a path of deception. Playing chess is like arranging troops for battle. Although I really don't like things that are too elegant, military strategy and tactics are the most important. That's why I learned to play chess as soon as I knew how to hold chopsticks. The chessboard disappeared. Tuni continued to walk forward. It seems I can go to the 2nd floor now. She walked down the stairs. This 2nd floor is so spacious, there's nothing here. Suddenly, darts flew towards her. So the challenge on this floor is hidden weapons. Tuni used her sword to block them and successfully passed. Reaching the 3rd floor, the 3rd floor was a battle against spirit beasts. She successfully passed again. Finally, she reached the 4th floor. The fog was thick. Tuni was horrified. A headless creature. The classic of mountains and seas records that in ancient mythology, there was a general under Emperor Yen who dared to compete for the throne with the Yellow Emperor and was beheaded. This person was named Hintien. It charged forward fiercely. Tuni released her spiritual energy to resist, but it was too strong. Damn it, as expected, the higher you go, the greater the difficulty. She leaped up and executed the 3rd form of the Non Noyette Cham, the full moon. She finally knocked it down. It cried out in pain. The monster, holding an axe, staggered and lunged forward. Deep Tuni broke out in a cold sweat. I'm dead, I can't dodge from this angle. She hurriedly used the Tien Sa Chi Luke to block. Suddenly, a butterfly flew out from Deep Tuni's sleeve, and Non Noyette appeared along with it. Deep Tuni was extremely surprised. Non Noyette immediately and easily kicked the monster away with one foot. Deep Tuni was shocked. This Hintian is like a huge piece of meat, yet you sent it flying with one kick. Non Noyette said smugly, Tuni, see how powerful your husband is? Deep Tuni could only force a smile, thinking to herself, why did this guy suddenly appear, and threw a butterfly at that? Could he be the incarnation of Hung Fai? The monster stood up again. Tan Noyette said irritably, so annoying. Tuni, wait until I finish it off, then I'll talk to you. After saying that, he quickly rushed forward, releasing a green power that enveloped the monster. He blew it to pieces. Deep Tuni was shocked. So that's a win? This strength is too abnormal. Non Noyette clicked his tongue tiredly. Appearing in this form consumes too much spiritual energy. At this time, Deep Tuni curiously approached and asked, how did you get here? Besides, isn't that blue butterfly only able to deliver messages? Non Noyette looked at her gently, unable to resist stroking her hair. Isn't it because I missed Tuni too much? A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns, so I racked my brain to turn into a butterfly, just to be by your side every day. Faced with Non Noyette's sweet words, Deep Tuni was very serious. Stop joking around, let's get to the point. Non Noyette smiled faintly. All right, let's talk business. The Lam Phuong Than Vu Deep is my spirit beast. Its main body can produce thousands of Lam Ho Deep, which I can control at will. As he spoke, he lightly touched a butterfly next to him and continued, that day when I sent you a message, I had already cast the Lai Hoa Teep Muk technique on that Lam Ho Deep. As long as I sense you're in danger, no matter where you are, I can come to your side through that Lam Ho Deep. Deep Tuni finally understood. So that's how it is. She looked at Non Noyette suspiciously. It seems you had a plan all along, waiting for me to take on the challenge so you could help me cheat. Non Noyette smiled. You could say that. However, I didn't expect Tuni to rush into the underground pavilion so quickly and even break through to the 5th tier. The corner of Deep Tuni's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't it because I had to deal with Dong Na Thuong and use some special methods to break through? Suddenly she realized, that's right. Since you're here, the remaining 4 floors will be much easier. Let's continue. But Non Noyette had other ideas. Wait, the Lai Hoa Teep Mok technique can only be maintained for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Given the difficulty of the underground pavilion, that's obviously not enough. Hearing this, Deep Tuni became anxious. You know an incense stick's time isn't enough, yet you're not hurrying? The higher up in the underground pavilion, the harder it gets. The later stages will probably be tough to handle. We have to hurry. After a while, the 2 of them reached the stairs. Non Noyette said, this position is not bad. The 4th floor is the stable center of the formation. Deep Tuni was confused. Huh? Seeing this, Non Noyette happily explained, if I'm not mistaken, this underground pavilion is maintained by an extremely powerful formation. As long as we find the flaw in the formation, the challenge of each floor will stop accordingly. Then we can easily reach the 8th floor. At this point, Non Noyette became serious. Tuni, when you were challenging the underground pavilion, did you notice any patterns? Hearing this, Deep Tuni frowned and thought, a pattern? She recalled that the 1st floor was chess, the 2nd floor was hidden weapons, the 3rd floor was fighting beasts, and the 4th floor was fighting the incarnation of Hin Tien. It seemed to follow no pattern, and there were no similarities. Suddenly, Deep Tuni realized, that's right. When I was disarming the hidden weapons on the 2nd floor, I discovered a pattern in their arrangement. Non Noyette said, tell me. Deep Tuni said seriously, the hidden weapons on the 2nd floor were all shot from the 4 walls, and the walls also had hidden mechanisms. If all the mechanisms were connected, they would form the shape of the Big Dipper. At this time, Non Noyette also deduced the problem. The Big Dipper can be used to observe all things and is divided into 4 seasons. Challengers of the underground pavilion are only allowed to challenge once a year. Although there are often changes, the changes in the underground pavilion are similar to the changes of the Big Dipper with the 4 seasons. Deep Tuni frowned. The Big Dipper can distinguish north from south. If it's as you say, then the pattern of change in the underground pavilion's formation is also like the Big Dipper. At this point, she suddenly became horrified and pointed at the wall. It's winter now, the Big Dipper points north, and the world is cold. So the current position of the formation must be in the north of the pavilion. Non Noyette agreed. That's right, Tuni. I didn't expect you to know about astronomy. It's truly amazing. Faced with Non Noyette's suspicion, Deep Tuni hurriedly left. I just studied astronomy and geography. Aren't you also very knowledgeable? Looking at her back, Non Noyette thought to himself, even noble children rarely study astronomy. Yet, she was able to find the position of the formation through the celestial phenomena based on just a few words from me. This is not just about understanding celestial phenomena. She is clearly a natural-born genius of military strategy. How many more secrets do you have that I don't know about? Hearing this, Deep Tuni hurriedly sat up straight. Non Noyette coughed lightly, helping her resolve the awkwardness. Suddenly, Deep Tuni asked curiously, by the way, Non Noyette, did the underground pavilion suddenly collapse because that stream of light was absorbed into my body? Non Noyette replied, what I absorbed was the root of the Van Tuong Qui Tong formation. He explained seriously, this underground pavilion is maintained by the Van Tuong Qui Tong formation. If we only broke the formation's eye, this place would become an ordinary pavilion. But the root of the power maintaining the entire pavilion has been taken away, so it naturally collapsed. Deep Tuni became even more curious. So that's how it is. But at that time, I just touched the formation with my hand and read a few words on it. Why did I absorb its root? Non Noyette continued, maybe I was lucky, or maybe it was because the two types of hard and soft spiritual energy in my body didn't want to yield to each other. I had controlled the hard spiritual energy, but I didn't notice the soft spiritual energy in my chi was constantly growing with my cultivation. Perhaps it was this power that absorbed the Van Tuong Qui Tong. Take the monster from earlier as an example. Tuni, a cultivator who cultivates like that, is called a spiritual system cultivator. And the Van Tuong Qui Tong formation that maintains the underground pavilion is one of the roots that forms spiritual system magic. Whether it's the hidden weapons or the incarnation of Hintien, they are all created by spiritual system magic. Non Noyette smiled. This is what is called all things have a source, and 10,000 changes never stray from their origin. If I can master the mystery of the formation, I will be able to master the use of softness and become a spiritual system cultivator. Hearing this, Deep Tuni felt extremely excited. It seems I should be grateful for this fall, for giving me the opportunity to cultivate spiritual system magic. Non Noyette approached and gently flicked her forehead. Although this opportunity is indeed rare, now is not the time to be happy. He revealed a gentle smile. The underground pavilion has collapsed, and even the formation has been absorbed by me, so the teleportation gate to leave here has also disappeared. Hearing this, Deep Tuni was suddenly flustered. Doesn't that mean we are now trapped in this rubble? This place is at least 100 meters from the ground. Her thoughts immediately became chaotic. Wait, right now it seems it's not just a matter of how to get out. The pavilion has collapsed, so even if we can really get out, will my challenge this time be considered a failure or a success? Thinking of this, Deep Tuni dejectedly lay on the ground. By the way, the time for one incense stick is almost up. Wait until you get out, then come and save me. Tran Non Noyette leaned closer to her. All right, but after I save you. What reward will you give me? Deep Tuni hurriedly pushed Non Noyette away. How about an 8th grade spiritual medicine? I'm an alchemist now and also a disciple of Tien Na. I'll soon be able to refine that kind of spiritual medicine. Not hearing the desired answer, Non Noyette disappointedly lay to one side. Tuni is really getting better at bargaining. At this time, Deep Tuni asked, actually, I've always been very curious. Why do you want an 8th grade spiritual medicine so much? Although it can cure all diseases, I see that you are also very healthy. Could it be that the spiritual medicine is not for yourself? Non Noyette said indifferently, who said I can't use that spiritual medicine for myself? Hearing this, Deep Tuni sat up worriedly. Are you sick? But in the face of her concern, Non Noyette laughed loudly. Tuni, are you worried about me? Deep Tuni was a little angry. It seems worrying about you is unnecessary. Just then, a bird flew by and Deep Tuni immediately noticed it. The sound of an immortal crane. Could it be that the headmaster has arrived? Non Noyette also said, it seems Tuni doesn't need me to rescue her. After saying that, he turned into a butterfly, and at the same time, the headmaster appeared. How mischievous. Deep Tuni immediately ran to his side and bowed respectfully. Headmaster. But the headmaster didn't pay much attention to her, bending down to pick up a nearby stone and sighing continuously. My pavilion, my formation, my life's work. It's over. This time it's really over. Deep Tuni was extremely surprised. That, she forced a smile, headmaster, that. Yes, the headmaster interrupted her, sighing in disappointment. All right, the Van Duong Tong formation has chosen you. That means it has an affinity with you, and it's also your good fortune. Hearing these words, Deep Tuni's eyes widened in surprise. The headmaster isn't punishing me? But the underground pavilion is very important to the headmaster. If I show too much joy now, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Thinking of this, she started to cry and said, Headmaster, it's all my fault. I accidentally touched the formation, which led to the collapse of the underground pavilion. I even absorbed such an important formation into my body. I'm sorry. Seeing that the student didn't do it on purpose, the headmaster said gently, Be good, I don't blame you this time. At this time, Deep Tuni was still acting. I feel very guilty, it's all my fault. I don't know if I die, whether the formation in my body can be released, using death to atone for my sins. The headmaster hurriedly stopped her. No, since the formation has merged with your qi, you should make good use of it. If you can comprehend the mysteries within it in the future and cultivate spiritual system magic, then it will be considered effective use. Deep Tuni sadly wiped her tears, but Tuni is stupid and has mediocre aptitude. I barely learned how to use hardness. How can I learn more? She frowned and said, If the headmaster is willing to accept me as a disciple, with your guidance, perhaps I can comprehend the mysteries of the formation and will not waste the power of the Van Duong Tong. At this moment, Kwok Tu couldn't help but appear. Truly shameless beyond words. Destroying someone's underground pavilion, absorbing their formation, and then using this as an excuse to become a disciple. Meanwhile, Deep Tuni continued to cry. Seeing this, the headmaster had to agree. Of course I can guide you. Deep Tuni was instantly overjoyed. Really? The headmaster said affirmatively. But I will not accept you as a disciple. Since the demonic energy in you has been suppressed, I will allow you to return to the inner courtyard to cultivate. I will also allow you to come to my Haktian-Siu to cultivate with me. Deep Tuni bowed respectfully. Thank you, headmaster. Suddenly, a white crane appeared beside her. The headmaster pointed at it and said, Let's go. I'll take you out. Flying over the ruins, Deep Tuni felt a little guilty because the collapse of the underground pavilion caused the main hall above to collapse as well. A moment later, they landed. Teacher Kwang Tu so ran over happily. Princess Tu. Deep Tuni also responded with a bright smile. Long time no see. Kwang Tu so continued, Yes, long time no see. I heard that Princess Tu came to challenge the underground pavilion, so I immediately rushed back. At this point, Kwang Tu so's eyes welled up with tears. By the way, Princess, you left the underground pavilion so quickly. Does that mean you succeeded in the challenge? Deep Tuni sighed. No, for some reason, the underground pavilion collapsed. Although I didn't succeed in the challenge, the headmaster has agreed to let me return to the inner courtyard to cultivate. Hearing this, Kwang Tu so quickly wiped away his tears. That's great, the princess can return to the inner courtyard. At this moment, Lin Fei and Try also walked over. Lin Fei looked at Deep Tuni indifferently. You're really lucky to be able to return to the inner courtyard just like that. Hearing this, Try teased her. Junior sister had a hard time returning to the inner courtyard. You should say a few nice words. Lin Fei replied arrogantly. I personally came to welcome her. What more nice words do you want me to say? Seeing Lin Fai's attitude, Try smiled awkwardly. Junior sister, although you couldn't become the headmaster's disciple, we can cultivate together again in the future. At this moment, Tuni felt warmth in her heart. That's right, she thought to herself, whether it's the crybaby or Lin Fai, with them here, Tu Van Duong has become much warmer. Suddenly, Try pointed into the distance and said with a smile, let's go celebrate. Senior brother Baklai said he's treating today. Hearing this, Tuni was a little surprised. Baklai Nai. Following the direction Try pointed, Tuni quickly saw that familiar figure. She waved excitedly. Senior brother Baklai. Tuni thought to herself, senior brother is so arrogant but clearly cares about me. Yet he still chose to stand right there under the tree. That night at Na Xianlao, looking at the male courtesans around, Kwang Tuso said with a confused expression, why are we celebrating here? This place is a. Seeing this, Tuni quickly covered Kwang Tuso's mouth. I think this place is great. It's lively and there's a performance on the first floor to watch. It's a really suitable place to celebrate. She thought to herself, this is also where I met Baklai Nai for the second time. Beside them, Try whispered to Baklai, senior brother Baklai, you see, I told you junior sister likes lively places. She will definitely like this place. Besides, the wine here is the best in Vimdu city. Baklai Nai remained silent. At this moment, Lin Fai started to stir up the atmosphere. Waiter, bring the wine. Today, I want to defeat all of them. Tuni quickly chimed in. Come on, let's eat. Lin Fai excitedly raised her wine cup. This is so fun. Meanwhile, Kwang Tu-so was still sobbing. After a while, Lin Fai proudly held up her wine cup and said, I'm telling you, you've only had 2 cups and you're already dead drunk. With this tolerance, how will you ever get a wife? Kwang Tu-so quickly waved his hands. I'm not getting married. Tu-so wants to become as powerful as the princess. At the same time, Try was engrossed in flirting with a male entertainer. Brother, you sing so well, I really like it. Come here, sing a few songs for me. As for Baklai Nai, he had been staring intently at Tuni the whole time. A little later at Vin Lac Phuong, Tuni returned happily. Today was so much fun. I bought 2 more jars of wine. I have to let that person taste it. Suddenly, she noticed, this butterfly seems to have come to pick her up on purpose. The butterfly followed her footsteps until she entered Vin Lac Phuong, then it separated and landed on Non Noyette's hand. Non Noyette sat on the chair, looking at Tuni with deep affection. Tuni happily approached. It seems young Master Non knew I was coming and was waiting for me here. Non Noyette smiled and said, Tuni, I've been waiting for you all day. You've only just arrived now that it's so late. Tuni placed the wine jar on the table. Here, this is the wine I specially brought for you. Thank you for your help at the underground pavilion today. Non Noyette asked curiously, wine from Na Xianlao? Tuni quickly poured the wine. Non Noyette frowned and waved his hand. Although this wine is very fragrant, the thought of Tuni going to a brothel makes me a little jealous. Tuni didn't care. She brought the wine cup to Non Noyette's face. But there's no vinegar here now, only wine. Let's drink. So the 2 of them drank together under the moonlight. Tuni thought to herself, I've known Non Noyette for a long time, but this is the first time I've had a drink with him. Moreover, compared to the joy of drinking with Vong Pham and Lin Fai at Na Xianlao, drinking with Non Noyette was even more comfortable and relaxing. Looking at Non Noyette's face, Tuni was lost in a daze, as if Non Noyette had become a long-lost confidant. She herself was gradually no longer indifferent to Non Noyette's affairs, but instead wanted to understand this person better. She thought, if this person took off his mask, behind it must be an incredibly handsome face. At this time, Non Noyette smiled and said, Tuni, why did you suddenly stop drinking and just stare at me? Tuni stuttered, I was wondering why you always hide your face. Is it related to Dong Na Thuong? Non Noyette chuckled. It has nothing to do with that old woman. I just don't want others to see it. Tuni was a little surprised. So, what grudge do you have with Dong Na Thuong? You caused a big scene at the Sword Tomb, and even stole the remnant seal of the evil demon path. You repeatedly confronted Dong Ne Thuong. It seems it wasn't just to help me, was it? Non Noyette asked back. Does Tuni really want to know? Deep Tuni poured wine while saying, if you don't want to say it, that's fine. After all, this is your private matter. I'm just curious. Non Noyette pondered for a moment. However, have you ever heard of Tien Vu Sun? Deep Tuni stammered, no. Non Noyette said seriously, Tien Vu Sun is located on the border of Vietnam Nam country and doesn't belong to any country. It was originally a paradise on Earth, and its spiritual energy was even more abundant than the Anton Tuen on the peak of your inner courtyard mountain. He squinted his eyes, reminiscing, but it all disappeared in the disaster 12 years ago. On the Yuanlin continent, any holy land rich in spiritual power would become a place for sects and powers to fight over. But Tien Vu Sun was an exception because it was located in a remote place, hidden deep in the mountains full of mysteries. Even the clansmen living on this mountain rarely went out. But one day 12 years ago, a 7th-tier female cultivator master came here. In one night, she killed almost all living beings on Tien Vu Sun. She used their blood to activate a wicked formation, turning the place into a sea of blood. During that great catastrophe, a small child escaped with the help of his wet nurse. After that, he grew up under a changed name, and revenge became his long-held wish. Deep Tuni was curious. You mean the female cultivator who suddenly appeared 12 years ago is Dong Ne Thuong, right? Non Noyette pressed his lips together, not wanting to answer. Deep Tuni suddenly felt sad. So, the one who escaped and changed his name is Non Noyette? This is probably also the reason he has to wear a mask. Thinking of this, she took out another jar of wine. That's right, there's still a jar of wine left. Let's continue drinking. The next morning, Deep Tuni woke up with a flushed face. My head hurts so much, I really drank a lot last night. Suddenly, Non Noyette whispered in her ear, Tuni, good morning. Deep Tuni turned her head in surprise. The first thing she saw was Non Noyette's firm chest. It made her blush instantly. Why did I sleep in the same bed with Non Noyette? She quickly sat up with a panicked expression. Last night Non Noyette interrupted, although it was due to alcohol and we were a bit wild, Tuni. He smiled smugly. This was my first time. Hearing this, Deep Tuni's face turned pale. Non Noyette struck a seductive pose and smiled. Tuni, you have to take responsibility for me. Deep Tuni was flustered. Why do I have to take responsibility for you? Non Noyette answered seriously. Because you were the one who forced me first. He chuckled. Last night, Tuni was like a hungry wolf. You forcefully pushed me onto the bed and tore my clothes. You kept whispering that you loved me in my ear, hugging my body, biting and kissing. Deep Tuni thought to herself, how could I have done that? You must be lying to me. Thinking of this, she reached out and gently stroked Non Noyette's chin. Since you've said so, I should take responsibility. Non Noyette was a little surprised. Really? Deep Tuni was secretly pleased. It's enough for me, the princess, to buy you for one night, right? Thinking of this, she took out her purse. Non Noyette smiled and said, you're giving me money. Are you treating me like those men at Na Xianlao? He frowned and took the purse. Tuni is really not easy to fool. Deep Tuni continued, right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Today is my first day back at the Tu Van Duong inner courtyard, so I need to go and register quickly. Hearing this, Non Noyette seemed unhappy. Aren't you going to stay for breakfast before you go? Deep Tuni was resolute. No need. Dong Ne Thuong will definitely not be happy about me returning to the inner courtyard, so I should prepare early. After saying that, she turned to leave. At this time, Non Noyette was deep in thought. I came back this time for revenge. Tuni. A moment later, Deep Tuni was sitting and reading a book, with Quoc Tu lying beside her. I thought the headmaster would give you some powerful spiritual system magic books. In the end, he only gave you the most basic ones. Deep Tuni replied calmly, the soft spiritual energy in my body has not been unblocked yet, and I have never come into contact with spiritual system magic before, so starting from the basics is the right way. Hearing this, Quoc Tu lost interest and left. All right then, you continue reading. It's freezing outside. I'm going back to sleep. At this moment, Tuni suddenly noticed, why is there a sudden chill? She subconsciously looked into the distance and saw Qiu Quangqian. She couldn't help but be curious. Why is he in the inner courtyard? Is there a class today? Qiu Quangqian over there suddenly coughed violently and had to kneel down. Seeing this, Tuni quickly ran over. Your Highness Qian. She looked at him worriedly. Your Highness, are you all right? Has your illness relapsed? Qiu Quangqian smiled. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Princess. Tuni was still worried. Let me help you to the pavilion to rest for a while. Qiu Quangqian nodded. He slowly drew a sword from his sleeve. But before reaching the pavilion, Qiu Quangqian immediately thrust his sword towards her. Could I trouble Princess Tu to die first? Looking at his cold face, Tuni panicked. I'm dead. This isn't Qiu Quangqian. It's an illusion. She quickly pushed him away. At this moment, Qiu Quangqian's figure gradually dissipated, leaving only a hazy mist. Tuni was surprised. The illusion is gone. At that moment, a voice rang out. Tuni, isn't this illusion interesting? Dong Naithuang smiled and walked over. Seeing her, Tuni was very annoyed. I was wondering who could casually use such a realistic illusion at Tu Van Duong. It turns out to be Vice Headmaster Dong. Dong Naithuang smiled slyly and said, I just wanted to give you a welcoming gift, to welcome you back to the inner courtyard. Speaking of which, there's something that really puzzles me. At this point, she became serious. The illusion I just used was to have you killed by the most important person in your heart. But I didn't expect the person you saw to be Qiu Quangqian. Hearing this, Tuni's eyes widened in surprise. The Qiu Quangqian just now wasn't created by Dong Naithuang, but was unconsciously imagined from the depths of my heart? Since when did I start caring about Qiu Quangqian? At this time, Dong Naithuang continued, but you're at a young age and with a warm personality like Qiu Quangqian's. There are many who admire him, so it's not strange for you to have such thoughts. Tuni continued, that's right, there are indeed many who admire His Highness Qian. For example, Du Duong. Unfortunately, she was hit by Vice Headmaster Dong's 7 sins. Before she could confess to His Highness Qian, she was harmed by Vice Headmaster Dong to the point of having to leave her hometown. Hearing this, Dong Naithuang frowned, her eyes narrowing in thought. She had originally intended to shock Tuni, but she didn't expect this girl to bring up Du Duong. The casting of the 7 sins was done very secretly back then. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to detect that someone had been hit by this type of spell. How did Tuni know that Du Duong was hit by the 7 sins? Tuni said smugly, Vice Headmaster Dong doesn't need to be curious about how I knew you used the 7 sins on Du Duong. After all, your unethical deeds are not just that simple. For example, colluding with evil cultivators, transporting the remnant seal of the evil demon path, and even forcing me to swallow the Taming Chow. At this point, she asked curiously, by the way, and the person who controlled the puppet on the wall, who was always in contact with you. Weren't you afraid he would reveal these things, so you secretly killed him? Dong Naithuang's face turned pale upon hearing this. Tuni, so what if you know these things? You should understand that slandering the Vice Headmaster of Tu Van Duong without evidence is a very serious crime. Tuni taunted, that's right, I really don't have any evidence to prove it was you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been kicked out to the alchemy class to be a medicine maker in the first place. She smiled confidently. But it's different now. I'm back in the inner courtyard. Although I couldn't become the headmaster's disciple, he has agreed to let me study with him often. That way, I can see the headmaster often. Besides, the headmaster likes me very much. Hearing these words, Dong Naithuang's face darkened. She felt a sense of foreboding. Tuni smiled smugly. The matter of the Taming Chow, you wanted to kill me, but the headmaster saved me. The first time I entered the inner courtyard was also thanks to the headmaster. So this time, even though I destroyed the underground pavilion, the headmaster still let me come back. Seeing Dong Naithuang gnashing her teeth in anger, Tuni became even more smug. Vice Headmaster Dong, if I, who the headmaster values so much, whisper in his ear every day that you are colluding with evil cultivators. If I regularly reveal the things you have done to the headmaster, will he start to suspect you then? She covered her face and continued, Vice Headmaster Dong, actually I am not a person who holds grudges. On the contrary, I am very tolerant. You are an 8th-tier saint, and I don't want to cause trouble either. I just want to get along with you peacefully. Hearing this, Dong Ne Thuong frowned. Deep Tuni, what are you up to now? At this moment, Deep Tuni said, how about this? She leaned close to Dong Ne Thuong's ear. As long as Vice Headmaster Dong is willing to kneel and apologize to me, and obey me from now on, then I will pretend that the past never happened. How about it? Dong Gwyn Thuong was shocked. What did Gwyn say? Deep Tuni smiled and continued, you don't want to kneel? You dare to collude with filthy evil cultivators, yet you're unwilling to just kneel and apologize to me? It shouldn't be a difficult thing to do, right? At this moment, Dong Ne Thuong angrily slapped her. Just a little brat who hasn't grown up yet, daring to speak such arrogant words to me. Who do you think you are? Deep Tuni secretly smiled. Fool, you fell for it. Seeing her attitude, Dong Ne Thuong was confused. At that moment, Tien Na appeared. He angrily grabbed Dong Ne Thuong's wrist. Dong Ne Thuong, you old hag, what do you mean by this? Deep Tuni is my direct disciple. When did it become your turn to teach her a lesson? Dong Ne Thuong was a little surprised. Tien Na. At this moment, Deep Tuni covered her face and cried. Master, don't be angry. It's not Vice Headmaster Dong's fault, it's all Tuni's fault. I'm already a disciple of the alchemy class, yet I stubbornly wanted to return to the inner courtyard. The Vice Headmaster is scolding me for not studying properly and is biased against my status as a medicine maker, so it's my own fault that the Vice Headmaster disciplined me a little. Hearing these words, Tien Na became even more furious. He directly pushed Dong Ne Thuong down. Very well, Dong Ne Thuong, are you looking down on my disciple, Tien Na? Or are you looking down on the medicine makers of our alchemy class? Dong Ne Thuong immediately turned to Deep Tuni and shouted. I am not. Deep Tuni, when did I say I had a prejudice against the identity of a medicine maker? Deep Tuni answered aggrievely. That's right, Vice Headmaster Dong said she never said it, so she never said it. It's all Tuni's fault. As long as you are no longer angry and allow Tuni to return to the inner courtyard to cultivate, you can discipline me however you want. Tien Na frowned at this, looking at Dong Ne Thuong with disgust. Is this how you treat my disciples so harshly? It's fine as long as we don't interfere with each other. From now on, our alchemy class will absolutely not refine any pills for you. After speaking, he took Deep Tuni's hand and left. Tuni, let's go. Leaving Dong Ne Thuong standing there in anger. Damn it, I fell into her trap. As Deep Tuni was leaving, she didn't forget to stick out her tongue tauntingly. Seeing this, Dong Ne Thuong became even more furious. Very well, Deep Tuni, you're just trying to use the alchemy class to shake my reputation at Tu Van Duong, aren't you? A moment later at the alchemy class, Tien Na worriedly touched Deep Tuni's wound. Dong Ne Thuong didn't hold back at all, hitting my good disciple's face like this. Deep Tuni obediently replied, Master, I'm fine. Tien Na frowned. From now on, you don't have to go back to the inner courtyard to study. If you want to become a martial arts cultivator, I can take you to find another famous master. Whatever kind of magic you want to cultivate, Master will help you achieve it. At this moment, Deep Tuni thought to herself, I deliberately let Tien Na see Dong Ne Thuong hit me. It was indeed to use the alchemy class to shake Vice Headmaster Dong Ne Thuong's reputation. Seeing Tien Na's enthusiastic attitude, Deep Tuni felt guilty. But Tien Na treats me so sincerely, even caring for me like a parent. Thinking of this, she stood up sincerely and bowed. Master, I'm sorry, I want to stay in the inner courtyard. Besides, today I deliberately let Vice Headmaster Dong hit me. I don't like Vice Headmaster Dong, so I deliberately caused a dispute between the alchemy class and the inner courtyard. Tien Na was shocked. You did it on purpose? Deep Tuni continued sadly, Yes, I'm sorry, I used to, Master. I am willing to accept any punishment. I just hope Master won't be too angry. But at this moment, Tien Na shed tears. Tuni was extremely flustered seeing this. Master, I know I shouldn't have used you. Hearing this, Tien Na immediately regained his composure. My good disciple is truly one of a kind, able to play me in the palm of her hand. This feeling of being deceived, I haven't experienced it in a long time. It really makes one tremble with excitement. Tuni was confused. Master, are you a masochist? It seems I was still too naive. At this time, Tien Na said, my good disciple, remember, no matter the reason for today's events, but if Dong Ne Thuong hits you, Master will make a fuss with you. No matter how long you want to make a fuss, Master will be by your side. Tuni's jaw dropped in surprise. Really? Tien Na was resolute and confident. Of course, it's true. Even if you want to overthrow the entire Tu Van Duong, I will be with you. Tuni happily chimed in. Then if I cause a scene all the way to the Imperial Palace, will you be with me too? They both imagined a scene. A perfect match. Tien Na excitedly took Tuni's hand and left. Returning to reality, Tien Na gently stroked Tuni's head, which moved her to tears. Master, you're so good to me, I'm so touched. At this time, Tien Na seriously instructed, and also, if you want to cultivate in the inner courtyard, it's up to you, but you must not neglect your pill refining. Tuni smiled and replied, yes, Master. Seeing the medicinal herbs nearby, Tien Na asked, last time you said you wanted to refine a pill to improve Q Kwang Qian's body. Has there been any progress? Tuni replied, I've already thought of a formula, I just haven't had the time to refine it. Tien Na smiled and said, although Q Kwang Qian has been frail since childhood and has gradually gotten used to his illness, he has to take medicine continuously every month. Now that Du Hai Duong is traveling everywhere, his health will be in your care from now on. Thinking about having that sick person for his good disciple to test her pill refining skills on, there will definitely be great progress. Tuni secretly smiled. All right, Master is treating Q Kwang Qian like a tool again. Tuni waved goodbye. Yes, then I'll go refine the pill for Q Kwang Qian, and I have to bring it to him too. In the alchemy room, Tuni took out a vial and began to refine the pill. The system announced the completion of the 4th-tier blood-sucking pill. Then she immediately took the medicine and left. A fellow student called out, Princess Tu, His Highness has gone out. Please wait here, His Highness should be back soon. In the study of Ngao Tuetsiu, Tuni sat on a chair and sighed. Why isn't Q Kwang Qian back yet? She saw a piece of paper on the table. What is this? On it was written, the origin of all things bestows upon all things return to their source, all phenomena are one, the world is in great harmony. The origin of all things bestows upon all things return to their source, all phenomena are one, the world is in great harmony. The system says this is the Van Tuong Quy Tong formation diagram. Moreover, upon closer inspection, it seems to have been drawn in the last 2 days. Although it hasn't been infused with spiritual energy, this diagram is unmistakable. Tuni was puzzled. Why does Q Kwang Qian know how to draw the Van Tuong Quy Tong formation? The last time she went to see the headmaster, he had mentioned this formation a few times. Kwok Tu explained that this is a formation passed down from ancient times, and it is very rich. For example, barrier techniques, talisman techniques, illusion techniques, spiritual techniques, etc., are techniques often used by the spiritual system. Just like the saying, the origin of all things bestows, it means that all things have a source, and all phenomena and all things have the same source. Therefore, countless spiritual system techniques all originate from the same source, gradually evolving. To put it simply, Van Tuong Quy Tong is like the 3 primary colors of red, yellow, and blue on a color palette. With just these 3 colors, all the colors in the world can be mixed. At this time, Q Kwang Qian arrived. Princess, I've made you wait. He held a bottle in his hand. It's nothing. He walked closer and saw her intently looking at the records. Is the princess interested in this formation diagram? Tuni replied, yes. Did His Highness Qian draw this formation diagram? Q Kwang Chien explained, yesterday the underground pavilion of the inner courtyard collapsed. I've always heard that the pavilion was maintained by the Van Tuong Quy Tong formation. Now that the pavilion has collapsed and the formation is gone, I feel it's a bit of a pity. So I looked up ancient texts, drew this formation, and wrote some of my thoughts on it. Tuni finally understood. Oh, so that's how it is. He smiled. It seems the princess really likes this formation diagram. Tuni stammered, a little. Q Kwang Chien handed the formation diagram to her. If you like it, then it's yours. Tuni said happily, then I won't be polite, thank you, Your Highness. Then she gave him the medicine. By the way, this is the blood-sucking pill I refined for you. Use it when you feel a bone-chilling cold. Normally, you can continue to use the previous medicine. I'll refine more in a few days and bring it to you. Q Kwang Chien quietly accepted it. The princess is kind. Then Tuni said her goodbyes. Your Highness Chien, it's getting late. I'll be leaving now. Q Kwang Chien immediately put a cloak on her. It's cold outside. Although your body is better than mine, you should still wear more clothes. If you catch a cold on the way back, I'll feel very guilty. Tuni waved goodbye awkwardly. Thank you, Your Highness. Vu Sun brought a bowl of medicine. Your Highness, I have finished decocting the medicine. Seeing Q Kwang Chien drink the medicine, it has been getting cold recently. Whenever winter comes, Your Highness's body becomes weaker. Moreover, you have been going out frequently recently, your body will not be able to bear it. Q Kwang Chien finished drinking, put down the bowl and said, it's okay. Vu Sun was confused. Just now I saw you give the newly drawn Van Tuong Quy Tong to Princess Tu. Is that really okay? Q Kwang Chien asked back, I drew it for her in the first place. What's the problem? I hope she can comprehend something from this diagram. At Tien Hak Siu of Tu Van Duong, Tuni walked inside. I studied the Van Tuong Quy Tong formation diagram all night yesterday, but still didn't have any enlightenment. It seems I can't be impatient. Suddenly Try and Try arrived. Senior brother Try and Try. He passed by her with a disgruntled look. That's strange, when did I offend Try and Try? What does he mean by huffing at me? Showing off? Suddenly, Tuhak ran over and hugged her. Sister Tuni. He asked happily, is Sister Tuni here to see the headmaster? Tuni was still dazed. Uh-huh. Then he led her away. Follow me. What kind of spiritual magic do you want to learn? Tuni quickly said, I want to cultivate illusion magic. At first, it was because I didn't understand illusion magic that I was so badly harmed by Dong Ne Thuong and sent to the alchemy class by that old woman. Yesterday, I fell into an illusion trap again. I want revenge. At this time, Dong Ne Thuong came to see the headmaster with a stack of documents. This is all the recent study situation of the inner courtyard disciples. I have finished processing it and specially brought it to you. She saw Tuni. What a small world. Why did I run into her at the headmaster's place again? The headmaster took the documents. Yes, Ne Thuong, you came at the right time. Tuni wants to cultivate illusion magic. You are very knowledgeable in this area. So how about you personally guide her to get started? Dong Ne Thuong asked, you want to learn illusion magic? I remember Tuni has already cultivated the hard system of magic. Why do you suddenly want to cultivate this? The headmaster explained, she has a natural balance of hardness and softness in her body. Since she has mastered hardness, she can naturally open up softness as well. Dong Ne Thuong had no choice but to agree. Then I'll give it a try. Tuni was very annoyed. What bad luck to have it come to my door. She still said respectfully, then I'll trouble Vice Headmaster Dong. Dong Ne Thuong said smugly, no trouble. In the bamboo forest, she said to Tuni, you are very bold, to dare to learn illusion magic from me. Tuni also sneered, that's right, because I believe Vice Headmaster Dong will not disappoint the headmaster. Dong Ne Thuong said, don't pretend to be innocent with me. Since you want to learn illusion magic, as the Vice Headmaster of Tu Van Duong, I will naturally do my best to teach you. Whether you can learn it or not is your business. Tuni replied, yes, Tuni will definitely study hard. Dong Ne Thuong explained, spiritual energy of the Yin attribute. The reason it's called the spiritual system is because its usage is mostly formed through spiritual power and thoughts in the mind. For example, the formation of illusions is through imagination, and then from imagination, soft attribute spiritual energy is created. Those who cultivate the hard system of spiritual energy should have practiced making branches as sharp as swords, right? She picked up a bamboo stick. Now, use your spiritual power, use your imagination to create a branch. If you can do it, you've opened up the soft attribute. Since you've cultivated hardness, controlling the soft system of spiritual energy will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. If you can't do it within 3 months, you can give up the idea of cultivating the spiritual system. Tuni tried a little. Is it like this? Dong Ne Thuong was suddenly flustered. The hardest part of this is getting started. Tuni was confused. Is there something wrong with the branch I created? She said, no, creating a branch is just the most basic first step. Your illusion is flickering, and a gust of wind can blow it away. With such spiritual power, you can't create illusions at all. Tuni was surprised. So, what should I do next? Dong Ne Thuong showed her. Illusion magic requires extremely high spiritual power. Otherwise, what you create will not be able to deceive others. So now, the first thing you must do is to make the branch created from your imagination look like a real object, and then control it at will, just like controlling a sword. Tuni began to follow her instructions, circulating her qi and drawing out gentle spiritual energy from her qi. Dong Ne Thuong was surprised. I didn't expect this girl to be a genius in cultivating this spiritual system. You continue to practice here. If you can't control the branch, you won't be able to learn illusion magic. After saying that, she left. Tuni was frustrated. I told you to go left. Why did you run to the right? After practicing continuously for several days, materializing the branch was no problem at all. But every time she wanted to control it, this thing wouldn't listen, running around the inner courtyard all day. The bamboo branch suddenly flew wildly. Wait for me. Stop flying. Suddenly, it flew straight toward someone's back. Tuni was flustered. Be careful. It turned out to be Bok Lai Nai. Tuni said awkwardly. Senior brother Bok Lai. It's you. I'm so sorry. I can't control that branch. Bok Lai Nai's hair was a mess. Tuni covered her mouth and giggled. Then he took the bamboo branch and returned it to her. Tuni then took out a comb. Senior brother Bok Lai, you should comb your hair again. But Bok Lai Nai ran to the side and sat down. Tuni thought to herself, did he misunderstand, thinking I took out the comb to comb his hair for him? Then she also went over to help him comb his hair, remembering the last time she combed Q Kwang Chien's hair. She considered it some experience, and it wasn't too difficult. Bok Lai Nai asked her, have you been cultivating spiritual system magic these past few days? Spiritual system magic has very high requirements for willpower. The First Prince and Tan Fai Yan are both very good at this. You should go ask them for guidance and practice together. It's better than practicing alone. Tuni smiled and said, as expected, senior brother Bok Lai is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. I'll go ask the 2 senior brothers and sisters for guidance in a bit. Then Tuni finished combing his hair. It seems some places are still not very neat. Bok Lai Nai stood up and said, I think it's fine. Then I'll go back to continue cultivating. Bok Lai Nai was still holding the comb. Suddenly his hair fell loose. Tuni went to Din Lon Veen and waved to her senior brother. Senior brother, I've come to ask for your guidance. I hope to cultivate spiritual system magic with you. Manhua Nin was watering flowers. All right, I'll try practicing with junior sister. You can only imagine one branch? Maybe you can try imagining multiple branches. Tuni said, let me try. Controlling the spiritual system is most importantly about willpower, which is very difficult. Using your brain is more tiring than fighting. Then the 2 of them practiced together. During the break, he took out an apple. Junior sister for you. Tuni happily accepted it. Thank you, eldest senior brother. You're welcome. It's a pity I don't cultivate illusion magic, so I can't help you much. Tuni ate the apple while looking at him and thinking, he was born handsome and always exudes a warm feeling, like the spring sun, which can both warm people's hearts and be approachable. Moreover, he doesn't act like a prince, just casually sitting with me on the steps, really like a family member next door. Can I ask the first prince a question? What kind of magic do you cultivate in the spiritual system? It was the battle between Manhwa and Non Noyette. You were able to injure Non Noyette. It was really the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Thuanin said, I cultivate spatial magic. Tuni was surprised. What's that? He explained, it belongs to spiritual arts, a type of magic that can distort space. As long as I want, I can freely arrange the space within the range I can control. Tuni exclaimed, that's amazing. There's something even more interesting. Does junior sister want to rest for a bit? Tuni asked curiously. Then Manhwa demonstrated for her. Space travel, the principle is similar to a teleportation talisman. As long as it's a place I've marked, I can teleport to it through space. Tuni gently touched it. This is really convenient. Where does this space lead to? Then she was sucked inside. Manhwa said, it shouldn't be a problem to go there. Tuni fell into the bathtub. Kwang Chien was bathing there. Your Highness Chien. The two of them stared at each other. I didn't expect to be teleported to Kwang Chien's place and to fall into the bathtub no less. Kwang Chien was shocked. Princess Tu. Tuni forced a smile. If I said I fell by accident, would you believe me? He pondered. Is that so? Such an accident really makes one misunderstand whether the princess has other intentions. Tuni stammered. That? Ha. Kwang Chien propped up his chin. Speaking of which, I remember one time at Tu Van Duong's medicine selection, the princess also suddenly jumped in like that. Tuni forced a smile. Yes. Ha. His Highness Chien and I really have an unspeakable fate when it comes to bathing. He gave a cold smile and stood up. Tuni was stunned. This firm body. These clear lines. The more I look, the more I'm captivated. Then he said, I was just joking with the princess. You suddenly fell. It must be Thuanin's doing, right? Tuni, Thuanin was very worried. Lean hid in my room. During that time, Thuanin always used space magic to visit me. Tuni finally understood. So that's how it is. She thought of Kwang Chien and Manhwa. In that case, Manhwa has also seen His Highness Chien bathing. Could it be that they have bathed together? I was originally cultivating magic with the first prince. I didn't expect to come here by accident. Well then, Your Highness Chien, please continue your bath. I'll go out first. Kwang Chien watched her leave, smiling coldly yes. In Kwang Chien's bedroom, Tuni was drying her hair with a towel. Seeing the fan on the table, this is the fan Kwang Chien often uses. She opened the fan to look. This was the first time she had looked at Kwang Chien's fan closely, but the fan she saw in Non Noyette's room, like the winter snow and withered green grass, the orchid extinguished the fire. Kwang Chien said, it's a bit similar. What is the princess looking at? Tuni replied, I'm admiring this fan. I like it very much. I wonder where Your Highness bought it? He said, I made it myself in my spare time. Tuni thought to herself, if he said this fan was bought somewhere, then the fact that Non Noyette has an identical one could be explained. But if he made it himself, then it should be one of a kind. Tuni said, may I be so bold as to ask a question? Do you know a man named Non Noyette? Kwang Chien said, you caused a stir in Tu Van Duong, so of course I've heard his name, but I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. I wonder why the princess suddenly asked about this? Tuni quickly said, it's nothing, just a casual question. Then she placed the fan back on the table. Kwang Chien and Non Noyette definitely know each other. The first time Non Noyette's blue butterfly appeared in the basement, when I pushed open the door, Kwang Chien was inside. This is certain. Kwang Chien said, the princess's clothes are still wet. Please wait here for a moment. I will go and have someone bring you some clean clothes. Tuni was still sitting in deep thought, looking at the fan. The next day at Tu Van Duong, the disciples were chatting as they walked. I heard that the alchemy class and the inner courtyard are in chaos. Now there's a sign on the door of the alchemy class, forbidding inner courtyard cultivators from entering. Moreover, the alchemy class is no longer providing cultivation pills for the people of the inner courtyard. It seems that the vice headmaster angered the esteemed Tien Na. In our Tu Van Duong, the headmaster is in seclusion all year round, and all major and minor matters are handled by Vice Headmaster Dong. For decades, there have been no mistakes, but why has she been constantly arguing with the esteemed Tien Na recently? Speaking of which, Vice Headmaster Dong has caused a lot of trouble for the inner courtyard disciples. Whether it's for cultivation or training missions, the inner courtyard cannot do without pills. Tuni thought to herself that these matters were already within her calculations. At Confronting, Tuni saw Vong Pham. She approached him. "Senior brother Vong Pham, why do you look so haggard?" Vong Pham said wearily. Junior sister. I must have created some bad karma in my past life to be so miserable in this one. Elder Bak Nak told me to go cultivate again. You know? Every time he tells me to go cultivate, it's like going down a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. The alchemy class hasn't delivered the pills yet, so when I get injured and bleed, I won't even have a chance to save my life. Besides, my song Jiak Hoa Bao is also in its growth period recently, and it keeps crying and begging for Thursday Gwyn Dan. He lay on his stomach with a worried expression. Buying pills outside is too expensive. These past few days, I'm about to be eaten into bankruptcy by it. Vong Pham clasped his hands together. Junior sister, how about you lend me some money? Tuni thought for a moment. Senior brother Vong Pham, why do you need to spend money to buy medicine outside? Have you forgotten that since I became the esteemed Tien Na's disciple, I'm also a legitimate alchemist? Vong Pham put his arm around her shoulder. That's right. How could I forget that you're an alchemist now and your cultivation has reached the 5th tier? You could even be a teacher at the alchemy class. Tuni said, just tell me what pills you need, senior brother. If I can refine them, I will definitely help you. Even for the ones I don't know yet, I can go home and ask my master for help. Vong Pham joyfully hugged Tuni's shoulders. Junior sister, you're my lifesaver. From now on, even if it's a sea of fire, as long as you ask, I will never refuse. Tuni laughed loudly. Haha, okay. At the Elder's Pavilion outside Tu Van Duong, Elder Chu said, Dong Na Thuong, I heard you've always been calm. Why did you argue with Tien Na? He has a strange personality, you know that. You should have just tolerated him a little. Elder Chu is the oldest among the elders, and his strength is second only to the headmaster. Dong Na Thuong said gently to Elder Chu, don't worry, I will find a way to resolve this matter. Elder Bak Nak, who came from the spiritual system, said, Oh, Vice Headmaster Dong, I thought you were too lonely and had your eyes on Tien Na, so you kept pestering him, which is why he argued with you. Tuk Tuk walked over. Sister Nak, don't talk nonsense. Vice Headmaster Dong has been too busy with the alchemy class recently, and Bak Nak has been too busy helping me, which has put her in a bad mood, so she spoke a little carelessly. Don't hold it against her. Dong Na Thuong sneered. Of course I won't hold it against her. But Bak Nak, you should learn more from Tuk Tuk. Look at Tuk Tuk, she has achieved so much in just half a year since joining the Elder's Pavilion. And you've been in the Elder's Pavilion for 25 years, just being lazy all day. If this continues, there's no point in keeping you in the Elder's Pavilion. Bak Nak angrily pulled Tuk Tuk away. Let's go to Tu Van Duong. Tu Van Duong has 12 Elders Pavilions, and as the name suggests, there are a total of 12 people. They all have their own responsibilities at Tu Van Duong and also have a very important say. For example, Tien Na, he is a member of the Elders Pavilion, but he is not interested in the major and minor affairs of Tu Van Duong, so he has never participated in the discussions of the Elders Pavilion. Another example is Gi Thuang. She was also a member of the Elders Pavilion and was recommended to be the vice headmaster more than 10 years ago. Although the position of vice headmaster is absolutely higher than that of the elders, all matters must be listened to by the elders. In the afternoon in the inner courtyard, Gi Thuong asked Bao Tran, I heard that Deep Tuni spent the whole day refining pills. Bao Tran replied, yes, and Deep Tuni also distributed those pills to the disciples of the inner courtyard. Everyone seems to be very grateful to her. Na Thuong sneered. Deep Tuni, you're good. Not only did you use the alchemy class incident to frame me and get me scolded, but you also took advantage of this to secretly plot and win people's hearts. Bao Tran asked, Headmaster, are we just going to let her continue like this? She whispered to her, you think I don't dare to deal with her myself in Vimdu City, so I have no other way to deal with her? Come closer, let's discuss it right here in the inner courtyard. Tuni held the medicine bottle and sighed. Why didn't senior brother try accept my medicine? I've given medicine to the other senior brothers, only try is left. Did I offend him somehow? Kwok Tu followed behind her and said, in my opinion, this is called being ungrateful. You spent so much spiritual energy and effort to refine the pills, but that try not only didn't accept them, but also showed disgust. Tuni guessed, there must be another reason. Kwok Tu angrily threw away some dolls. Tuni said, I'm not even angry yet. What are you angry about? I was originally using the conflict between Ne Thuong and the alchemy class to win people's hearts. I have my own purpose. It's fine if he doesn't accept my pills. Kwok Tu said sympathetically, it's good that you've thought it through. Tuni turned around and looked. Why does this place look stranger and stranger the further I go? There are so many magnolia trees. She opened the door. Is this a secret place? Seeing a rabbit eating grass, little rabbit. It ran to her side. Are you trying to lead the way for me? Tuni suddenly sank, saying in a panic, damn it, why is there a swamp in such a beautiful flower garden? Is it a trap? Using spiritual energy now will only make me sink faster. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Haha, what an unlucky girl. This trap hasn't been stepped on by anyone for many years. Tuni asked, who are you? The person walked closer to Tuni. You don't know me? Here, those who don't know me will be punished. Tuni sneezed. Then she took out a large hammer full of sharp spikes. If you can't guess who I am, then let's switch to this. Do you have to be so dramatic? If I get hit by this, will my face still be usable? Tuni dodged. Wait, do you believe that I just need to do one thing, and not only will I know who you are, but I'll even know where your ancestors' graves are? She was also surprised. You speak quite arrogantly, miss. I want to see what you can do. Tuni shouted. You come here. Then Tuni pulled her down. Tuni sneered. Now can you tell me your name? She said angrily, you're playing tricks on me. Tuni sneered, picking up the hammer from before. Not answering my question, right? Then let's try this. She hurriedly said, Lioli, my name is Lioli. Tuni approached, sneering as she lifted Lioli's chin. Sister Lioli, let's play a more interesting game. Now it's your turn to guess who I am. Lioli stuttered, you're a stranger. Lulai laughed loudly. Haha, you must be the new junior sister Deep, right? Tuni was surprised. She called me junior sister Deep. Could she be the mysterious disciple that the inner courtyard has never mentioned, the great illusionist Lulai? She smiled friendly, senior sister, why haven't you helped me dispel this swamp illusion yet? Lulai was surprised. Junior sister is the first person to see through my illusion. How boring. But junior sister really has some skills. She originally wanted to play with me for a bit, but it seems there's no chance now. Tuni said doubtfully, being an illusionist family, a great illusionist master like you, what's so interesting about playing with me? Lulai didn't quite understand. Does junior sister mean that you want to introduce me to someone I can play with? Tuni said, you really don't know anything? You should know that I was misunderstood as an evil cultivator because I swallowed the tam and cha before, right? I also heard from other senior brothers and sisters in the inner courtyard that they all don't believe you did it. Do you want to team up with me and expose the person behind the scenes? Lulai laughed loudly. Haha, that's really interesting. So tell me, who is that person? Just as Tuni was about to say it was her, Bao Tran suddenly appeared and said to her, Deep Tuni, Vice Headmaster Dong is looking for you. Tuni turned around and said to Lulai, there's no time. Great illusionist, Sister Lulai, quickly turn into something and follow me. You'll understand then. Then Lulai turned into a rabbit. Bao Tran approached and urged, Deep Tuni, Vice Headmaster Dong is looking for you. Hurry up and follow me. Tuni scoffed, my goodness, has the sun risen from the west today? Vice Headmaster Dong is actually actively looking for me. We're almost there. She stood before Ne Thuong. Vice Headmaster Dong, what do you want with me? Oh, you've cooked so many delicious dishes. Who are you treating? Dong Ne Thuong stood in front of a table full of food. All these delicious dishes were cooked by me to apologize to you. It was wrong of me to offend you and Tien Na before. Tuni approached, picked up the silver chopsticks and tested them. This dish shouldn't be poisoned, right? She smiled. Even if we have a conflict, I wouldn't harm you like this. Tuni used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat. The silver chopsticks didn't turn black. It's not poisoned, so I'll eat it. Then she threw the piece of meat at Bao Chan's face. It hurts. Only to see Bao Chan's face deform and rot. Tuni said, Vice Headmaster Dong is so cruel. It looks like a non-poisonous, colorless dish, but in reality, there's a murderous plot behind it. Bao Tran screamed, Vice Headmaster Dong, save me. She shot spiritual energy towards Bao Tran. Die. Those who know my secrets must die. Next is your turn, Deep Tuni. I want to kill you here, to make you disappear without a trace. Tuni hugged the rabbit. You think I came alone today? Interesting, interesting. Vice Headmaster Dong, look who I am. Lulai transformed back into her human form. Long time no see, Vice Headmaster Dong. She pointed at the other person and asked, how about it? Killing 2 inner courtyard disciples at once, isn't that a bit risky, Vice Headmaster Dong? Dong Ne Thuong immediately defended herself. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to teach Deep Tuni a lesson. Lulai was angry. Dong Ne Thuong, stop making excuses. You clearly wanted to kill Deep Tuni just now. You also wanted to frame Deep Tuni with the Taming Chow, right? Ne Thuong denied. Lulai, you can't talk nonsense like that. Lulai retorted, how am I talking nonsense? I wonder if Vice Headmaster Dong still remembers, 15 years ago, you massacred Tien Vu's son. Dong Ne Thuong panicked. What are you talking about? The disaster of Tien Vu's son was caused by evil cultivators. It has nothing to do with me. Tuni sneered. You've harmed so many people. Non Noyette's family was also harmed by you. Now it's time to kill you. Lulai strangled her. You killed my whole family. I'm the only survivor. How could I forget your face? Dong Ne Thuong smiled. So today you want to kill me with Deep Tuni? Do you have any proof? Today you wanted to kill Deep Tuni, I saw it with my own eyes. You also said, those who know your secrets, you want to kill them all. Lulai took out a firefly. This is a secret technique of our Tien Vu tribe. The memory firefly can convey true memories. I want to show this to the elders, to the inner and outer courtyards, to the entire Tu Van Duong. Dong Ne Thuong was shocked. Tuni also took out a camera. That's right, I also have evidence of Dong Ne Thuong framing me and colluding with evil cultivators before. Please, Sister Fien Lulai, help me share these things with everyone at Tu Van Duong. Lulai smiled. No problem. Dong Ne Thuong was disappointed. I didn't expect this to happen today. Well then, the bait is cast. Today you all must die. She prepared to attack the 2 of them. Don Don started replaying Dong Ne Thuong's records. Everyone in the academy was shocked and discussing. What? Dong Ne Thuong is an evil cultivator. What? I can't believe Ne Thuong would do such a thing. To think we trusted her for so long. Dong Ne Thuong was attacking Lulai and Tuni with her spiritual energy. Elder Du Hoa said worriedly, Deep Tuni, the power of evil cultivators is hard to predict. Preserving your life is the most important thing. You can't risk a direct confrontation. Tuni reminded, you have to be careful. Lulai rushed forward. I want to avenge my clan. Die. Tuni panicked. You just reminded me to be careful. Why did you rush forward yourself? Tuni also rushed forward to pull her back. Fong Noyette Cham. Tongmi Thuong arrogantly displayed her evil power, absorbing the darkness. Tuni exclaimed. What? The Fong Noyette Cham was absorbed. Lulai observed Tuni from the side. Tong Ne Thuong struck even harder. Taste the Fong Noyette Cham magnified 10 times, plus evil power. Lulai rushed to help Tuni. Don Dom healing technique. Thank you. Ne Thuong attacked again, evil's earth breath. Suddenly, Dong Ne Thuong was ambushed. Who is it? Hu Guangqian put his arm around Tuni's shoulder. Your clothes are all torn. Tuni was angry. What time is it now? You're still teasing me. Wait a minute, you just called me Tuni. Non Noyette also calls me that. Hu Guangqian, you're Non Noyette, right? Hu Guangqian put his hands on his hips and said, you can think whatever you want. Right now, let's deal with this evil cultivator in front of us first. He used his sword technique, Tich Nan Vu Explosion. Nei Thuang sneered and also drew her sword. Come out, evil ghost battle sword. Since my identity has been exposed, let the entire Tu Van Duong turn into demons under my blade. I want to suck dry the spiritual energy of all of you. Hu Guangqian attacked again, Lin Deep Explosion. Tuni exclaimed, this is indeed Non Noyette's ultimate move. The spirit beasts rushed out. You think these spirit beasts can deal with me? Purgatory Pond Explosion. Hu Guangqian ordered, spirit butterflies. Hu Guangqian has been protecting me, I have to think of another way. At this time, the headmaster arrived with the immortal crane. Nei Thuang, I didn't expect you to be an evil cultivator. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and subdue you. He called from the air, Tuni. The headmaster ordered, cleanse. Dong Nei Thuang screamed, it's so hot. The disciples of Tu Van Duong also rushed over. Elder, we've come to the rescue. Lin Fai hurriedly said to Tuni, Deep Tuni, we misunderstood you before. It turns out you're not an evil cultivator. Tu so approached her. Princess Tu, are you alright? Tuni replied, I'm fine. I was just thinking of a countermeasure against Dong Nei Thuang, but I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive. What a relief. When Noyette non Tuan Fa, Dong Nei Thuang was completely suppressed. She laughed loudly. Even if the entire Tu Van Duong came together, they couldn't defeat me. She took out the Tam and Trao. Come out, Tam and Trao. Hu Guangqian was surprised. Why is there another Tam and Trao? Nei Thuang said, Tam and Trao, merge with me. Then she swallowed the Tam and Trao. Now even with the addition of your headmaster, you can't defeat me. Tuni panicked. Damn it. Nei Thuang summoned the purgatory fire snake. The shield instantly shattered. The disciples began to provide support, activating the defensive formation of Tu Van Duong. Tuni said, this can't go on. Activate the system and buy a bomber. Tuni drove the plane and dived down. Everyone was shocked. What kind of spiritual weapon is this? What is this? Dong Nei Thuang sneered. Oh, it's just for kids. Tuni said, is it for kids or not? Taste my fire. She flew the plane towards the opponent. Explode. Dong Nei Thuang panicked and ran away. Didn't you say the entire Tu Van Duong couldn't defeat you? What about now? The missile continued to pursue and bombard. Nei Thuang was shocked. What the hell is this thing? It seems I have to shatter your spiritual weapon, Hellfire Snake. Tuong Ni sneered. My bomber has a magic reflecting shield. It's bulletproof. Dong Nei Thuang was hit. It hurts. Hu Guangqian and Lulai saw the right opportunity. One used the Lin Deep Bao Fa, the other used the Ao Third Chi Thuang. Dong Nei Thuang was caught in the explosion. Hu Guangqian said, we finally killed her and the Tam and Chao. Lulai was overjoyed. That's great, we succeeded. Tuni looked down from the plane. Non Noyette, Hu Guangqian has personally dealt with the enemy who exterminated his clan. That's great. Kwok Tu appeared. This bomber costs 9,999 gold coins. You don't have much savings left. Tuni sneered. It's worth it. Then she jumped down. Everyone cheered. Deep Tuni is the hero of Tu Van Duong. That's right, without Deep Tuni, it would be very difficult to deal with Dong Nei Thuang. Long live Deep Tuni. Tuni suddenly felt dizzy. Why do I suddenly feel a little dizzy? Vong Pham ran over. Tuni, what's wrong with you? Tuni, quickly perform a healing spell on her. Princess Tu. 5 days later at the Tai Swang Kwok Q Fu. Tuni sat tiredly on a chair. My head hurts so much. It seems I used up too much spiritual energy and physical strength before. Swang Swang worriedly approached her. Sister, you've been sleeping for 5 days. Why did you just wake up? Tuni panicked. What? 5 days? Swang Swang said. Yes, I've been worried sick for the past 5 days. Our parents are also very worried about you. Her parents arrived. Tuni, you're finally awake. Her mother said, I've prepared ginseng chicken soup to nourish you. Tuni was grateful. Thank you, mother. Her father gave her a spiritual pill. Wait, my good daughter, you scared me to death. I've prepared a high-grade recovery pill for you. Eat it quickly. Her parents argued, eat mine first, drink the soup first. Tuni forced a smile. Haha, thank you, parents, I can do it myself. She sat at the table, finally putting her parents at ease. Tonight, they even cooked a huge feast. My stomach is so full. Kwok Tu appeared. This family treats you so well. Tuni propped up her chin. I wonder what Non Noyette and Q Kwang Chien are doing. Non Noyette suddenly appeared. It's really Non Noyette. Is my wife thinking of me? You only start calling my name when you're drunk. Tuni was dizzy. You come down here so I can. Non Noyette sneered. Oh no, if you have the guts, come and catch me. Tuni had a bewildered expression. Catching you is as easy as turning my hand. She rushed towards him. I've got you. It turned out to be just an illusion. She stood alone on the roof, looking around. Hey, Non Noyette, you come out. Where did this guy run off to? Non Noyette was on the other side. I'm over here. Haha, Tuni, come here. Tuni also rushed over. This time I'll definitely catch you. Just as she reached out to grab him, Non Noyette smiled. Not necessarily. Suddenly a voice said, My good disciple, I've come to visit you. Tuni looked down in surprise and saw her master. She covered her mouth. I'm going to throw up. As soon as I woke up, my parents stuffed me with so much food. Now that I've exercised, I want to throw it all up. Her master approached and asked, Do you want to throw up? Tuni tried to hold it in. Master, ugh, I want to throw up so bad. I can't talk anymore, I'm going to throw up. Her master propped up his chin and looked at her. Oh my, this is the first time a disciple has told me they want to throw up. Why do I feel a little embarrassed? Tuni's face turned purple with anger, but she couldn't speak. This perverted master must have misunderstood something again. In Tuni's room, her master was sitting with her. Are you feeling better, Tuni? Tuni replied, Thanks to you, master, I'm feeling much better. He said, My dear disciple, Dong Ne Thuong is so dangerous and I couldn't come to help you in time. I feel very guilty. I came this time to make it up to you. Tuni was excited. How are you going to make it up to me, master? Her master gave her a box. This is for you. Tuni happily accepted it. Wow, it looks so exquisite. She opened it, and a whip flew out. Master was infatuated. My dear disciple, I guessed you would love it. The whip flew around. Tuni immediately scolded, I like your head. What's so great about this whip? The whip suddenly whipped her. Ouch! Does this whip know I'm scolding it? Master explained, This is the divine weapon, the God-subduing whip. It has a spirit and consciousness. Tuni immediately clasped her hands. Lord Whip, I'm sorry. It was this little girl who was blind. Please be magnanimous. Master stroked her head. The God-subduing whip seems to like you very much. This whip will not let go of anyone it's wrapped around, and others cannot escape. It can extend indefinitely and also shorten indefinitely. Moreover, it can reach directly to places it has been to or is familiar with to retrieve things for you. Tuni was surprised. Is it that powerful? Can it catch people? Can it move people? Master replied, Catching people is not a problem at all. You can move anyone you want. Then she immediately used the whip on her master. He suddenly became excited. My good disciple, what do you want to do? Tuni commanded. Whip, unfold, take Tien Na home for me. It's done already? So powerful, Lord Whip. Whip, you're a divine weapon, so have you ever been to the treasure pavilion of Tu Van Duong? The whip immediately contorted. It seems you have. Then bring me the 8th grade spiritual medicine from the treasure pavilion. The whip really did bring it. Wow, you really are a divine weapon. With you, it will be much more convenient for me to find treasures. She opened the box. It was indeed an 8th grade spiritual medicine. Then Tuni rode her spirit beast and set off. TQ, let's go. Take me to Gao Tuet Siu. At Ngao Tuetsiu, she met Q Kwang Chien there. Your Highness Chien. She took out the medicine box and gave it to him. Look what treasure I brought you. Q Kwang Chien was surprised. Deep Tuni opened the box. This is the 8th grade spiritual medicine that you've been dreaming of. Q Kwang Chien smiled. Princess Tu is quite the joker. Although this 8th grade spiritual medicine can cure my illness, I never told the princess that I longed for this day and night. She grabbed him. This cunning fox is still pretending. If you don't admit you're Non Noyette, I won't give you this 8th grade spiritual medicine. You can be a sick ghost for the rest of your life. Q Kwang Chien laughed loudly. Haha. It seems the Non Noyette that Princess Tu mentioned also needs this 8th grade spiritual medicine. If you don't give it to me, does Princess Tu want to give it to Non Noyette instead? Tuni stammered. This? Tu Kwang Chien was secretly pleased. It seems that young Master Non is really lucky. If there is only one spiritual pill, who will Princess Tu give it to between the two of us? Tuni thought, Tuni, stop spinning. Don't spin me like a top anymore. You and Non Noyette are clearly the same person. He said calmly, is there any proof? Tuni approached him. Let me see. Both of you have a beauty mark at the corner of your eye. Q Kwang Chien laughed loudly. Haha, princess, there are many people in this world with a beauty mark at the corner of their eye. On what basis do you say I am Non Noyette? Tuni angrily took out the spiritual medicine. All right, you won't admit it. Then I'll eat this 8th grade spiritual medicine. I won't give it to you anymore. She was about to put it in her mouth. Q Kwang Chien was stunned. Princess, this medicine has a 30% toxicity. Tuni laughed loudly, opening her hand. Haha, I was just pretending. Look, it's still in my hand. He propped his chin up and looked at her. The princess still likes to joke with me like this. Tuni thought to herself, this man really knows how to flirt. This very sentence, Non Noyette also often uses to flirt with me. Q Kwang Chien looked surprised. Oh, is that so? She gave him the spiritual medicine. All right then. If His Highness Chien doesn't want to admit it, I won't force it anymore. This medicine is for you. Then Tuni waved goodbye. I've given you the medicine. I'm leaving now. Q Kwang Chien immediately grabbed her ear. Princess Tu. After I take the medicine, I need someone to transfer spiritual energy into my body. Only then can I completely digest this medicine. So the princess must help me. Tuni sighed. I'm really at my wit's end with you. All right. In Q Kwang Chien's meditation hall, he took off his outer robe. Tuni was surprised. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? Q Kwang Chien suddenly moved closer to her. I'm afraid wearing clothes will affect the princess's transfer of spiritual energy into my body. Tuni thought to herself, does this guy really need me to transfer spiritual energy? I'm really suspicious now. Then Tuni began to transfer spiritual energy to him. Tuni felt uncomfortable. So cold. I was almost frozen by Q Kwang Chien's cold chi just now. An hour later, I'm almost out of strength. Q Kwang Chien opened his eyes. The ice poison in my body has been completely resolved. Tuni was weakly happy. Really? That's great. Q Kwang Chien picked her up. Tuni has helped me resolve the ice poison. How should I repay you? Tuni asked dreamily. Repay? He whispered in her ear. How about I repay you with my body? You be my wife, I'll be your husband. Tuni thought to herself. Even the way he calls me wife is the same as Non Noyette. You are Non Noyette. She held his hand. All right, let's go get married. Q Kwang Chien was surprised. Huh? Tuni said, you're so strong, and I'm not bad either. Our combination will form a very strong alliance. I can also learn from you to become stronger. Q Kwang Chien smiled. Haha, so that's how it is. Tuni was excited. In the future, we will roam the world and become invincible. Q Kwang Chien agreed. That makes sense. She gave him a light kiss on the lips. From now on, you're my man. Tu Bok stood outside, looking on with envy.